Commentary: a princess who lives in the eye of the storm, controlling the power of wind and formations. Too powerful to be controlled. Lu Qiao's eyes were filled with interest. This is truly a perfect match for little Lizzie. Just thinking about this, Lu Qiao felt extremely excited. The scene of them fighting side by side. The thought alone was incredibly satisfying. Lu Qiao created a brilliant magic circle, looked up at Bujin and indicated, "I am very satisfied with the slip I drew this time. Just let her stay with you for now. When we return to the sect, I'll give it to Zhao Liza's Changsheng." He secretly mused about this little girl's merits. Bujin deserves credit for containing the sword spirit. I wonder where Xiao Wu. She hid Xiao Wu. Bujin smiled brightly, reached out and absorbed bits of spiritual energy into her body. Lu Qiao watched her attentively. In an instant, she absorbed almost all the spiritual energy, and he praised, "I didn't expect your little hands to be so magical. Worthy of being this master's sword spirit." He looked at Bujin gently, who was holding the little beast high up in her hand, letting it fly around her. System explained inwardly. Bujin is showing that she is happy. She also likes to be praised. A ray of light suddenly illuminated this dry land, extremely dazzling between his eyebrows. Zhuge frowned slightly. He quickly turned toward the source of the light and blurted out, "That is." He stared at the soul fragment surrounded by red light, noticeably appearing in the desert. That was precisely the soul bone fragment. Zhuge landed on the sand, stretched out his hand and retrieved it. He frowned as he looked at the soul fragment floating in his hand, and spoke with anticipation. "I didn't expect it could actually block my sword attack, especially when I was in the God Ascension state, and yet it was completely unharmed. It seems the true nature of Sha Shang has made me somewhat eager to see it." A giant dragon phantom bent down closer. Zhuge said in a deep voice, "I told you a long time ago. I am very strong." Stunned, he immediately turned his head to find the source of the recent sound. Zhuge's expression froze. A drop of sweat slowly slid down and a trace of panic appeared on his face. He thought it was the voice of the beast god from his dream. He then regained his composure, looked at the soul fragment in his hand and asked, "It seems, Senior, you are upset by my previous prejudice. Now I see Senior's actions to protect all living beings. I will never dare to be dismissive or indifferent again. May I ask if Senior is willing to travel with me, allowing the world to see the true radiance of Sha Shang?" Suddenly it shone brightly and a fountain of red magic power gradually erupted. Zhuge quietly watched the soul fragment, radiating spiritual power in his hand. After a while he watched the spiritual energy gradually subside, and politely thanked it. "Thank you, Senior." Zhuge lowered his head, looking at the two small soul fragments in the palm of his hand. He cast his gaze into the distance, a smile curving his lips as he mused. There is only one last piece remaining. That one must certainly be the most difficult. The dazzling golden yellow system panel appeared. "You have obtained a bone soul piece from the Scarlet Swallowing Heaven Dragon. Current progress 2/3. It continued to change. The text on the screen. New clue hint unlocked. Search for the true form of Domain Sha Shang. A clue hint has been received. Do you want to view it?" Yes. Zhuge stared intently at the system panel, demanding seriously, "View information." A decisive thought surged in his mind. But regardless of anything else, since I have already experienced these things, I should also allow the true form of Sha Shang to appear in this world again. He stood solemnly before an extremely majestic dragon phantom, silently remarking, "Compassionate and righteous, protecting all living things. This beast god should not remain sealed. It should appear again, striking fear into the wicked spirits of this world simply by its presence." The system panel displayed a notification. Clue hint activated. Coordinates of the third soul bone fragment. City Lord of Kingguosi Prefecture. Zhuge's brows furrowed. As he concentrated on the display, a ripple of doubt arising in his heart. The third soul bone fragment is actually hidden within a city of common folk. That's somewhat unusual. Lines of text appeared on the system panel. New clue obtained regarding a Ping's identity dilemma. His eyes were full of surprise, staring intently without looking away for a moment. Wondering internally, how did I receive a new clue again? By what means? The system panel displayed the content. A Ping's identity dilemma, 2 clues. Clue content. Through unexpected coincidence, you have obtained the coordinates of an important location city lord of Kingwosi Prefecture. This provides important background necessary to solve the mystery of this mission. Upon reaching this location, the final clue will be unlocked. Chuga's brows relaxed and he said calmly, so the mission locations overlap. System panel notification message. Obtained a new clue regarding a Ping's identity dilemma. Chugu frowned and placed his hand behind his back, staring intently at the map displayed by the system. The coordinates of Zizhou City illusion. He fell into deep thought. The city lord's residence of this Zizhou City state is surprisingly the final location for both of these missions. It contains both the last soul bone fragment and the key to uncovering a Ping's identity mystery. Who exactly is in Zizhou City? That could make all this such a coincidence. Iran flew over from a distance to Cheaja's side and asked doubtfully, Chauga, is this the White Mist Sword sect? Qingping next to her also felt bewildered. It's a ruin. Senior brother Chauga, what happened here? Chauga raised his eyes and looked towards the vast boundless desert, slowly revealing the truth. The White Mist Sword sect has fully defected to the demon cultivators. I killed that sect master. This place ended up like this because of the great battle between him and me. Iran anxiously stepped forward, grasping his sleeve, and asked quietly, did you get hurt? If your Aunt Ning finds out, she will definitely argue with me for 3 days and 3 nights. Anshu Chauga replied, slightly stepping back, looking completely bewildered. The sect master of the White Mist Sword sect. He was merely at the 6th realm triple heaven. It's impossible for him to injure me. Hearing this, Iran and Qingping both widened their eyes and said in unison, merely at the 6th realm triple heaven. Yiran's mouth dropped open and she cupped her cheeks, screaming internally in shock. The 6th realm triple heaven. This is the realm only attained by great cultivators and sword sect deacons. Yet according to senior brother Chauga, it's only nearly that high. Iran lifted her eyes in astonishment, asking with a mind full of questions. As far as I know, the White Mist Sword sect is only one of the lower 100 sects. Among all these sects, there shouldn't be any cultivators above the 3rd realm. How could there now be a great cultivator at the 6th realm? Chauga, recalling the man who was manipulated like a puppet, then replied, that old fellow defected to a demon cultivator named Zhozhong. That demon cultivator not only let him live, but also used the living body chi refinement technique to modify his body, causing his cultivation realm to skyrocket. Unfortunately, that old man never knew, even until his death, that he was merely a puppet of the demon cultivator. Iran frowned deeply, then crossed her arms and recounted what she had just heard. I just went to patrol hundreds of miles around the base of the mountain. I eliminated all the demon cultivators who were harming the villages and towns. And among the information I gathered, the name Zhozhong also came up. Iran looked straight into Cheaja's eyes, recalling the strange beasts in her mind, then continued, what those demon cultivators controlled were chi refinement mechanical beasts. And all those mechanical beasts originated from that demon cultivator named Zhozhong. Ah! Chauga raised a hand and stated his conjecture. So this Zhozhong is very likely the true culprit, who murdered the martial ancestor and stole the living body chi refinement secret technique. Iran also agreed with his deduction, that's right. However, she then became less certain about this conclusion, but couldn't be sure. Perhaps she is also just a pawn. Since we found out her name so easily, she might not be the mastermind. Cheaja's expression was grave, and he said decisively, no. This time it's quite the opposite. Zhozhong is very likely the true culprit. Iran was stunned. Countless question marks appeared above her head. She found it hard to understand. Chauga, why are you so sure? She lowered her head slightly, glancing down, crossing her arms, remembering the blinding light in the smoke and dust. That old man actually possessed that kind of strength. And among the information gathered, the name Zhozhong also came up. Lord Zhozhong granted him much more. It is detestable. The image of the 2 men standing dumbfounded emerged. So based on the state of the strange beasts, they serve as Lord Zhozhong's aides. You human cultivators. You are all living souls. Let me sacrifice you to Lord Zhozhong. Chauga explained with a serious tone. Because the name Jochong appeared too easily. And appeared too many times. Iran raised a hand to stroke his chin, admitting thoughtfully indeed. Qingping stood behind them, scratching her head and asking in confusion. What's wrong? That martial uncle looked at Zhaoge and offered his view. If I were Jochong, I wouldn't expose my identity so easily. She only needed to hide her identity well. And communicate with these people. But she insisted on using the name Jochong. This means she deliberately wants everyone to know that the person standing behind the name Jochong is directing everything. A bewildered expression appeared on Qingping's face. She clasped her hands together, still not understanding what was happening. But why would she do that? Doing that only has disadvantages and no benefits, right? Zhaoge curved his lips into an intriguing smile and replied. It seems it's mostly because of me. Zhaoge revealed a chilling smile and explained in a low voice. My Dao companion once said that the demon cultivator named Jochong had 3 disciples killed by me. Her instigation of the White Mist Sword sect, allowing demon cultivators to cause chaos, is all a precise calculation. She calculated that I would come to this place. He recalled the words of a woman who emerged from the hazy dust and smoke. Zhaoge killed my 3 disciples. I will come knocking on your door sooner or later. We will meet again in the future. Zhaoge turned his head to look into the distance and said, since she has publicly issued a challenge, if I don't keep the appointment, wouldn't that prove I am narrow-minded? Iran looked at his back and asked in confusion. Zhaoge, where should we go next? Do you have any clues? Zhaoge furrowed his brow and seriously named a location: Sizhou Prefecture, Lord's Manor. Qingping was surprised and scared. She opened her mouth wide and blurted out, the Prefecture, Lord's Manor. Zhaoge noticed her panic and turned around to ask, Aping, why are you so flustered just hearing that place name? Qingping tightly gripped her hands, closed her eyes tightly and answered through gritted teeth. My father is the Sizhou city lord. Iran walked closer, placed a hand on her shoulder and gently comforted her. Since they are former acquaintances from the mortal realm, then this time Aping, you just do your best to protect them. Leave the rest to Zhaoge and me. She rubbed Qingping's hand, thinking inwardly. Aping is still young. Her former acquaintances in the mortal world only have a lifespan of a few decades. A century from now this child's Dao heart will be unburdened. Done. Her eyes flashed. She looked firmly at Zhaoge and said, no. Martial Uncle Ant, there is no need to worry about me. That person and I have long since cut ties. Senior brother Zhaoge. If that person conspires with the demon cultivators, Aping is willing to kill him personally. Iran widened his eyes, asking himself in surprise. Aping's Dao heart has been this firm all along. His expression turned solemn and he made a suggestion. This is a long story. Let's talk as we go. Clusters of clouds floated high in the distant sky. Aping had already recounted her life story to Iran once more. Iran folded his arms, raising an eyebrow slightly. Having understood everything, he spoke angrily. I see. This father of yours truly is an unfeeling and unrighteous man. Don't let me find any dirt on him. Otherwise I will definitely make him taste the kind of suffering where he is unable to live if he wants to, and unable to die if he wants to. Qingping smiled sweetly, clasped her hands and helplessly reminded him of the sect rules. Martial Uncle Ant cultivators acting against mortals would violate the sect rules. Zhaoge turned his head to look at her and Iran, announcing, Sizhou City is just ahead. What I am worried about right now is not whether Aping's father is colluding with the demon cultivators. He stood with Qingping and that martial Uncle Ant on a light leaf boat, gazing at Sizhou City in the distance. Zhaoge looked up and observed the common people coming and going in the marketplace. Stated his opinion. Instead, if a fierce battle breaks out in the city, the common people will inevitably be affected. If we eliminate the demon disciples, but cause casualties among all the city residents, the loss would outweigh the gain. Qingping lightly clapped her hands and spoke worriedly. Senior brother Zhaoge is absolutely right. Iran, standing by, frowned and interjected. We must figure out a way that achieves both goals. Both protecting the city's residents and eliminating demon cultivators like Jochong. That would be ideal. She moved her hand slightly, looked at Zhaoge and asked for his suggestion. How about I go into the city first to evacuate the residents? Iran placed her hand on her chin and replied. That's not appropriate. There are too many people in Sizhou City. To evacuate everyone would need the city lord's help. Qingping stammered this. Chowga turned around, looked at her and warned her. Don't force yourself. Let's think of other methods. Qingping placed one hand on her chest, her face showing determination, and spoke decisively. No, if doing this can help senior brother Chowga, I am willing to go. Chowga slightly curved his lips, revealing a faint smile, and evaluated silently. This girl certainly has some character. But for a cheat player like me, how could I truly be out of options? He looked straight into the golden void ahead, calling the system to search for redeemable items. I remember that item is called the Illusory Realm Talisman. Chowga recalled himself holding a long spear, suspended in midair, facing monsters. In his previous life when he was a player, he had fought countless fierce battles with demon cultivators, warriors, and other players. Everyone understood that when immortals fight, the ones who suffer must be mortals. That's why the Tianxian realm had an extremely strict mechanism to limit high-level players from accidentally harming ordinary civilians. The system panel turned red, issuing an emergency warning. Lines of text popped up. Special warning. Player combat affecting mortals. For every life accidentally harmed, one level will be deducted. He stretched out his hand, conjuring the Illusory Realm Talisman. The talisman shone brightly, and he sank into thought. It was this mechanism that prevented all players from acting recklessly. Otherwise the Tianxian realm would have long ago been ruined by the players. The Illusory Realm Talisman was an absolute necessity for those players who paid real money back then. Its function was very simple: to create a false space duplicating the surrounding environment. No matter how intensely the battle raged inside, shaking heaven and earth, no innocent person would be harmed. And its only drawback was that it was expensive. This item could only be bought from the system store, and one talisman cost a staggering 100,000. A progress bar appeared showing it was searching. Chowga clasped his hands behind his back, thinking calmly. Of course, 100,000 for a whale like me was basically no different from 10 yuan. His gaze never left the source of light. From the Illusory Realm Talisman, suddenly it displayed an image of the city, surrounded by text. The system panel showed its function. Illusory Realm Talisman shrank special item. Effect upon use. Creates a false illusion, which can pull hostile targets and the user into the illusion. Duration 30 minutes. Price 10 million experience points. What the heck, it only cost 100,000 before. And now it requires 10 million experience points. Cheage's face darkened. He reached up and clutched his chest, so angry that he almost coughed up blood. He cursed silently in frustration. This system is truly taking advantage of the situation. Iran looked at him and reported seriously on the situation she had just perceived. Chowga, I sensed demon cultivators with my spiritual sense. The quantity is quite large. The strongest one is at the city lord's residence. Her realm is above the 7th stage. Qingping's face paled and she couldn't help but exclaim. 7th stage, she added helplessly. In our sword sect only the chief elder's realm is high enough. Attained such high cultivation. Lu Chowga remained calm and composed, reassuring Iran and Qingping without the slightest hint of worry. There is no need to be nervous. I have also slain quite a few 7th realm demonic cultivators. Since Martial Uncle Chu has already sensed their presence, they must certainly be aware of us too. Since that is the case, he and his senior sister and Qingping stood on a small flying boat, gliding across the clear blue sky. Lu Chowga frowned slightly and shouted without hesitation. Lu Chowga of the Mo sect is here. You lot of rat-like demonic cultivators. Hurry up and come out to face your end. Just then those demonic cultivators simultaneously used their likeness techniques and jumped right in front of him. A group of demonic figures appeared before them. One demonic cultivator spoke mockingly. Cultivators truly are arrogant. Do you really think you are invincible in this world? You have a decent appearance, but, well, make sure you suffer greatly soon enough. The two female cultivators beside him aren't bad either. I quite fancy them. Leave them for me later. Seeing this, the crowd screamed in terror, turning around and fleeing in panic. Demonic cultivators, they are predatory demons and strange beasts. Run, hurry and run. Why are there so many demonic cultivators and strange beasts in the city? A cultivator lord is confronting them. Run quickly, don't get in the cultivator lord's way. As the crowd ran suddenly from high up, a gigantic figure leaped down, blocking their path, kicking up a cloud of dust. A controlled strange beast opened its mouth and let out a huge roar, fiercely raising its claws to the sky. How can we let you escape? You bunch of useless mortals. Right now you are the perfect tools. None of you are getting out. Stay put right here. Qingping clenched his jaw, extended 2 fingers and summoned his flying sword. Those guys really are. Just as senior brother Chowga said, they want to use the lives of the common people to restrain us. Irin frowned, assessing the situation while looking at the pack of strange beasts before her. Over 20 demonic cultivators, plus their strange beasts. The lowest cultivation realm is the 4th realm, and most are above the 5th realm. This is quite a bit of trouble aping. Find a chance to go alone to the nearest sword cultivator sect, and find reinforcements first. Lu Chaoga remained calm, standing between his senior sister and Qingping, and dropped a statement. We can't leave now. The master of this place has already appeared. He looked up at the magnificent city before them. A gate was slowly opening. Zhou Zhong tightly gripped her staff, slamming it against the ground, laughing heartily as she spoke. Fellow Taoist Lu has arrived exactly as expected. It wasn't a waste of all this effort by this old woman. Maintaining her old woman appearance, she slowly walked down the steps, saying to the people beside her, I didn't expect that this old woman would only set one trap, yet had managed to lure in an elder of the sword sect. Iran finally lowered her gaze, her eyes narrowed slightly, bearing a thoughtful expression. Lu Chaoga coldly watched the strange beasts, and suggested unceremoniously, why bother hiding? Just reveal yourself. Zhou Zhong curled her lips into a smile, emitting an extremely powerful spiritual energy around her. Her fingernails gradually lengthened, becoming incredibly sharp, and she said mockingly, You men are truly impatient. In an instant, Zhou Zhong had completed her form transformation, raised her arms, her tone full of mockery. Don't worry this time. I absolutely won't let you leave. Zhou Zhong spread her arms wide. A massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from her whole body, and she spoke excitedly. In order to ensure you fall completely into the trap, besides setting up some small fry to greet you and the populace held captive as bait, I also have a special formation tailor-made for you cultivators. The source of spiritual energy continuously spread outwards, forming a mysterious purple space. This formation has a different effect on mortals, but it works wonders against cultivators. The strange beasts moved throughout Suzhou City, created a chaotic scene. Everyone who inhaled that strange gas immediately lost all their strength and collapsed onto the ground. Mortals collapse just by smelling it. If the formation isn't dispelled within 1 hour, they will surely die. That person's face turned ashen, his eyes wide and filled with anxiety. He clenched his hands and shouted, Chaoga, this formation is bad news. The spiritual energy it releases penetrates the body, corroding the spiritual power within. Qingping's face was pale as he said helplessly, If we sword cultivators lose our spiritual power, we won't be able to compare to demon cultivators at all. Zhou Chong placed one hand over her lips, waving the other hand gently back and forth in the air, mocking. I never thought that a distinguished sword sect elder could be so wrong. However, this formation certainly corrodes the spiritual power of sword cultivators. But it doesn't just corrode spiritual power. It will also transform the spiritual power inside you cultivators into the power of demon cultivators. Stay in this formation for 1 hour, and you will completely become the demon cultivators you despise the most. Those citizens infected by the dark art were all wailing in agony, feeling like their heads were about to burst. That person's eyes widened, clenching his fists tightly, and he furiously denounced, indignant, Demoness, don't you dare spread nonsense here. How could such a thing be possible? Zhuchang's lips curled into a slight smile, watching the scene before her with appreciation. This is a technique derived from a manual left behind by your sword sect's artifact refining cultivators. Enjoy this show. Since it's possible to modify living beings through artifact refining, why can't a cultivator's spiritual power be converted into the power of demon cultivators? That person was utterly shocked, his mouth agape. unable to believe his ears, stammering the question. According to you, was my master truly harmed by you? Jiuchong curved her lips into a casual smile, and her mocking voice rang out. I'm terribly sorry. I've killed too many cultivators. I no longer remember who your master was. That person was burning with rage. He raised 2 fingers on one hand, and opened the other hand, activating a technique. Behind him a magical totem appeared. You scoundrel, I demand you pay for my master's life. Jiuchong raised both arms high without fear, clicked her tongue and then challenged the sword sect elder. You want me to pay with my life? Then come and try. Which is faster? The speed at which they slaughter the whole city's population, or the speed at which my sword reaches your neck? Jiuchong's subordinates scanned everyone greedily, and then they all suggested, Lord Jiuchong, give the order quickly. We have been starving for too long. The flesh and blood of these living people should have been our feast long ago. Very well, you want a feast. That person frowned tightly, his entire body stiffening, his limbs gradually becoming sore and weak, unable to move. Cursing words left his mouth. You are truly, utterly shameless. His legs gave way. Jiuchong maintained her imposing manner, turning to ask Chaoga. Chaoga, do you want to save the citizens of this city? This venerable one can give you a chance. Chaoga frowned, sweat dripping down his face, looking at her suspiciously. You good-hearted. Tell me more. Jiuchong covered her face and let out a loud laugh, stating her condition. If you take your own life immediately, and offer me that beautiful head of yours, this venerable one will spare the city's citizens. How about that? Qingping heard this, his entire face turning pale with fright, his eyes wide and full of tension. That person was equally astonished, a flash of panic crossing his eyes. Using magic control, a sword floated in midair, blocking the path in front of Chaoga. Senior brother Chaoga, don't be misled by this demoness. Iran held up 2 fingers, standing firm, and loudly proclaimed, the head of our Chaoga won't be moving out. Don't even think about getting ideas about him. Chaoga was utterly speechless. He narrowed his eyes helplessly and wondered internally, why are these 2 so nervous? Who would actually take a few ridiculous remarks seriously and go kill themselves? How speechless. She wants to emotionally manipulate me. But this venerable one's cultivation is much higher than she imagines. Jiuchong was displeased because she failed to achieve her goal of sowing discord, so she spoke. It seems, Sect Master Lu, that you want surrender so easily. However, all of this is within this venerable one's plan. She looked coldly at her subordinates and ordered, if Lu Chaoga is unwilling to sacrifice his head, then have these brutes seize every single commoner and torture them until they breathe their last. You shall see. Qingping was astonished. You. Iran glared angrily at Jiuchong, gritting her teeth. Try it if you dare. At worst, we'll fight to the bitter end. Even if you are 7th stage, I will destroy your foundation, even if it costs me my life. She raised her hand high, laughed wildly and contemptuously repeated Yiren's words. Fight to the bitter end. Don't forget, you 3. You are currently trapped within my demonic energy formation. All this venerable one needs to do is stall for time, and I can make your lives a living hell. Qingping secretly realized the severity of the situation, and cursed angrily. Damn it, how could this woman be so despicable? It's exactly as expected. It was all a trap she set. From the very beginning, she intended to lure us into this city. Iran frowned, cold sweat trickling down her face. A complex look flashed in her eyes. She thought, she is nearly gambling that we cannot abandon the commoners and run away at a moment like this. But running away is the only way to break the deadlock. Cold sweat poured down. What should we do now? She clenched her jaw and turned to look at Chaoga, who was still safely standing there, without making any move, which puzzled her greatly. Clearly the situation was already this critical. Yet Chaoga showed no signs of panic. Does Chaoga definitely have a plan? He lowered his head, observing the opponent's every move, silently watching Jiuchong release energy to knock down the commoners and control her monstrous beasts. He fell into contemplation. Junior sister Ning, can your nephew, who possesses such unique talent, truly find a way to win in a hopeless situation like this? Chaoja's lips curled slightly and he spoke every word calmly. There is still one thing this venerable one does not understand, and I wonder if your excellency can provide me with an answer. Qingwu stood silently amidst the evil energy, saying nothing. His expression became serious. He clasped his hands behind his back and darkly questioned, "As the lord of this city, why do you side with her knowing full well she is a demon cultivator? Furthermore, you handed over the lives of the city's commoners to her." He frowned, unwilling to answer Cheage's question, and said coldly, "Human cultivator, this matter does not concern you. After today you are certainly going to die. This city lord does not need to explain himself to a dead man." She turned around looking at Qingping, who was gritting her teeth after Cheng Wu finished speaking, and said, "See, your father has essentially joined the villain's side. Later you can feel free to kill him." She hastily turned around, looked at Chaoga and stammered, "But senior brother Chaoga, he is right next to that 7th stage demon cultivator. And many other demon cultivators are restraining the commoners." Seeing Cheage's excessive confidence, Iran cautiously reminded him, "Chaoga, don't act recklessly. There are thousands of commoners in this city. We can't possibly protect them all." Zhou Chong was silent for a moment, observing their conversation, then mockingly asked, "What's the matter? Oh, arrogant and unrestrained Sect Master Lu. You can't sit still anymore. Or perhaps, now we can finally act. Let's see if you kill us first, or if we consume all the citizens in the city first." Chaoga looked at the dense spiritual energy, which completely enveloped Suzhou City. He fell into contemplation, then summoned his magical treasure. A stern look flashed in his eyes as he stared at her, saying, "You are too arrogant. This venerable one truly wants to strike. Your performance is getting a bit boring. Then bring it out." Chaoga clenched his hands tightly. Golden light shone through his fingers. "Then let this venerable one personally take the field." In an instant, the entirety of Suzhou City was bathed in golden light. Beams of light spread along the city walls, reaching the location of Jiuzhong. She looked around in surprise, and couldn't help but blurt out, "What is this? A magic tool?" Qingping quickly turned back to look at Chaoga, reminding him hesitantly, "Senior brother Chaoga, what did you do? We're still in the city." Iran widened her eyes in surprise at the sight before her. Iran looked at the scene in front of her with wide eyes and astonishment, and retorted, "No. We are no longer inside the city. Amazingly aping. Look around, the citizens have all disappeared. Now only Jiuzhong's people remain in the city." Qingping also vaguely sensed it now, and shouted in astonishment, "It's true, I can't see any citizens anymore." Astonishment. Did senior brother Chaoga do all of this? The people below have now become incredibly panicked. Where are they? Where did those citizens go? The food is gone. Who took them away? I was clearly keeping an eye on them the whole time. Bastard, give me back my flesh and blood. Jiuzhong was equally shocked, constantly looking around. Wait, it's not just the citizens who disappeared. Even the magic formation, the demonic energy I set up, is gone too. How exactly did he do that? What kind of magic tool did he use? In that distant, chaotic place, Chaoga silently observed their reactions, even until death. You want to know where you failed? You failed because you didn't know this venerable one is an overpowered player. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched his attack. Subsequently, a burst of black energy shot out rapidly. The black energy, following Cheage's instructions, surged toward those people. Seeing this, Jiuzhong immediately erected a barrier. Well done. Did he plan all of this from the very beginning? But ultimately it was useless. The commoners below were gradually being swallowed by the black energy. But those who managed to escape, looking at the scene below, couldn't help but feel terrified. He just with a single strike, he was able to eliminate all the demon cultivators and the strange beasts lying in ambush in the city. That cultivators' sword energy is far beyond the level of a sword cultivator. 6th realm. What exactly is his background? Could he be a sword venerable or a sword emperor? Iran and Qingping witnessed that moment, and couldn't help but gape. Wow, our Chaoga only needed one move to make so many people fall. I didn't expect that. In just the blink of an eye, our Chaoga has completely reversed the situation. Chaoga, senior brother, has become much stronger than when we last met. Just as they were exclaiming, Chaoga spoke up and assigned tasks. Senior Marshal and Chu, the 8 demon cultivators guarding the city gates, are all at the peak of the 5th realm. I'll leave them to you. Upon hearing this she immediately complied. Since our Chauga has spoken, then your older sister Irin will definitely get it done. Qingping blushed upon hearing those words. Senior Marshal Lanchu is saying inappropriate things again. He turned and handed her a mission. Ping. Your father is being left for you to resolve personally. Is that acceptable? When Qingping heard that name, her expression instantly became serious. There is no longer any affection between him and me. And now he is colluding with demon cultivators, endangering the city's populace. Whether for public duty or private matter, I will show no mercy. Zhao was very satisfied with this answer. Very well, let us split up and act separately, understood Zhao. Yes, senior brother Zhao. After settling the matter, he shifted his attention back to his own main objective. Zhozhong, there is no one left to obstruct us now. Didn't you want this head of mine? Come and take it, Zhozhong. She had appeared before Zhao without him realizing. She said nothing more and began gathering energy. Lu Zhao, you are truly too arrogant. He did not hesitate either, directly launching an attack towards Zhozhong. In the very next second, Zhao was already swinging his blade, stabbing straight towards her. However, now I really want to take off your head. With just this one move, Zhozhong's body was thrown high up into the air behind her. I am not like those people who drag things out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Irin had successfully brought those demon cultivators under control. Looking at the small fry before her, she spoke haughtily. Demon cultivators at the peak of the 5th realm are nothing more than my playthings. The remaining fellows still showed no fear, viciously attempting to charge forward. Brothers, quickly surround and slay this woman. Show no mercy, she is 6th realm. She is an elder of the sword sect. Consuming her flesh and blood will surely let us break through our realms. Even just one bite is enough. The taste of a female 6th realm sword cultivator. I have never savored that before. After speaking, this group charged forward and surrounded Irin. Meanwhile, on Qingping's side, she spoke sternly to the man. Qinggu, you must repay the debt for killing my mother. Qinggu immediately denied it. Your mother was harmed by my wives and concubines. It has nothing to do with me. If you want revenge, you've come to the wrong person. Qingping seemed to have guessed he would say that. I used to think that too, but senior brother Zhao told me otherwise. Flashing back to an earlier time, Zhao spoke, revealing the truth to her. Ping. There is something I don't know if I should say, but you must know this. If a domestic dog bites someone, it must be because someone unclipped its collar. Upon hearing this, Qingping immediately understood the implication. Senior brother Zhao, I understand what you mean. Back in the present, she shouted furiously, my mother. She wasn't harmed because the first and second mistresses were jealous. It was you. She failed to bear a son, and couldn't help you, she was just dragging you down. Speaking of this matter, Qingping could no longer hold back her tears. You are cruel and heartless. It was your selfishness that killed my mother. Hearing this, Qinggu knew he could no longer keep up the pretense. Qingping, my daughter, it seems you have grown. He took off his outer garment, preparing for battle. But even if you are already a cultivation practitioner, your father can still kill you with his own hands. Qinggu, level 43, 4th realm, triple heaven. Body modified by Qi refining secret arts. 60%. Entered the cultivation path by borrowing power from demon cultivators. Just as Qinggu took off his outer garment, the system prompt appeared, initiating a Ping's physical tribulation. Opportunity for leveling up artifact is generating. After reading this, Zhao couldn't help but feel proud. That's great, Ping. In the end, you didn't disappoint my expectations for you. The core of this hidden quest really was centered on you. I just wonder how long it will take for this wretched system to finally generate this opportunity. Suddenly an earth-shattering roar sounded. Lu Zhao, don't think that just because you ruined my plan, you are guaranteed to win. Below them, a colossal object was emerging from the ground. Zhozhong stood proudly upon it. Ordered loudly, kill him for me. A gigantic monster appeared. It was carrying 2 heavy firearms on its back. After accumulating energy, the monster immediately launched an attack at Zhao, but he quickly dodged to the side. The move was similar to that turtle's. It seems Zhozhong's understanding of the art of living artifact refining is also very limited. After grasping some information, Zhao activated his ability. I must first see what kind of abilities this Zhou possesses. His eyes immediately displayed the information of that monster advanced perception. Zhuhong's various pieces of information were also analyzed. Zhou former name Zhou Liangyu insectoid. Human identity. One of the 9 second-class zealots of the Purple Moon Society. Monster cultivator leader. Responsible for the Qing nation's regional affairs. Current realm. LV-74 7th realm 4th heaven. Monster cultivator domain. 100 ghosts withered forest rating A contracted exotic beasts. Earth modified mountain river beast. LV-71 7th realm 1st heaven. Fire modified flame falcon LV-73. 7th realm 3rd heaven thunder. Modified vine dragon python LV-77. 7th realm 7th heaven. Even the information on that specific monster appeared. Earth modified mountain river beast. Current realm level 71. 7th realm 1st heaven. Insectoid exotic beast climbing type earth attribute. Battle tendency defensive counterattack reflection. Weakness analysis. The modified exotic beast leans towards defense and lacks powerful offensive capability. The head is the weakness. If hit, there is a chance for a one-hit kill. After a quick read-through, Zhao smirked dismissively. This Zhou is not simple. He's actually hiding 2 contracted exotic beasts that haven't been released. He's trying to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to me. As for this level 71 pangolin, it looks like it's attacking, but it is actually a defensive exotic beast. If my sense perception hadn't been exceptional, I really would have been fooled by this guy. After understanding his opponent, he began to reveal his own strength. Since you have a respectable background, then I, your superior, will seriously deploy the sword domain human immortal. After accumulating enough energy, the earth pangolin beast shot countless crimson spinning blades towards Zhao. However, none of them landed. This greatly infuriated Zhou. Sure enough, trying to rely on the pangolin beast's spiritual energy wave to hit him is truly too difficult. Did he already release his domain just now? She realized she had been seen through. It seems I have already fallen into his domain, and he can draw out my spiritual power. If this continues to drag on, then I will be at a complete disadvantage. Just then Zhao drew his sword and launched a counterattack. Ching creeper basic attack. Seeing this, Zhou quickly activated her defense. Pangolin darling, open your armor, foolish. Did you really think my pangolin was an offensive exotic beast? The sharp sword blade sliced down, tearing apart even the surrounding space. But it could not touch the exotic beast. Instead, it was reflected by the rebound shield. Seeing the attack bounce back, he nimbly dodged. Not only can it defend, but it can also reflect sword energy. This pangolin is much more useful than that turtle. After regaining the initiative, Zhou said smugly, "You can't even deal with one of my exotic beasts. With another one, Lu Zhao, you are only at the 6th realm imperial heaven. What can you possibly do?" The next second she opened another space, summoning the exotic beast Flame Falcon to appear. Having pulled out this secret trump card, Zhou became even more arrogant. Lu Zhao, as long as the Flame Falcon hits you, even if you don't die, you'll be severely wounded. It is an immensely powerful offensive exotic beast, an existence at the 7th realm 3rd heaven. But Zhao showed no sign of panic whatsoever. One focusing on defense and the other on sneak attack, a carefully calculated move. He refused to be outdone. He released the Mo Dao. If it were the me of half a year ago, I probably would have been hit by that strike. But now my ink dragon has transformed into Mo Dao, capable of launching rapid surprise attacks. Ching Fate style final simplified version. The dragon shadow formed by Mo Dao swiftly surged forward, piercing Yanzhan's body. Seeing her exotic beast struck down, Zhou shouted furiously, "How can this be? How is that possible?" Clearly, he couldn't even break the defense of the lower level Shanjia beast. Yet he managed to kill Yanjuan in the blink of an eye. Suddenly darkness enveloped the entire space. She immediately realized the situation was dire. Impossible. This ease as soon as the words left her mouth. That layer of black light curtain suddenly shattered into countless pieces. Looking at Zhuhong's expression, Chao Gu felt immense pleasure. That expression is excellent. Exactly as I expected. along with the shattering that Yinjuan was also blown to smithereens. She still couldn't believe the power he had displayed. How could you possibly? Upon hearing this, Chao Gu guessed what you wanted to say. Are you trying to say that I couldn't break the defense just moments ago, but suddenly managed to break through and even kill a higher level exotic beast with one sword strike? He said this while brandishing his blade, preparing his next move. Is it possible that previous sword strike was something I did on purpose? Was I not pretending not to be able to break your carapace? You can now release your second exotic beast to attack me. Zhou Zhong quickly activated the protective barrier around herself. She shouted loudly, Chao Gu. Facing this situation, Zhou Zhong could only grit her teeth and hold on. This brat's cunning is truly profound. The atmosphere around them had now become incredibly tense between the two. She spoke, filled with indignation. It seems the sovereign underestimated you. The title of Azure State's strongest swordsmanship newcomer was not won merely by your looks. It was earned. You truly do possess some genuine skill. Seeing Zhou Zhong still standing there rambling, Chao Gu warned her. Why aren't you running yet? It seems you have other trump cards. Hurry up and use them. If you keep stalling, I will drain your spiritual power dry. But she showed no fear whatsoever and erupted with her own spiritual power. I don't need your warning. This sovereign's killing intent has now reached an uncontrollable level. I demand that you pay with your life for my 3 deceased disciples and for my 2 treasures. Just then the entire space was shrouded in purple. Zhou Zhong revealed her final trump card domain activation. Countless arms began to emerge all around, enveloping Chao Gu. This was the demon cultivator's domain, 100 Ghosts Withered Forest. They rose higher and higher, and even the moon was dyed purple. Chao Gu silently observed the situation. As expected of an A-rank domain, this presence is in no way inferior to Shashang. But Chao Gu quickly formulated a countermeasure. However, if it were Shashang in its complete state, it should be even stronger than this, right? Zhou Zhong believed she had gained control of the situation, and said triumphantly to Chao Gu, the moment this sovereign's domain is fully activated, the outcome is already decided. You lose because of overconfidence. Upon hearing this, Chao Gu just gave a contemptuous smile. So what exactly does this domain of yours do? He speculated internally. Advanced perception didn't analyze any special effect from this domain, which means the domain's intrinsic strength should be very limited. Yet her confidence is strangely eerie. Is there truly some insidious effect? She didn't reveal it, and immediately launched an attack. Seize him before you die. This sovereign will naturally give you the answer. Countless arms rushed over simultaneously. Chao Gu brandished his long sword to parry the attack. Damn it, she's getting smart. If I don't reveal my true hand, things will get troublesome. I will just continue to counterattack, just like this, until my plan succeeds. Since she refuses to speak, I will stall the fight. Stall until all her spiritual power is exhausted. The winner will still be me. The strong have their methods, and the weak have theirs. On the other side, another demon cultivator was struck down. Shuiren finally finished dealing with them, feeling a bit tired. It's been a long time since I fought anyone, so my sword techniques are a bit rusty. However, relying on the suppression from my cultivation level, I managed to easily deal with these guys. She wiped the sweat away while glancing over to the other side. Chao Gu must also be. But when she saw the scene unfolding, Shuiren couldn't help but freeze. What is that? Chao Gu over there was fighting fiercely, facing countless giant palms. She just glanced at it and felt a little. She felt like vomiting. Just from one look, she felt such intensely negative emotions rise up. Innumerous sounds of sorrow and agony were transmitted through the spiritual energy. Shuiren quickly closed her eyes, worrying about him inwardly. If the residual effects alone are this terrifying, then Chao Gu, who was right in the middle of it, how much pressure must he be enduring? The focus returns to Jiao Chong. Seeing that she still couldn't affect him, caused her extreme panic. What exactly is going on? Why is this power, the 100 Ghosts Withered Forest domain that attacks the mind, having absolutely no effect on him? Yet Chao Gu remained composed, crushing those palms one by one. This made her even more curious about Chao Gu. What other secrets does this kid have? Seeing Chao Gu gradually being enveloped by her power. Jiao Chong thought confidently. My 100 ghosts withered forest domain. Besides creating the domain of spectral hands, creating countless skeletal demon hands centered around me, also has a core ability, which is to continuously amplify the negative emotions deep within the opponent, directly destroying the opponent's spirit. Even cultivators at the same level as me, like that elder from the Sword Sect, as long as she is within my domain, their spirit will collapse. My domain is the cornerstone of my endless victories. Even my various exotic treasures and beasts cannot compare to it. However, completely contrary to what she imagined. In the very next second, Chaga eliminated that group of hands. This left Jiao Chong utterly shocked. But how is this possible? Why is my domain having absolutely no effect on him? Watching Chaga so easily defend against her attack, Jiao Chong secretly speculated. Could it be that this kid harbors absolutely no sense of fear in his heart? The mere thought of this possibility made it unacceptable to her. No, I don't believe it. It is absolutely impossible for someone like that to exist in this world. Seeing that this method failed, Jiao Chong changed her strategy. Since I cannot stop him from taking the demon spiritual power, then I will resolutely transfer all my demon spiritual power into the domain, to boost the domain's effectiveness to maximum strength. I don't believe it, Lu Chaoga, that you truly have not a single shred of fear. Having said that, she immediately unleashed her spiritual power. Spiritual power rapidly spread in all directions. Chu Yiren was also significantly affected. The domain's influence is strengthening, even using spiritual power to resist. The sense of dread in her heart barely diminished. My master back then and Chaoga now both have to face such a terrifying monster. I actually cannot even look directly at it. At this moment her heart was filled with self-reproach. But I'm already in such distress. Am I supposed to wait for Chaoga to kill that fiend, and then go over and congratulate him? Master, if I can't personally avenge you, what good am I? Chu Yiren. Suddenly past memories flooded her mind. Their master gently instructed. Yiren Yinger, your spiritual aptitude and comprehension. Both of you possess excellent natural talent. This is the fundamental cultivation method of the Sword Sect. You must practice every day. Don't be lazy. Yiren innocently replied. Why can't I be lazy? Anyway, since master is here, who can bully me? Yinger, however, said glumly, father doesn't like me being slow. I haven't been lazy, but my talent isn't as good as senior sister's. Hearing this, the lady merely smiled and reminded them. You two children, one of you is truly more troublesome than the other. But Yiren, you cannot be lazy either. Because although you are smart, you lack a touch of agility. Yinger, you are not lazy. But you don't need to blame yourself. If your talent is inferior, it doesn't mean your accomplishments will be inferior. Diligence alone can make up for deficiencies. After hearing this, Yiren asked back suspiciously, agility. Yinger dutifully agreed, yes. I will work harder to catch up with senior sister soon. Back to reality. She strived to follow the teachings. Be agile. If I cannot look directly into that abyss, maybe I can succeed. After a moment, Yiren also bravely opened her eyes. Meanwhile, Chaga silently observed those arms. How strange. The spiritual power that woman poured in kept increasing. Yet it wasn't apparent how much those skeletal arms had been strengthened. Does her domain truly only look intimidating? Not wanting to waste any more time, he began to execute his moves. If she continues to hold back her ultimate move, then this master will no longer be in the mood to play with her. A dazzling light suddenly flashed within the encirclement. The black dragon was summoned once more. It quickly broke through the vine-like encirclement. In the end, this master, Jiao Chong, was also taken by surprise. What's happening? He still has strength left to counterattack. Is his mental state truly as tough as steel? But she did not give up and continued summoning arms. He has been in her domain for so long, yet his sword intent hasn't weakened in the slightest. Countless arms enveloped his body again. Then Jiao Chong tensed her body, trying to resist Chaoja's impact. Too strong. My forest of white bones actually couldn't stop that single sword strike of his. In just a second, the horde of white bones was swallowed by the black dragon. It was only then that Chaoga glanced slightly downwards. This probing sword strike of mine seems close to killing her. His black dragon swooped down, stabbing directly toward the position where Zhou Chong stood. Just when everyone thought it was over, she revealed her trump card. Lu Chaoge, you are indeed powerful. Since you could force me to summon my soaring dragon. A massive dragon was summoned. Even when fighting a 7th realm demon cultivator. And likewise being a purple eye 2nd class, no one has ever seen my soaring dragon. Hearing these words, Chaoge replied with contempt. Hearing you say that, it seems that all the purple eye 2nd classes in your Purple Moon Society are completely useless. Seeing this, Zhou Chong was too furious to speak. You saying this, she suddenly recalled something and asked, Purple eye 2nd class 1, remember not long ago, I think I killed a purple eye 3rd class in the sword prison of the sword sect. Is there anything special about your 2nd and 3rd classes? Seeing that he remembered, Zhou Chong replied with blazing resentment. You finally remembered. That purple eye 3rd class you killed was none other than my diligently groomed disciple. Upon hearing this, Chaoge showed no remorse, but sneered instead. Oh, I see. A purple eye 3rd class is the disciple of trash. No wonder I killed him so easily. Such an insult made the woman lose all control. Soaring dragon, devour him for me. The soaring dragon immediately charged forward, its entire body exuding a surging murderous aura. The system quickly displayed its information. Lightning modified soaring dragon python level. LV77 7th realm 7th heaven. Attribute lightning node has previously devoured the body of a 6th realm cultivator. Before its modification, it possessed the bloodline of a thunder dragon. Its body is incredibly tough. And when surrounded by lightning, it can transform into a thunder serpent. After reading this, Lu Chaoge did not feel afraid, but instead calculated the worth of this great snake's materials. A thunder ancient dragon bloodline that can also transform into a thunder serpent. That oxhorned head would certainly make a great computer mouse. That would be excellent. In the next second, countless magic arrays appeared behind him, preparing to launch an attack. As for what is guiding this thunder dragon, I shall simply cut it down. The divine heaven domain is being deployed. But Zhou Chong still stubbornly offers energy support to Tinglong, relying on the white bones pulled out by this exalted one within the domain. The strength of the white bones will increase, as long as I can capture Lu Chaoge and create a tiny opening for Tinglong. Lu Chaoge will surely die. At this moment, Lu Chaoge approached Tinglong, swinging his hand to continuously slash at it. How exhilarating, exhilarating. You beast are much more interesting than your master. Right at this moment, Zhou Chong had already summoned countless skeletal arms. Rushing fiercely from behind him, she loudly declared, Lu Chaoge is dead. How dare you insult this exalted one by saying I am worse than a beast? This exalted one will surely crush you into a meat patty. Suddenly, a figure referred to as Eren rushed out from nowhere, launching a surprise attack on Zhou Chong from the rear. Zhou Chong, the vengeance for killing my master must be settled today. The speed was too fast, making it impossible for her to anticipate. But fortunately, Zhou Chong still managed to raise a barrier in time. Now she had no choice but to focus all her attention on this Eren. This person used cloth coverings to reduce the domain's effect on her emotions. This woman is truly clever. But if her mountain armor treasure and flame quasi treasure were still around, how could she dare be so presumptuous here? But now I must give up on Lu Chaoge and deal with this woman first. Zhou Chong showed her sharp claws to the woman, loudly stating that even in close quarters combat, a level 6 like you cannot defeat this exalted one. The Eren ignored her words and shot countless daggers toward her. Even if I have to risk my life today, I will make her pay. On the other side, Lu Chaoge was still handling the skeletal arms in Tinglong alone. He seemed to notice the appearance of the Eren. The dark hand behind Zhou Chong stopped, so Martial Uncle Chu had already entered the domain to fight. Just as I thought. However, her ability made Lu Chaoge feel worried. Martial Uncle Chu is level 6, while Zhou Chong is a demon cultivator at level 7. It's difficult for Martial Uncle to defeat an enemy far above her level, unlike me. Having said that, he immediately acted, transferring his energy to her to give her a little help. I can only help Martial Uncle a little bit. Human immortal spirit severance description. Second effect of the domain. When the human immortal uses this technique, it shuts down. Spirit speak and transforms into, draining a large amount of spiritual power from the selected target. The current draining effect is 5 of the target's maximum spiritual power per minute, and the target cannot exceed the user's level by more than 10. Juchong's spiritual power seemed to be draining away. She felt it and secretly wondered internally. What's going on? My spiritual power is rapidly diminishing, and the speed is several times faster than when Lu Chaoga was draining it just now. Juchong was furious, turning around to shout loudly. Lu Chaoga, this is your doing, isn't it? Over here he displayed his dominance, pushing the surrounding power into his body. I am truly sorry, but you are level 7. Fighting my level 6 senior alone. That's somewhat like bullying the weak. I'm draining your spiritual power to balance your fighting strength. That's very reasonable, right? Hearing this, she gnashed her teeth in anger, but couldn't retort even a single word. The cultivator quickly swung her sword, attacking Lu Chaoga, expressed his thanks. Juchong was immediately placed in a difficult position by this wave of attacks. He clicked his tongue. That bastard Lu Chaoga distracted me. How dare I, the sovereign, be injured by a mere 6th realm cultivator like you? The cultivator showed no fear and pressed forward relentlessly. Even if my eyes are obscured, it only allows me to focus my spirit more keenly on dealing with you. With the next strike I will surely take your head and avenge my master. She manifested 2 enormous ethereal palms. Even with the help of that Lu Chaoga, you are definitely no match for me. Once I tear you into shreds, I will then go and kill that Lu Chaoga to vent my anger. Those massive and terrifying palms rushed forward, attempting to seize the cultivator. Seeing this, Xianchu sighed inwardly. Even though Juchong has been injured by me, the offensive power in her hands hasn't diminished in the slightest. The gap between the 6th realm and the 7th realm is truly immense. During the fierce battle, she suddenly heard a voice resonate. Anchu, just stall for time. There's no need to rush for a decisive victory. Stall for just a little longer, and her spiritual power will be completely drained by me. By then killing her will be easy. Upon hearing this, the cultivator Anchu immediately brightened up. It's Cheage's voice transmission. Following this, she began attacking even more fiercely, consolidating wave after wave of sword techniques. Chaoga, I understand. As long as I keep stalling, I will definitely be the winner. It seems little Chaoga is not only physically strong, but also very experienced. He knows that maneuvering and stalling is the way to win. Hearing this message, Lu Chaoga, who was currently channeling his power, felt speechless. Anchu really talks too much. If it were my previous life, I probably would have been defeated by her long ago. Recalling how I had to pay for the love I received in my previous life. Was I the fool who got ripped off most of the time? Suddenly a massive maw opened up, rushing towards him accompanied by a shrill shriek. The monster seemed uncontrollably enraged for some reason. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga smiled faintly. This thing actually possesses sentience. It realized I was distracted and even knows how to get angry. From the maw of this gigantic beast, countless mysterious black substances were spewed forth. Countless indistinct ethereal palms appeared. Seeing this sight, he displayed a look of satisfaction. Impressive, truly impressive. For a 7th realm entity transformed into an anomaly, you certainly have some skill. To actually weave a huge net out of lightning, to restrict my movements and narrow my range of activity. This is indeed a clever move. Lu Chaoge's expression became sharp. It's a pity your intelligence is very limited. You think I am the one trapped, but in reality you are the prey. As its head lunged forward, he immediately drew his sword, while simultaneously emitting an extremely chilling aura. Lu Chaoge's spell power violently erupted at this moment. Since Ant Chu can already fight Juchong's main body, then it seems you all are running out of tricks. Testing stops. Here, it's time to end this. He decisively brandished his sword. This single strike will put an end to your miserable existence. A green dragon was suddenly summoned, carrying surging killing intent to confront that snake or the creature referred to as the beast. The remaining beast. They immediately clashed violently, tearing and biting at each other. Lu Chaoga watched everything with sharp eyes. It can actually withstand the Mo dragon's attack. This anomaly must possess the bloodline of an ancient exotic beast. and even some mutated genes. Coupled with organ modification, its power far exceeds the norm. Thinking this, he turned towards the blood-like red aura. In that case, at this moment the system issued an urgent prompt. 10,000 spirits resentment detected. Do you wish to gain its allegiance? A sharp light flashed in Lu Cheage's eyes. Gain allegiance of the 10,000 spirits resentment. When I gained this ability. I don't know when it started, however. A hint of smugness then crossed Qi Jia's face. That being said, it's not my style to have a cheat and not use it. With that, various branches of power spread out rapidly. Released in different waves. The exotic beast opened its mouth wide, letting out an astonishingly powerful roar. System prompt continue. Human immortal realm has temporarily activated. The contemporary immortals. Perfect state. Seeing this scene, Qi Jia was even more surprised. State. The contemporary immortals' perfect state. Is this the human immortals' hidden mode? The scales on the snake's skin seemed to have air currents swirling around them. Then strange blue light bubbles emerged from them. Seeing these, the snake was greatly astonished and shocked. Due to overwhelming fear, it was forced to retreat. Qi Jia also felt a surge of curiosity. What were those things? The clearer he saw what those huge bubbles were, the more shocked he became, as there seemed to be human figures inside. Those things were actually the vengeful spirits of living people, devoured by this beast. During its centuries of life, he hadn't expected it to devour the souls of the beings it had eaten, preventing them from reincarnating. It seemed to open its mouth wide, utterly bewildered by this sudden situation. Qi Jia clenched his fists tightly, his voice filled with seriousness. For an exotic beast, devouring bodies and souls is an incredibly powerful innate ability. But for the humans it once devoured, but their bodies perished, souls extinguished, never to return. All of this ignited his rage. Power emanated like the fury in his heart. You truly deserve to die. Immediately after that, power violently erupted, expanding its destructive force to a wider range. System prompt. Temporarily unlocked a portion of combat power under the current state. The perfect state of a modern exiled immortal. Just as the monstrous snake felt panicked and flustered, it suddenly saw a wave of power attacking with horror. With just such an understated move, Qi Jia directly sliced it into hundreds of pieces. System display: monstrous beast killed. 7 realms 7th heaven lifeform transformation. Advanced transformation soaring dragon python. The power of soul melting has been used. Melting other souls. He flew in midair. Those surrounding bubbles are now moving faster. Qi Jia closed his eyes and whispered, "May you all rest in peace. Your deep-seated vengeance I have already avenged for you." From those bubbles, every soul expressed gratitude, responding in unison. "Thank you." Hearing this, his expression remained unchanged. "This is an echo from the souls. How can I hear it? Is this also one of the abilities in the human immortal's perfect state? My divine soul seems to have advanced an entire major realm at this moment, more powerful than ever before." Qi Jia raised his hand to observe, revealing a puzzled expression. But why in such a short time was I able to gain such powerful divine soul abilities? Is it because I'm close to collecting all the bone and soul fragments of the slain deities somewhere in the human immortal realm? It's no longer possible to maintain peace. Thinking of this, he stroked his chin and burst into laughter. It seems I'm quite popular. At this moment the system prompted. Killed monstrous beast, thunder transformed soaring dragon python. Gained 27,000 experience points. Special core detected. Seeing this, Qi Jia showed a surprised expression. The special core descended from high in the sky. Besides the bubbles, countless strange objects also fell. At the same time, inside this blurry purple egg sac lay a sleeping snake. Seeing this small egg sac floating before him, Qi Jia was very curious. So what is this thing? Noticing this, the advanced system provided information. Snake Shadow Thunder Spirit explained. A powerful soul essence nurtured by a gifted monstrous beast. In the Guyuas 7 realms, it contains the power of thunder and snake spirit. Note can be embedded in a sword for tempering, transforming the sword spirit. Seeing this, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corner of his mouth. This thing is practically a treasure custom made for me. It can actually mass-produce sword spirits. Fantastic, simply fantastic. He gently raised his hand and observed carefully. He pondered for a moment. But after all, this was born from a monstrous beast. Using it on Bu-Wan feels a bit nauseating. Moreover, if something happened to Bu-Wan, I'd be in trouble. However, if I use it on Xiao Wu, I won't feel nauseous. So Chaga kindly gave that egg to Xiao Wu to eat. Here, this is for you. It was ecstatic, opening its mouth wide and easily swallowed the egg-wrapped package containing the snake into its mouth. As it swallowed it into its abdomen, its deliciousness satisfied Xiao Wu. However, less than a second later, its body deflated in an unusual way. This was followed by bang-bang cracking sounds. Its abdomen swelled up, as if a winding sword had pierced it. The system popped up a notification window: discarded sword. Xiao Wu was being tempered by the power of the snake. Shadow Thunder Spirit. The sword spirit's appearance and level are changing. Upon seeing this, Chaga showed clear delight. This rotten snake is finally somewhat useful. Xiao Wu, quickly show me your new birth. From that long mark, layers of skin on top seem to be torn open. The degree of transformation is gradually increasing. Just a moment later, Xiao Wu's body tightly coiled around the long sword. They seemed to have merged into one. But the two of them didn't seem to cooperate well. Yet the surrounding power source was actively trying to make them fuse. The system prompted. Abandoned. Sword has successfully merged with Snake Shadow Thunder Spirit. Transformation is in progress. He was a bit stunned seeing them struggle against each other. Xiao Wu didn't look like it was fusing. Instead, it looked like it was undergoing electroshock therapy. Just then Bu-Wan appeared above his head. Chaga looked very surprised. Bu-Wan, why are you out? She didn't speak, but gently summoned a strange spell. With this move from Bu-Wan, the two finally yielded, easily fusing together. Chaga was extremely surprised. Are you trying to ease its pain? Immediately after, she hit its head directly with a hammer, knocking it out. Chaga was speechless. Xiao was unconscious again. Well, I guess this counts as easing its pain. The sword quickly appeared in a new form. A beam of light swept across. It appeared on Xiao Wu's forehead. Abandoned sword has completed its transformation. Chaga waited for a long time, finally getting a result. Transformation complete, integrated with Snake Shadow Thunder Spirit. Won't its level skyrocket? And its abilities surge as well. Just as he said, the system prompted. Congratulations. You have obtained the E-grade sword spirit Xiao Wu Electrocution. Abandoned sword. Electrocution abandoned sword level 1, the system explained. E-grade sword spirit Xiao Wu Electrocution abandoned sword. The sword granted this sword spirit will be forcibly fixed at level 1. At the same time during use, it will continuously release electric current, equivalent to the wielder's own cultivation realm. Evaluation: the owner can pleasantly enjoy the sensation of electric shocks. Upon hearing this, Chaga was completely stunned. E-grade electrocution abandoned sword. Enjoy the sensation of electric shocks. He grabbed Xiao Wu and kept squeezing it. Out of anger. This lord will crush you to death right now, you useless thing. Wasting resources, wasting my feelings. You go die. Just then Zhou Zhong's voice rang out. Lu Chaoga, how dare you kill my soaring dragon? Hearing this, he recognized the voice immediately. It was Zhou Zhong's voice. Her spiritual energy has already been drained by me. And her destined bondsman has also been slain by me. She is already at the end of her rope. It seems the battle on Senior Chu's side is also about to end. She slowly backed away, looking utterly furious. Soaring dragon, my soaring dragon, it was my heart and soul. Zhou Zhong screamed loudly in agitation. You actually killed it. You even destroyed its soul. At this time Iran Senior Chu was also in a sorry state, gazing at the opponent's weakened fingertips. Senior Chu thought. Now she is completely spent. Although my own spiritual energy is almost depleted, my situation is much better than hers. The next move. I must end her life. To avenge my master. However, Zhou Zhong was blinded by rage, and she began to shriek intensely. A succession of dark energies emanated from her, accompanied by the appearance of countless illusory gaunt hands. I will kill you and then kill Lu Chaoga. I will torture your living souls forever. I will refine you into my bondsman. Jiu Zhong rushed forward with her mystic hands. And force you to devour others. I will make you scourge the world. A massive shadow gradually enveloped her, terrifying Irin Senior Chu. Suddenly a voice transmission sounded. Senior Chu, she is burning her soul. She is fighting desperately. This will be very dangerous. Do you need my help? She seemed to hear it and turned her head. It was Cheage's voice transmission. Irin Senior Chu was fearless, raising her sword and replying. Chaoga, this is my blood feud. You have already helped me greatly. Now just let me be willful this one time. If I cannot kill this wretch with my own hands, then on the path of cultivation ahead, my Dao heart will surely never be clear and smooth. Lu Cheage's eyes showed determination. In that case, follow Senior Chu's wishes. Back when I slew the demonic cultivator who harmed my parents, I felt the same way Senior Chu does now. He nodded slightly. Beneath Senior Chu's unrestrained and casual demeanor hides a passionate heart. Irin gently removed the cloth, blindfolding her eyes. I am different from my martial sister. She mainly practices chi refining combined with sword cultivation. I mainly practice dual cultivation combined with sword cultivation. Chi refining cannot raise cultivation base, but dual cultivation methods can. Even performing dual cultivation alone, my domain is extremely unique. Only someone with a much higher realm can truly help. After all, fighting while stripped is purely a comparison of cultivation levels. Since Chaoga is here, I originally didn't want to activate my domain, but now I have no other choice. Seeing this situation, Jiu Zhong became even more ferocious. Is she trying to activate her domain? I absolutely cannot let her succeed. The illusory skeletal hands drew closer, attempting to stop Senior Chu's actions. They nearly crushed her body. However, the domain had already activated domain activation, Pure Love Realm Domain. The surrounding space turned pink, permeated with floating petals. Irin Senior Chu stood right in the center. The power of the domain spread out violently, instantly colliding with the two skeletal hands. The light became even more dazzling and brilliant. The fierce gale intensified, forcing Jiu Zhong to raise her hand to shield herself. She actually managed to activate the domain. It's over. Everything is finished. But as she struggled to shield herself, an even more dazzling ray of light captured her attention. Jiu Zhong struggled to open her eyes and look around, muttering to herself, "I'm fine." However, the sight before her terrified her even more, because Jiu Zhong found herself stripped of all attire. This left her utterly shocked. No, wait, my clothes. Jiu Zhong was terrified. What is happening? Right before her was Irin Senior Chu, who was also similarly stripped bare. This is my domain. It will pull both you and me into an isolated zone. Everything stark naked without any worldly possessions. Complete transparency. This is pure love, Jiu Zhong shouted loudly. I don't believe it. When I tried to summon my spiritual power, I couldn't use it at all. How is this possible? Where is my spiritual power? Just then Irin rushed up and kicked her. The sincerity of pure love is to abandon all external possessions. Money, fame, fortune, status, and background are irrelevant. Only pure love remains. She didn't stop. She gave Jiu Zhong another blow. Someone like you who has lost her spiritual power and is heavily injured can no longer use your trump card, so you can never defeat me again. Without a doubt, Jiu Zhong was hit several times in succession and collapsed to the ground, sinking into a slump. Irin continued to raise her foot. I want you to pay for my master's life. As expected, the subsequent scene exploded into a haze of romantic pink light. Chaoga nearby turned away, his face as red as a tomato. Elder sister Yiren's figure is truly beautiful. I just didn't expect such an interesting sight. His expression immediately changed. Jiu Zhong mastered the living body chi refining technique, pulling her into an area where all spells and spiritual power are unusable. This is indeed the best way to prevent her counterattack. Rude, stop looking. Elder Master Chu will definitely win. No need to keep watching. I wonder how Qingping is doing. Thinking of this, a serious look appeared on Cheage's face. Junior sister Qingping actually has such a fierce side. Before the scene switched, a sharp sword directly pierced someone's chest. Inside the magic circle formed by 4 gigantic stone pillars, Qingwa's hands and feet were bound by iron chains, and the one who stabbed him was Qingping. Xingwu gritted his teeth in pain. paying such a heavy price to kill me. Yet you will also die. Why? Why don't you think of yourself more? Qingping was covered in wounds, struggling to stand. Because only if you go to the underworld will I have the face to see mother? His expression twisted. You would sacrifice your own life for others. Is it worth it? What's more, you and your mother have never met. Why go to such lengths? She asked, tears in her eyes. Is it worth it? You ask me if it's worth it. Do you know how I came to know all these things? It was my grandmother. The image of a kind old woman appeared in her mind. Qingping said in an extremely furious tone. After you abandoned me, grandmother took me in. Grandmother was old, but she raised me alone. Although life was extremely difficult, the days spent living with grandmother were my only source of happiness. Later, when I was 6 years old, grandmother fell ill. We had no money for medicine, so she became bedridden. Qingping was young then, anxiously calling out to her grandmother. Grandmother. Her grandmother tightly held Qingping's hand and spoke weakly. Grandmother is leaving soon. You have to rely on yourself from now on, aping. You still have a father in this world. Go and beg him for the sake of your mother to raise you. Although she was very weak from illness, a faint trace of anger could still be seen. Also, you must never forgive those who killed your mother. Remember this, aping. The young Qingping held her grandmother's hand tightly, weeping endlessly. Aping remembers grandmother, aping remembers. Don't go. When the dying words ceased, it was also when grandmother's hand slipped away in that dilapidated house. All that remained was her heartbreaking scream. Grandmother. To this day, Qingping still cannot forget that hatred. You watched them kill my mother, collude with demonic cultivators, and harm the citizens of the entire city. All these things are the retribution you deserve. Go die, she said, stabbing deeper and harder. However, Cheng Wu revealed a smug smile. He struggled and broke free from the chain on his right arm. This greatly surprised Qingping. What? How can you still move? His mechanical arm grabbed her sword. If I want to survive in this world, how can I not prepare more fully? Cheng Wu's eyes flashed crimson light, accompanied by a strange laugh. Not only that, Lord Jiuchong, because I created 2 qi cultivation cores, I was able to stay alive. He smoothly pulled the tip of the sword out of his body. I will not be defeated. As expected, the weapon on Cheng Wu's right arm pierced straight through her body, and blood spurted out. Qingping spat out blood instantly. Not only that, he confidently raised the weapon as if it were a battle achievement. That is merely a plot device in a story. Qingping seemed to feel despair. Am I going to die? As death descended and she neared desperation. In her mind, she only remembered her mother's beautiful face, her grandmother's kind and friendly appearance, and the figure of her master, whose mouth still had a trace of blood, and Chuiren. All of this flashed through Qingping's mind. Not only did she fail to avenge her mother, fail to fulfill her grandmother's last wish, and fail to help senior martial Uncle Chu, she also caused her master's sadness due to her involvement. Her eyes slowly closed. Damn it, why? Why can't I be victorious in every battle like senior brother Chauga? Then she also closed her eyes and gave up struggling. Following that, a single tear rolled down. Why am I just such an ordinary aping? That tear gently dropped onto the ground. In the void, Qingping seemed to hear a familiar voice. Silly child, look up. She couldn't clearly see who was using their own hands to cradle her cheeks. Whose voice is this? It was a beautiful woman, looking extremely anxious. Silly child. Since you were chosen by my Shingon Tianxiao, how can you just die like this? On the screen, a scene appeared showing 2 girls confronting each other. Just then Qingping was dumbfounded and shouted in disbelief. You are Grandmaster. Didn't you already? The Grandmaster quickly pinched her cheek, then spoke. What's wrong? I am a magnificent great cultivator. Can't I leave? A wisp of residual soul on my destiny sword. I also saw you when it chose you back then. Hearing this, Qingping lowered her head in embarrassment and quickly said, I am sorry, Grandmaster. I have disgraced you and the Shingon Tianxiao. The Grandmaster glanced to the side, then stated firmly, It's not that you disgraced me, just that you disgraced it. The Shingon Tianxiao sword appeared in front. Qingping couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. Shingon Tianxiao. It is here too. The Grandmaster calmly analyzed it gained sentience a long time ago. And a very special kind of spirit at that. But your comprehension is ordinary, and your innate abilities are common. If I were choosing, I absolutely would not have chosen you as its successor. Qingping scratched her head awkwardly and stammered. Then she thought internally. Those words are really harsh. Immediately after the Grandmaster continued speaking. But it valued your simplicity and ordinariness, your righteous and loyal heart, and your tough and unyielding character. It considered these to be your strengths. Qingping suddenly understood, breathed a sigh of relief and replied. So it chose me because of these things. But then she sighed again and said, but I'm going to die again. No, I should say I'm already dead. Since I can see the Grandmaster's residual soul. Does that mean I am already a soul myself? Having said that, the Grandmaster immediately squeezed Qingping hard, making her grimace in pain. Qingping couldn't stand it and quickly yelled out, "I'll stop." The Grandmaster irritably scolded. Do you still think? You are dead now. Hearing this, Qingping suddenly understood, widened her eyes and confirmed. I can feel the pain. So that means I'm not dead yet. The Grandmaster was highly displeased, withdrew her hand and explained. Of course you're not dead. If you were dead, that little girl named Ningying would be heartbroken. She is your master. But she is also my precious darling. If you dare make her sad, I absolutely won't spare you, you little rascal. Qingping rubbed her cheek, nodded in agreement and replied to the Grandmaster. Aping understands, then she thought to herself. So in the Grandmaster's eyes, Master is the real treasure. Then if I die here, Master will definitely be very sad. Following that, Qingping suddenly suggested to the Grandmaster excitedly. Since you have appeared at this moment, you must have a way to help me, right? Aping doesn't want to die here, disappointing my mother and grandmother and also disappointing my master. The Grandmaster said happily. You finally remembered the important matter. It seems you aren't completely beyond saving after all. Immediately after, the Grandmaster cast a spell without hesitation and then analyzed. This venerable one became famous in youth. Never liked cultivating the sword throughout my life. Only enjoyed artifact forging. But the way of forging artifacts from beginning to end is merely borrowing the power of external objects, and is not worthy of prominence. Thus the divine craftsmanship sword shot forward like lightning, charging straight ahead. Under the Grandmaster's influence it suddenly split apart. Afterward the Grandmaster began to elaborate. This venerable one meditated motionlessly for 30 years on Xingji Cliff and finally understood that the ultimate attainment in sword cultivation is transforming the body into a sword. And isn't artifact forging also transforming the body into a sword? Just at this moment, the sword turned into a series of phantoms spinning around. The two of them and the Grandmaster continued to explain calmly. And divine craftsmanship Shenggong Tianqiao is precisely what this venerable one achieved by fusing my own flesh and blood into the sword body, creating it. This made Qingping unable to hide her astonishment, blurting out, divine craftsmanship was forged by the Grandmaster using her own flesh and blood. Hearing this, the Grandmaster calmly waved her hand and explained, not entirely. I merely put in one hand, one leg and half a heart. As soon as she finished speaking, Qingping was even more shocked, shouting dumbfoundedly, one hand, one leg and half a heart. The Grandmaster composedly raised her hand to manipulate the sword, and then declared, if you want to establish a sect and legacy, how can you not make sacrifices? There are many paths of cultivation in the world, but which one hasn't been pioneered by tens of thousands of geniuses using their flesh and blood, opening up the way? Finally the Grandmaster gathered all the phantoms of the divine craftsmanship and then concluded, either live a lifetime of mediocrity and passive rigidity, or burn everything down and open up a new era. I only prefer the latter. Immediately after, the Grandmaster shot thousands of swords towards Qingping, and then commanded, little one, catch. Qingping calmly wrapped herself around the divine craftsmanship sword. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, and secretly assessed. It hurt so much it feels like my entire arm was shattered, and is now being pieced back together. Finally, the divine craftsmanship successfully reassembled into a single, shining sharp sword. Qingping couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, what is this? The Grandmaster observed the scene beside her. smiling triumphantly as she explained. This is precisely my ultimate masterpiece. The method of transformation uses divine craftsmanship as an intermediary, using the owner's flesh and blood as chi essence, fundamentally altering the structure of the flesh and blood, completing 3 transformations to become the perfect artifact forging body. However, yours is only the first stage. It can only transform your body into various instruments. It merely changes according to your will. The Grand Ancestors subtly reminded him. The so-called perfect artifact forging physique doesn't solely rely on this low-level forging core to forcibly modify the body. Instead, it only requires the aid of spiritual power to transform into an artifact forging physique. As long as spiritual power remains, the body is indestructible. Qingping's mouth dropped open in astonishment after hearing this. Spiritual power unending, the body indestructible, and without needing the help of the modification core. So, the modification technique that Qingyu obtained from Yantu was low-grade junk. The Grand Ancestor specifically added and analyzed. Moreover, this transformation technique of mine has a total of 9 stages. Given your ordinary aptitude, if you can develop 3 stages, this elder will be satisfied. But even if it's only the first stage, it's more than enough to kill that father of yours who was worse than a beast. Qingping listened attentively, not missing a single word, and then exclaimed in surprise. The Grand Ancestor is too amazing. But there is one thing that Aping doesn't understand, and doesn't know if he should ask. The Grand Ancestor patiently encouraged him, go ahead and ask. Immediately Qingping scratched his head and asked, puzzled. Grand Ancestor, you are so powerful. Why were you defeated by that 9th layer expert back then? When past events were brought up again, the Grand Ancestor's face turned purple with rage and wrinkled up. Qingping secretly observed the Grand Ancestor's expression, and immediately spoke up in panic. Aping won't ask anymore. Instead of calming down, the Grand Ancestor angrily turned around and walked away, not forgetting to curse. Get lost. Just looking at you annoys me right now. Qingping awkwardly stammered, Grand Ancestor. But I have one more question. Although angry, the Grand Ancestor still turned back and looked, replying through gritted teeth. Ask, but if you ask that same question again, I will mercilessly transform you into a wild boar. So Qingping immediately spoke without hesitation. The thing Aping wants to ask is, for an ordinary cultivator like me, why would a peerless prodigy like yourself, Grand Ancestor, be willing to appear and help me? The Grand Ancestor merely grinned after hearing this question. The Grand Ancestor then sincerely answered, because there is someone similar to me beside you. I want to use your body to observe what kind of achievements that young man will have in the future. Chapter 502. Qingping widened his eyes and said in surprise, a heavenly talent similar to the Grand Ancestor. Are you referring to Elder Brother Chang? The Grand Ancestor smiled, proudly nodded, and replied, you know the answer, why ask? Immediately after, the Grand Ancestor directly ripped open a spatial rift, pushed Qingping inside, and then instructed, go back now. Your mortal destiny has arrived. Go personally end your evil karma back in reality. Qingping's body was struck by Qingyu's sharp spear and pierced through. Blood flowed profusely. Qingyu smugly declared, idiot. Only by thinking more about oneself can one survive until the end, become the victor, and write history. He also frowned, pondering as he spoke. Ultimately, those high-ranking court officials. The sharp looks flashed before his eyes. Qingyu imagined the highest seat of power belonging to him. His resolve strengthened further, and he mused, only by continuing to live can I return to the center of power in Qing country. Only then can I reclaim everything that belongs to this prince. Qingyu clenched his fists in extreme excitement, encouraging himself. What if I'm not the legitimate eldest son? What if I'm an illegitimate son? What if I lack innate talent or potential? Now I am also a practitioner. Qingyu smirked menacingly, thinking about holding the entire imperial court under his control. He grew more excited. As long as I live longer, and am stronger than all of you, then that position will eventually belong to Qingyu. Just then suddenly, a deafening roar, a massive sound, enraged Qingwu, who sharply demanded, what was that noise? The stab wounds on Qingping's body gradually began to heal. Her entire body was wreathed by the sword of divine skill and ingenuity, bursting forth with flashes of light. Xingwu lost his composure, stammering in shock. How is this possible? She's clearly just flesh and blood. Why would she? At this moment Xingping's body had completely recovered. She reached out her hand. Xingping gripped her sword and charged forward, shouting loudly. Xingwu hurriedly backed away, raising his hand to block. Then said in astonishment, "Stop! How can you do that too?" Xingwu trembled all over, trying to dodge Xingping's attack. But she declared unequivocally, "Evil cannot overcome righteousness. Justice will prevail over wickedness." She mercilessly drove the sword through Qingwa's body. Finally Xingping silently thanked in her heart. "I'm lucky to have had the ancestral master's residual soul this time, along with the divine skill and ingenuity." She used her power to release the mechanism transformation. Phase 1 dissolution. Finally, Xingping allowed the sword to revert to its usual form. She speculated happily. Ancestral Master said the mechanism transformation has 9 phases. If phase 1 is already this powerful, then reaching phase 9 would surely rival Lord Jianzuan, my martial uncle, wouldn't it? Just then, Chaoga appeared out of nowhere and suddenly spoke. "Aping, I was just about to step in and help you, but I sensed a spiritual soul aura. Was that the person who saved you?" Xingping immediately cupped her hands and replied, "Reporting senior brother Chaoga, that was the residual soul of my ancestral master. He helped me just now to grasp the true divine power of the divine skill and ingenuity which allowed me to kill Xingwu." Upon hearing this, Chaoga praised her with satisfaction. It is truly rare for such a dazzling and peerless genius to leave behind a residual soul and divine power within their life force sword. Just looking at the technique you just used, it is vastly superior. Be thousands or tens of thousands of molesto the artifact crafting mechanics of the White Mist Sword sect, which Jiuzhong and those demon cultivators modified. He smiled contentedly and continued to analyze. That Jiuzhong relied on a sneak attack to harm your ancestral master. But even though he got those manuscripts, he couldn't reach your ancestral master's superb level of artifact crafting. That is the difference between a genius and a common person. After listening, Xingping could only scratch her head and giggle foolishly. She pondered silently. Is this like the difference between senior brother Chaoga and me on the path of cultivation? Suddenly, from the smoke rising from the ruins, Qingwa's voice abruptly rang out. "Ji Jiuzhong, quick, give me a new body. I want to live. I can still provide you with more flesh and blood from living people, as long as you let me live. Jiuzhong, can you hear my voice? Jiuzhong." Xingping shot him a glance, her face grim. After hearing this plea, even Chaoga revealed a look of bewilderment. He looked at Xingwu, whose body was almost completely disintegrated, and Chaoga gasped softly. "Is that Xingwu? He's still not completely dead?" Junior sister came down the mountain with me to temper her state of mind so she could break through the current realm. At this moment, Xingping looked at Xingwu with complex emotions. Chaoga stood nearby observing her expression, then secretly judged. Now the inner demon is right before her. It depends on whether she can truly overcome it. So Xingping, without hesitation, decisively raised her sword and announced clearly, "Xingwu, I will avenge my mother and all the innocent people you killed. Your crimes are heavy, and death is too good for you." Xingwu struggled in his ruined body, begging, "Aping, even if I have committed countless wrongs, I am still your father in the end. If you strike this blow, you will have no relatives left. Are you truly willing to live as a solitary person?" Hearing this, Xingping suddenly paused. Chaoga simply stood silently to the side, then judged. This is Ping's inner demon. That sword strike just now. She originally could have completely killed Xingyu, but she showed mercy instead. Even now, what Xingyu said is actually the true secret, hidden deep down in Ping's heart. He looked at her small yet resolute back, and sank into contemplation once more. Ping's cultivation talent isn't high. Her childhood was extremely tough. She didn't receive much love. This led to her intense desire for that kind of affection. Even though she clearly knew that affection was wrong, she held on to a glimmer of hope. He continued thinking, "Everyone is like this. Me too. The heartless cannot establish themselves." Xingyu was still desperately pleading with Ping at this moment. "I am your father. Do you really have the heart to kill your own biological father?" Chaoga continued to observe Xingping intently, summing up internally. But if she wants to grow, she must sever these untimely emotions, even with the deepest reluctance, the pain and the difficulty. She must cut off what needs to be cut off. At this moment, Qingping swiftly flung her sword forward. She didn't hesitate. She swung the sharp sword directly towards Qingyu. Ultimately she sighed, filled with immense bitterness. Qingping executed a move of the fourth realm first level, causing smoke and black fumes to billow everywhere. In the end, fragments also fell down. Qingping stood bewildered before her father's remains. Lu Chaoga slowly walked over and comforted her softly. From now on you are grown up. After saying this, Qingping couldn't hold back her emotions and burst into loud sobs. Chapter 503. Eventually Kingwa's remains gradually disappeared. Under the gaze of Qingping and Chaoga, he smiled contentedly, thinking, Elder Chu's side has also reached the final stage. Zhou Chong is close to death with this act of revenge. I hope her Dao heart can also become clear. Suddenly an unfamiliar voice rang out. This truly was a delightful battle. I feel greatly satisfied. Lu Chaoga, you and the people around you are indeed extraordinary. Hearing this, Chaoga exclaimed in surprise, who is it? In the sky a spatial rift gradually appeared. Qingping and Chaoga looked up together. Immediately after, a young man appeared and introduced himself. I am Li Han, one of Li Sufeng's 3 corpses. Chaoga's expression darkened and he immediately retorted, What, do you also intend to attack me? After speaking he deduced internally Li Sufeng's 3 corpses. This person is completely different from the previous one. He can mention Li Sufeng's name without any reservation, whereas that person only mentioned Li Suifeng before incessantly spitting blood. Li Han immediately shook his head in denial. No, in order to infiltrate this space, I have already expended a considerable amount of spiritual power. Sect Master Lu is indeed Sect Master Lu. Even the purple-eyed second tier of the Purple Moon Society is absolutely no match for you. Hearing this, Chaoga immediately pondered and analyzed. Infiltrating this space. This space was created by a system-generated illusory realm talisman. Yet he was able to infiltrate it. It seems all items created by the system are deeply connected to this world. On this side, Li Han continued to explain. Moreover, even I didn't expect this. Zhou Chong and I, like this. But the result was destroyed by Sect Master Lu's spatial magic tool. Impressive, truly outstanding. He stared ahead, then said in a low voice, If it weren't for this magic tool, even if Lord Jin Zun came himself. Immediately Chaoga swung his sword, initiating an attack towards him, and warned, Enough with the nonsense. Li Han lightly dodged, then stated calmly, I didn't come here to fight. I wasn't forced to come and fight. However, Chaoga had already appeared, holding his drawn sword against Li Han's neck, and said sternly, Infiltrating this space, colluding with Zhou Chong, and disrespecting this sword venerable. It's hard to believe you didn't come here to fight. Like so. At this moment Li Han still appeared very calm and explained, Forgive my bluntness, but my alliance with Zhou Chong was merely to fulfill Li Sufeng's orders. However, given Sect Master Lu's magnificent and extraordinary presence, I cannot kill you. He scoffed, then revealed his purpose. Therefore the reason Li Suifeng sent me here is probably because he wanted Sect Master Lu to kill me. I do not wish to follow in Feng Long's footsteps, which is why I overcame numerous obstacles to visit Sect Master Lu here. Upon hearing this, Luya raised an eyebrow and said, You want to cooperate with me to deal with Li Suifeng? At this moment Li Han was sweating nervously. He said, Although I know Sect Master Lu is very powerful, currently it seems even a few more Sect Master Lus definitely wouldn't be enough to kill that Li Suifeng. He continued to emphasize, I understand his power better than Sect Master Lu does. Luya still held the sword at his neck, and then sternly questioned, Since you fear him so much, yet you dare not attack me, then what exactly is it that you want? The moment he finished speaking, Li Han immediately replied, I want to ask Sect Master Lu for a favor. To help me kill someone. Luya immediately retorted, What makes you so sure I will help you? Right afterward, Li Han quickly pulled out a piece of red soul bone fragment, and then asked, Does Sect Master Lu recognize this item? In his hand the item shone with light. Luya raised an eyebrow, observed it, and exclaimed, The scarlet, heaven-devouring Jiao's soul bone fragment. After speaking, he thought the last fragment is actually in his hands. No wonder the system hasn't prompted me since I entered the Zizhouching area, Li Han asserted confidently. This is precisely the most unique item within Zizhouching. On the way here, Sect Master Lu seemed to be searching for this item as well. That is why I found it first, specifically to hand it over to Sect Master Lu. As long as you help me kill one person, I will immediately place it in Sect Master Lu's hands. Luya let out a cold laugh, then aggressively stated, "Are you threatening me if I kill you? I can still take it." Li Han, having been caught, quickly gave a dry laugh to diffuse the awkwardness. "Sect Master Lu, please don't be hasty. The person I want Sect Master Lu to kill is actually a deeply sinful demonic cultivator." Luya maintained a nonchalant attitude, counter-questioning with amusement. "You, someone who colludes with demonic cultivators, actually want to kill one?" Li Han smiled awkwardly and said, "I spent a few days with Zhou Chong and learned some secrets about the Purple Moon Society. I will tell Sect Master Lu." Immediately afterward, he began to explain the matter. The Purple Moon Society, led by Zixin, established a massive organization of demonic cultivators. Excluding the Purple Eyes, who are the staunch pillars, the organization is divided into 3 ranks and the rest of the members are negligible. Li Han continued to analyze. Zhou Chong once said that all high-ranking demonic cultivators in the Purple Moon Society possess the blood of exotic beasts, gifted by Zixin. It is precisely because of this exotic beast blood that they can rapidly break through their realms, reaching the 6th realm, or even the 7th realm. Once he finished speaking, the system suddenly sounded a notification. Important information received. Secrets of the Purple Moon Society. Reward 1 million experience points. Luya opened his mouth in surprise, thinking, "I've actually already received the reward." It seems everything Li Han said is true. He was still slightly hesitant, thinking, but why is this kid being so frank? What exactly does he want? At this point, Li Han spoke up once more. "The Purple Eye first rank receives the largest amount of exotic beast blood. There are only 3 of them in the entire Purple Moon Society. Each one is a top powerful being already close to the 8th realm. Zhou Chong plans to use the merit gained from killing Sect Master Lu to enter the ranks of the Purple Eye first rank," he stated definitively. "And the person I want killed is precisely one of these 3 Purple Eye first ranks?" Hearing this, Luya still questioned him suspiciously. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Li Han immediately shook his head and denied, "It's not a grudge. It's just that I learned from Zhou Chong that one of the Purple Eye first ranks possesses a truly extraordinary technique." He continued to elaborate, calling this ability Hua Pai Painted Skin. A portrait of that young man. Strange ritual symbols appeared on the paper. Upon hearing this, Chauga frowned, recalling the image of a certain person. He immediately thought, Hua Pai, could it be that guy? At this moment, Li Han emphasized again, his technique can make the fake indistinguishable from the real, using the painted fake skin to occupy the body of a living person, making that fake skin turn into a real living being. Cheaja's gaze sharpened, pointing his sword forward. He said with cold eyes, "It seems like you want to acquire that technique, to create a clone of yourself, to deal with Li Suifeng, and then paint a new skin for yourself, to completely get rid of Li Suifeng." Seeing the sword point directly at him, Li Han was somewhat surprised. Then he explained with a slight awkwardness, "It seems the world only knows that Sect Master Lu is incomparably handsome, but they don't know that Sect Master Lu's eyes can see through everything. I truly meant that. I truly meant that. As long as I can escape Li Suifeng, I can gain freedom." Chauga looked serious and began to think about those 3 people. "I see. Li Han can barely be considered a neutral party. I can use this Li Han to kill the demon cultivators of the ZUS sect and weaken Li Suifeng's influence. This might not be a bad thing at all." He looked up towards where the golden light converged. "Moreover, the Zia faction might just trigger the Tianqian main quest. When that happens, I'm sure to make a huge profit." Chauga had now relaxed his brow. "I can score a bundle from Li Han, weaken Li Suifeng's influence, and also obtain the reward for the Tianqian main quest. This is simply a killing 3 birds with 1 stone strategy." Li Han nervously asked, "Sect Master Lu, what do you think?" He maintained his composure, but Li Han thought internally, After he guessed my intentions just now, he hasn't said anything more. Could it be that this Lu Chaoga thinks the conditions I offered are still insufficient? That makes sense. After all, killing the Xia faction involves dealing with a peak 7th realm expert. Thinking this, Li Han fell silent. It seems it's time to play my trump card. As long as I can escape Li Sufeng's control, I can sacrifice anything. Thinking this, Li Han took out a book. It was hovering in midair. Li Han handed the book over to Chaoga. Sect Master Lu, if you are willing to help me, I have a secret sword technique manuscript that I wish to offer. Chaoga looked at the book, then frowned. Secret sword technique. The sword in Xiaoja's hand was still pointed at Li Han. Chaoga was now skeptical, wondering if there was any sword technique in this world that could possibly surpass Qing Ming. What could this youngster possibly offer? Li Han tried hard to remain calm and introduced the item again. This sword technique is called Pujin Z, breaking the formation. It is a secret sword technique passed down through the lineage of the sword sect masters. Personally passed down. Xiaoja's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Thinking Pujin Z. I heard about this sword technique in my previous life. That person's body emitted a burst of purple energy. The array energy, the original boss of the Qingzhou main storyline. The sword of the underworld king used precisely this sword technique. It tormented countless players. He was originally one of Li Sufeng's 3 corpses, so possessing this technique is entirely logical. Thinking of this, Chaoga smiled happily. He looked extremely pleased. It seems this youngster noticed that I hadn't responded for a while, so he proactively offered this treasure. I'll grant him credit for knowing proper etiquette. Fine. I will reluctantly accept this 4 birds with 1 stone situation. In that case, Chaoga retracted his sword at this moment, putting it back into the sheath. At this moment, Chaoga retracted his sword, putting it into the scabbard. Likes to show off. These worldly possessions of yours are secondary. Slaying demon cultivators is precisely the duty of us cultivators. I will cooperate with you. But this is only once. A masterful display of artistic behavior. His words and actions don't match. Upon hearing Chaoga say this, Li Han breathed a sigh of relief. He then let out a long breath. Then please, Sect Leader Lu, accept them quickly, so that I, Li Han, can feel at ease. Li Han stretched out his hand, causing the 2 items to fly towards Chaoga. Chaoga took them into his hand, and subsequently stored them in his storage bag. Since you have already asked me for help regarding the whereabouts of this first-ranked demon cultivator Xia, do you have any information? Li Han had calmed down by this point. Hearing him speak, he no longer feared Chaoga. Li Han answered truthfully. Not yet, temporarily. The Purple Moon Society is inherently quite mysterious. The demon cultivators within the society fight on their own. They barely have any contact with each other. But I will quickly use the name of the Li family to scout out the demon cultivators' whereabouts from within the Purple Moon Society. When the time comes, I will immediately notify Sect Leader Lu to come and assist. At this moment, Li Han's entire body was covered by a layer of thin ice. I will immediately go and trace the demon cultivators' whereabouts. I shall take my leave for now. Having finished speaking, Li Han immediately vanished into the air. Now only Chaoga remained standing there alone. Chaoga stood there quietly gazing into the distance. This person comes and goes without a trace. The flying technique he uses is extremely advanced. It seems this sword sect master still has plenty of good things that can be squeezed out of him. He's quite generous too. What if I take the benefits and don't help him? He wouldn't even have a place to reason things out. Chaoga looked at his palm. A question couldn't help but arise in his heart. However, the urgent matter at hand is checking. After collecting the 3 soul bones, what kind of change will occur to the Shawshank killing life skill? Continuation of L7748. In the palm of Zayog's hand, 3 small stone fragments appeared. The system panel appeared at this moment. You have acquired all the soul bone fragments of the Qihong Tung Tianjiao. The 3 soul bones of the Qihong Tung Tianjiao are currently merging. The fusion will be complete in 48 hours. Please wait. Chaoga. Seeing this system prompt pop up, Chaoga angrily cracked his fingers. You wretched system, you just arrived at the crucial moment and messed up the grade-seeking artifact. The reward for the difficult mission and a Pinctus background. The system continued to pop up a prompt opportunity. The grade-seeking artifact is currently generating. Due to discrimination from the host, generation speed has decreased by 50%. Jaga grew increasingly angry. When he saw this prompt pop up from the system, You actually have emotions now, is that right? The system popped up a prompt once again. Due to discrimination from the host, generation speed has decreased by 100%. Jaga was completely stunned after seeing this notification. His mouth opened wide in shock. Hey, wait. At this moment Jaga lowered his voice and pleaded with the system. My mistake, I was wrong. You are the most formidable system in this world. You are the most beautiful system. And you are the most graceful one in this world. Seeing him like this, the system soothed him. The system panel turned red because of Zayog's actions, having received praise from the host. The generation speed of the opportunity. The grade-seeking artifact has recovered to normal. Jaga was immediately stunned after realizing the issue. He felt like something was wrong. Ever since obtaining this system, he had always thought it was just a tool. But it seems it is not entirely just a tool. Jaga sighed. He shook his head and looked at his glowing fingers. Never mind the soul bone fragments. Still require 48 hours to complete fusion. There's still no sign of the opportunity for the grade-seeking artifact. If that is the case, I might as well focus on reading this sword manual. Potion Z. Jaga pulled out that sword technique book again. The secret inherited sword technique of the sword sect master's lineage. What exactly is so amazing about it? Compared to Qingqing, Man, the purple upper grade technique of the sword venerable lineage. How does it measure up? The system panel popped up asking Jaga. S-rank sword technique Potion Z detected. Do you wish to learn it? It requires consuming 20 million experience points. Yes, no. Jaga was incredibly surprised at this moment. He countered Qingqing Man is a purple upper grade. That means a rank. And this Potion Z is actually S-rank. Jaga remembered the sword moves those people executed, and frowned in his previous life. The skill. The signature move of the protagonist of the Qingzhou world. Yu was Qingqing Man. Once activated, her sword speed was like lightning. But the problem is, this version of Yu had just passed level 50, and hadn't reached level 60 yet. And in the inheritance of the sword venerable lineage, an S-rank sword technique definitely shouldn't appear. In the past, someone once held a sword pointing at the sky, splitting the clouds in two, carving a line across the heavens. Jaga was even more surprised. That is to say, in the later stages of the Tianqian realm main storyline, Yu will still acquire the S-rank sword technique inheritance. That is the true sword venerable lineage. The pinnacle sword technique of the sword sect. After some thought, Jaga already had his answer. Learn it. The system immediately recorded the choice. Jaga thought to himself, I cannot afford to be easily left behind. If that kid Yu manages to get ahead of me, how am I supposed to utterly defeat him? Learning this sword technique. This will consume 20 million experience points. Don't fail me at the critical moment. At this moment in front of Jaga, now, countless lines of text appeared. Jaga was a bit stunned seeing this scene. A series of sword technique movements were displayed before Zayog's eyes. Drunk, I lift the lamp to study my sword. Dreaming, I return to the continuous camps where horns are blown. Camps? Jaga felt astonished once again at this moment. As expected of an S-rank sword technique, just the light effects generated during learning are already this dramatic. The system continued to display S-rank sword technique Potion Z. Prompt: a series of S-rank sword moves have been unlocked. Bob Bailey LV1. Skill effect status. Speed increased by 50 upon activation. Upgradable. S-rank sword move Jun Wang Zhongjia LV1 unlocked. Skill effect active. Slashes out an armor-piercing sword move. 150 power. Ignores 50 of the target's defense. Upgradable. Jaga cradled his chin and chuckled. Bob Bailey increases speed. And Jun Wang Zhongjia increases burst damage and includes armor piercing. Basically, with Malone stacked on top of this sword strike, even a 7th realm grand completion expert might not be able to withstand a single blow. Moreover, these two moves can continue to be upgraded, and their power can be further increased. The system displayed again. Detection. Host has learned one of the 4 forms of the Azure Emperor. The notification panel has been unlocked for you. Zhao Ge froze upon hearing this and asked the 4 forms of the Azure Emperor. As soon as he finished asking his question, a series of notifications appeared. Mu Long Ju locked, Ru Mangling locked. Man Jiang Han locked. Zayog's mouth dropped open, utterly shocked. This is amazing. So the secret sword technique of the master's lineage. The sword. Sect's move is only one form in this set of pinnacle sword techniques. Zhao Ge smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, it looks like this seat hit the jackpot this time. 1 chicken, 4 ways to eat it. I really stumbled upon a treasure. Just gathering all 4 forms of the Azure Emperor. The thought alone is thrilling. Li Han, oh Li Han, this seat is starting to regret things. Wouldn't I personally confer upon you the title of the most useful villain tool? The system pops up, continuing the notification. The Azure Profound main quest on the reverse side of the world. The 9-layer demon cultivator boss has been slain. When Lu Chaoge saw this message, he smiled contentedly. Senior Martial Sister Chu has finally been taken care of. The system notified again. For this kill, no other players participated. Therefore Lu Chaoge's contribution is 100%. Chaoge gasped in surprise when he saw this notification. Chaoge looked at the system panel before him, unable to stop smiling. I was already mentally prepared to help Senior Martial Sister break free from her inner demon. Even if it meant doing all that work for nothing. I didn't expect that in the end. The entire contribution would be credited to me. Lu Chaoge imagined a fiery girl sitting right in front of him. Sure enough, Aunt Chu is just as wonderful as Aunt Ning. This is simply too great. So good that my life is flowing smoothly like water. The system issued a notification to Chaoge. Azure Profound main quest on the reverse side of the world. The 9-layer demon cultivator boss has been slain. Experience gained. 3500000 rewards have been received. Heavenly Profound main quest progress is 9. A rank technique. Body merging chi refining technique incomplete. A rank array grand array spiritual aura conversion tip. Special reminder: the current Azure Profound main quest progress on the reverse side of the world is 51. The 5 milestone has been reached, granting a reward has been distributed. Lu Chaoge seemed to understand something. The body merging chi refining technique and the A rank array, while not top tier rewards, it is obvious that Xializi now has more things she can study. This grand array spiritual aura conversion array might be the demonic aura array she set up. If I modify it slightly, it might be incredibly useful. Lu Chaoge thought of those enormous demon cultivators. For example, if demon cultivators attack Momin again like last time, then when they step into the array, they will all become ordinary cultivators, unable to cast demon cultivation spells. The mere thought is exciting. Immediately following that, they will transform into mini versions. Just by thinking this far, Lu Chaoge revealed a cunning smile. Lu Chaoge smiled slightly. There is one more reward to claim here, let's open it and see. Lu Chaoge opened a purple banner. Claimed reward for 5 progress. Heavenly Profound main quest. Purple Mansion Boundary Breaking Talisman. Purple Mansion Boundary Breaking Talisman. Can only be used on oneself. Upon use grants 5 consecutive level increases. You can use this below level 65. Lu Chaoge, after reading that line, felt immense satisfaction. This is simply a talisman tailor-made for me. I am currently exactly level 65. To reach level 70, I would need to consume at least hundreds of millions in experience points. A string of words appeared on the purple banner surrounding Lu Chaoge. He thought to himself, right now my Momin is too powerful, and the skills and cultivation techniques that need to be evenly distributed are simply too numerous to count. Even if I were richer, I would be depleted. This boundary-breaking talisman reward came at just the right time. This venerable one is extremely satisfied. Just that evening, dark clouds enveloped the entire sky. Shuiran looked up at the sky. At this moment, a strange light illuminated the sky. The birds rushed toward the light point like moths to a flame. Shuiran breathed rapidly. Master, the enemy has been personally slain by your disciple. You can now rest in peace. At this moment, Shuiran was covered in wounds, and not a single piece of clothing on her body was intact. Her remains the disciple has also put into a storage bag. I will use it to pay respects at your grave. While Chowga was frantically claiming rewards in his divine sense. Space. Shuiran also activated her own domain. At this moment Shuiran walked to where Qingping was standing. Aping, why are you alone? Where did Chowga go? Qingping didn't turn around, staring straight at the sky. Qingping turned to Shuiran in terror. He pointed at the person floating in the air and said, Senior Marshal Ant Chu. Another cultivator appeared just now. Senior brother Zhaoga was talking to him. He still hasn't come down yet. Shuiran looked in surprise at where Qingping was pointing. Why is Zhaoga the only one there? Where is the person he was talking to? Zhaoga has now retracted his aura. Is there absolutely no sign of spiritual energy fluctuation? He still refuses to come down. Qingping turned around anxiously and asked Shuiran. Could it be that cultivator used some secret technique on senior brother Zhaoga and trapped senior brother Zhaoga? Right? Shuiran merely crossed her arms and remained silent. Qingping continued. Master once said that spells that damage the soul cannot be detected from the outside. 2. Iran looked toward Zhaoga in the air. No, that's not it. Zayog's demeanor has changed slightly. He is achieving a breakthrough. Qingping was puzzled. A breakthrough. Just then a strong gust of wind blew past. That's right, I definitely wouldn't mistake this aura. It is extremely difficult for cultivators above the 6th realm to achieve a breakthrough. Every breakthrough is a complete metamorphosis. Zhaoga is achieving enlightenment during combat. This is the most dangerous path, and the most difficult type of breakthrough. Shuiran turned around to look at Qingping, and said anxiously, Aping, stay here, I'm going to guard Zhaoga while he cultivates. Qingping remained silent, not replying. Shuiran looked in Zayog's direction, her face filled with worry. At this moment, if someone were to disrupt Zayog's current state, Zhaoga would not only fail to break through, but his cultivation level might even regress. Zhaoga must not suffer the slightest harm. Zhaoga is the future of the sword cultivators of Qingzhou, even if it costs me my life. Shuiran seemed to have made a silent resolution. Just then Zayog's body erupted with an incredibly powerful energy. This momentum was so strong it almost blew away. 2. Iran, she shouted. What's going on? This spiritual energy aura is so powerful. Qingping also shouted, it's too dazzling. Shuiran was so surprised that she was dumbfounded. This was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth manifested for Zayog's breakthrough. At this moment an extremely powerful beam of light descended from the sky. Subsequently a giant lotus flower appeared in the sky. Shuiran witnessed all this feeling immensely shocked, and her heart was surging. How could an ordinary person possess such momentum? Zhaoga is that lotus flower. Continuously emitted a unique radiance. Level up, level up, level up. Level up. Level up. Shuiran struggled to withstand the powerful spiritual energy, while simultaneously feeling utterly astonished. He continuously broke through 5 realms, achieving enlightenment during combat and consecutively breaking through 5 realms. His aura is getting stronger every moment. Shuiran simply couldn't believe her eyes. 3's this real? Am not dreaming, am I? Qingping covered his mouth in shock. Zhaoga began to slowly open his eyes and look around. At this moment Zhaoga was grinning from ear to ear internally. A continuous breakthrough of 5 realms. This is fantastic. Zhaoga was currently floating in the air, still enveloped by that aura. Looking at Zhaoga right now, he exuded a saintly power. Zayog's realm has reached the great perfection of the 6th realm. The system displayed, congratulations. You have leveled up to the great perfection of the 6th realm. The upgrade quest has been activated. You can select the level of the quest. Having said that, 4 beams of light appeared. Yellow, green, purple, and orange. Zhaoga smiled happily and stretched his hand forward. It's the same old saying. This upgrade quest only has one color, and that is the system chimed. Checking. Given that your stats have surpassed the current level, a red level quest has been created specifically for you. A wave of dark energy flew over and enveloped Zhaoga, along with the beam of light he had just chosen. Oh, and there's a surprise. The color of this light is a mixture of red and black. Lu Zhaoga burst out laughing after seeing it. Haha, a new color has appeared. Lu Zhaoga glanced at the light in front of him. It's the same old story. This advancement quest only has one color, and that is miraculous red. The most important thing is flexibility. Lu Chaoga extended his finger toward the red light. As soon as he touched it, the spiritual energy within the red color continuously surged outward. Lu Chaoga was slightly surprised at this moment. Mythical grade blood. Red. In the game of his previous life there were only 60 levels. He had never seen these things before. At this moment Lu Chaoga was enveloped by the red and black intertwining currents, but he didn't care at all. I really like these myths of yours. The two words bound to die. Lu Chaoga completely failed to see. This is a visual blind spot unique to people who enjoy showing off. Flying away like lightning. At this time the system panel changed from yellow to red. Bound to die advancement quest mythical grade blood red. Quest content. Kill a first rank purple eye of the ZUA Association. Quest hint. The ZUA Association is entrenched in Qingzhou. It is a leading organization in the demonic cultivation world. Strong enough to contend with the Sword Sect. There are only 3 first-rank purple eyes below the purple core. Each one can be compared to the 3 elders and the head seat of the Sword Sect. Immediately afterward the yellow panel appeared again. Quest rewards Sword Dao Aptitude X1. Heaven and Earth Enlightenment Awakening Talisman X1. Boundary Breaking Orb X1. Sword Spirit Nurturing Orb X1. Lu Chaoga smiled and said to the system. Someone sends a pillow when you want to sleep. Lihan o Lihan. The chicken you sent me must now be exchanged for 5 rewards. Next Lu Chaoga thought about the system's 2 lines of text that had just appeared. Heaven and Earth Enlightenment Awakening Talisman X1. Boundary Breaking Orb X1. He smiled and asked himself internally. But he had never heard of these 2 rewards. If the enlightenment could awaken again, what would it awaken into? If the domain breaks through its boundary, what will the breakthrough look like? Lu Chaoga closed his eyes, clenched his fist, pondering. I can't even imagine it. I'm quite looking forward to it. The system reappeared, causing Lu Chaoga to be startled. The soul bone fragments of the scarlet sky swallowing Jiao have been completely collected. Please find a quiet place as soon as possible to meet the challenge of the dragon of killing intent. Lu Chaoga questioned back in surprise. What is this? Is the first thing it does after successfully merging. To come and fight me. A line of exclamation appeared in the system. I have finally claimed all the rewards for killing Zhu Zhong. Subsequently Lu Chaoga broke through 5 more realms. He is finally close to reaching the 7th realm. Lu Chaoga, hovering high in the sky, had been thinking about one thing. In that case I should first wrap up everything in Shuzhou City. And then quickly return to the Momin sect for closed-door cultivation. To face the continuous challenges of slaughter. Chuirin flew up from below to Lu Chaoga's side. Her mood was one of worry mixed with pride. Chaoga, how are you feeling right now? Lu Chaoga turned around but did not reply. Chuirin became even more worried upon seeing this. Breaking through 5 realms consecutively will leave the body quite weak. At this moment Chuirin thought about the romantic relationship between her and Lu Chaoga. Subsequently she blushed. Lu Chaoga had now fulfilled her desire. Even if he wanted to immediately cultivate with her through dual cultivation gathering yin to supplement yang, she would comply. Thinking of this, Chu Yiren's eyes curved into a smile. Chu Yiren's desire was too obvious. Lu Chaoga had to take a step back. Senior Marshal Lan Chu, I am doing very well. After Qingping flew up on his sword, all he could do was stare with wide eyes at the scene. At this moment Lu Chaoga was so frightened he kept a straight face. Senior Marshal Lan Chu was resorting to dual cultivation tactics. Has her craving for my body already reached an undisguisable extent? I know I'm very handsome, but please bear with it for a moment. Seeing Chaoga dodging like this, Chuirin suddenly felt a bit awkward. Since that is the case, Zhou Chong has been killed by me. Chaogu, you can stop the spatial artifact now. There are still many citizens of Zizhou City outside, waiting for us to rescue them. If we delay, the demonic aura array will take their lives. At this moment the 3 of them were suspended in the air. Chaogu said. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. A golden light materialized in Chaogu's hand. That golden light illuminated all parts of the capital city. After a short while the light disappeared. People started walking out of their homes. Qingping felt incredibly surprised at this moment, and then smiled slightly. We're back. Senior brother Chaogu's artifact is too powerful. Hearing this, Chaogu only gave a cold Then, The three of them looked down at the city below. Just then, Chao Gu clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. It is indeed very powerful, but it can only be used once. Just one use. Consumed tens of millions of experience points. At this point Chao Gu looked at the alchemy furnace. The area beneath the furnace was now shattered into many pieces. Chu Yiren noticed this detail and asked him. The array cores inside the city have all been destroyed. Who managed to do this first? Chao Gu's inquiry made Qingping start to feel confused. That is indeed the case. The feeling of the demonic aura has disappeared. After Qingping finished speaking, the three of them quickly flew towards another location. Chao Gu opened the letter and read it. The contents of the letter were as follows. I have taken the liberty of removing this hidden trouble for Sect Master Lu. There will be no trace of demonic cultivators in this city from now on. Han, respectfully yours. After reading the letter, Chao Gu smiled contentedly. Li Han understands proper etiquette. Chu Yiren leaned on Chao Gu and asked. Chao Gu, who sent this letter and who is Han? Chao Gu froze entirely. Qingping was also stunned seeing this scene. Chu Yiren was striking the most alluring pose she could manage. What a heaven-sent opportunity for bonding. If dual cultivation isn't possible, being able to lean on Chao Gu is quite nice too. Qingping was already accustomed to this kind of scene. Senior Marshal Ant Chu was at it again. Chu Yiren clung tightly to Chao Gu's chest. Chao Gu was extremely awkward at this moment. Senior Marshal Ant Chu, please conduct yourself with dignity. Then Chao Gu looked bewildered, showing a look of helplessness. Just read the letter, I mean. Why are you making a display? Like you're forcefully trying to squeeze in. Chu Yiren placed a finger to her lips and said sweetly. Chao Gu, your beauty is captivating. And I practice dual cultivation techniques. How exactly am I supposed to conduct myself with dignity? Chao Gu was completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. Chao Gu waved his hand. And a blue aura tightly coiled around Chu Yiren. Senior Marshal Ant Chu, keeping your distance from me is dignity. Chu Yiren was still unconvinced. And continued to speak in a coquettish tone. Oh Chao Gu, you're really holding me so tightly. I really like it. Hearing these words from Chu Yiren, Qingping was stunned. She didn't expect her senior martial ant to be so bold. Then Qingping gently let out a sigh of relief. Dual cultivation techniques are truly terrifying. I really don't know when Senior Marshal Ant Chu will stop harassing him. Senior brother Chao Gu, although the citizens in the city are fine, there are actually many things that haven't concluded yet. Although Chu Yiren's movements were controlled by Chao Gu, she remained very passionate. Chao Gu ignored her, turned his head and asked Qingping, Pingmei, do you want to go to the city lord's residence and take revenge on that city lord's wives and concubines? Qingping began to contemplate. Qingping looked down at the houses below. Injustice has a source, and debt has a master. Ping is not someone who confuses right and wrong. Qingping turned around, looked behind her, and then shook her head. They failed to bear Cheng Wu a son either. And after all these years, who knows what kind of torment Cheng Wu subjected them to? Seeing Qingping so mature, Chao Gu nodded in approval. That makes sense. It seems that junior sister now understands how to distinguish right from wrong better. Seeing Chao Gu praise her, Qingping was visibly delighted. In that case, when we return to the mountain this time, you can report back to your master with peace of mind. At this moment Chu Yiren had already broken free from Cheaja's restraint. She sighed. Although the issue of the demon cultivators causing trouble has been resolved for now, there is still one more thing. Although I killed Zhou and exacted great revenge, Master's secret technique has still not been found. Zhou took it. We searched Zhou thoroughly, but found nothing. Then Chu Yiren thought of Ninging, and sighed helplessly again. Junior sister Ninging possesses extraordinary artifact crafting talent, and could have inherited Master's legacy. Now that the living artifact crafting art cannot be found, everything is for naught. It's a pity that Master's life's work is now cut short. I truly feel sorry for Ninging. Junior sister has the skill but no way to apply it. When Qingping heard Chu Yiren say this, she scratched the tip of her nose. Should I tell Senior Marshal Ant Chu that I once heard about some of Grandmaster's secret techniques? Should I first ask Grandmaster's remnant soul? Qingping remained undecided like this. Chao Gu smiled and responded to Chu Yiren. Senior Marshal Ant Chu, there is no need to worry. I have already obtained Grandmaster's secret technique. Shuiran was stunned when she heard this and asked, "But Chowga, you actually obtained Grandmaster's secret technique?" Chu Yiren's question went straight to the heart of the matter, surprising Qingping as well. Senior brother Chowga was also taught a secret technique by Grandmaster. Chowga took out a circular book and said to the two of them, "Handing this item to Senior Marshal Anchu is returning it to its rightful owner. This is Grandmaster's living artifact crafting art. Unfortunately, it is still incomplete." It seems that back then, Zhou Zhang wasn't able to get the complete version either. Shuiran was flustered upon seeing the book and stepped forward. "Chowga, are you telling the truth? This is not something to joke about." Chowga handed the book to Shuiran. "Senior Marshal Anchu will know upon seeing it." Shuiran took the book. Then Shuiran opened the book, her eyes filled with surprise. "Although I can't be 100 sure, the artifact crafting procedure within it is somewhat similar to what I remember. Once I return to the sect, I will hand this art over to junior sister Ning. She will know if it is real or fake right away." Shuiran closed the book, and then suddenly winked at Chowga. "Chowga, since things have worked out this way, Aping and I will take our leave first. Once Ninging confirms this art is genuine, Sister Iran will come back to reward you." Shuiran took Qingping's hand, summoned a purple lotus platform and left with her. Before leaving, Qingping quietly said to Chowga, "Senior brother Chowga, farewell, take care." Seeing their actions, Chowga instantly felt confused. Before Chowga could react, the two of them had already jumped onto the lotus platform. Yanyu and Renai also widened their eyes in surprise. Chowga stood frozen, his face filled with confusion. If she really comes back to reward me, will Sinyan stab her a few times? Just to vent, Chowga started letting his imagination run wild. As he thought, he glanced beside him. In one respect, junior sister Ninging is truly impressive. That indecent senior sister of hers doesn't understand artifact crafting, but Ninging does. This is the true value of a contemporary artifact crafting master. Is it of the sword sect? Chowga took out another booklet. But mine is different by consuming experience points. I can learn it in 1 second. After learning it, I can replicate as many copies as I want. This is the life of someone who plays with a cheating system, lonely as the driven snow. The golden system materialized. Has already learned the A-level technique. The living chi refinement technique is still lacking. A bit. Chowga frowned deeply. However, this living chi refinement technique seems like it could help Senior Gue. Chowga asked himself inwardly. One of the skill items is exactly restricted human body modification. The system popped up and started explaining. Living chi refinement technique. Restricted human body modification forbidden technique. One skill explanation. Using this technique modifies the spiritual energy core of a living person, refining the body into a semi-artifact state. It can break through cultivation shackles and prolong life. Side effects: 1 can only be used once, and further realm breakthroughs are impossible for life. 2 after use, the caster must replenish the technique seal every 3 years. Otherwise the body will decay and die. Chowga read these instructions on the system and frowned deeply. This is why Zhou Zhang did not use this technique on herself. She wants to become a purple eye first class, so she absolutely cannot destroy her own future. At this moment Chowga thought of Senior Gue, and the way he smiled at him. Chowga looked into the distance with a thoughtful gaze. This technique can indeed solve Senior Gue's pressing problem, but Senior Gue has yearned to become stronger his entire life. Would he actually agree to let me perform such a technique on him? Chapter 507. Chowga recalled the scene where he fought the enemy alone. The look in his eyes then was practically one of wanting to slaughter everything. Just thinking of this made him feel afraid, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, if I really suggested this, the proud Senior Gue might feel this is an insult rather than help. He might chase and attack me across several mountains before he stops. The more he thought, the harder it seemed, so Chowga sighed. The matter of helping Senior Gue through his tribulation should still be considered carefully and long-term. I should return to the sect and enter secluded cultivation first. He then thought of Tianlong, muttering, in the end, dealing with the repeated challenges from the dragon of killing intent is my most urgent concern.
Not long after Chowga returned to his own mountain.
In the small room, Dongli and Yuer were playing Go. Seeing Dongli look outside, lost in thought, Yuer spoke up. Master, it's your turn to move.
At this moment a glow blossomed on Dongli's face.
Shouting Big Brother is back, making Yuer confused.
Both of them looked up at the azure sky.
Subsequently everyone went outside together to greet him. Big Brother, welcome back. Sect Master Uncle Chowga
slowly descended in front of the group.
Then Chowga looked at everyone and said with a smile,
"Why is there such a large crowd?
I only left for a few days this time. Why are you acting like we've been separated for ages?"
Jinmen immediately winked at him, then turned to Dongli and asked,
"Did Chowga
have any fortuitous encounters on this trip down the mountain?
Like helping someone break through a realm or prolong their life?" Dongli looked at him expectantly. Chowga hesitated slightly, pausing before speaking, and just gave a perfunctory reply, "Well, yes." But just as he was about to elaborate, he saw Dongli's sparkling eyes and was instantly speechless. He thought, little Dongli, you're celebrating too soon.
After a while everyone accompanied Chowga up the mountain path.
Chowga led them, talking as they walked, detailing the journey to eliminate Juzhan's lair. This time,
after understanding the whole situation, Dongli said with a grave expression,
"So that means, although this technique can prolong life and break through realms,
the price is all of one's potential."
If that's the case, Master certainly wouldn't agree. Chowga took out 2 treasures and handed them to her, saying,
"The living chi refinement technique,
and this purple grade formation array. I am handing both over to you. As for how you wish to utilize them,
it was also because my sister made her own decision." She took the item from his hand and thanked her brother.
Dongli will seriously consider it. He looked at Dongli's melancholy expression, frowned and thought, "Alas, Xializi, this makes me very uncomfortable.
I must find the object needed to break through the boundary as soon as possible.
Whether it's something better than a Dharma treasure or a technique, either is fine. I want to see the lively and adorable Xializi." In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. He and Xinyan returned to their room.
In the room she chided sweetly, "We just got back and you're already like this.
You just went through a fierce battle. Your health is more important." After a bout of intimate passion, she lay in his arms and said, "Couldn't this kind of thing wait a few more days?" Chowga gently stroked her chin with a doting gaze and replied, "We cannot delay this.
If I couldn't come home and be in intimate communion with you, how could I manage?
Do you know how much I miss you day and night when I am away?" Hearing these words,
Xinyan blushed and shyly replied,
"You are using those sweet words again." He gently lifted her face and teased intentionally, "Do you not want to hear them? If you don't want to hear them, then I won't say them anymore." She quickly buried her head in Cheage's chest and said, "Yes, I want to hear them. You must say them in the future. You are not allowed to stop."
Chowga firmly grasped her hand, held her close and answered resolutely, "Don't worry, I will say them every day from now on,
every month and every year.
I will keep saying them until your ears are calloused,
until your face is full of wrinkles. And I still won't stop." Xinyan looked at him and said, "You promised that, right? Not a single day or a single hour less." After speaking,
her face radiating happiness, she closed her eyes and fell asleep.
After a while only the sound of even breathing remained in the room. Only after confirming that Xinyan was asleep did Chowga open his eyes, thinking, Xinyan is asleep. As a master like myself, I should now go and check on how Haiding is doing. I spent more than 5 days away this time. He should be waking up soon. With a shift of thought he arrived where Haiding was situated. He observed that Luo Bing was taking very good care of Haiding, whose complexion looked excellent. Seeing this situation, Chowga finally felt satisfied. Wait a few more days and his spirit domain will be fully merged, and he will wake up. He imagined the scene of Haiding commanding thousands of demons, thinking, when this boy wakes up, he will probably truly possess the aura capable of commanding 10,000 ghosts. Just thinking about this, Chowga became incredibly excited. The legendary Ghost King, becoming my right-hand man. TSK, just imagining it. He truly has the charisma of a protagonist. He truly is my disciple. He then thought of Buan, adding, furthermore, I must find an opportunity to transfer the master of the wind formation into Xializ's Changsheng Momin. Mo Min, we are truly flourishing now, full of talented individuals.
Suddenly the system displayed a red warning. Detection: you have entered the place of quietude. The dragon of killing intent is eager, and is immediately initiating a challenge against you. After reading these lines he was startled, his face pale.
Thinking, what is going on? I just fought Sinyan for 300 rounds. And you clearly chose this moment to take advantage of me.
The system did not give him a chance to choose.
Chauga was immediately sucked into the void. The system displayed a notification again, now activating.
Illusion Blood Sea of the Killing Azura.
We wish you a successful battle. The flood dragon stood before Chauga and said, Lu Chauga, you are finally here. I have waited for you for a long time. Chauga was completely unclothed at this moment.
He lightly rubbed his storage ring and replied,
Senior issued a challenge.
And I, the junior, should have responded earlier. However, I was preoccupied with mundane matters.
And only now have I found the time.
In the blink of an eye he was gripping his sword.
And now fully dressed added. This junior was slightly negligent, but I will certainly offer senior a hearty and satisfying battle as an apology. Hearing these words the flood dragon laughed happily and said, Ha ha ha, what a thrill. As expected of the heavenly talent who could awaken me. Since that is the case,
I shall wait and see just how capable you truly are.
After saying this,
it coiled its body and shot straight up into the sky.
Lu Chauga, standing below, watched this scene and thought, what a grand display. Is this slaying dragon still changing? Amidst that mighty commotion,
gradually a figure with long horns and a head emerged. The flood dragon spoke in a deep voice to Lu Chauga.
I only hope you won't disappoint me. The flood dragon had now transformed into a human form, radiating immense power, and said,
Everything you have done up until now has been observed by me. You deserve the title of Sword Cultivator.
I wish to fight you in a human form. Lu Chauga humbly bowed and replied, Thank you for the praise, senior.
But I, your junior, am truly far inferior to you. Hearing this, the dragon of slaughter frowned suspiciously, looked at him and asked,
What is the meaning of this?
The world knows you are unparalleled in your pride.
Yet now you bow and salute me.
Lu Chauga remained humble and replied,
Dragon of slaughter.
Although senior only left behind a residual bone fragment,
it still protects the common people for this nobility. Lu Chauga feels unworthy named slaying life. Yet in reality it is a guardian. This is truly commendable and rare. Senior can certainly accept this bow from your junior. The dragon of slaughter raised its hand, preparing for battle, and said, That was my own choice, it has nothing to do with you.
The dragon of slaughter said this while extending a hand to gather power.
Sweet words are pleasant to hear. But if now you don't fight me with all your strength. The dragon of slaughter fiercely swung his battle saber.
I will destroy your divine soul right here.
At this moment Lu Chauga was facing an incredibly powerful deity. Chapter 508.
At this moment the system displayed a mission notification.
S-Rank Quest Dragon of Slaughter's preliminary challenge has been activated. Quest details.
The remnant soul of the Dragon of Slaughter challenges you.
If you defeat this remnant soul,
your A-Rank Sword Domain Slaying Life will advance to
the S-Rank Sword Domain, the realm of Azura Slaying Life.
Standing before the imposing level 70 Dragon of Slaughter,
Lu Chauga thought, I knew it. The realm of Azura Slaying Life, just the name sounds extraordinary. Thinking of this reward he smiled happily. He craved this reward,
and his fighting spirit soared accordingly. Even if it is a god, this lord will slay it. The Dragon of Slaughter raised his battle saber high and said,
Lu Chauga, since you refuse to make the first move, then take the strike from me first. With that,
he unleashed a powerful sword chi towards Lu Chauga. Lu Chauga leaped up, raising the Buwan sword high, and responded, Senior's sword chi is indeed remarkable. I, your junior, should return the favor. With that he pondered internally, in this illusionary realm,
it seems I cannot use advanced perception.
Although he is only level 70, his capabilities must be far greater than that.
Let's test his true extent first.
Having decided, he slashed out a ray of swordlight. The two forces collided, creating a massive explosion. Seeing this, the Dragon of Slaughter charged towards Lu Chauga and said,
Impressive sword chi, but it's far from enough to defeat me. Speaking thus,
he fiercely struck down at Lu Chauga from above with his saber. Lu Chauga quickly raised his sword chi to block. He gritted his teeth and thought,
the speed is incredible, and the move is very powerful.
Is this guy essentially a berserker?
The battle continued. Both sides continuously launched attacks at each other. The Dragon of Slaughter closed in on Lu Chaoga and said, "Close quarters combat is my advantage." He struck a blow warning Lu Chaoga, "If you keep this up you are bound to fail." Lu Chaoga looked at the Dragon of Slaughter and said confidently, "Is that so? I, your junior, have recently learned a few new sword techniques? This is a perfect opportunity to spar with senior." He raised his treasured sword before him and declared, "Pujan Z 800 miles." As soon as the move was deployed, beneath Lu Chaoga's feet, instantly an illusion of an army of thousands appeared, making Zhaga think that this sword technique greatly increased his speed, as if the winds of the battlefield were whistling past his ears. Pujanzi, what a magnificent feeling! Thrilling! It truly feels different from Qingping Man. The Dragon of Killing Intent felt like he was being charged and attacked by tens of thousands of soldiers. He thought with some surprise. Speed. This kid's sword drawing speed actually increased this much. Is this the power of the sword technique he just unleashed? Amidst these thousands of illusions, Zhaga faintly appeared and struck at the Dragon of Killing Intent. Seeing this, he thought excitedly to himself, "Good kid. To have hidden such a brilliant sword technique under such a high-speed sword technique. Even I might be suppressed by him." Thinking this, he plunged his saber into the ground and said, "But don't forget I have techniques too." The Dragon of Killing Intent roared and the intent of the life sword spread out. In an instant the surroundings were filled with spiritual energy. At this moment a system notification popped up. Dragon of Killing Intent. Life sword stacks are maximized. Damage increased by 150%. The Dragon of Killing Intent charged forward, swinging his sword before Zhaga and declaring, "Absolute power trumps all. No matter how sophisticated or varied your moves are, I only need one strike to take your life." As soon as the sword move struck, it instantly caused an earthquake. But Zhaga still blocked the strike and responded, "Life sword, it truly feels familiar. One force breaks all techniques, senior, you are absolutely right." Standing proudly before the Dragon of Killing Intent, he said, "In that case let's use armor break again." After speaking, he executed Pujanzi Monarch's end. In that instant, a general on horseback charged forth, striking the Dragon of Killing Intent, sending him flying backward with a single blow. The previous technique brought yet another different sensation. The first technique made Zhaga think, "This sword move is actually able to change the way my spiritual energy operates." The Mo-chi, originally gentle and balanced, now roared in his chest, like a war drum being beaten, just like a storm brewing on the battlefield. Zhaga smiled contentedly, muttering to himself, "However, this lord quite enjoys this feeling." Following Zayog's previous strike, the Dragon of Killing Intent ground his teeth in surprise and asked himself, "Why is this happening? Even with my life sword stacks maximized, I was suppressed by him. Yet again." Here Zhaga gave the Dragon of Killing Intent no chance to catch his breath. Continuing his offensive, he said, "Senior, take a strike from this junior Pujanzi monarch. Ends all affairs under heaven." The image of the fierce general reappeared, but this time it was accompanied by an army of thousands. All the illusions charged toward where the Dragon of Killing Intent stood. He instantly muttered in surprise, "This fellow is no ordinary talent. He is only at the great perfection of the sixth realm. Yet he can unleash such an earth-shattering strike." He then showed a sinister smile and added, "In that case I will also give it my absolute best." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed his fighting power. The words Death Sword appeared below. Zhaga saw this slightly surprised and thought, Death Sword? Death Sword only activates when one intends to kill the target. How could he possibly? The Dragon of Killing Intent seemed to understand his confusion and said, "The true Death Sword is not what you have heard of or seen." He smiled proudly, striking out a trajectory that twisted space, and said, "The true Death Sword is the sword that erases everything." Zhaga listened, rushed forward excitedly and responded, "Then let's use this move to decide the victor, senior." Death Sword and Pujanzi clashed simultaneously, causing a massive ground-shaking earthquake. After the quake subsided, everything vanished, leaving only the dazed expression of the Dragon of Killing Intent and Zayog's calm face. At this moment Zayog's treasured sword was pressed tight against the Dragon of Killing Intent's neck. Zhaga maintained his courtesy and said with a smile, Senior, you conceded. Thank you for the 509 moves. The battle is over. Chauga returned the precious sword to the dragon of killing intent. Holding the sword in his hand, he asked, "What did you put inside my sword? Why was there such an intense feeling of numbness?" Chauga answered softly. Xiao Wu, following his voice, a small creature emerged from the sword. The dragon of killing intent looked at the small creature, feeling greatly astonished. "Is this a sword spirit?" Standing before the dragon of killing intent, he slowly explained. "To tell you the truth, Senior, it is indeed a sword spirit. The situation was critical during the recent exchange. So I placed it inside your sword, Senior. It was precisely this that altered the sword in your hand." He looked at the small yet formidable Xiao Wu, and exclaimed in surprise. "A sword spirit? So weak yet able to release electrical currents and paralyze me. Truly a marvel unheard of in this world." Having said that, the dragon of killing intent looked up again and praised Chauga. "But what surprises me more is you. In the countless years of my existence, I have never heard of anyone possessing the ability to bestow a sword spirit of this caliber upon another's sword. You are the only one." Upon hearing this, Chauga was slightly taken aback and thought, even he has never heard of this ability. So what exactly is the origin of that SS rank Buwan? Unable to figure it out, he started speculating wildly. Could Buwan possibly be a divine being that descended to create sword spirits? How could that be? If they truly were a divine being, why would they need to rely on me? Thinking this, he shook his head, rejecting his previous speculation. Besides, within the framework of this Xintian realm, I have never heard of the concept of ascension. Where would a divine being come from? The dragon of killing intent spoke up at this moment. "Lu Chauga, I have lost this time. Take back your sword spirit. I must now depart." Hearing this, he recalled Xiao Wu and replied, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Xiao Wu, come back. The moment Xiao Wu departed, the dragon of killing intent's sword immediately recovered its original state, causing him to exclaim in surprise. This sword actually reverted to its original appearance. Before leaving, the dragon of killing intent said to him, "You have defeated me, and you rightly deserve to inherit my legacy. Before I leave, given my appreciation for you, I can also answer one question for you." Chauga seized the opportunity and bowed, saying, "Thank you, Senior. This junior indeed has a question to ask." At this moment, he secretly thought, given his status, deliberately saying he can answer one question for me is actually his way of granting me a great fortune. This fortune could be major or minor. It all depends on how I ask the question. The opportunity only comes once. So he carefully considered the matter and posed his question. "Senior, what was the Xintian realm like 10,000 years ago?" The dragon of killing intent was very pleased with this question and replied, "You have asked a very good question. 10,000 years ago, the Xintian realm," he recounted to him while recalling the past, "was the twilight era of the divine beings. 3 divine beings, using great sorcery, created this world, and subsequently established the Sect of the Way, resulting in the Tianxian realm we have today." He was somewhat confused and pressed further. "It is a good thing that the 3 divine beings established a sect. But why is it called the twilight era of the divine beings?" The dragon of killing intent countered, "Do you know what a divine being is?" Hearing this, Chauga seemed to understand something, and said, "Senior, are you implying?" The dragon of killing intent's body gradually dissipated, but he still managed to answer him in time. Each of them had their own agenda. But what is certain is that they all created this world in order to evade certain entities, so they could create this world. Furthermore, don't assume they were good people. The more he spoke, the more indistinct his body became. For example, there is one divine being trying to awaken. Prepare to destroy the Tianxian realm, and that is something left behind by the victor of the war among the 3 divine beings. When the dragon of killing intent completely vanished, it was also the moment Chauga suddenly awoke, returning to reality. He lay in bed, panting heavily while deep in thought. I have already escaped that illusion. Then he turned his head to look at Tan Yen, who was still asleep. Tan Yen has not woken up yet. That senior did not deliberately make a lot of noise. At this moment he was still thinking about what had just happened. What did his last sentence mean? Who is the person trying to destroy the Tianxian realm? Lu Chauga thought of that strange beast, wondering if it was chaos.
The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? If one deity resides in the ocean, then the remaining two deities, one in the sky, and the other underground. These questions kept popping up in his mind. The Tianqian realm is now the world of the victors. What did the war of the three deities leave behind? Who were the victors? And where did the victors go? I have never seen any god temple appear in the Tianqian realm. Chaoga looked at the moonlight outside the window and thought, there are too many things that don't make sense. Sigh. I wish the version of the game I played back then had been more advanced. At this time the moonlight outside the window illuminated the entire sky. On the other side, in the place shrouded by energy, noise erupted. Zhou Chang is dead. It's completely true. That woman was malicious and cruel. And yet she still died. She was killed by Lu Chaoga of the MO school. The discussions continued for a long time. Should we go to the MO school for revenge? Lu Chaoga's reputation is too great. Everyone knows he is not easy to deal with. Perhaps Zhou Chong fell for his trick. The discussion grew more intense. You are right. After all, Zhou Chong among us was only at a medium level of strength. Why don't we all go and kill that Lu Chaoga? Suddenly a warning voice rang out. Silence. The three demon sovereigns have arrived. As soon as the voice fell silent, the three demon sovereigns appeared one after another. The golden fire demon sovereign spoke first. Why be so reserved? We also heard your casual talk just now. The purple fire demon sovereign also chimed in. Since Zhou Chang is dead, then we must find someone to fill her vacant spot. At this moment Dan Qing spoke up with a suggestion. How about letting me find this suitable candidate? What do you say? I've been feeling bored lately. Why don't I go out into the world and walk around? To relax a bit. The surrounding people upon hearing this immediately echoed and flattered. With demon sovereign Dan Qing taking action, success is guaranteed. The crowd around them was highly enthusiastic. In a cloud of red smoke, a slender hand stretched out. Dan Qing appeared with a stunningly beautiful countenance and said, this demon sovereign also wants to see the rumored Lu Chaoga, whose beauty surpasses all in Tianqian. What he truly looks like. Between this demon sovereign and him, who is truly more beautiful? Bingbing raised her hand to signal. Everyone quieted down. The crowd below rushed to take her pictures. All right, senior sister Bingbing. Senior sister Bingbing's every frown and smile was full of charm, captivating everyone. The students below, both male and female, blushed and stared at her obsessively. Senior sister Bingbing as a half-demon was even more enchanting than before. I really can't imagine how comfortable it would feel if that hand could touch my face. How wonderful that would be. Lingling also cast an envious gaze. Are these the true disciples of the MO school? Seeing them with the naked eye, they truly look like immortals. Yen Yu bit her fingernails, revealing an obsessed look. Chaoga, he's coming soon. Ren Nai curled her lips, sneered, and slightly leaned forward. Compared to my figure, these two little girls are still lacking a bit. Men should prefer my type, right? Yuer stared wide-eyed downwards. While I was gone, senior uncle and master actually accepted so many utility disciples. Some utility disciples have even reached the third realm. Lin Yuer, oh Lin Yuer, you need to cultivate much harder. Bingbing smiled slightly and gently blinked her eyes. Yuer glanced over and immediately understood her meaning. Oh, senior sister is winking at me. I understand. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes, recalling the instructions that person gave her. In front of the disciples below the mountain. Just give me a signal with a blink, senior sister, and you can just follow through. You must make sure the sect leader looks good. Great uncle, master, senior brothers still looked the same as always. The two of them holding lanterns turned around, bowed, respectfully welcoming the sect leader's appearance. A strong gust of wind blew past, sweeping up rose petals scattered everywhere. A man's figure appeared. The disciples below all bowed simultaneously, respectfully welcoming the sect leader's appearance. I don't know why, but at this moment she felt a deep resonance with the identity of a MO men disciple. The three highest-ranked black silhouettes stood out prominently among the other disciples. Lingling pursed her lips and looked up at him. It's a shame I'm not a MO men disciple, so I can't call Chaoga sect leader like them. I hope this time I can successfully apply to join the MO men. Chaoga stood high above and declared loudly. Disciples, you may rise. Lingling tightly clenched her hands. Her eyes wide with adoration. The voice was both authoritative and pleasant. That voice is so beautiful. The backlight shone on his silhouette. The wind made his long hair flutter. Narrow and sharp eyes, thinly pursed lips. Cheage's tall stature. And the slightly upturned corners of his mouth like peach blossoms gradually became clear.
Wind manipulation technique. Everyone, it's been a long time. The people below were mesmerized, standing rooted to the spot. He manipulates the wind and clouds to enhance his beauty. When Chauga turned around, he made all the players present freeze because of his peerless countenance, momentarily forgetting how to breathe. Lingling was so full of adoration she was almost crying, her eyes sparkling. This is the true Chauga. This is the Chauga I've yearned for day and night. At this very moment, I, on the contrary, didn't harbor any trace of impure feelings towards him. Only fulfillment. Fulfillment. Like a pilgrim meeting a true deity. Yenyu covered her face, gazing at him with obsession. Chauga, Chauga. Chauga, Chauga. Chauga, 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 Chauga. I want to possess him, possess him, possess him. Possess him, possess him, possess him. I want to possess him so badly. Rinai blushed, smiling meaningfully. I originally thought that in this world, no one could still move my heart. I never expected I would actually meet that person in this game. Thank you to whoever developed this game. Thank you for the advancements in science and technology. To have created such a realistic sight. Just by looking at him, certain parts of my body are starting to feel warm. Yuer opened her eyes wide, extremely surprised. These people. They really were captivated the first time they saw martial uncle. It's just that their expressions are a bit scary. The person next to her frowned, clearly displeased. Those people actually set their sights on our young master. With Luo Bing here, you can forget about it. Luo Bing showed clear displeasure and spoke up. Our sect leader is returning your salute now. Stop daydreaming. Snap out of your trance caused by the young master's beauty. That is our sect leader, he belongs to us. The disciples quickly lowered their heads. Thank you, sect leader, for still remembering us. Lingling hugged her arms tightly and regained her composure. Thank you. Yenyu closed her eyes, composing her expression. Ahem, cough. Rinai squinted her eyes and smiled brightly. Seeing sect leader Lu cures all ailments. Luo Bing was furious, gripping the lantern handle tightly. This woman is so brazen. How dare she say something so explicit in front of everyone? If it weren't for the crowd here, I would immediately activate the blood battle domain and duel you. Yuer stared wide. I'd seen the person's face turn ashen, grinding her teeth. Junior sister Luo Bing, what's wrong? Your killing intent is so strong. I feel a prickling sensation on my skin too. Rinai puffed out her chest and waved at him. Chauga frowned. Helplessly, her face is almost green with anger. That woman is as artless as ever. This woman, I really don't want to mention her, because she had played with me in my past life. Banknotes were thrown down one after another. You've got good stamina, young man. Big sister likes it very much. Consider these your reward. She raised her chin and pressed her body close to his. If I need anything next time, big sister will come looking for you again, okay? Lu Chauga dazedly reached out, wanting to stop her. Hey, that's not what I meant. Back then both she and I were players in the Tianqian realm. We were in the same chat group. After chatting a few times, we arranged to meet up. Lu Chauga stared blankly at the money scattered across the bed. I was always the one giving money to others. Receiving money from someone else. This is truly the first time. When I, this super rich second generation, thought I would be paying the bill. I didn't expect her to pay faster than me. When I saw that stack of money, I realized I had been played by her. He pursed his lips, looking awkwardly choked up. That was my first experience of being played. I still can't forget it even now. Lu Chauga looked at Yen Nai. Although she might not have cared in the past. But now she hasn't clarified her identity. Instead, she's openly flirting with me in front of everyone. In that case, a punishment is due. A notification popped up. Lu Cheage's favorability toward you is changed. Current favorability is -10. Lu Cheage's favorability. -10. She opened her mouth wide in surprise. Ha. What the heck? The surrounding disciples were stunned and motionless. Li Lingling sneered and glanced over. This is what happens when you don't answer properly. The consequence of speaking carelessly. Yenyu smirked, covering her mouth. If you want to get Lu Chauga, You need to use some methods. How can you be so direct? Hua Qian also laughed mockingly. Serves her right. Now I'm the only one who has 5 points of favorability toward the sect master. Lu Chaoga waved his hand and tossed down a system item. This is your reward. A reward for defeating the Zeta swordsman. Catch. The 3 reached out simultaneously to catch it. Annotation information popped up. Namo Barrier Talisman Introduction. This talisman was personally drawn by Lu Chaoga. It can withstand attacks from cultivators below the 6th realm delivered with full force. Li Lingling jumped up happily. It's actually a talisman personally drawn by Sect Master Lu. I'm going to treasure it. I absolutely cannot use it. Yan Nai closed her eyes and gently kissed it. Just thinking that Chaoga had once applied his power to this talisman makes me feel like I'm less than a piece of paper. Yan Yu snickered carefully, putting away her reward. An exquisite item. Something so good money can't buy. It's too valuable. Li bit tightly on the handkerchief she held. Li Lingling is so lucky. Jealousy. Bushio gritted his teeth full of regret. Damn it. It's all my fault for logging in too late. Why did I have to go fix the circuits right at that time? Hua Qian was so regretful he was nearly crying. Why? How could it be a talisman personally drawn by the sect master? This thing is worth hundreds of millions. Lu Bing widened her eyes, extremely surprised. This talisman is a treasure brought by the Buddhist sect. Did young master know how to draw the talisman just by looking at it once? Yuer glanced at her junior sister, equally surprised. The strength of sect master uncle truly surpasses my previous understanding. Lu Chaoga pretended to be serious on the surface, but inwardly he was grinning proudly. Using the system scan to identify the drawing technique. It's simply effortless. I can learn it just by spending a little EXP. If others drew it, this kind of item would consume a lot of spiritual energy. But as long as I want to draw it, drawing any number isn't a problem. You guys are truly too naive. He looked down at the 3 top-ranked individuals below. My goal is to motivate all players to actively level up the Momin sect. This much isn't enough yet. I must stoke the fire further. Li Lingling, you are a micromanagement master. You are the chosen one. Lu Chaoga looked down and spoke seriously. You are the number 1 ranked person in this mission. I can grant you some extra rewards. What do you want? Li Lingling pointed to herself and surprised me. I can ask for a reward too. Yan Yu pouted, clearly jealous. This is the special treatment for the first place winner. Next time I'm going for first place too. Ran Nai stroked her chin, calculating silently. First place actually comes with perks like this. If I were the number 1 winner, I would definitely have to get competitive with Chao Gu and compete fiercely. Li Lingling's eyes lit up, and she bowed sincerely in anticipation. May I take you as my master? As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd below immediately erupted in an uproar. What? How dare she? She actually wants to take Lu Chaoga as her master. Yuer looked worriedly at her senior martial uncle. Senior martial uncle only has Hei Ting as a disciple, and has never taken any other disciples until now. Not even a registered disciple. Bing Bing frowned and pursed her lips as she commented. The young master never takes disciples. This request of hers is probably just a tactic she came up with to get close to the young master. That's all too bad the young master won't agree. Hagen clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in anger. I have 5 points of favorability, and am still just a servant disciple. Are you trying to ride above me and become the sect leader's personal disciple? Bu Shou put her hands on her hips, gnashing her teeth in displeasure. Oh really? So this is how the game is played, huh? Ali bit her handkerchief nearby, utterly consumed by jealousy. I wouldn't even dare to make a request like that. Lingling, you truly are audacious. Yan Yes' eyes widened as if she had discovered a new continent. What a brilliant method. Shall get to see Chao go off and run. Nice sneered. A roundabout tactic. This little girl actually has some brains. Chao Gun narrowed his eyes, feeling somewhat displeased. Another rebellious disciple trying to trample their master. Is defying one's master and rejecting tradition popular now? He suddenly recalled the night he slept beside Xin Yen, and lightly coughed, a blush spreading across his face. Ahem, although I am one of them too. Chao Gu pondered, looking down at her. However, whether or not you can become my disciple is actually a very sensitive issue. He closed his eyes, frowning in thought. The low-level players are like this. And Yuer and Luo Bing above are the same way. All eyeing the position covetously. Once I agree to this, then in the future I might start accepting them. But I won't be able to accept them all.
Chao Gu rubbed his chin, thinking seriously.
I simply don't have the energy to care for so many disciples. So I must figure out a solution that satisfies everyone. One that can motivate these players and keep me from getting too exhausted. More importantly, I must completely recruit this micromaster under the banner of my Men sect.
His eyes suddenly lit up and he clapped his hands. I have it. Chao Gu clasped his hands behind his back and spoke slowly.
Regarding this matter, although you took first place, I'm sure you know that the credit for this achievement does not belong solely to you.
He narrowed his eyes. If you wish to enter my lineage,
this single merit is far from enough. Yuer and Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. The Men disciples also patted their foreheads, feeling relieved. Yen Yu was satisfied. That's reasonable. How could it be that easy
to just become Chao Gu's disciple? Ren Nai sneered.
I feel better now. Hearing him say that makes me feel better. Hearing him say that makes me feel better.
With a disappointed expression she bowed and said, Lingling understands.
Lingling will work harder. Lingling was not discouraged. I was first this time and I will be first next time. He will be moved by me someday.
Chao Gu looked down from above and continued speaking.
However, I can accept you into the Men sect. First you will serve as a servant disciple. But at the same time you will also be Lu Cheage's registered outer disciple.
Are you willing, Hagen Ali? And Bu Xiu all opened their mouths wide in shock.
This is an enormous opportunity. Lingling's livestream is about to explode.
Although she is only a servant disciple,
she is truly Lu Cheage's registered disciple. This status is completely different. A named disciple having their name remembered by Chao Gu. I also want to be accepted.
This little girl can also be considered to have received
Cheage's recognition, can't she? Li Lingling laughed happily and quickly knelt down. I accept, thank you, Sect Master.
A system notification appeared. Li Lingling is a streamer and has joined the Men sect.
Current identity: Men utility disciple.
Note: a named disciple of Lu Chao Gu. She happily took Hua Gan's hand and spun around in circles.
Ah, Li Lingling, I have this day too.
That person shouted fearfully.
Let go of me, you wretched woman. Get lost. The Men disciples couldn't hide their envy. This girl is truly lucky. The livestream is going crazy. Damn it, envy has truly blinded me. Next time, I must be first. Lu Chao Gu smiled inwardly, feeling smug. Seeing through your little thoughts is easy. Everyone work hard to level up. There will be opportunities in the future for you all to serve me. A flash of light passed, flying towards the mountaintop. A small sword carrying a message flew away. A small sword carrying a message flew away. Xiao Gu, look at this. This is the flying sword message sent by Mo Dongfang. Didn't he already go down the mountain for training? Could it be that is good fortune led him to discover something? He flew away with his hands behind his back. You two go arrange the subsequent matters. I must leave first as I have something urgent to attend to. Luo Bing and Yuer bowed simultaneously. Yes, Sect Master Uncle. The flying sword in the air was held steady by a stream of water. Xiao Gu picked up the flying sword, opened the note and read this brat. He actually discovered ancient ruins. A secret realm belonging to an ancient first-grade grand sect. The Tong Tian sect. Scorching sunlight spilled onto the ancient buildings. If this matter is true, then this is a fortuitous opportunity for my Men sect. Dongli stood beside him holding the letter. An ancient first-grade grand sect has an extraordinary background. This secret realm surely contains many cultivation techniques and treasures. Her eyes sparkled and she looked very happy. Perhaps there will be secret techniques that can help cultivators break through to the 8th realm. That way Master can turn danger into safety. Tanyan also sat down next to him, continuing the conversation. Little Lizzie makes sense. But with Mo Dongfang alone, he certainly won't be able to explore the entire secret realm. We must send some people to help him. Dongli put her hands on her chest, stepped forward. I'll go. That person disagreed, however. The mountain gathering great array is still being repaired. This is an emergency, you cannot go. Tanyan stood up confidently with her hands on her hips. How about I go, Xiao Gu? You just return to the sect, rest for a few days first.
He also couldn't sit still and said with a frown,
I am the one who understands this brat. Mo Dongfang best.
I should go instead. You two guard the entrance to Momin's sect well.
Just wait for my good news. Tan Yan looked at him worriedly. But,
you just fought a great battle against a 7th realm great demon cultivator.
Your body Dongli also wanted to stop him. Gid Xiaogu closed his eyes, smiled and left directly. The last time already allowed my cultivation realm to step into
the great perfection of the 6th realm. Perhaps this time, I will gain the opportunity to break through the 6th realm and step into the 7th realm. Furthermore, regarding how this body of mine is doing.
He turned his face, winked slyly. Tan Yan, aren't you the one who knows best? She blushed quickly, stopping Xiaogu. Watch what you say.
Suddenly the door was opened.
A maiden's figure walked in. Luo Bing's cheeks were flushed red and she spoke shyly. Sect Master Uncle, for this trip, Luo Bing dares to ask to accompany you. His face darkened as he watched Luo Bing acting cute and endearing.
In his heart, I'm so tired.
This girl is starting to act again. Given her nature,
she knows too well how to manipulate people's hearts. Little Lizzie and Tan Yan probably saw through it a long time ago too. Those two people were also stunned, looking at her dejectedly.
This girl has been hiding outside the door, eavesdropping. This child.
Does she think my divine sense can't detect her? There she goes again as soon as Chowga leaves. She always tries to follow him.
This girl truly likes Chowga. Dongli closed his eyes, tiredly holding his forehead. He waved his hand, dismissing Luo Bing. This time Sect Master Sherbua has important business. You cannot cause trouble.
Cause trouble? She clenched her hands, lowered her head and put on a pitiful expression.
Master,
I won't cause any trouble for Sect Master Sherbua.
Chowga glanced over and slowly spoke. Let her follow me. Perhaps this is also an opportunity. Dongli and Xinyan were surprised at the same time. Chowga Gich, he frowned,
recalling the little boy with the top-knot braid in his mind.
This time, the ancient Tier 1 great sect, the secret realm of the Tongshan Zone, coupled with the blessing of Mo Dongfang's destiny. This trip is actually a huge opportunity for Momin. Since it is an opportunity,
then the more Momin disciples we bring,
the more opportunities they might be able to obtain. Hearing his words,
her cheeks flushed slightly, and her snow-white ears twitched softly.
Luo Bing is of the demon race, and our Momin lacks cultivation methods suitable for her.
If she goes along this time, there might be a pleasant surprise. Dongli stroked his chin thoughtfully. In that case,
there is certainly some logic to it. Xinyan clasped his hands behind his back. It's true that Luo Bing's cultivation hasn't increased much lately. That is also a fact. Chowga frowned and pursed his lips, pondering seriously. Luo Bing's cultivation can rely on consuming spirit orbs. She doesn't necessarily need to cultivate traditional techniques. The main thing is to see if we can help her find some magical techniques to counter enemies. That is the important task. Moreover,
how can a dignified sect master like myself travel
without an attendant to serve tea and water?
He stood ramrod straight, his voice booming.
It's decided then, Luo Bing, since you are following me on this trip,
you must be careful in everything and not act rashly. She smiled happily, and quickly cupped her hands in a salute.
Yes, Luo Bing will definitely not fail the mission. On this trip, my relationship with young master will definitely improve.
She pursed her lips, her eyes curving into crescent moons,
happily fantasizing about being embraced by Chowga. Luo Bing, oh Luo Bing,
you must utilize the true seductive skills of the celestial fox race.
Now, I absolutely cannot let those seductive mountain foxes steal the position I hold.
In the young master's heart,
dozens of system notifications densely stacked up and appeared, while Lu Chowga returned to Momin,
making arrangements for his departure. A fierce incident was also rapidly spreading throughout the cities of Lanxing.
Ling Ling sighed tiredly, taking off the electronic glasses from her eyes.
She squinted her eyes and smiled happily.
Yay, I finally did it. I'm Lu Cheage's registered disciple. This is great, so great. I really didn't waste my money buying this super realistic, full sensory simulation ultra expensive gaming pod. The money was totally worth it. I even think I smelled his scent right outside the door.
A figure appeared leaning on the doorframe.
You are really lucky to become Lu Cheage's disciple. Ali crossed her arms and pouted. I've been in Momin for so long. And I've only met him once.
Lingling excitedly leaped over and hugged her shoulder.
Stop being jealous. I'll treat you to a big meal tonight.
Okay. Ali narrowed her eyes and dodged away. Alright. Why would I be jealous of you? But now she's already made the headlines.
Become a celebrity. You need to be careful. Li Lingling's pupils widened. She asked doubtfully, What do I need to be careful about? AI Li showed a worried expression. Thinking about the social networks, Tianxinjia is the only global 3D online game that ushered in a new era. Its popularity has now reached the global #1 spot. Previously someone auctioned off a paper crane, gifted and signed by Lu Chaoga. And it actually sold for the high price of 782 million. You must know that was merely an ordinary, emperor-level flying magical artifact. She leaned closer to the other person's face. And now your account not only has the talisman bestowed by Lu Chaoga, but also the unique identity of being his outer sect registered disciple. Many people are eyeing you. You dummy. As long as the benefit is large enough, people's hearts will turn wicked. Li Lingling gave a brilliant smile and unconcerned pulled her away. It's fine, my account is already bound to my biometric data. Unless someone gouges out my eyeballs. Otherwise they have no chance of stealing my account. Come on, let's go eat. AI Li closed her eyes and sighed deeply. Li Lingling is truly too naive. She doesn't know the dangers of society. Speaking of which, until now no one knows which company created Tianxinjia. I'm really curious. Who exactly could create such an amazing game? Night covered the towering Zhao Group skyscraper. The silhouette of a woman was reflected on the building's glass. Li Lingling, if I can get her account, then I can get closer to Chaoga. She pondered, gazing at the night view, and softly called out personnel. 3 men in crisp suits quickly arrived. Present, young miss. That girl slowly turned around. The sole successor of the 3rd generation of the Zhao Group. Zhao Fengyu. I want all the information regarding this person within 1 day. The bodyguards responded in unison, yes. Chaoga closed his eyes and took a sip of tea. I never expected things would ultimately turn out like this. Lu Bing sat nearby looking bewildered. Why did it end up like this? We clearly agreed it was only going to be us two and young master on this journey. The two of them were sitting across from each other. Xiao Qiu meanwhile had sparkling eyes, running back and forth around them. Wow, so the headmaster marshal uncle's light boat can actually fly this high. Wow, this little bird is so beautiful. Xiao Qiu ended up coming along after all. She sighed internally. The reason Xiao Qiu came along was as follows. Dong Li put her hands on her hips and suggested, if senior brother thinks it's okay to bring disciples down the mountain to seek opportunities, why not bring Xiao Qiu along too? Xin Yen standing nearby agreed, that makes sense. The child has been on the mountain for too long recently and feels bored. She isn't as lively as she used to be. Chaoga pouted, looking displeased. Isn't Xiao Qiu a closed-door disciple? How can you bear to let her go down the mountain? Absolutely not. This Xiao Qiu, besides loving to pretend, just loves to eat. Her cultivation isn't high either. If we encounter troublesome opponents, and I can't spare a hand to look after her, that would be a huge problem. Dong Li retorted with dissatisfaction. Senior brother, you can't protect her forever. She has her own life. Doesn't she? Xin Yen also chimed in. Chaoga, little pair, makes sense. Bring Xiao Qiu along with you. Now that your fame has spread throughout Tianxian, apart from those top big figures, no one will be able to harm Xiao Qiu in front of you. Right. He scratched his chin and mumbled, that's true. Chaoga frowned and sighed. With little pair acting like that, plus Xin Yen joining in, this lord truly finds it hard to refuse. After all, this is the first time Xin Yen has said my fame has spread throughout Tianxinjia. Xiao Qiu stood on her tiptoes, her small hands wildly grabbing and scratching the air. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she laughed. She grabbed a bird by the leg and pulled it down. Sect Leader, uncle master, this bird is so plump. Let's eat roast bird meat for lunch today. Xiao Qiu roughly embraced the bird and pressed it down. No flying, Xiao Qiu is going to eat you. Chaoga froze on the spot, his expression impossible to describe. It seems this journey will be quite interesting. Luo Bing pouted, looking as if she were about to burst into tears. It looks like this time he'll have to give up the idea of getting closer to young master. The bird was crudely roasting over the fire. The aroma of the roast meat spread, making Xiaoqiu drool. Sect Leader Uncle Master roasts things so deliciously. Zhaoga sighed helplessly. He flipped the meat over the fire and turned back. I suppose I'll just have to roast this bird for this little girl to eat. I can't help it. Xiaoqiu is really good at making people like her. Luo Bing walked over and softly called out, young master. The dining area has been prepared. He slowly raised his eyes and looked over. Luo Bing was indeed very considerate. Without needing to say anything, she already knew what to do. Xiaoqiu took a big bite of meat and happily exclaimed, the food Sect Leader Uncle Master cooks is still the best. It's been a long time since Xiaoqiu ate food personally cooked by Sect Leader Uncle Master. Luo Bing also praised him without reservation. Young master's culinary skill has always been the finest. Zhaoga chuckled softly. The location Mo Dongfang mentioned in his letter is not far from here now. After this meal you two need to brace yourselves. This is related to the karmic opportunity for both of you. You must not slack off. Both replied simultaneously, yes. Sect Leader Uncle Master. Suddenly a faint purple aura drifted over. Zhaoga glanced back warily. It's the aura of a masterless savage beast. Generally speaking, a masterless savage beast wouldn't dare release spiritual power like this, unless it intends to erupt and harm others. Or if it is under attack. Could it be that Mo Dongfang has already started attacking the beast? His eyes lit up, turning golden. His spiritual sense expanded. The location was not far from here. Now my spiritual sense can already cover a radius of 10 li. Let's see exactly what's going on. Following the faint aura, Zhaoga looked toward a dense deep mountain range. Found him Dongfang is holding a sword in one hand and a talisman in the other. His face solemn and full of vigilance. A savage beast which looked like a wild boar was strangely huge, covered completely in thick fur and many dark red spikes. It was roaring angrily at him. Dongfang looked worriedly at the pair of peasant brothers who were right behind him. Hurry up and leave, I'll deal with this guy. The older man was carrying his younger brother, frowning, and said worriedly, cultivator, elder brother, we can never repay your great kindness. Could you please tell us your name? My brother and I will engrave it on our hearts and never forget it for the rest of our lives. A strong gust of wind blew lightly, whipping Dongfang's robes. Dongfang smiled slightly. Spiritual wind technique. Activate. Just call me Qi Tian Dasheng. The peasant man froze. Qi Tian Dasheng. That truly is an awe-inspiring name. Dongfang waved his hand, tossed out a talisman, and leaped forward. Vicious beast, how dare you recklessly injure people? This great sage will definitely not spare you. Lads, hurry and take your brother and run. The mutated wild boar opened its bloody maw and roared ferociously. A massive explosion sound came from behind. The peasant squeezed his eyes shut, turned, and ran straight away. Yes, Qi Tian Dasheng, I will remember. I will never forget it in this life. Zhaoga chuckled, showing a satisfied look. Not bad. This young man has a bit of this master's flair. The story of Qi Tian Dasheng. The wild boar raised its front leg, gored him with its sharp horn, and sent him flying. Dongfang flew violently backward, brushing past the peasant brothers. He slammed hard into a tree trunk, causing the two men great worry. Qi Tian Dasheng. The two brothers widened their eyes and shouted in astonishment, Qi Tian Dasheng. Are you all right? Zayog's fantasy was shattered and he felt utterly helpless. He collapsed less than 3 seconds after trying to act cool. This kid is still too weak. Dongfang slowly stood up, clutching his chest and panting heavily. He was covered in injuries. I'm fine. I just slipped up for a second. Watch me punish this beast severely. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, this beast is actually at the great perfection of the third realm. Its realm is slightly higher than mine. It won't be easy to deal with. Then a loud bang erupted. Accompanying it, thick smoke and dust shot up into the sky. A mutated wild boar charged frantically toward the three people. Dongfang's face turned pale, his mouth wide open in terror. Damn it! Its targets are those two youths. A mutated wild boar engulfed in flames charged toward the two brothers. The two farmers turned deathly pale, their eyes wide. It's charging at us. A gust of strong wind suddenly rose. The mutated wild boar crashed straight toward them, the immense impact causing the ground to tremble.
Dongfang blocked its attack with his sword. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Run quickly, yes. The wild boar roared loudly. And flames erupted, engulfing him completely. Dongfang gritted his teeth. Sweat poured down and he was in terrible pain. It's too hot. But I can't dodge now. I can't back away so they can buy time to escape. Zhaoga, I've made you worry. Oh dear, the spiritual energy emanating from this wild boar. And Dongfang was previously unable to cope with it at all. The hand gripping his sword kept shaking. He glanced at the two farmer brothers. That's right, keep running like that, run. Zhaoga gritted his teeth and dashed away. That foolish boy, he's going to be burned to death. I must go save him immediately. Lu Bing and Xiaoqiu stared blankly as he flew away. Save who? He flew away quickly, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Dongfang firmly held off the wild boar. The flames burned even more fiercely. He slid backward inch by inch. He looked around. Its spiritual power is still growing stronger. Even my sword can't hold up anymore. Although this sword is not the spiritual sword bestowed by my master, it is still of excellent quality. A strange beast at the great perfection of the third realm actually possesses this level of strength. I truly underestimated this world. Dongfang's face was turning blue and purple from the pain, and he secretly recalled Zayog's image in his mind. So these dangers, the life and death trials that the sect leaders and martial uncles have had to face since ancient times, are actually so terrifying and grueling. Compared to the sect leaders and martial uncles, I am truly far behind. His sword blade couldn't endure it, and it shattered into countless fragments. Dongfang was knocked backward. It seems this is the end for me. The mutated wild boar opened its huge mouth and rushed forward, intending to swallow him. Zhaoga arrived quickly and immediately shot his sword toward them. Stop, you wretched beast. Don't you dare harm anyone. Dongfang was surrounded by two carp, one black and one white. He watched with wide, astonished eyes. The two fish circled in the air, and then wrapped around the beast's body. Zhaoga paused slightly in shock. This sword chi is heaven and earth yin-yang dual fish. This is something only the sect leader of the yin-yang sword finger sect, which belongs to the sword sect among the lower 100 gates, can possess. The two fish twisted and swam, clinging tightly to each other before shooting toward the sky. The strange beast was tightly squeezed and exploded with a loud boom. Smoke and dust billowed upward. Dongfang sat stunned on the ground. In the pervasive smoke, a figure appeared. Zhaoga frowned, looking on in astonishment. That is a cloak only worn by individuals at the level of the yin-yang sword finger sects. Sect leader, the person who arrived, is actually someone approaching the level of high-ranking elders in a first-rank grand sect. Dongfang stood up and cupped his hands in a salute. Junior Dongfang. Thank you, senior, for intervening and saving me. The woman frowned and glanced at him. So he is a disciple of the Momen sect. Dongfang, with scars on his face, looked suspiciously at the desolate mountains before him. Why would such a powerful senior happen to appear here? She must also be here for the Tonshinzong secret realm. That senior just saved my life. Perhaps I should tell her this secret as a form of repayment. He pursed his lips, his mind full of contemplation. Even if the sect leader martial uncle came personally this time, he would understand me. An act of kindness must be repaid. This is what the sect leader martial uncle and my master taught me. Dongfang opened his mouth respectfully. Senior, this place truly has a... The person did not let him finish, as she brushed past him. No need to elaborate. I was merely passing by this area, and saved you casually. Since you are a Momen disciple, you should cultivate diligently. Do not bring shame upon your sect leader's reputation. The unfamiliar woman then transformed into a plume of black smoke, shooting straight into the sky. Dongfang was full of doubts. He scratched his head and said, puzzled, strange, truly strange. Did that senior really just happen to be passing through here? Could it really be such a coincidence? Suddenly a voice rang out. What is so strange, Dongfang? He spun around abruptly. It was the voice of the sect leader martial uncle. Xiaoga slowly descended from the air. The senior from the yin-yang sword pool just now intervened to save you. Precisely because you are blessed with destiny, Qiyun. Even if she hadn't intervened, I would have. Moreover, even if I hadn't intervened, there would have been other serendipitous encounters to save your life. He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. Do you understand now? Dongfang realized the truth instantly and happily cupped his hands. So that's how it is. My Qiyun is indeed a good thing, thank you. Sect Leader Martial Uncle for clearing up my confusion. Xiaogu raised the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. This boy seems to have absolutely no sense of crisis. Even if he just lies there and does nothing, money will drop from the sky, guaranteeing him a carefree life. This is the son of destiny. Even if he's the kind who is totally lax, a lying flat person, he can still become the most magnificent king of lying flat. Dongfang lowered his hands and looked up at him. By the way, Sect Leader Martial Uncle, I discovered the Tongshanzong's secret realm this time. Did only you come? If we brought a few of our martial sisters along, maybe there would be more opportunities. Suddenly a figure dropped from the air, giving him a slight start. Xiao Qiu spread her arms and smiled brightly. Xiao Mo Shixiang is so nice. Even with an opportunity, he still thought of us. Xiao Qiu was here too. Dongfang joyfully caught the little girl accurately. Xiao Qiu, long time no see. Master actually agreed to let you come down the mountain. Xiao Qiu giggled. Master said I should come out and try my luck too. Luo Bing also landed gracefully and said Mo shitty. In here too. Dongfang happily turned to her. That's wonderful, even Luo Shiji is here. Xiaogu slowly spoke, interrupting the reunion. Let's put the catching up aside for now. Where exactly is that secret realm? Dongfang held Xiao Qiu's hand, turned sideways and pointed toward the woods. Yes, Sect Leader Martial Uncle, please follow me. Suddenly from the bushes, a figure holding an axe rushed out. Demon beast, will fight you to the death. Deshang. I'm here to help you. The peasant stood frozen on the spot. Deshang. Dongfang scratched his head awkwardly and looked at the Sect Leader Martial Uncle. It's him, Xiaogu gently reminded him. I know, go and talk to him for a bit. Since he disregarded the danger and came back to look for you. He is a young man with a decent temperament. If he obtains an immortal opportunity in the future, perhaps he will become your Dao companion. Yes. The two of them walked aside to talk privately. The peasant sobbed, wiping his face with his hand. Xiao Qiu frowned and sighed sadly. Sect Leader Martial Uncle, seeing that young man, Xiao Qiu finally understands now why Master accepted me into the sect originally. Lu Chaoga was filled with doubt, wondering why. This was the first time he had heard Xiao Qiu mention her journey up the mountain. Ever since Xiao Lizi brought her up the mountain, she had taken her to cultivate every day. She claimed they couldn't waste her talent. As time passed, he really stopped inquiring about it. The little girl opened her round eyes and looked up, because Xiao Qiu was also lucky to meet Master. Lu Chaoga questioned her back skeptically. Lucky, the little girl pouted, poking her two fingers together. Before Master found Xiao Qiu, she was tricked away by human traffickers with a candied hawthorn stick. She managed to escape from the traffickers with great difficulty. But when she finally returned, her home had already been destroyed by a huge fire. The little girl knelt on the ground in fear, hiding behind the stone lion statue outside the house. If I hadn't been captured then, Xiao Qiu might have been burned to death. But precisely because the human traffickers captured her, Xiao Qiu didn't get to see her parents one last time. Dongli scared those people away with his sword back then. When the human traffickers came looking for me again, Master saved me during the critical moment. He also brought me back to Momin. So all things considered, Xiao Qiu is still very lucky. Lu Chaoga pondered this, glancing at Xiao Qiu, seeing the two young children in danger, receiving aid from Momin. The scene stirred his emotions and brought up sad memories. He watched the farm boy leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Dongli. This little girl's disposition led her to believe that only because she met Dongli could she be taken in by Momin. Otherwise she would be just like those two children, who after hearing a few comforting words, would still have to fend for themselves. Xiao Qiu reached out and tugged on his sleeve. She looked at him with her big round eyes and asked innocently, So Martial Uncle had, our Momin will never be burned down by a big fire, right? Xiao Qiu squinted pitifully, almost crying. I don't want to lose my home again. Lu Chaoga knelt down on one knee, gently stroking her head. Don't worry. Momin will never be burned down by a great fire. Xiao Qiu will always have a home. Furthermore, Xiao Qiu must remember. Lu Chaoga grinned, his eyes narrowed. Above heaven and below earth, Xiao Qiu yelled excitedly. I alone am honored. Luo Bing was stunned upon seeing this scene.
Did the sadness end that quickly? Dongli returned to the group, cupping his hands and bowing.
Martial Uncle Head, I have finished talking with him.
We can now depart for the secret realm. Lu Chaoga went along with it, saying, then let's go.
Xiao Qiu jumped up joyfully.
Off to the secret realm. Lu Chaoga smiled slightly, chuckling when caring for disciples.
One must pay attention to maintaining their enthusiasm,
vitality and confidence.
If their ambition doesn't soar above the heavens, how can they possibly fight against it?
Dongli led the way, running into the woods this way. Xiao Qiu happily followed behind. Yes, MHM.
The silhouettes of the four people seemed to move within a painting. The scenery in the painting twisted and changed. A gigantic scroll the length of an arm hovered in midair.
Anren lay flat on the couch, propping up his cheek and sneering coldly. It seems even Lu Chaoga
cannot detect the methods of this demon lord.
A demon in a painting. This demon lord is indeed invincible under heaven.
He turned around to look at the masks on the table.
Not far away. That face skin
was precisely that of the farm boy.
Once I devour the Momin head, this demon lord will surely step into the 8th realm
and be ranked alongside King's 4 divine swords.
Anren propped up his cheek and sneered. Even so, Lu Chaoga, you must not disappoint this demon lord. After all, for your sake.
This demon lord has put in quite a bit of effort. In his red room, a corner was piled with the stiff remains of his victims. The common folk whose appearances he had stolen were strung up in a row like trophies hanging from the ceiling. After all, to strip the appearances of an entire village,
to turn them into huapi, that would be troublesome. A piece of huapi.
The huapi was conspicuously hung among the strips of human skin.
He looked triumphant. The entire room was filled with sinister and evil energy.
So if you get toyed with and die this easily,
this demon lord wouldn't approve. Luo Bing happily held Xiao Qiu's hand as they walked along the road.
And two squinted, chuckling maliciously, his snake tongue flicking.
If I could turn those 2 disciples of the Mo sect into huapi, perhaps it would be even more amusing.
He toyed with a few strands of his own hair. Where is he? The subordinate quickly responded.
Yes, master. And 2 glanced backward.
A corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Capture those 2 female disciples of the Mo sect.
I want them alive. This demon lord wants to personally deal with them.
And I want them to suffer immensely.
Dealing with Mo sect disciples is certainly more interesting than dealing with other cultivators.
The attendant cupped his hands, bowed his head, and slowly retreated.
Yes, master.
The nearby curtain gently swayed,
and 2 frowned and spoke. He has already left. How long do you plan to hide?
From behind the red curtain the figure of a woman emerged.
As expected, nothing can escape master's eyes.
She frowned and tiptoed forward.
The direct disciple of Demon Lord Danqing, Purple Eye, 3rd rank of the Purple Moon Society.
The Zhu Shi just now.
Master, why didn't you choose me to capture those 2 female disciples? The Mo sect ones. Are you worried I might take the credit?
And 2 stroked his chin, frowning in contemplation.
Lu Chaoga is not easy to deal with. The way you are now, you are not his match. I know what you want. The vacant position of Purple Eye, 2nd rank at the 9th level. Everyone is eyeing it.
But since I bear the responsibility of making this choice, naturally there is no reason not to give it to you.
Zhu Shi happily lay down on the couch, snuggling into his arms. Then master, what are you waiting for?
Zhu Shi narrowed her eyes and tilted her head. She spoke in a quiet, seductive voice.
The resources that the Purple Eye 2nd rank can obtain from Lord Zixin far exceed those of the Purple Eye 3rd rank.
Help me ascend to the position sooner.
Master's influence. Want it stabilized sooner.
And 2 narrowed his eyes dismissively.
There are 3 great demon lords in the Divine Assembly. I am not the only one who has a say. If I want to silence all of them, I must present accomplishments that force them to keep quiet. This ambush on the Mo sect. My spies have been watching Mo Dongfeng for a long time. This is the perfect opportunity.
He gently lifted Zhu Shi's chin.
I promise once Lu Chaoga is captured, I will naturally help you ascend to the position.
The woman blushed, overjoyed. Then this disciple thanks master very much. Zhu Shi narrowed her eyes, tilted her head back, and lightly licked his face.
Although the position of Purple Eye 2nd rank is good,
master's body is also quite enticing.
Zhu Shi lay on the bed,
Watching Entu slowly take off his clothes, a pleased expression appeared on her face. After all, if I could devour my master, and reach the great perfection of the 7th realm, and become a demon lord, I would be second only to one and above thousands. A massive whirlpool formed in the heart of the sea. Meanwhile, on the other side of Qingzhou, in the depths of the endless sea, another major event was unfolding. Qingzhou, the endless sea. Li Suifeng narrowed his eyes. He floated amidst the magical fluctuations. Your seal has been reinforced by the 4 sages themselves, especially Sword Venerable. When he sealed you, he was already at the half-step 9th realm. The me right now. I cannot help you escape. A vague black shadow appeared. So what do you want? Suifeng stood with his hands behind his back and spoke. I need to slay the 3 corpses to break through to the 9th realm. But now I am stuck on this 3rd corpse. He knitted his brows. He recalled coughing up blood and breathing heavily when he was weak. I have exhausted every method. But I still cannot slay this final corpse. It even caused my spiritual power to become erratic. My chi and blood flowed backward and my cultivation realm actually regressed somewhat. The entity inquired. You want me to help you kill this 3rd corpse? Li Suifeng shook his head, his tone serious. No, I already know why I can't kill this 3rd corpse. It's because this body still retains a sliver of his own consciousness. As long as I completely destroy this body, then the 3rd corpse will naturally manifest. His expression was solemn, his brows furrowed. But this step requires a significant amount of time. And during this time, there is one thing I must do, but cannot do myself. The entity prompted him to continue. Li Suifeng narrowed his eyes. I must eliminate a factor. The factor that is destabilizing the current Tianxian realm. This person is named Lu Chaoga. If he is allowed to continue developing, entering the 8th realm in the future, or even stepping into the 9th realm, will likely just be a matter of time. He silently recalled the powerful demonic energy surrounding him. If at that time you also factor in the Sword Venerable breaking through his cultivation and emerging, even if the remaining half of your body recovers, you would definitely not be a match for the 2 of them working together. The entity counter-questioned him emotionlessly. So you want me to help you kill him? Li Suifeng's expression remained calm as he added. Helping me is also helping you. Don't forget, all humans are living beings. And what your enemy left behind. Once a human steps into the 10th realm, that thing will reappear in the world. The entity slightly lowered its head, sinking into contemplation. Immediately afterward, it suddenly made a strange sound. The red eye in the center of its cheek snapped wide open. The body surrounding this eye suddenly burst open. His eye became the center, transforming into an orb that absorbed darkness. Within that current of black energy, an arm powerfully reached upwards. Subsequently, a robust humanoid body emerged from below. He is my son. He is stronger than the monstrous creatures before him. The black shadow figure was entirely dark, floating in that uncertain liquid. In that case, let him go help you kill that person. Under the warm sunlight, the steps were crowded with people. In the early morning, Tongtian village, senior brother Mo, the secret realm you mentioned. Is it really in this place? The golden rice fields reflected the backs of the farmers. Xiao Qiu's eyes sparkled. This Tongtian village looks really beautiful. Meanwhile, Dongfang proudly patted his chest. I knew immediately once I used a little spiritual power to check. That secret realm is right beneath this village. He pulled out a talisman. Now I will open the entrance to the secret realm for everyone to see. The talisman dropped onto the ground with a snap. Immediately after, a gateway leading underground slowly appeared before their eyes. Xiao Qiu was both surprised and delighted. Wow, there really is an entrance. Chaoga, look. Everyone felt it was strange, but they couldn't pinpoint exactly what felt off. Those who were harvesting rice all had the same indifferent expression. It didn't seem quite normal. The secret gateway had fully opened. Dongfang put his hands on his hips and grinned widely. How about that? I told you there was an entrance here. Luo Bing looked over. Curious. Even though I have reached the 5th realm, I completely failed to detect the presence of this entrance. Junior brother Mo, how exactly did you discover this place? Dongfang scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Actually, it was a coincidence. I originally wanted to catch a bird to satisfy my hunger, but I accidentally fell into this field. And that's how this door opened. Luo Bing looked enlightened. I see it truly was a stroke of luck. Xiao Qiu nearby also became interested.
So in the end, did junior brother Xiao Mo catch that bird? Dongfang scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. He recalled how muddy he was when he fell. I didn't catch it and it even humiliated me a bit.
Xiao Qiu clapped her hands,
her eyes shining. Oh, I get it now.
Junior brother Xiao Mo stumbled upon this luck thanks to bird droppings. Both Luobing and Dongfang changed expressions helplessly.
You really didn't have to say that part out loud. Chaoga walked forward. No matter what kind of luck it is still fortune. Don't categorize it, let's just go down and take a look first.
The two of them said in unison. Yes, those few farmers are still busy harvesting the rice. Suddenly one of them glanced over at him, chuckling internally, so they had already discovered the secret realm here. That's why they specifically came here. This time Master has gained another piece of good fortune. A wisp of black smoke snaked its way toward the entrance of the cellar.
Inside the cave, Chi-Go led the way down. Dongfang, remember to lock the door tightly. Don't let common folk accidentally fall in and lose their lives. He turned around and tossed out a talisman. Yes, Sect Leader, martial uncle.
The stone door slowly closed. The black smoke also slipped inside at the same time. The light spots generated by spiritual energy illuminated the entire dark cellar.
Luo Bing looked around deep in thought. Martial uncle, this mural on the wall
has been corroded by the underground moisture. We can no longer tell what the original painting looked like.
Xiao Qiu asked curiously. Senior sister Bing Bing.
What is a mural? Luo Bing replied softly.
They are usually paintings
used to record major events.
Chi-Go frowned, his expression contemplative. I already know what's wrong.
He narrowed his eyes, recalling the golden rice fields outside.
There are simply too many people.
Too many. It is not the harvest season now.
There shouldn't be so many farmers working in the fields.
They should be home lighting fires and preparing meals.
But with so many people, why can't I sense anything unusual? Chi-Go clasped his hands behind his back.
His lips were pursed.
He mused, judging by the aura I sensed. They are indeed ordinary farmers, not cultivators. Just now I scanned a few individuals using advanced perception. The system said that it was consistent with what I sensed. If that's the case, then things are serious. Does someone possess a technique that can evade my perception? Or perhaps he was extremely lucky
and just happened to avoid my advanced perception.
Chi-Go smirked coldly.
If that is truly the case, then this trip to the secret realm will be quite interesting.
This venerable one is truly looking forward to it now. What kind of surprises you young ones will bring me?
The four of them proceeded straight into the depths of the secret realm.
Luo Bing's eyes widened in great surprise. Sect Leader, martial uncle, look here. What appeared before them was an ancient, enormous stone door. Chi-Go showed an interested look. How interesting.
The person who wrote these 2 lines of poetry
must be a remarkable figure. Very well written, copy it down. Well, hang it on the main gate later.
Xiao Qiu closed her eyes and pushed the door with all her might.
This door is too heavy. Xiao Qiu can't open it. Dongfang quickly ran over. Xiao Qiu, use your spiritual power to help open the door. Luo Bing also came over to help. Be careful. Don't damage this door. This is also a relic left behind by a senior cultivator. We should treat it with reverence. The little girl shouted vigorously, Hiya hiya. Xiao Qiu understands.
Chi-Go pursed his lips, looking seriously at the stone door.
There are no mechanisms inside this door. It is a purely stone door. This venerable one doesn't need to intervene. Thinking about it carefully, that makes sense.
A sect capable of writing these 2 lines of poetry
wouldn't resort to using traps and hidden weapons, or playing tricks to harm people.
The stone door was gradually pushed open, revealing a faint light.
Xiao Qiu jumped up excitedly. It's open, it's open. Dongfang's eyes widened, feeling confused. It opens so easily. I thought there would be some sort of mechanism inside. That's why I didn't dare come down alone.
Suddenly a voice came from behind the door. Heaven and earth, nothing is beyond reach.
With the moon in one's heart, the intent is utmost sincerity.
Esteemed guests, you have kept this venerable one waiting. Luo Bing and the other 2 turned pale with fright. Xiao Qiu trembled and tightly hugged her senior sister's leg.
There's someone talking. How can there be someone here? Could it be a ghost like the ones written about in books?
Chi-Go suddenly spoke up. Under the terrified gaze of the 3 individuals, A ghost, he revealed a helpless expression. With his hands clasped behind his back, what is there to fear about a ghost? It is merely a small cluster of energy gathered together. Look at the three of you. Do you even have the demeanor of a cultivator? Chauga calmly and composedly walked in first. Whatever specter has appeared today, this seat will take a good look. The three people quickly followed, shouting, "Marshal Uncle Head, we want to go too." The four of them walked inside. Facing them was a towering stone platform with steps leading up. A colossal stone structure. The interior space was incredibly vast. Lingbing's eyes lit up as she looked at the mountains of gold piled up here. Master would be so happy if he saw this. Xiaoqia's face was also glistening with excitement. This is enough to trade for lots of candied hawthorns. Dongfang was extremely excited, so many treasures. Chauga noticed the figure sitting on the high platform. Money can communicate with spirits. And it can also drive away evil spirits. He cautiously asked loudly, "Who might you be, esteemed sir? Why are you here?" Chauga pressed his lips together. He was full of thoughts but spoke seriously. He is not human but a residual soul. From 10,000 years ago. Suddenly bursts of cold wind swept through the surroundings. The figure nodded and asked, "Well said." "Well said." Lingbing gritted her teeth, looking terrified. "It feels like a chilling wind." Xiaoqiu hugged herself blankly. Xiaoqiu feels so cold. Dongfang was trembling all over. Don't say anymore and getting goosebumps. The figure on the high platform slowly stood up. This seat has sat here languishing for 10,000 years. And finally someone has come today. He turned his head and glanced backward. Moreover, the arrival has an extraordinary aura. The figure put his hands behind his back, looking down upon them condescendingly. This seat is the current head disciple of the Tongtian sect, Kayangzi. Xiaoqiu was shivering from the cold, secretly glancing at Dongfang. How can there be someone here? Senior brother Xiao Mo. Didn't you say there was nobody here? That person also widened his eyes, looking surprised, completely clueless about what was happening. I don't know either. Who would build a sect underground? Lingbing adopted a serious expression and looked up at the figure. Junior brothers and sisters, don't panic. That is not a living person. The two children cried out in fear. Not a living person. She turned around to comfort them. Don't be afraid. He is not a ghost but a residual soul. Once one steps into the realm of great cultivators, the soul becomes extremely powerful. Even if the body dies and the Tao vanishes, a residual soul can still survive by attaching itself to an object. Brother Dongfang patted his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. I was almost scared to death. Kayangzi looked down with great interest. This junior knows a few things. But even if a residual soul is powerful, after 10,000 years, logically it should have dispersed by now. Do you know why this seat is still here? Lingbing cupped her hands and answered respectfully, reporting to senior. This junior does not know. Chauga replied softly. It is because of the restriction. Someone placed a restriction on senior's residual soul, forcing it to be bound here. Kayangzi grinned and laughed heartily. Correct. It seems this junior of yours is not only beautiful, but your cultivation is also extraordinary. I presume you also know how to break this seat's restriction. Chauga replied. I know. If I just slay senior's residual soul, the restriction will be broken, helping senior break free. Kayangzi laughed even louder, pointing at Chauga. Accurate, precise, and decisive. This seat likes that about you. Dongfang opened his mouth wide in shock. Slay. Break free. Can those two things happen simultaneously? Lingbing was filled with apprehension. Sure enough, there was a complex hidden agenda here. Xiaoqia's eyes sparkled as she looked around. He's not a living person anyway. If I secretly snatch a few treasures to trade for candied hawthorns, I probably won't get scolded, right? Kayangzi drew a long sword from nowhere. In that case, young friend, please make your move and help this seat escape this bondage. Chauga pressed his lips together and thoughtfully looked behind him. Should I let them go out first if they stay here? They are very likely to get implicated. Kayangzi sneered, and a surge of demonic energy wrapped around his arm. This seat knows what you are thinking. Once you have stepped onto this ground, there is no turning back. Even if you manage to exit the stone door, there are no longer any steps left for escape. Someone was unwilling to let the living leave after arriving here, which is why the current situation occurred. Dongfang exclaimed in horror. We can't go back. Really, is that true? Xiaoqiu, hurry and run out to check. I'll go see. When she ran to the end of the path, the young girl was astonished. The path really vanished. The young girl ran back panting heavily. Chugu quickly drew his sword as well. It seems this battle with Senior is unavoidable. Yang Zi threw his head back and laughed heartily. Our fight will surely shake the heavens and the earth. Let this esteemed one take these juniors to a safe place. The three people including Luo Bing were encompassed by a demonic energy, which wrapped around them, floating them in midair. Wow, we're flying. Is this Master Uncle Head? What should we do? Should we leave or stay? Chugu turned his head to look at them, and reminded them softly. Go. The Senior acts with integrity and honesty. He won't hurt you. The three answered in unison yes. A dimensional gate opened, sending Luo Bing and her companions away. In the darkness, Danking's servant was dumbfounded. Now there's no escaping. The two female disciples of the Moment sect were sent away again. What should I do? He hid behind a rock, watching the two people, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Am I doomed to stay here and witness the scene of those two monsters wielding their dual swords? What exactly should I do? If I were to accidentally die from the residual shockwaves of the battle, wouldn't that be a total waste of life? Yet still failing to complete the mission assigned by the Yao Jun, Yang Zi soared into the air and swooped down from above. Young friend, take this sword strike from me. Chugu swung his sword and blocked it. Two powerful forces collided fiercely. Chugu narrowed his eyes and asked Senior. This junior has a question. I wonder if I should ask it. Yang Zi laughed heartily. Go ahead and ask, don't worry about it. Chugu frowned, spinning his sword to parry the opponent's attack. Since Senior wishes to be free, why not simply offer up your neck and wait for death? Allowing this junior to deliver a single strike. Wouldn't that grant your wish immediately? Yang Zi excitedly infused demonic energy into his blade. While your words are not wrong, this esteemed one naturally dislikes the weak. If I were to be killed by someone weaker than myself, then even if I gained freedom my heart would not be satisfied. Since I am destined to leave this esteemed one must depart in a spectacular fashion. To have a junior capable of truly killing me. Send me off. Isn't that truly exhilarating? The two engaged in a fierce battle without holding back. Chugu narrowed his eyes, looking delighted. In that case, this junior will certainly grant Senior's wish. He pursed his lips and lightly turned backward. This Senior's Kaling awakened spirit is the wind spirit. Learning from fighting him might bring some inspiration to Xializi. She also possesses the wind Kaling. Since that is the case, I must seize this opportunity even more. Yang Zi leaped high into the air, allowing his body to float. Junior, you too possess a heaven and earth Kaling. So watch this carefully. He pointed his sword towards the heavens, and his demonic energy erupted. Hundreds of swords appeared simultaneously, spinning like a formation, using the sword momentum to command the heavens and earth, using the sword technique to rule over all things. Yang Zi thrust forward, pointing toward Chugu. All the sword spirit power rushed forward in unison. They merged into one, transforming into a ferocious giant dragon. The massive azure dragon charged directly at Chugu. Chugu was intrigued, his eyes filled with admiration. Truly powerful. This way of controlling the Kaling, it can actually solidify the formless heavens and earth into a physical body. Chugu suddenly felt killing intense surge within him. This is killer intent transforming into a dragon. It wants to appear and fight. He laughed heartily. Chauga swung his sword. A line of text appeared beneath his feet. Demonic power swirled around him. Since that is the case, let's use your power to compete and fight him in battle. Come see of life and death. Chauga charged straight at the dragon's front, sword in hand. He narrowed his eyes and ran his finger across the sword edge. Since you've already unleashed the realm of killing intent Azura, why not just execute the Persian Z move? Chauga swung his sword, like a powerful army sweeping out, charging to break the formation. Spanning 1800 li, the massive azure dragon was attacked by the cavalry army. Yang Zi laughed loudly in triumph. To have such a junior send me off, I can truly say my life was not lived in vain. Chauga held his sword, passing through the formation and rushing towards that person. Senior, this junior has already broken this move. Yang Zi stepped aside to dodge, feeling delighted. That's more like it. Keep going, keep going. The two men's sword edges ceaselessly collided in midair.
Danking's attendant gritted his teeth watching the fight with difficulty. The sword chi is truly overwhelming and fierce. And both of them are so incredibly powerful. If they continue fighting, I might be torn to shreds by the aftermath. He leaned back and raised his hand to shield his face. But if I dare reveal my presence now, he'll have even less chance of surviving. The opponent Lord Yao Jun has encountered this time is a monster among monsters. I must survive. And take this news back to Lord Yao Jun. Yangzi was highly engrossed. The two continuously swung their swords. Young friend, your sword skills are truly exquisite. They give me the feeling of meeting an old friend. Chaoga rotated his long sword and sneered. Senior is a figure from 10,000 years ago, having experienced much. It is no surprise that you feel familiar with it. The man was secretly pleased. It is inevitable that it feels like an old acquaintance. After all, this is also one of the Azure Emperor's 4 forms. After colliding, the two leaped back, maintaining distance. You're right, fighting you is truly exhilarating. Yangzi was ecstatic. Since that is the case, let us activate our domains and decide a winner. Chaoga readily agreed. Senior, please. Not yet having stepped into the divine rank nor having attained immortality. Relying only on the killing Azura. Can I truly defeat him? But during the exchange just now, my sword essence has been perfected and my sword seed is sufficient. If I wish, I can unleash the strongest possible strike. Indeed, he sneered and raised his sword. I also want to see when both the sword essence and sword seed reach their limit, and I execute the move Pajin Zi Ding Ke Gong Wang, what realm of power it will achieve. I have never looked forward to a delayed sword strike like this. This is powerful swordsmanship, beyond my control. When it is deployed, Yangzi spread his hands and spoke loudly. A powerful wave of jade-green magic coiled around him. Good. Then open the domain. The entire space was submerged in a hazy blue glow. Mist curled and lingered everywhere. A star twinkled the domain. The wind god domain began to unfurl. Yangzi laughed heartily. From behind him, 2 pairs of massive wings unfolded. Chaoga showed an interested expression. His pupils contracted. First there was the god of fire, and now the god of wind. Do the powers of heaven and earth all possess their own domains? If little Lizzie could be like Wu Yue, and awaken a variation of the wind god domain, that would truly be extraordinary. He stroked his chin as if seeing Donli's figure, appearing with 2 snow-white wings. If my little Li could also unleash something like this, that would be super awesome. Yangzi's eyes were pure white. With a wave of his hand, a golden arrow shot forth. Junior, take my strongest sword strike. Chaoga bent down and took his stance. His long sword was also enveloped in powerful demonic energy. Come Senior, a system notification suddenly popped up. Sword Essence Complete Version. Direct damage increased by 150%. Sword Seed Complete Version. Unleashes 100 killing intent, directly converting it into critical damage, and grants the effect of eliminating the Dinkai Bao King. Active skill. Unleashes an armor-piercing move, possessing 150 power, ignoring 50 of the target's defense. Can be upgraded. Yangzi excitedly waved his hand and attacked him. How about that? Then take this power torrent from me. The power spun out like sharp blades. It suddenly expanded and grew larger, forming a powerful vortex attempting to sweep everything away. Zhao Gu frowned and slashed down with his sword. Sword life. Sword death Ding Ke Bao King. The cold sword edge descended, cleaving through all celestial phenomena for the sovereign, earning an esteemed reputation that lasts through the generations. The 2 magical forces collided, Hedon triggering an explosion. Danking's attendant shielded himself with both hands, struggling to hide behind a rock, as a powerful magical current swept past. The scorching red air current still floated in the air under the influence of his technique. Yangzi smiled slightly and said, I focused wholeheartedly on the sword for 10 successful years, and haven't met a worthy opponent in a century. He tightly shut his eyes, tilted his head back and fell backward. I fought alongside my sect, defending against the invasion of chaos, slaying thousands of exotic beasts alone. Stepping into the 9th realm, Yangzi's body gradually dissipated. Afterward I suffered grievous incurable injuries. My body perished, but my Tao remains, trapped here for 10,000 years, unable to transcend. He turned into fragments right before Zhao Gu. He pursed his lips.
listening intently to every word the other party said.
For 10,000 years. My deep resentment was hard to dispel. I fought for Tianxian, yet I ended up with such a tragic fate.
Yang Zi narrowed his eyes, smiling brightly. But today, having met a junior like you,
my lingering resentment has finally been completely dispelled.
His body vanished completely, leaving behind only a single star. His voice still echoed throughout the cellar.
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. This is the fortune of my Tianxian. To possess a younger generation genius like you. Truly extraordinary.
I have a secret technique scroll for ascending to the 9th realm.
Take it with you.
If you meet a suitable successor, pass it down for me.
Only a person with a broad mind and a fearless heart can successfully cultivate this method.
Suddenly a cylindrical treasure appeared, floating toward Zhao Gu.
Broad-minded and fearless. Isn't that describing me?
This cylindrical treasure was long cast in gold at both ends,
and exquisitely carved. Wind God Technique Cultivation Method, orange quality. Low grade. Cultivating this secret technique allows one to absorb wind aura spiritual energy, converting it into personal strength, with the possibility of breaking through to the 9th realm.
Zhao Gu pondered as he looked at the treasure in his hand. So this is a technique similar to the qi drinking art.
Both absorb wind aura and convert it into spiritual energy.
If paired with the wind kai spirit,
and constantly summoning strong winds, it would actually be quite good. But for me it's not very useful.
It's less practical than the qi drinking art, which can directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He pursed his lips and placed it into his spatial ring.
I'll hold on to it for now.
After all, it is a technique that allows for realm breakthroughs.
And the 9th realm is considered extraordinary.
A spatial gate suddenly opened on the platform. The corners of Zhao Gu's mouth curved slightly upward. Since a passage gate has opened,
it seems to be urging me to continue forward. Luo Bing, Xiao Chou, and Mo Dongfang must be at the bottom of this secret realm. I'll keep heading down and see what's there. He walked up the steps one by one.
Suddenly the entire cellar shook violently, throwing him slightly off balance.
The pressure from the restriction on the stairs is significant. It seems Kayangzi was right.
Someone deliberately made it difficult for others to leave easily. And he was the one who set up this restriction. Zhao Gu continued up the steps.
I am also very curious. What kind of figure it could be that even Kayangzi's remnant soul was trapped in this place.
After 10,000 years, how could there be such a thing?
Gravity.
Aren't the restrictions on these stairs a bit too perfunctory?
Right.
His retreating figure gradually vanished behind the spatial portal.
Danking's servant collapsed weakly onto the ground. They've finally all left.
He was covered in injuries, and trembled as he stood up. This was terrifying. I managed to escape by sheer luck this time.
But if I continue to follow them, and encounter that situation again, won't I die with unclosed eyes? However, if I don't capture those two women and return to report to the demon lord Yao Jun, how am I supposed to explain myself? Danking's servant clenched his teeth, his face flushed red. The demon lord's Yaojin's command takes precedence over everything. Even if I die here, it would be my destiny. I must repay the demon lord's Yaojin's kindness here.
He struggled to drag his battered body, and stepped onto the stairs.
The surrounding space shook again,
causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. What is this?
Danking's servant lay sprawled on the ground, in agonizing pain all over.
The gravity restriction here is terrifying.
I am a dignified 6th realm great perfection demon cultivator Yaoxiu. Yet I can barely even walk. Then what kind of monster is Lu Chaoga?
It's obvious he walked with perfect ease.
And 519. He trembled, falling back onto the ground. A mere restriction cannot stop me. Even if I have to crawl, I will crawl inside.
I must capture the 2 female disciples of the Momin sect.
The demon lord Yao Jun is waiting to utilize them. He struggled painfully, crawling forward. Finally,
a foot suddenly appeared before his eyes, causing him to freeze. He looked up and was immediately startled.
Lu Chaoga opened his mouth, speaking in a calm, low voice.
You kept this seat waiting for a long time. After being a tale for so long,
you were actually planning to capture Momin's female disciples.
As for the male handyman disciples, you don't need to worry about them.
Also, who is this demon lord Yao Jun you mentioned?
Faced with Lu Chaoga's interrogation, he tried to argue.
Sect Master Lu, you misunderstand.
Before he could finish, he stopped thinking. He actually discovered me long ago, but managed to hold back until now. He is clearly humiliating me. How can I, a dignified 6th realm demon cultivator Yaoxiu, endure such contempt? Since that is the case, I must strike first. 2 slashes suddenly appeared. He didn't say anything more, but instantly severed his arm. His agonizing scream rang out. Lu Chaoga questioned him in a low voice, outwardly respectful and polite, but inwardly plotting violence. Who do you take this seat for? Did you think I couldn't see through your act? He raised his head, his tone strong and resolute. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why waste so many words? Lu Chaoga, you are nothing special yourself, and you will die in our master's hands sooner or later. His answer was Lu Chaoga's calm and low voice. You actually have some backbone. Since I can't extract the reason from you, this seat also has a way to make use of you. You will serve as bait, helping this seat fish out your master. Then he slowly lifted him up using spiritual energy. You can temporarily enjoy the coolness on the sidelines. This seat has already locked your spiritual meridians, so you can no longer use your demonic arts. He immediately panicked. Let me go. Lu Chaoga, you are despicable and shameless. Next, Lu Chaoga waved his left hand. Why talk about morals with demon cultivators Yaoxiu like you? You murderers who devour people. This seat will naturally take you out later. After speaking, he threw the opponent against the wall, and then calmly stepped across the portal. He then slowly walked out. The space he was currently in was inside a palace. Lu Chaoga looked over the surroundings, thinking, with so many good things here, it would be a waste not to loot them. Immediately after, the system sent a large number of notifications. New advanced perception. Main cultivation methods grade. Lu Chaoga was astonished by the sheer volume of items. I didn't expect so many items, yet they are all trash. Feeling helpless, he muttered, I'm truly defeated. It seems the mysterious sect from ancient times. It's not all good stuff either. Collecting so much trash and keeping it here. He didn't know why. He saw a strange deity statue positioned high up. It made him slightly stunned. So Lu Chaoga commented while looking up and observing this 3-eyed colossal statue. It looks like a great god. The Tongtian sect of the ancient era. Did it worship this great god? An unfamiliar voice rang out, disagreeing with his view. Wrong. Immediately he became alert. Who? At this moment, a wisp of white smoke appeared before his eyes. That figure gradually revealed itself. What is worshipped here is not a god statue. A middle-aged man explained softly. This is the statue of the founding patriarch of the Tongtian sect. When he saw this person appear, he couldn't help but ask curiously, may I ask who you are, senior? Hearing this, he began to introduce himself by the venerable and the Tongtian sects. Current sect master Zhao Deiji. Since you have already met this venerable one, why hasn't a junior like you kneeled and kowtowed? Lu Chaoga immediately bowed respectfully. So it is sect master Zhao. I am the junior Lu Chaoga, sect leader of the Mo sect. Greetings, he thought to himself. This person is completely different from Kayangzi. You want me to kneel and bow the moment you open your mouth. Who do you think you are? Zhao Deiji spoke slowly. Mo sect, never heard of it. Insignificant ants. Upon meeting a figure as brilliant as the full moon, you only bow. Such an arrogant attitude, you are truly audacious. Hearing this, he frowned. Senior, do you know what year it is now? His words displeased the other party greatly. Whether this venerable one knows or not, what does that have to do with small fry like you? He was not someone easily provoked, and retorted in an icy tone. Then allow me to say one more thing. The Tongtian sect was destroyed 10,000 years ago. Times have changed. That remnant soul of yours, old man, should have died long ago. Zhao Deiji's face darkened. You are truly daring. The ground began to tremble. But Lu Chaoga remained standing calmly. A cultivator should possess a pure aura. But the aura I sense on you, junior, has hints of a demonic cultivator. He then mocked the other party. It seems it is precisely your obsession that has prevented Senior Kayangzi from escaping through reincarnation. These words enraged the other party. Kayangzi, I knew you wouldn't have been able to enter this place otherwise. One side of his face began to change. That Kayangzi. He truly is trash. To think he couldn't even stop someone like you. Hearing this, he humbly retorted. Forgive my bluntness. Senior Kayangzi is far nobler than you. Zhao Deiji immediately sneered at his attitude. Nobler than me.
he couldn't suppress, his rage emphasizing every word. Back then, if this venerable one hadn't sacrificed myself following the example of Qingti, and created this half-human half-demon body to withstand the great calamity, would this Tianxian realm even exist today? The monster inside Zhao Deji began to reveal itself. This Tianxian realm, if it weren't for this venerable one's courageous sacrifice, small fries like you wouldn't even have the right to speak. Lu Qiao's demeanor remained composed. During your lifetime, Senior, your high moral character was naturally admired by this junior. But why is your obsession so profound now? A sneer curled at his lips. Obsession. What do you know about this venerable one's obsession? The space here began to fill with dense Yin energy. Yin energy gathers here. It must be an ancient battlefield. And the casualties must number no less than 1 million. That Yin energy is lurking all around. Then using the statue as a guide, continuously absorbing the Yin energy, as well as the death energy within hundreds of miles around. Kang Zizi's image appeared on the rock wall. Facing this site rich with Yin energy, Lu Qiao's gaze sharpened. What are you trying to do, raising corpses? Or helping you leave your body and seize a new one for rebirth? In response, Zhao Deji let out a malicious laugh. I originally thought you were just a small subordinate. I didn't expect you to discover all this. The lotus flower on the statue began to turn red. The immortal lotus in the statue's hand was like flesh and blood. To possess such dense corpse energy, this is solid proof. A slight smile played on his lips. Furthermore, if my guess is correct, these streams of Yin energy are starting to gather upon Zhao Deji. The person standing before me now is no longer Zhao Deji, the sect master of the Tontian sect, but the ancient strange beast that initially merged with him. Correct. A smile spread across Zhao Deji's lips, revealing interest in you, boy Xiao Su. You truly are intelligent. To be able to see through this king's true identity in such a short time. His eyes blood red, he continued speaking. His eyes were crimson and he continued speaking. Not bad, since you are merely a small fry, and destined to die soon anyway. I might as well tell you a few things. Do you know that this king has lived for 10,000 years? 5,000 years ago I extinguished Zhao Deji's consciousness 5 millennia later by gathering corpses into Yin energy. I am only a few hundred years away from resurrection. He spread his arms and laughed loudly. So take a guess. Who established this place in this center of gathered Yin energy? A massive amount of Yin energy envelopes this area. And who created this divine statue, turning it into the core of the Yin gathering formation? Just then, Xiao Su frowned, no longer as calm as before. Following this, Zhao Deji revealed like a madman. It was Zhao Deji, the sect master of the Tongtian sect himself. So he was also afraid of death. Without further words, he drew his sword. Kayangzi hid 3 of my Momin disciples. Do you know where they are now? After saying this, he immediately thought this Zhao Deji has already been taken over by the ancient strange beast. His body has been seized. Damn it, Luo Bing and the other 2 are in danger. Showing no fear, he instead demanded, Are you begging this king? Or are you questioning this king? But he replied sternly, Answer my question. Hearing this, Zhao Deji began to emanate a heavy wave of Yin energy. It seems you little lowlife don't understand your place at all. His form began to distort. Within this secret realm, this king is a god. Many souls appeared around him, answering his call. All of you come out for this king, my million man-eating ghosts. Following this, he gave them a command, ordering with extreme arrogance, Go kill him. Innate divine ability, Tiger King's man-eating ghosts. Obeying Zhao Deji's orders, they began to charge forward. At this moment, Xiao Su was surprised by their sheer numbers. There are so many spirits. If I could shove them all into the Black Court shadow, then wouldn't the Black Court shadow become even stronger? Despite this, he remained calm and showed no fear. These guys don't have high individual combat power. They possess strengths ranging from the 2nd to 4th realms. But they prevail because of their sheer numbers. Too many ants can kill an elephant. If the Black Court could use this many man-eating ghosts, then this trip would truly be worthwhile. He quietly asked, Does the system have an item that can contain ghosts? The system quickly displayed request received. Beginning search in the player shop. Searching in the player shop. Search complete. No item meeting the requirements was found temporarily.
This reply caused Xiaosu to let out a helpless sigh. Tch. I figured there wouldn't be one. Then while eliminating them he pondered, if such an item truly existed, then soul monster type bosses could just be captured, completely breaking the balance. But it's a bit of a pity to waste them like this. Xiaosu then retreated since the Tongtian sect collected so many scriptures, and this Zhao Deiji merged with an ancient tiger-type strange beast. He had to consider how to utilize the innate divine ability of this tiger-type strange beast's man-eating ghosts. Among those scriptures, there must be such a secret technique. Next he executed several moves. He had essentially defeated a large number of the lost souls, but he still hadn't forgotten to command the advanced perception system to continue scanning. Facing this situation, Zhao Deiji still wore a smile. In the current Tianxian realm, this generation is weaker than the last. Back then these tramp ghosts of mine I could kill with a single sword stroke. Now this little flunky seems to have sunk into a mire and will be drained dry sooner or later. It seems he doesn't even have the qualification to make this king act personally. Subsequently a dark thought crossed his mind. Let him be devoured by the tramp ghosts here, and then I will replace Kayangzi and take his soul. He said 3 disciples were sent here. This king will go find those 3 living people. Once I find them, I'll kill them immediately and put them into the ranks of the tramp ghosts as leaders. On Lu Chaoge's side the system kept replying with the word useless. Lu Chaoge was quite exhausted. Fighting such a massive horde alone. Useless, 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 all useless scriptures. Where exactly is the truly useful thing hidden? The monster holding the spear charged at him, but fortunately he blocked it just in time with his sword. System prompt. Tramp Ghost Control Art Grade C. Hearing this he immediately brightened, found it. Certain of victory, his momentum instantly soared. Old ghost, thanks a lot. I will send you off to reincarnation. The system is currently deciphering the incantation of the Tramp Ghost Control Art. The system begins interpreting with this set of magic arts cultivation systems. In just a moment Lu Chaoge understood completely. No wonder it only deserves grade C. The restrictions are actually this severe. This magic art surprisingly requires using a living person as a medium to store the tramp ghosts. Moreover, every sea of consciousness, which is the body of a normal person, can only store 5 tramp ghosts. These densely packed lost souls. Meanwhile, cultivators in the initial realm can store 100. First realm can store 500. Second realm stores 1,000. Third realm stores 10,000. Fourth realm stores 100,000. Fifth realm can store them freely. There are at least 1 million ghosts here. This means one must capture a cultivator of the 5th realm or higher to store this many tramp ghosts. He calmly watched the monsters continuously emerging. But where am I supposed to find a cultivator above the 5th realm? Even if there were one, how could this lord possibly do something so despicable? Then he suddenly realized something. After all, once tramp ghosts are stored, the sea of consciousness will swell. The cultivator will be unable to advance further, and their sanity will also weaken. Wait, his eyes began to light up. He recalled the person whose arms he had broken. A demon cultivator above the 5th realm. Isn't there exactly one? Subsequently he began to ascend. The tramp ghost control demonic array began to appear. He immediately spoke in a deep voice. Gather. The lost souls began to move following his demonic array. As soon as he raised his hand, the lost souls drilled into that spatial gate. You demon cultivator followed secretly, plotting malice. Now you shall first serve as the vessel for these millions of tramp ghosts. Consider it a way to eliminate some of your sins. The person was so scared that he was stunned watching the scene before him. What is coming? He who turned his head in surprise. Zhao Deiji looked up and saw a large group of malevolent ghosts being sucked toward Lu Chaoge's direction, and he shouted, "What in the world is happening?" He demanded in shock. "You. What are you doing to this king's tramp ghosts?" Lu Chaoge sneered and replied, "Not much. Just didn't want to waste this huge opportunity. That's all. 10,000-year-old tramp ghosts. Usually it's hard to get even one." Half of Zhao Deiji's face was human. The other half had turned into the Heihu form. He roared furiously, giving orders to the tramp ghosts. "All of you return to this king." The ghosts were still continuously being sucked away.
Zhao Deji asked himself in astonishment. What is going on? Why are even my king's subjugation spells ineffective? Lu Chaoga explained with a smile. That is naturally because you are not the true sovereign, but a mere impostor. Did you possess Zhao Deji? Or did Zhao Deji possess you? He questioned astonished. How can you know this clearly? I the king have already personally destroyed his will. Lu Chaoga asked slowly. If you had truly succeeded completely in possessing him, how would you still possess that half-human half-tiger face? Have you lived for 10,000 years in vain? Unable to grasp even this simple logic, Zhao Deji questioned himself confused. I the king never considered this question. If the possession was successful, why is my face still half-human and half-tiger? Could what he said be true? Lu Chaoga thought with a smile, a beast is a beast. And its brain is indeed slow. He believes whatever I casually say. He is merely a wisp of residual soul. Where would he still have any will remaining? As for the half-human half-tiger appearance, it's simply because that's what he looks like naturally. As for this last Chang Gue, why won't it obey him? He pondered. That's because this subjugation technique of mine was directly leveled up instantly to the maximum rank using experience points. Rank 10 plus the sacrifice of a demon cultivator's divine body makes this great completion of the land realm technique naturally much more effective than what that beast merely stated verbally. Although it is an ancient exotic beast from 10,000 years ago, it is nothing more than a wisp of residual soul. If its true body were here, then I would surely lose. The black tiger inside Zhao Deji is dead. I the king have already personally killed his last wisp of divine soul. How could I the king, who will return to the human world in just a few hundred years, possibly be possessed by him? He roared. You are deceiving me, the king. Clutching his sword, Lu Chaoga said dismissively. Only now do you realize that the Changgue have all lost control. You are truly foolish, ancient tiger king. He activated the Azura realm of slaughter, drew his purple sword and declared. Now it is this venerable one's turn to slay demons and eradicate evil. Lu Chaoga struck the black tiger with a single sword slash, then announced. In today's Tianqian realm, there is no place left for old geezers like you who have lived 10,000 years. The black tiger's soul furiously radiated spiritual pressure. Zhao Deji's body roared. You little shrimp. You actually want to kill me, the king? Then try it. Two immense forces collided, then exploded. The area around the main hall was enveloped in smoke and dust. It dispersed after a while, revealing Zhao Deji trembling in place. Lu Chaoga voiced his surprise and suspicion. How is that possible? A single strike from the purple sword kills instantly. It is completely indefensible. Zhao Deji's body suddenly dissipated. Lu Chaoga secretly realized this is not a residual soul. This is a Chang Gue. That fellow who claimed to be the possessed Tiger King. This Zhao Deji was actually a Chang Gue. He laughed loudly. So that's it. So that's how it is. Lu Chaoga praised. I truly underestimated you. You 10,000-year-old tiger. Zhao Deji is thoroughly dead. Show yourself. The black tiger stood far away, revealing itself now and speaking. I the king didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. Lu Chaoga exposed the truth calmly. You actually turned Zhao Deji into your Chang Gue. And you even made him believe he was you. If he hadn't run into me, I suspect that once he truly completed the Yin gathering in embryo formation, you would have devoured him to claim the embryo and resurrected alone. The black tiger walked over, sat down before the statue and slowly said, when the fake is treated as real, the real also becomes fake. When the real is treated as fake, the fake also becomes real. He continued. 10,000 years of time. Even a stone should become a bit smarter. There is no need for the young friend to be so surprised by this matter. If that is the case, Lu Chaoga inquired, it seems you do not intend to fight me in a battle to the death. Hey, who explained with a smile. The me from 10,000 years ago might have fought you. Now I have entered Zen Buddhism. Lu Chaoga's eyes widened in surprise. You entered Zen Buddhism? He thought to himself, what the heck is going on? Sect Master Zhao Deji from 10,000 years ago actually became a true ghost. The otherworldly beast that possessed him instead entered Zen Buddhism. What kind of cosmic reversal is this? Hey, who suddenly said. Speaking of which, I still have you to thank. If it weren't for you, the millions of true ghosts we suppressed here
I don't know how they would have been resolved. He looked up at the statue then continued. We could only rely on the flesh lotus divine statue, depleting it day and night, causing my divine soul to be unable to find release. Lu Chaoga was stunned and asked, Wait, are you saying that? You weren't actually gathering in to nurture a fetus, but rather suppressing the in energy of a million true ghosts. In this place He who still looked at the statue and replied, That's right, my master's righteousness is profound. How could he gather in to nurture a fetus? He gently continued. If it were truly gathering in to nurture a fetus, then the land above would probably be barren. Lu Chaoga pondered. That makes some sense. Tontian village above this secret realm is very harmonious. Unlike a place for nurturing corpses and gathering in, which should be eerie, he thought to himself. But why is Tontian village so strange? He looked at the sealed fat man thinking, it seems the abnormality of Tontian village is inextricably linked to the master it mentioned. He who slowly stood up and said, Come with me. My master wants to see you. Oh, and your 3 disciples is currently with my master. Lu Chaoga furrowed his brows deep in thought. Luo Bing and the others are now with its master. Kaiyangzi said he would take them to an absolutely safe place. Black Tiger led the way for Lu Chaoga. He thought to himself as he walked. But who could its master be? Black Tiger stood behind Tontian Jiaozhu, and then introduced him. This is my master, the founding patriarch of Tontian sect. Tontian Jiaozhu. Lu Chaoga asked in confusion. Senior, are you truly the founding patriarch of Tontian sect? He was secretly surprised. In his previous life Tontian Jiaozhu was an extremely famous figure. Here he was actually a small thin old man. Tontian Jiaozhu stroked his beard and asked kindly, Heaven and earth, no star cannot be plucked. Embrace the moon in dreams, turn falsehood into truth. Have you ever heard this saying? Lu Chaoga asked, Did Senior create this saying? He replied, Not exactly, it was given to me by someone. This junior has heard that this poem seems to be from the sect master of Tiani Dao. Lu Chaoga was secretly astonished. The sect master of Tiani Dao? Isn't that the Azure Emperor? The Azure Emperor, a peak 9 realm expert from the creation era. A figure from tens of thousands of years ago. How could he be merely a junior in this man's mouth? A moment later, a cup of tea was poured and placed before Lu Chaoga. Tontian Jiaozhu asked, Young man, are you willing to drink tea with this old Taoist? The taste is bland. The tea leaves are common, and the water used to brew it is just rainwater. Lu Chaoga picked up the teacup and respectfully replied, Given by Senior. This junior dare not refuse. Tontian Jiaozhu praised. You are a remarkable person. With such an appearance, you don't even disdain this old Taoist's common tea. Lu Chaoga tilted his head back and drained the tea. Then he handed back the teacup and respectfully said, Thank you, Senior, for the tea. Although this junior was born tens of thousands of years later, I still understand some principles. The system displayed a prompt. Drank the true dew of Taoist karma. Gained 10 million experience. Gained root bone 1. Lu Chaoga's mouth dropped open, his eyes wide with surprise. After just drinking a cup of tea, I gained tens of millions of experience points. And an extra point of innate ability. Could this be a treasure trove? Tontian Jiaozhu patted the table and said, Interesting. He isn't the type to use beauty to win people's hearts. If that's the case, then sit down. Lu Chaoga hesitated slightly. Elder, I have something to say. I have 3 disciples. He thought, although this old man is a treasure trove, it's more important to find those 3 children of Luo Bing right now. Stroking his beard, he smiled and asked, There's no rush for that. This old Taoist would like to ask you a question. I wonder if you are willing to answer. He gestured for him to proceed. Elder, please ask. Lu Chaoga guessed that the elder's question surely held a hidden meaning. The Tontian Taoist began. There are 3 types of imparting the Tao to the world. One is orthodoxy. The second is valuing the spirit. The third is teaching without distinction. Lu Chaoga bowed. Please enlighten me, Elder. Stroking his beard, he said. Orthodoxy means only imparting the Tao to the worthy, and the unworthy cannot attain the Tao. Evening descended, looking somewhat desolate. The view outside was draped in the golden-orange hue of sunset. He paused for a moment, then continued. Valuing the spirit means only imparting the Tao to a single successor, to prevent wide and reckless dissemination which makes the Tao untrue.
Teaching without distinction means that the Tao can be imparted to all things under heaven. All things possess the Tao. Lu Chaoga suddenly understood, thinking, isn't this just that thing? As a transmigrator he naturally knew. This is clearly the philosophy of the Chanren and J3 teachings. This elder is named Tong Tian Jiaozhu, so hasn't the answer already been vividly described? The Tong Tian Taoist questioned. Which way of imparting the Tao do you junior believe is superior? He thought. Here it comes, the classic QA session on the Tao. Lu Chaoga replied. This junior believes in imparting the Tao to the worthy. But how should the worthy be defined? If the Tao is only imparted to one person, can that person truly ensure all Taoist principles remain genuine? Tong Tian Jiaozhu stroked his beard and smiled. And then he replied. Only teaching without distinction is the most genuine approach. All living beings in the world have their own Tao. Imparting the Tao without distinction makes all beings equal. This is genuine contemplation, the supreme way of imparting the Tao. Hearing this he laughed loudly and praised. Excellent. Your answer deeply resonates with me, junior. Lu Chaoga humbly responded. This junior is shallow and poorly educated. I hope the elder won't mock me. He secretly thought as a transmigrator. Such a simple question isn't something that can be easily grasped. Tong Tian Jiaozhu spoke. This poor Taoist is not mocking you at all. After hearing your answer, young friend, I have a request. He pulled out a scroll, then suggested. This poor Taoist hopes that the young friend can spread my method throughout the world. Lu Chaoga hesitated. Elder, your kindness. This junior dares not refuse. But my 3 disciples. He pondered. The last time that tiger tricked him once. He couldn't fall for it easily this time. He must find Luo Bing and the others first. Tong Tian Jiaozhu smiled reassuringly. If the young friend accepts this technique, this poor Taoist will naturally arrange for them to meet you. Lu Chaoga paused, thinking. I can only make a choice, right? Accept or not accept. He activated his heavenly eye, muttering inwardly. I choose advanced perception. Is there a cheat code? Why even bother using a cheat? The system displayed the scroll's information. SS rank special cultivation technique. Other attributes unknown. He thought in surprise. It seems this old Taoist isn't trying to trick me. An SS rank cultivation technique, I truly haven't seen one before. Lu Chaoga bowed as he accepted it and said. Elder, your kindness. This junior accepts. A worried black tiger spoke up. Master, if this technique is spread, our residual souls will no longer have a place to parasitize. Lu Chaoga was stunned, thinking. So this technique is their place of parasitism. If you hand them over to me, their remnant souls will vanish completely. The black tiger asked him. If you take them, there will be no more Tong Tian Zong in the future. Have you thought this through? The Tong Tian cult master handed over the scroll and said, it doesn't matter. Allow this poor Taoist to ask you what is your name. He replied, reporting senior. This junior is Lu Chaoga. He handed the scroll to Lu Chaoga and then repeated. Chaoga, Chaoga. The Tong Tian cult master burst out laughing. So that is it should have been this way all along. Suddenly a gust of violent wind swept through the surroundings. Lu Chaoga asked senior, what do those words mean? The Tong Tian cult master replied. To live upon meeting Chaoga, and to cease upon seeing Chaoga. Only now in this life has this venerable truly reached Tong Tian heaven. What does that mean? Could it be that senior 10,000 years ago encountered someone named Chaoga? He then silently looked at the statue before him. So everything just now was an illusion. Only this divine statue is exactly the same as the one in the senior's Taoist temple. Just as he thought of this, he was suddenly surprised to find the black tiger lying next to him. Why are you still here? The black tiger looked at him calmly and replied. Master, no, master told me to follow you, to supervise you on his behalf, to see if you are focusing on comprehending, and to ensure you spread all the Tao arts taught by master throughout the world. Lu Chaoga asked, somewhat confused. Just now weren't you still calling that senior master owner? Why did you suddenly change to calling him Shifu teacher master? The black tiger sat up and immediately explained everything. Before master left, he accepted me as his last disciple. Previously, when Zhao Deji betrayed him and tried to gather Yin energy for resurrection, master discovered his trickery. So he deliberately and secretly altered the formation, causing the formation to suppress thousands of Yin ghosts instead. It was at that time That master accidentally discovered my extraordinary nature.
And thus he used his divine power to separate me from Zhao Deiji's soul.
Only then did everything you see happen. And I followed Master continuously afterward. And Master always kept me by his side, teaching me wholeheartedly.
As it spoke, its heart felt a touch of sadness, although I always regarded him as my owner.
Upon careful reflection, I believe that since that time, he already treated me as his final disciple. After hearing this, Lu Chaoga felt a surge of admiration for the Tongtian cult master. So Senior had noticed the anomalies long ago, and modified the gathering formation to secretly protect the region. Furthermore, holding no grudges, accepting the remnant soul of this Tiger King as a disciple, also perfectly aligned with his philosophy of teaching without discrimination.
He then looked at the black tiger with concern.
Since Senior asked you to stay and supervise me, this Junior naturally won't refuse. But you are currently a remnant soul. I'm afraid you will instantly dissipate the moment you leave the secret realm.
Unexpectedly, the black tiger merely let out a long yawn and stretched.
Master was also considerate.
He told me to temporarily stay inside this technique scroll.
And after you leave, just find me a suitable body. Immediately afterward, without hesitation,
it transformed into a ray of light and merged into the scroll.
Then I'll stay inside for now. I'll be watching you the whole time, okay?
Your 3 disciples are behind the divine statue.
Just turn it yourself and you'll see them. Lu Chaoga
watched the scene before him, feeling moved.
It's truly amazing that this scroll could become a host for its soul. How miraculous!
Could the carrier scroll used to engrave these techniques also be an extraordinary treasure? It's a pity that his high-level perception ability is currently unable to recognize its true content.
Lu Chaoga pondered continuously.
But did that Senior truly send this black tiger to supervise him?
Perhaps that wasn't the sole reason.
Perhaps he recognized that this black tiger's destiny was not yet fulfilled.
Perhaps he wanted to add an extra layer of protection, allowing him to spread the Tao. Or perhaps it was both. After all, this peak exotic beast from the ancient era 10,000 years ago, once it finds a suitable body to revive in, even if it were to serve as the guardian divine beast, for the 4 first-grade sects it would be more than sufficient. It even has reserve power regarding its rank.
Suddenly a strange idea popped into Lu Chaoga's mind.
In that case, having it serve as the guardian divine beast for my men, wouldn't that perfectly fit my status as the protagonist of the Tianxian path? Lu Chaoga. He then tucked the scroll into his sleeve. It is decided. Later I will find it a suitable exotic beast body, and an appropriate chain. He thought his 3 disciples are behind the statue, so why despite such a huge commotion just now? Did they have no reaction? Lu Chaoga slowly walked behind the statue to see what they were doing. He saw his 3 disciples sitting quietly. Lu Chaoga felt very puzzled. Are these 3 children cultivating in meditation again? No, that's not right. Observing carefully, the flow of spiritual energy in the 3 of them is different. Mo Dongfang possesses the power of talismans. Xiao Qiu possesses the power of the inner elixir. And Luo Bing possesses the power of the demon spirit. Lu Chaoga suddenly realized Senior Tongtian must have imparted different arts based on their individual talents. Senior Tongtian is truly a person of great virtue, knowledge combined with practice. This trip to the secret realm is truly a great fortune for my men. Totally worth it, absolutely worth it. He then decided to sit down beside the 3 of them. Since all 3 of you children have encountered such opportunities, then this master will guard you. Once you wake up, we will leave this secret realm. Immediately Lu Chaoga took out the scroll from before. Since I have nothing to do right now, why don't I spend some experience points to learn the arts contained in this scroll? An S-rank special cultivation method. Even if it costs 100 million experience points, that would still be a huge profit. A look of great satisfaction appeared on his face. Ultimately, if I run out of experience points, I just need to find some demon cultivators or exotic beasts to kill. The Ziyuao Hui. This is truly wonderful. They not only gave me experience treasures and a powerful altar, but also increased my reputation. They truly are the best tool people. After finishing his thought, Lu Chaoga immediately ordered the system to learn this spell.
The system received the order ding scanning of the scroll has begun. Failed to unlock the cultivation method. Querying the minimum level required for this cultivation method. Is 81. Lu Chaoga opened his eyes wide in astonishment. I need to be level 81 just to view it. Does that mean I must enter the 8th realm? Even the 7th realm grand perfection isn't enough. Is this thing really that powerful? Need the 8th realm to read it. The more Lu Chaoga thought about it, the more excited and interested he became. Senior Tong Tian. This master accepts your challenge. On the other side, Anchuan was in utter panic. What exactly is going on? Hearing the distress, Chushi quickly sat up, embracing and stroking him. Master, why are you so afraid? Is it because your disciple's service just now was inadequate? If not, please continue. I'll serve you again. Anchuan seemed impatient, frowning as he said, Don't bring up those things now. Lu Chaoga has disappeared. Even the people I sent out are missing. Chushi looked at him, seemingly thinking it wasn't a big deal. So what if they are missing? She felt extremely resentful inside. That's just how men are. They forget all about you once they pull up their pants. Just then, Anchuan immediately grabbed Chushi's neck, violently forced her down and shouted furiously, Don't you understand? This means either he went somewhere that my painted skin as a demon monarch cannot monitor, or he saw through this demon monarch scheme and has already killed the people I sent. Chushi, whose neck was being squeezed, pleaded in fear, Ma master, why such panic? That Lu Chaoga is only at the great perfection of the 6th realm after all. How could he be a match for master? On the contrary, these words only made the demon lord even angrier. He threw her aside. What do you know? If he, relying solely on his cultivation at the great perfection of the 6th realm, could see through my methods, wouldn't that mean that among those in the same realm, I am inferior to him? His heart was filled with jealousy. This demon lord will absolutely not allow any human cultivator to exist who possesses greater talent than I do. Now I don't want to play anymore. I will personally go and crush him. He immediately summoned his subordinates. Linghao Shuema and Jigue, follow me to kill that Lu Chao. Ge, the demonic beasts, quickly obeyed. Yes, my lord demon. The 4 of them hurriedly left immediately, leaving only Madame Zhou sitting seductively on the bed, cursing, Humph. To put on such a face right after we finished. It's like this every time. You men truly are all the same. Then she revealed a look of triumph. However, when you reach your peak, that is often when your defensive awareness is weakest. Master, the thing I planted in your body back then, you barely noticed it at all, did you? High above the towering clouds, Li Han and Yuan Cheng were using their qigong to rush quickly toward Momin. Li Han looked at Yuan Cheng ahead of him, feeling somewhat exhausted, thinking this guy's speed is incredibly fast. Just keeping up with him has already drained all my energy. Yet he looks completely at ease. It seems this person is much stronger than I imagined. Stronger than I thought. Suddenly, while the 2 of them were concentrating on channeling their power, Yuan Cheng suddenly noticed something below, and asked curiously, Are those human tribes dwelling together on the land? Li Han was stunned as he asking me. Below the area where the 2 were flying, there was a very lively market town. Spinach, get your spinach here. Fresh and delicious spinach. I have freshly milled rice for sale. Don't miss the newly brewed rice wine as you pass by. Li Han felt a slight stirring in his heart watching the happy people. This place has actually developed from a village into a small town. It looks very prosperous. When will I be able to live this kind of relaxed life? How enviable. But then his gaze became as cold as it was initially, as he silently reminded himself, That's right, I don't know what he intends to do. Say less and don't cause trouble here. Li Han failed to notice that at this moment, Yuan Cheng's expression held a hint of craving. As he looked down, Human's mother said their flavor is very delicious. When Li Han realized this, he was extremely surprised. Before Li Han could stop him, Yuan Cheng had already sharply changed direction and flew downwards, which horrified Li Han. Hey, wait! Yuan Cheng landed straight into the market town, causing the ground to immediately crack open, creating a huge noise. This terrified the residents of the town. Whoa, what just fell from the sky? The wind is too strong, my spinach. Spinach. The smoke gradually cleared, and Yuan Qing's figure slowly appeared.
All the residents of the town
stood frozen in terror for a long time.
Is that a human?
But why does he have horns on his head?
Is he a cultivator?
Why did he suddenly fall from the sky?
Seeing this, Li Han
quickly flew closer to Yuan Qing and advised him.
Brother Yuan Qing, aren't you supposed to go destroy Momin? Why stop here? Yuan Qing gave him an angry and threatening look. Say one more word and he'll eat you too.
He then cast a cruel gaze toward the populace.
Let me taste these land humans. At this moment everyone did not know what would happen next,
and stared at him blankly.
A month later, a thick bloody stench permeated the air,
attracting flocks of crows. Blood flowed everywhere, gathering into streams,
and bodies piled up like mountains, utterly silent. And from this side, Yuan Qing still sat leisurely upon the pile of afflicted, enjoying the delicious food.
It is truly incomparably delicious.
Mother really didn't lie to me, tsk.
Tearing at the remains, he kept sighing in appreciation.
The essence of the young is tender, while the essence of the old is slightly tougher. The flavor of the plump is mellow and rich,
and the flavor of the thin is smooth and savory, a truly satisfying feast.
The food of humans tastes absolutely wonderful. At this moment Li Han tightly clenched his fists, desperately restraining his rage. I'm just an employee. I'm just an employee. I'm just an employee. He pressed his lips together, his entire body trembling. You can't even protect your own life.
So how can you protect others? Li Han stood high above, looking down,
continuously blaming himself internally. Li Han, oh Li Han, you failure.
He bit hard into his arm, enduring the pain in his heart.
Master Lu,
I beg you, you must kill this beast.
Suddenly a loud shout rang out,
breaking the silence of this gloomy space.
Bloody fiend!
What demon dares cause chaos here? This greatly surprised Li Han.
Someone's coming.
He saw that from the sky, several miles away from where Li Han was located. A powerful streak of light shot straight toward the town. He looked closely at the beam of light, which contained powerful spiritual energy.
Li Han immediately recognized the fiery young man.
That was Daiyu, the sword servant to the sword venerable of the sword sect.
But at this time, Daiyu should be cultivating in the black bamboo forest. Why would he appear here? Daiyu landed on the town without hesitation, causing the ground to crack open, demonstrating his boundless fury.
Daiyu's sword tip
aimed straight for Yuan Qing.
But unfortunately Yuan Qing blocked it just in time. Yuan Qing looked at him triumphantly.
Human cultivator, your essence
must be much richer than that of these mere mortals.
Daiyu was enraged fiend. Die from a distance.
Li Han secretly observed the situation. But even if Daiyu was the sword servant to the sword venerable,
he was absolutely no match for that fellow. The powerful aura emanating from Yuan Qing was no longer that of an ordinary 7th realm, whereas Daiyu was only at the mid-6th realm. He worried incessantly for Daiyu. Even if he possessed the high-level secret arts of the Black Bamboo Forest Sword Sect,
he could barely manage to protect himself.
Yuan Qing only needed to stall for a moment,
and Daiyu would clearly be defeated.
As expected,
Yuan Qing's attack was so fast and fierce that
Daiyu could only resist with all his might.
He said contemptuously, "Is this all your strength?
Human cultivator, try to entertain me more." Li Han felt immense grief,
clenching his fists and smashing them against a nearby tree trunk.
Even if I join the fight now, to face Yuan Qing, it would only be throwing our lives away for nothing. Daiyu, leave quickly. If it's you, you can surely escape, right? Unexpectedly, Daiyu showed no sign of backing down,
immediately deploying loyalty, filial piety, benevolence,
and righteousness. This is the move I comprehended while fighting
with senior brother Zhaoga.
It's perfect for striking down a beast like you.
Seeing this, a trace of joy returned to Li Han, as expected of the sword servant to the sword venerable, possessing such miraculous swordsmanship.
Yuan Qing smiled faintly to himself, exclaiming, "Interesting, interesting. But merely interesting."
He then countered the attack, nothing more than this.
Just one step Yuan Qing took, utilizing the force,
was enough to make the ground within 10 meters crack and shatter. Li Han was astonished.
Just how strong is that Yuan Qing?
His jumping speed was too fast to see an afterimage,
and he rapidly charged toward Daiyu. Daiyu continued to resist desperately,
striving to fend off the incoming assault.
Continue before you fall. Before I kill you, you will never fall. Seeing this, Yuan Cheng became even more excited. Then I'll let you see just how far apart my level is from trash like you. His entire body began to twist and deform. Hundreds of arms started growing out, accompanied by a massive roar. Following that, they saw Yuan Cheng's true form appear. This is my true body. The ancient 8-armed azure Jiao demon. A great perfection in the 7th realm. Rarity of the exotic beast race. Strength description. A descendant of the ancient giant azure Jiao dragon. A monstrous creature born from the crossbreeding of that race in humans. The more arms that grow, the purer the azure Jiao dragon bloodline is, the greater the power. The immense power caused Li Han, who was far away, to become utterly horrified. A monster of this level, I can't handle it. I should take this opportunity to first meet up with Sect Master Lu, find that dancing demon lord, and complete my opportunistic plan sooner. I just hope that Do you also understands that sometimes you must retreat when faced with overwhelming difficulty. Where there is life, there is hope. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Do you's angry shout rang out again. Monster, I don't care what kind of bloodline you possess. Anyone who harms others deserves death. Take this. This made Li Han feel a slight admiration in his heart. Is he really not afraid of death? Are there truly people in this world who, just because of righteousness, are willing to risk their lives? Is that how it is? But having come this far, Li Han could only sigh helplessly. Alas, Do you are a good person. It's a shame there are so few people like you. Just as he finished thinking, suddenly, many people's shouts rang out from the distance, startling Li Han. Audacious monster. Senior brother, Do you am here to lend you a hand. How can there be a demon of this level in Qinglong Chuan? We must eliminate it to feel satisfied. Amatba, take my saber. When he looked back, he saw in the sky not only one of Du Yu's protectors, but 3 other strong protectors. They are disciples of the sage master of Spring and Autumn Mountain, Pei Qianqian, the disciple of Yinxi Mountain, Mu Bailu of Waishan Lu Wailu, and Manhua, the disciple of the Buddhist Arhat. This sight stunned Li Han for a long time. Adding Du Yu, the sword venerable of the sword sect, the next generation of heavenly talents from the 4 sacred lands, had all gathered here. He couldn't figure it out. How could this be such a coincidence? How could this happen? How could all 4 of them be gathered in this spot? Suddenly, after a brief moment of shock, Li Han suddenly realized Sect Master Lu, the 4 personal disciples of the 4 sages. Did you arrange for all of them to be here, senior brother? Chapter 527. Over at Senior Tongshan's cave dwelling, Luo Bing was still meditating intensely. A month later, she let out a long breath. Luo Bing slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she saw Chao Gu standing beside her, she immediately spoke up and asked. Luo Bing felt extremely surprised. How do you feel? Luo Bing stammered in surprise. Why, young master, how are you here? Are you protecting us? Chao Gu looked at her indulgently. How I managed to get here is a long story. But since you are the first one to wake up, why don't you tell me? What exactly happened after that Kayangzi took you away? What exactly happened? Luo Bing replied shyly. Young master, I'll move a little closer to you, to talk to you. Speak quietly. And don't disturb junior brother Mo and Xiao Qiu. But upon hearing Luo Bing say this, Chao Gu immediately knew she had an intention. Moving closer is for the sake of. Tell me, do you believe that yourself? So while she was speaking, she exposed her soft, delicate shoulder. This is how the incident went. After that senior took us away, we only felt dizzy and disoriented. The surroundings seemed illusory, like a dream. We don't know how long we flew for, and eventually arrived at this Taoist temple. Luo Bing struck various poses to please him, speaking to Gongzi in an incredibly gentle voice. The master of this Taoist temple is an old senior with 3 eyes. That old senior gifted each of us 3 people a bowl of soup. He said, if you are not afraid of death, then drink it. Xiao Gu was somewhat displeased and frowned. If you want to talk, just talk properly. Stop pushing out your chest and twisting your body. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. Afterwards, she became even bolder, intentionally falling right onto him. Unexpectedly, after Sister Xiao Qiu heard this, she immediately picked up that bowl of soup and drank it. Imo shitty, and I also, oh dear.
Her mind was practically dreaming. In broad daylight, drool was constantly dripping from her mouth. Just like that. Allow me to kiss Gongzi's breathtakingly beautiful face. Suddenly the moment Luo Bing fell, a stream of water quickly supported her. The stream turned into ropes binding her. Luo Bing was incredibly surprised by this. Even though Luo Bing called out, Xiaoge simply gave a slight cough. Now you want slide down again, continue speaking. Seeing this, Luo Bing reluctantly continued, all right. After drinking it, I felt my dantian filled with warmth. That old senior told the three of us to immediately meditate and enter samadhi. And we did as told. After sitting cross-legged, almost instantly, we entered a state of Zen contemplation. Hearing this, Xiaoge fell into contemplation. So, this was also a fortuitous opportunity bestowed by Senior Tong Tian. Indeed. Senior Tong Tian is a treasure from head to toe. A cup of tea, a bowl of soup, all treasures. Luo Bing calmly continued her narrative. After meditating, I only saw a gigantic black tiger enter the dream. It said that seeing I was a half-demon body, I was neither accustomed to human cultivation methods, nor able to cultivate demon clan techniques, and was therefore stuck in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. Upon hearing this point, Xiaoge immediately realized. So the one who bestowed the opportunity wasn't Senior Tong Tian, but that black tiger. In that case, the bowl of soup was merely a medicinal primer. But this black tiger is also a treasure, able to discern Luo Bing's problem immediately. It seems that after Luo Bing lost her magic core pearl, her cultivation advancement was slow. Precisely because of this reason, Luo Bing continued speaking excitedly. Thus that gigantic black tiger taught me a set of techniques for suppressing the demon bloodline. This allows me to use my human body to learn techniques, while simultaneously suppressing the demon bloodline, allowing it to operate automatically, accumulate demon spirit energy, and inject it into my dantian to nourish the tiger spirit. Just now during meditation, Luo Bing had already learned it with all her strength. I can demonstrate it for Gongzi now. After she finished speaking, Xiaoge removed her bindings, a technique that suppresses the demon bloodline and operates automatically. Interesting, show me. Subsequently, Luo Bing gently formed a spell seal, and spiritual energy began flowing around her body. Please observe Gongzi. Luo Bing's ears suddenly shrunk and her fox tail also gradually disappeared. In an instant her human form was revealed. Luo Bing happily cheered. Luo Bing is back, Xiaoge stood nearby, observed and exclaimed, oh, it really worked. You truly have reverted to your human form. Seeing the look of pride on his face, Luo Bing thought shyly to herself. It seems Gongzi prefers my current appearance more. If that is the case, then the opportunity gained from this trip to the secret realm is truly an immense stroke of luck. If that's the case, why don't I expose a bit more of my body for the young master to see right now? Just as she finished thinking, just as she was about to stretch and twist her waist, junior brother Dongfang's voice rang out congratulating senior sister Luo Bing on learning a new technique, making Luo Bing extremely annoyed. She cursed secretly in her heart. Why did junior brother Mo wake up so quickly too? Couldn't he have waited a little longer? As soon as Dongfang woke up, he immediately bowed to Xiaoge. He asked the youth with satisfaction, Dongfang, what opportunities did you gain? He answered excitedly, reporting to Sect Master Uncle. In the dream, Senior Black Tiger said that this junior is extremely lucky. As long as I live, I will continue to be fortunate. Therefore, it imparted the Vajra spirit warding talisman to me. Hearing this, Xiaoge was slightly curious. What connection does this talisman have to your luck? Dongfang cupped his hands and said, Sect Master Uncle, please allow this junior to demonstrate this talisman once. Then you will understand. Xiaoge replied, go ahead and demonstrate it. Dongfang obediently replied yes. He then raised his hand and drew a talisman in the air. In mid-air, the Vajra spirit warding talisman, Vajra warrior. A Vajra warrior quickly appeared, kneeling at Dongfang's feet. Sect Master Uncle, Senior Sister Luo Bing. Look, this is the talisman spirit I can summon. Now, sitting on the Vajra warrior's shoulder, he said enthusiastically, this talisman spirit is connected to me telepathically, and its strength is equivalent to mine.
If I encounter dangerous missions in the future, it can go in my place. This way the frequency of me encountering danger will be reduced. Moreover, the talisman spirit of the Vajra spirit warding talisman is not limited to just this one type. It's not just one kind. When my cultivation realm is higher, I will be able to create stronger talisman spirits to protect our Momen. Chaga praised him after hearing this. That's truly interesting. From now on you'll have a signature defensive skill. Congratulations. Even Luobing was slightly envious. It seems Senior Black Tiger saw that our circumstances were different, so he bestowed different techniques. This technique is truly suitable for junior brother Mo. After that everyone looked toward Xiaoqiu. She was still sitting cross-legged, focused and full of curiosity. What kind of technique will Senior Black Tiger give Xiaoqiu? After a while Xiaoqiu stretched and yawned. Dongfang immediately shouted, "Junior sister Xiaoqiu, you're awake." Just as Xiaoqiu opened her eyes, she saw everyone looking at her. She immediately became very flustered. Why is everyone looking at Xiaoqiu? Senior sister Lubing's ears are gone. Chaoga asked Xiaoqiu gently. The black tiger in your dream. What opportunity did it give you? Just now Senior brother Mo, Senior sister Luobing have both demonstrated theirs for me. The little girl playfully avoided Xiaojia's gaze and said. So Xiaoqiu was the last one to wake up. Senior Black Tiger did indeed bestow a spell upon Xiaoqiu, but she immediately looked displeased and said poutily. Xiaoqiu doesn't like that spell. It makes Xiaoqiu unable to walk steadily. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Unable to walk steadily. Dongfang looked at the scene before him surprised. Junior sister Xiaoqiu, the technique you received. Is it that miraculous? Could you demonstrate it for us? Luobing couldn't help but be curious either. Unable to walk steadily. Could it be some kind of special Dharma body inheritance? Xiaoqiu crossed her arms. Her eyes still held a hint of mischief and she said, I can yes. But senior brothers, senior sisters and sect master uncle. You all must promise Xiaoqiu first. You absolutely cannot laugh at Xiaoqiu. Otherwise Xiaoqiu won't perform it. Luobing answered cheerfully. No matter what happens. Senior sister won't laugh at you, Dongfang said, waving his hand. If senior brother laughs at Xiaoqiu, senior brother will buy you 10 skewers of candied hawberries. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Thus Xiaoqiu playfully crossed her arms. Then Xiaoqiu will show everyone the abilities Xiaoqiu learned from that giant black tiger. In an instant, a surprising surge of power appeared around the little girl, accompanied by a magic circle appearing beneath her feet. True Self Future Seal activate. This excessively powerful energy was like a forming cyclone and extremely dazzling. Dongfang subconsciously shielded his eyes with his hand. Look quickly, Xiaoqiu's body is almost catching up to master. Uncle, even Luobing exclaimed. She can actually change her body. That's truly miraculous. What kind of spell is this? Chaogu observed from the side, frowning deeply, lost in thought. It's not just her body that changed. Even her aura. Xiaoqiu's cultivation realm has also rapidly increased. This spell isn't just a transformation technique. That energy radiated out more and more intensely. So much so that the surroundings were obscured. The spell is complete. Chaogu is nearby. And those two began to exclaim. The light is too blinding. What happened to Xiaoqiu? I can't see clearly either. It's too dazzling. A few seconds later, mixed within that energy, a new body was formed. Her appearance was no longer petite like before. Chaogu was also stunned after seeing it. This is this Xiaoqiu. Although her outer appearance was vastly different from Xiaoqiu's, the spiritual energy she emitted clearly belonged to Xiaoqiu. But how could Xiaoqiu turn into this? This spell is unbelievable. Seeing this mature body, Luobing and Dongfang looked as if they were seeing a stranger. Are you the real Xiaoqiu or a fake Xiaoqiu? The girl stood lightly on the ground and said with one hand on her hip, Of course it's Xiaoqiu, senior brother, senior sister. Don't you even recognize me? Well then I'll prove myself immediately. However, Xiaoqiu, just as she was about to prove it, the girl complained while clutching her chest. Ouch. No. Xiaoqiu feels so heavy in front, it's just too heavy. Can't these two lumps be a little smaller? As expected, these things are making Xiaoqiu unstable when she walks. Luobing clasped his head helplessly. Well, if you don't like them, You can share some with me.
Meanwhile, Dongfang standing nearby was blushing equally speechless.
A moment later, the charming girl took a graceful step and said, "All right. I guess I've gotten used to it. Listen up, senior brothers. And senior sisters, don't blame the road for having too many stones. It's because you're too weak above the heavens and below the earth. Xiao Qiu is the greatest." Dongfang glanced briefly, and didn't show too much surprise. It really is Xiao Qiu. Luo Bing meanwhile was a bit stunned. But why did Xiao Qiu turn out this way? Xiao Ge, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. This is the heritage passed down to Xiao Qiu by Senior Black Tiger. This spell didn't just cause Xiao Qiu's body to grow, her cultivation level also increased greatly. Xiao Qiu's current realm in this body is now the great perfection of the 5 realms cultivation. Luo Bing became even more bewildered upon hearing this. Junior sister Xiao Qiu is actually a great cultivator, at the great perfection of the 5 realms now. Dongfang reacted quickly as well. Master Uncle, is that real? Could it be that just one spell can cause junior sister Xiao Qiu's realm to improve so much? He briefly looked at her and thought, if I'm not mistaken, although this spell is incredibly miraculous, the price paid, I'm afraid, and the inherent flaws are also significant. Furthermore, we must first examine Xiao Qiu's integration level. With this power, after all, this child's aptitude and sword technique talent are extremely high. Therefore Xiao Ge smiled kindly outside and said to Xiao Qiu, take this sword and spar with Luo Bing for a bit. Let your senior sister go first. Xiao Qiu did not refuse. She confidently performed a bow as you command, Master Uncle Head. Meanwhile, Dongfang tried hard to look away. He silently warned himself in his heart. It's rude, don't look, it's rude, don't look. That is Xiao Qiu. That is Xiao Qiu. The little girl cheerfully picked up her sword. Senior sister Bing Bing, Xiao Qiu greets you. Luo Bing also maintained a cheerful demeanor. Junior sister Xiao Qiu, just attack. Since Master Uncle Head wants to see your skills, then don't hold back. Without further delay, Xiao Qiu shouted the name of the move and charged forward. Xiao Qiu understands. Senior sister Bing Bing, take this Autumn Cicada sword technique. The two quickly clashed, starting a sword duel. The little girl exclaimed, senior sister Bing Bing is so strong. But Xiao Qiu has also clearly seen senior sister's sword moves. This is. Luo Bing was stunned when she saw the exquisite attack. Except for not activating her domain, she was already fighting with full strength. Yet she could only manage a draw against Xiao Qiu, although Xiaoqi's current cultivation realm was higher than hers. This situation completely exceeded her expectations. Their eyes instantly met. Luo Bing thought, you have to understand. In fact, Xiao Qiu was just a small cultivator of the 2nd realm. Only the 2nd realm senior brother stood aside quietly observing the Autumn Cicada sword technique. Is a blue rank sword technique, which he had given to little Pear a long time ago. She then passed it on to Xiao Qiu. Now Xiao Qiu uses it very effectively. But clearly the proficiency level of the Autumn Cicada sword technique has also reached the 5th realm level. This indicates that the transformation technique Xiao Qiu learned is not just forcibly raising her cultivation realm. It was observed that Xiao Qiu was gradually gaining the upper hand. Both of them were highly skilled in sword techniques. Instead, it allows Xiao Qiu to bring the stronger future Xiao Qiu to this point in time, to explain it using the scientific knowledge of his previous life. It means taking the body of the adult Xiao Qiu from the future timeline and bringing it back to the past timeline, injecting it with the consciousness of the current Xiao Qiu. It seems the more I explain, the more complicated it gets. In short, the current Xiao Qiu already possesses the power of the future, and the power of the future will change based on what the current Xiao Qiu learns. So if future Xiao Qiu learns an strength sword technique and uses that move after activating her domain, that sight is truly unimaginable. Perhaps the phrase above the heavens and below the earth, Xiao Qiu is the sole sovereign, could become a prophecy. Not bad, not bad. My Manhwa sect truly has an abundance of talent. However, reality shattered that thought. Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu, who was sparring, suddenly cried out in pain. A burst of fluctuation suddenly erupted from where the two were sparring. The little girl suddenly collapsed. Luo Bing cried out worriedly, Xiao Qiu. The fainted little girl reverted to her original appearance.
in front of Xiaoqia's eyes. Many stars were twinkling. Luobing anxiously turned her head and asked, "Young Master Xiaoqiu, what happened to this child?" Senior brother spoke calmly as if he had expected this. "There's no need to panic. Xiaoqiu has simply exhausted her spiritual energy, and that is why she can no longer maintain the technique." He quickly walked forward and helped the little girl up. "This technique truly drains a lot from you. Remember this for the future. Unless it is a matter of life and death, you are absolutely forbidden to use this technique." The little girl weakly nodded. "Xiaoqiu understands." Sweat streamed down Xiaoqia's face. "I thought I had become really powerful. If the adult Xiaoqia's body didn't make me unsteady even when walking, maybe I could have held out a little longer. It seems that after Xiaoqiu transforms, there is another new problem." Senior brother gently patted her head. "You did very well. The current Xiaoqiu is already very strong. Xiaoqia's growth, the future is immeasurable. We must not seek quick gains, do you understand?" The young lady tightly clenched her palm. "I already understand this determination. In that case, I will strive diligently in cultivation. And sooner or later, I will make everyone tremble with fear, as soon as they see Momen's momentum." Jagat and Luobing exchanged glances. What kind of demonic speech is this? From now on, are we Momen going to become like the Zaiwiwi? However, Dongfang thought, making everyone tremble with fear. That sounds pretty cool. A strange symbol suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Zhaoga immediately noticed it. Someone sent a message, panicked and serious. "Sect Leader Lu, where are you right now? Something serious has happened." Zhaoga frowned unhappily. "What exactly happened that you were so flustered?" He couldn't help but feel uneasy. "I already arranged for 4 protagonists to deal with that monster, the one that emerged from the Eye of Chaos. But why is Li Han so panicked? Could it be that even the 4 protagonists combined cannot defeat that monster?" Li Han on his end was extremely nervous. "The monster I mentioned to you before is much more powerful than we imagined. Even with the heirs of the 4 great sacred lands taking action, they are unable to completely defeat it." What he hesitated to continue saying was that the protagonists sent by Zhaoga seemed to have lost all their strength. One person lay limp on the ground, another was completely immobilized, and another was knocked unconscious against the stone wall. The monster with sharp teeth stood perfectly still after the chaotic battle. In the next second, the arms on its body, Yuan King were constantly squirming. If things go wrong, they might actually be annihilated. Completely wiped out here. It let out a mournful roar. "Is this all you humans are capable of?" Yuan Qing smiled contemptuously, his voice growing louder. "A bunch of weaklings incapable of resisting. If even one of you could reach the 7th realm, I truly wouldn't be your match. But unfortunately, the monster gently lifted the 4 of them up. None of you are." A strange stream of energy spewed from its mouth. "Let me devour all of you right here." The strength of Yu and Nan Wu was completely drained away. The energy of the remaining 2 was no exception. All of their energy was instantly swallowed by this monster. The power of cultivators. The pure power of humanity. With this boost, my realm will advance once again. Upon hearing these words, Zayog's expression instantly became displeased. The Eye of Chaos, it's truly here now. It hasn't even fully awakened. Yet it can dispatch such a powerful exotic beast. It seems there isn't much time left until its complete awakening. You and the others cannot die for the current plan. This is the only way. But given the intelligence of you and the others, they might discover clues about the players. I can only make up some random excuse to placate them later. System releases Dungeon Raid Quest participants. All Momen disciples. Target Ancient 8-Armed Azure Dragon Demon. System receives information request received. The quest target is within the host's range and can be targeted for a raid. Arrangement possible. Subsequently, the system loading constructing scenario. Sending information to players. Transmitting background information to players. Commence. Li Han, hiding behind a large tree, was completely despairing at this moment. It seems Sect Leader Lu is too far away to put out this immediate fire. Once Yuan Qing completely drains them, I'm afraid Yuan Qing will break through to the 8th realm. At that time it will be a catastrophe for the heavens and earth. At this moment Yuan Qing outside was savoring that moment. Devoured the spiritual energy of these four individuals. Li Han fearfully gritted his teeth. Since things have come to this, I must escape quickly. The chaos here has nothing to do with me. I'm just a hired hand. And I certainly don't want to lose my life here. Just as he was preparing to run, a golden light appeared in the sky. Strangely, this power was gradually spreading. In the very center a hollow void appeared like a rift. Layers of light gradually became indistinct, leaving something mixed within them. Wait a minute, what is that? Li Han watched completely dumbfounded. This is a spell I have never witnessed before. Could there be yet another twist? From that flat surface, countless pairs of feet were slowly stepping out. Players emerged one after another, all showing great enthusiasm. Awesome, the dungeon is open. I missed out last time, but this time I finally got a chance. Where is the monster? I just want to know where exactly is the monster. The EXP reward for this mission posted by Sect Master Lu is pretty high. It looks like it ranks in the top 3. And we can also get treasures dropped by the monster. Stop talking about that stuff. I want to kill monsters. I want to kill the boss. Everyone simultaneously noticed Yuan Chang, who was sucking the spiritual energy out of those 4 people. Is that guy the monster? Those 4 people look like they are being consumed. The others were all struck with terror as they saw countless corpses on the ground. Also, many dead bodies were lying on the ground. Everyone instantly became furious. What nerve! He dares to consume people. This monster must be eliminated. Brothers, take him down. It's the dungeon boss. We can't die. His level might be high, but we possess immortal bodies. We have strength in numbers. Even ants can bite an elephant to death. And so everyone swarmed forward. Charge. Li Han witnessed all this from the side, his brows tightly furrowed. Where did so many low-level cultivators suddenly appear from? Rushing up so recklessly. They are simply seeking their own doom. Indeed, the world is unpredictable. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I'd better slip away quickly. Wish me luck. Yuan Chang was casting his spell when he suddenly turned back in surprise. You little small fry have attracted my attention. Long time no see. Then with just a furious roar he unleashed a gust of strong wind. The terrifying gale swept out, knocking back everyone who had charged forward. His eyes turned blood red. You little pests, this time I'll show you what true fear is. Bow your heads obediently. Wait for me to finish these 4 great tonics and then he'll devour all of you. Never mind that he's still consuming things. Everyone charged forward fanatically to attack his tail. Yuan Qing, screw you. Brothers, hack him. Whoever strikes first gets the initial points. I draw my blade to cut the water. The faster the current, you merman monster. Let's see if I can chop you to bits. I've been butchering fish in the supermarket for 20 years. I specialize in scaling and removing gills. That's for making me work overtime. That's for docking my full attendance bonus. That's for grabbing my butt. I'm going to kill you. Seeing this, Yuan Qing flew into a fit of rage and began to lash out. Get out of my face, all of you. Filled with fury, his fierce tail swept lightly, knocking everyone flying to the side. Still more people rushed forward again. This fish still dares to struggle. Chop its feet. Chop its toes. These scales are so thick. What a pungent fishy smell. This fish is using chemical warfare. Yuan Chang, who was devouring spiritual energy, couldn't help but frown. What is the matter with these people? They've seen me kill so many of their own kind. Why aren't they panicked at all? Instead, they've become even more hysterical. Something doesn't feel right. What is wrong? Suddenly, from that wide-open gate, another batch of people walked out. Fish monster, your dad is back. Brothers, those of you who have money, quickly buy system items to deal with it. Damn, that hurts. I want revenge. Yuan Cheng saw them and was instantly greatly shocked. What on earth is going on? I clearly killed them all just a moment ago. What kind of evil magic is this? Who exactly is controlling all this? Behind him, he burst into a furious rage. He immediately circled around again, aiming to attack this group of people. I don't believe that your spiritual energy spells are inexhaustible. Once I exhaust your spiritual energy, I will come for your life. Just as the tremendous power struck this group, another group charged forward. Let's see who can outlast whom. In front of him, Li Han watched dumbfounded. Those low-level cultivators are all immortal.
What exactly is the origin of these people? In an instant he suddenly realized. Could they also be a tactic employed by Sect Master Lu? Immortal and numerous. If that is the case, just how many trump cards does Sect Master Lu still hold? The system on Cheage's side clearly notified. Dungeon background created. Current objective being targeted. MO sect players. And the number of players from other sects participating. 963 people. Seeing this he smiled with great satisfaction. The number of participating players is still continuously rising. Although the realm gap is huge. As long as the boss doesn't die. Those players are all exploits bugs. Capable of infinite resurrection, a calamity like the fourth great calamity. If one doesn't step into the eighth realm, the true celestial form cannot be fought against. Luo Bing sensed something and came over to ask. Sect Master, Uncle Master. What happened? Chaoga interrupted just now. Let's go, it's already resolved. Let's go, it's time for us to leave. A vague transmission portal immediately appeared. His face was thoughtful. However, speaking of the players' levels, achieving the cultivation level of the 8th realm in the future might not be impossible. A huge sound suddenly reached their location. The group hurriedly covered their ears. Xiao Qiu shouted. The noise is too harsh, Dongfang reminded. Quick, cover your ears. Luo Bing recognized that this was the voice of a demon cultivator. The demon cultivator was brazenly releasing demon power outside. Chapter 530. Chaoga reacted quickly, summoning a magic sphere to envelop the entire group. Standing inside, he softly reminded them, the few of you stay here for now. I will go and see which demon dared to be so audacious. Dongfang and Xiao Qiu quietly obeyed the order. Luo Bing did the same. Young master is being thoughtful. Since that sound could penetrate from the outside into the secret realm, its cultivation realm must not be low. If we go out, even though we have learned new spells, the likelihood of holding him back is still greater. Chaoga immediately flew out. This jarring noise, it seems its master couldn't wait any longer. While moving quickly, he thought I was planning to look for him, and now he's delivered himself right to my door. Chaoga passed through the pervasive smoke. I'd like to see exactly what kind of demon you are. Soon he flew outside, where someone was rampaging violently. There were several ugly giant toads around this person, incessantly emitting extremely deafening sounds. Chaoga quickly drew his sword, summoning a magical trajectory as black as ink. So it was just noisy demon sorcery. With this sword strike, his decisive blow landed on those toads, hitting them and causing them to continuously spray black blood. The figure sitting inside the magic sphere suddenly spoke. Everyone says, you possess beauty that can overthrow states. That person is none other than En Quan. His black lips twitched. I didn't expect such a short-tempered fellow. So you don't like this Demon Lord's Toad Fire Symphony performance? I, the Lord, want to see. What is so special about you that you possess such world-shattering beauty? However, just as he clearly saw the opponent's appearance, he was suddenly astonished. Lu Cheage's appearance was highlighted even further, clearly visible under the daylight sun. And Quan gasped in surprise. Impressive indeed. I, the esteemed Yao Jun, pride myself on my beauty, unmatched by anyone in the Tianxian realm. But upon meeting you, I willingly step back and accept second place. Lu Chaoga let out a soft chuckle upon hearing this. Willingly accepting second place? Does a face like yours even deserve to use the word step back? And Quan sat calmly, responding indifferently. Your appearance is certainly beautiful, but your mouth is too vicious. Once I, the Yao Jun, have killed you, I will extract your essence and use it to forge a far more perfect creation. Just then the system updated the task. Upgrade task: Mortal Crimson Blood Mythical Tier. Task details: slay a first-class death emissary of the ZUS Society. Task notes: the ZUS Society occupies Qingzhou and is the leading organization in the demon cultivation world, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Jian sect. Beneath Zixin there are only 3 first-class death emissaries. Each one can contend with 3 elders, or even masters ranked above the Jian sect head seat. It is detected that you have encountered one of the 3. Greg Yaojun of the ZUS Society. Danqing Yaojun. Upgrade task activated. Slay Danqing Yaojun, and this mission will be completed. Lu Chaoga was extremely pleased by this discovery. Danqing Yaojun truly proves the saying. I searched far and wide without finding what I sought, only for it to appear right before me. Killing this guy will fulfill the promise I made to Li Han. His eyes suddenly lit up to be on the safe side. He needed to check what information the system could provide him. And Quan quickly spread ink. Missed a mere peak 6th realm cultivator. How dare you look down on this Yao Junso? Lu Chaoga, your time has come. His information appeared on the system panel. Scoundrel and Quan title Danqing Yaojun. Level 80. Peak 7th realm. Nearing realm breakthrough identity. One of the 3 first-class death emissaries of the ZUS Society. Heaven and Earth enlightened beasts. Contracted alien beasts. Linghao level 79. Shuema level 80. Jigue level 81. Special artifacts. Great wind landscape painting. Ink splashing brush. Lu Chaoga was shocked after seeing the details. It's one thing for him to reach level 80 himself, but he also has super 8th realm tier 1 subordinates. This guy is the strongest demon cultivator I have encountered so far. From the ink scrolls of cultivation techniques released by Quan, 5 pitch-black demonic beasts swiftly ran out. Not just 5 but many. Birds and wolves alike, they all charged towards him. Lu Chaoga let out a snort. Although he is strong, his move is merely a performance of tiresome probing. A single sword strike can break it. He drew his sword and struck directly. However, the demonic beasts were unharmed and the sword became stuck. He couldn't sever them with a single strike. These things are different from what I've faced before. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chaoga was surrounded. One of the 3 great Yaojun of the ZUS Society. He certainly has some skill. He began to concentrate, shouting out the name of the move, spinning in a circle and then slashing, causing black ink to continuously pour out of the demonic beasts. Ching man, a serious sword move. But only that much. Lu Chaoga looked down majestically. You are probing, but I am not. And Quan observed this, and also let out a light laugh. As expected of Lu Chaoga, whose fame echoes across Tianxian, he managed to break my technique with 2 sword strikes. It seems he has also noticed this Yaojun's intention to test him. Since that is the case, let's spice things up. Having said that, he immediately spread his arms. The technique unfolded like a river, and Quan appeared sitting atop it. Linghao, come out and assist this Yaojun. A response came from beneath the water. As you command, Yaojun. And Quan looked at the emerging entity and laughed loudly. Lu Chaoga, am going to let you witness my first lifebound alien beast. The physical outline of this monster is extremely long and robust. Its appearance is full of deterrent power, accompanied by deafening roars, as formidable as a wild wolf. Seeing this, the transformed Chaoga showed no change in expression. Advanced perception. This anomalous beast is not an ordinary wild animal. Let me see what it's capable of. The system info panel regarding this monster immediately surfaced. Lunghao level 79. Race demonic brush soul wolf. Rarity A description. Cause the anomalous beasts. These powerful wolf-type anomalous beasts to fall into a state of extreme starvation, reaching the point of mutual slaughter, and devouring one another, causing the pack to be completely eliminated. Then collect the resentment, the death aura and killing intent within it, transfer it into a newborn wolf pup, and then have it consume a spectralized demonic brush, spending 100 years. This type of wolf can be refined. Note, this beast is not an ordinary anomalous beast. It was refined using a secret technique. It is far stronger and more brutal than common anomalous beasts. Currently, the number of humans devoured by this wolf is 98,475. Chaoga frowned slightly upon seeing this, his expression cautious. A mere wolf actually devoured nearly 100,000 humans. And that's not even counting how many people were injured while it was consuming humans. Damn it! How dare you, beast, sit there unscathed, and even command Linghao? Then let him witness your true power. Let him know just how terrifying this demon lord is when serious. Linghao lunged forward with its massive body, accompanied by a tremendous roar, emitting a chilling and terrifying aura, engulfing Chaoga. Its huge mouth opened, spitting out a mass of magic as crimson as burning flames. Chaoga, far from being afraid, directly unleashed his own icy power. Playing with fire, you can't beat me at that. Chaga withdrew his power, then unleashed it with tremendous force, directly striking Lengo's body, ensuring it was hit. Blood splattered. Die, you beast. After Langhao fell, it left behind a pool of black viscous liquid. Chaga smiled scornfully. Nothing more than that, huh? However, the subsequent sight greatly surprised him, because above his head a massive black aura was gradually gathering. Right behind him, Lengo's shimmering eyes appeared. Lengo's voice softly sounded. You want to kill me? Can you even do it? Space inverted, pulling Chaga into another dimension. The hazy black mist dispersed and the moon gradually revealed itself. Chaga landed softly on the ground. Looking around, this was an illusion. The abilities of this demonic wolf are truly intriguing. Just then, a figure appeared behind Chaga. Chaga turned his head vigilantly. He felt a slight excitement in his heart. Interesting. It didn't turn back into a wolf but transformed into a human shape instead. What kind of trick are you trying to pull in front of me? Suddenly the figure gradually became clearer. Chaga felt a shock. The man in the suit spoke in a low voice. The path here is really difficult to tread. Chaga widened his eyes, unable to conceal his astonishment. How could this be? How could it be, father? His face was obscured in the quiet night. Why have you taken this form? My son. Chaya's eyes narrowed slightly. He evaluated coldly, so alike, extremely alike. Even that icy smile was imitated flawlessly. In his memory, that man looked as if he was carved out of a mold. Exactly the same as his overbearing CEO birth father. The father from his past life who managed the conglomerate, yet was almost completely blurred in his memory. Just at that moment, the man declared, he is indeed my son. But my company will absolutely not be handed over to someone like him. His tone became even colder. In fact, when I see that face so similar to mine, I feel a hint of disgust. At that time, Chaga thought internally. My father's insults have reached their peak. Return to reality. The man still wanted to keep his son. Your father hasn't seen you in a long time. Looking back now, your father was wrong before. Now your father wants to make amends. Just as he spoke, just as he said he wanted to make amends, Chaya's saber light had already flashed past. His eyes gleamed in the darkness, a faint smile playing on his lips. Why did you strike me so mercilessly? Not wanting to hear another word, Chaga decisively unleashed a sharp sword net. He left behind a single sentence in a deep voice. Because this lord is heartless and unjust. For the current Chaga, everything was already his second life. After all, I only have one father. Only Lu Qingfeng. You've disguised yourself to the wrong person. Of course this lord will be heartless and unjust. The illusion of the man in the suit vanished. Ling Hao's voice rang out. Well said. Heartless and unjust, that's a good line. Even if you avoided it once, you still can't break my illusion technique. Since I can't be aggressive, then I'll try the most beautiful things in your memories. Your memories? Chaya's lips curved upwards. A scornful thought surfaced in his mind. This demon wolf. Its mind seems a bit muddled to so openly reveal its technique. How can anyone fall for it like this? The illusion scene changed. Was it trying to create the most beautiful things from his memories? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. The most beautiful thing in his memory. Could it be that time? That night of decline. Suddenly a thick black mist enveloped Chaga. A martial arts arena appeared before him. This was the practice ground for the Sword Sect's entry-level disciples' martial arts competitions. In the stands, Chaya's parents were waving. He was stunned for a moment. It was his father, mother and Xializi. They were cheering him on. So wasn't his current self. His gaze swept over the two children below the hall. In his youth, he had represented Mo Min, battling against the newly initiated disciples of Jianzong. At that time, the followers of 300 sects had gathered at Jianzong, with each sect sending its most outstanding disciple to compete against Jianzong's disciples. Besides demonstrating their strength, these new disciples also bore the honor of their respective sects. Though called a competition, the loser would suffer utter humiliation, and their sect's ranking would drop by 3 positions in the following year. Chaga let out a long breath, reflecting once more. It seemed the most beautiful moment in his heart was not that night of decline, but rather his youthful self. The moment he earned prestige for Mo Min. Mo Min had originally been completely unknown among the 300 sects. The image of young Chaga competing surfaced. Master, look. He is deeply immersed in the illusion I created for him. In just a little while longer, his vital energy will be completely drained by the illusion. Clean and swift, Lung Hao said, standing behind Anlin. By then, Master can naturally do whatever he wishes with him. Anlin casually leaned back, stroking his pet with one hand. Your netherflame demonic brush is capable of mirroring the opponent's state of mind and creating an illusion that fulfills his deepest desires. It truly catches one off guard. This is the most powerful illusion in the world. Even if you clearly know it's fake, you can't help but lose yourself in it. That is its power. Anlin said, a sinister smile spreading across his face. This time I will remember your contribution. After this is over, I, the demon monarch, will naturally help you eliminate the population of an entire city. Lung Hao bowed his head like a chief sycophant. The people in an entire city, their number is no less than 10,000. By then my strength will advance another level. Thank you, demon monarch, for considering Anlin. Anlin carelessly stroked his head and said, a mere few tens of thousands of people. Do you really think that's anything? Back then my ancestor was a great power, who once prevented a great catastrophe of chaos. My ancestor 10,000 years ago saved this world, relying on the benevolence my ancestors showed these people. They should be eternally grateful for sacrificing their bodies. With that, a flicker of killing intent crossed Anlin's eyes. Once his strength is exhausted, this demon lord will naturally be at ease, consuming this essence of the heavenly profound sword Tao, and stepping into the 8th realm. I believe it won't be long before this demon lord can reclaim the title of my ancestor. Lang Hao ran over obediently, displaying a flattering smile. Master, your ancestor's title is. He shouted 4 characters boldly. Danqing Shinjun. Hearing this, Lang Hao immediately offered high praise. If you can consume this Lu Chaoga, Master, you will definitely be able to reclaim your ancestor's title. Anlin, flattered to the point of vanity, let out a cold snort. You demon wolf, you certainly know how to brown-nose. This demon lord finds that quite human-like. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Anlin. That's right. Clearly a wolf, yet it can speak human language, and even mimics humans in flattery. Truly disgusting. These words made Lang Hao's heart burn with frustration. That's Lu Chao's voice. He shouldn't be here. Red aura descended from the sky, swirling in the air, completely encircling Anlin and Lang Hao. What is this, such abundant spiritual energy? Could it be that Lu Chaoga didn't fall into the illusion? Lang Hao immediately checked the situation inside the phantom fire demon brush and was greatly surprised. Impossible. That Lu Chaoga must be inside. However, what met his eyes was just a puppet. A scarecrow substitute. Something flew in at extreme speed. Before Lang Hao could react, he suffered a fatal blow. Only just reacting now. It's too late. Flames blazed fiercely and a familiar shadow concealed itself behind them. Lu Chao's sword tip pointed directly at Anlin's face. A slight glint flashed in his eyes. Now it's your turn. Although Lang Hao had been dealt with, Anlin still maintained a composed expression. As expected, Lang Hao couldn't handle you. But if the strongest rising star of Qingzhou Tianhuan were to die just like this demon lord would also find it boring. Lu Chaoga smiled slightly, his sword tip unmoving. When I listened to you speak just now, I found it utterly ridiculous. How can someone who acts recklessly and brings disaster upon the world deserve to be compared with Danqing Shinjun? He sacrificed himself to save Tianxian from calamity. He even added, in my view, if your ancestor knew he had a descendant like you, he would likely wish to end his own life sooner, to eliminate future troubles. These words struck directly at Anlin's ego. Lu Chaoga, you are truly reckless. He couldn't help but retaliate. I have always been bold. Just like now, I am going to sever your head. Lu Chaoga swung his sword, but Anlin was completely unharmed. You want to sever this demon lord's head? You can certainly try. Lu Chaoga widened his eyes, showing surprise. He actually managed to block with his body my King's End sword technique, and a serious strike from me. This person's strength is indeed the strongest demon cultivator I have ever fought. This time it was Anlin's turn to counterattack Danqing Shinjun. A great perfection 7th realm expert cannot sever this demon lord's head. So let this demon lord sever yours instead.
A murderous aura transformed into a blade rushing straight towards him. The blade violently struck the ground, causing it to immediately crack open.
Lu Chaoga knew that he was indeed a formidable opponent.
The ground cracked open, it seems.
That demon wolf earlier was just a means for him to probe.
His strength is unfathomable.
No wonder this upgrade mission
is called mythical grade.
Anlin was merely sitting there.
Yet he could still use divine abilities.
Do you think pulling away will allow you to escape?
Chaoga swiftly retreated to evade.
Chaoga felt somewhat uneasy. That slash was too fast. He hadn't even used his magical artifact yet. If he hadn't activated the 800 Li acceleration effect, it wouldn't have just been his hair that was cut off. Chaoga flew up into the air.
Looking at the dark red bloodstain below, he casually curved his lips into a smile. He already had a plan in mind. However, it is precisely the opportunity to kill such a powerful enemy that makes this lord find it interesting. Thinking this, Chaoga decided to test him out.
Who said this lord wanted to run away? Before I cut off your demonic head. This lord isn't going anywhere. Activating the sword domain, the space fluctuated violently. A colossal figure appeared, the human immortal domain.
The killing Azura realm domain.
Following that, Chaoga quickly charged forward. As fast as a sharp arrow. The effect of the human immortal is the ability to continuously absorb the spiritual energy of everything around.
And using soul-severing Zhanling allows acceleration, drawing out the spiritual energy of the selected target. And the killing Azura realm can stack the effects of the life sword and the death sword.
This is the first time I've simultaneously activated two strength sword domains, just to deal with a demon cultivator.
His strength is much greater than the 9th realm.
Since I'm dealing with a super boss,
it is reasonable to use every method available.
He immediately activated the human immortal skill. The eerie aura of soul severing surrounded Quan.
He was somewhat puzzled.
Not understanding Chaoga's intention, what did this brat do? This demon lord's spiritual power is actually being drained.
After a moment, Quan observed, frowning.
I actually can't fight against this power that drains spiritual energy.
Even when facing Lord Zixin, there was never a situation where I couldn't resist.
This brat must have something very strange on him. Immediately after, Chaoga descended from the air. A good defense.
Now let's see if you can keep up with this lord's sword. Quan remained seated, blocking several slashes with a wave of his hand.
Grand perfection of the 6th realm. How much faster can your sword possibly be?
His expression was calm, as if he were playing a child's game.
This lord doesn't need to move. And I can still block all your sword techniques.
The sword technique level of Yu Qingzhou Sword Dao Rising Stars
is nothing more than this. It's nothing special. Unsure of Chaoga's scheme, he spoke up to question him. Is that so? The system automatically activated the skill?
The life sword stacks were completed. Currently damage is increased by 150%. Taking advantage of this strike, Chaoga cleared the way and charged over.
However, Quan still showed no weakness. This demon lord is tired of this sword-swinging game. With this strike, this demon lord will sever your life-bound sword.
Unexpectedly, a smile curled the corner of Chaoga's mouth.
Then go ahead and try. His killing intent shot out, forming a protective shield.
However, what Quan did not expect was that the sword intent actually slashed across his cheek.
Red blood trickled down the cut. Upon touching the wound,
his expression darkened.
How dare you scratch this demon lord's face? Chaoga ignored the remark
and slashed down directly.
This sword strike isn't just aimed at your face. He calculated inwardly. The life sword stacks were complete, making the power of this strike far greater than before. Let's see if I can cut off his head. Quan was successfully enraged and flew into a furious rage. Chaoga, you'll make sure you can neither live
nor die in peace.
A thick blood-like bloody aura erupted. Shuamo. Its power pushed Chaoga back. Shuamo. I remember advanced perception alerted me just now
that it is a grand perfection 7th realm exotic beast.
Stronger than that Lung Hao just now.
3 massive claws descended from the sky.
That Shuamo flapped its wings and soared high, accompanied by a shriek. Chaoga frowned and observed, there's such a bizarre exotic beast. Sense it.
The system panel quickly displayed the demonic beast's information.
Shuamo level 80 species. Blood ink 3-legged crow rarity. Explanation.
The soul of an exotic beast from
10,000 years ago. Resurrected by means of inkstone ink. Its predecessor might be the three-legged crow with sealed blood.
The blood inkstone on its head seems to possess immense power.
Possessing an extremely powerful sealing ability. Attention! An extremely powerful soul resides within the blood inkstone. Once sealed inside, escape is impossible forever.
Host, please be careful. Combining the information just received,
Lu Chaoga felt suspicious. The blood inkstone on its head actually possesses this level of sealing ability. Even the system gave it such a high rating. The blood ink spun rapidly above Anton's head. He commanded, "Suck him in for me."
The blood ink's eyes flashed with light. A deafening screech erupted from its throat.
Lu Chaoga sensed the impending danger. Immediately knew he had to evade. And couldn't face it hidden, so he chose to flee immediately. Anton roared maniacally, "Lu Chaoga, you can't escape." In the blink of an eye, a spatial black hole opened, sucking Lu Chaoga directly inside. This three-legged crow's sealing technique actually has such terrifying speed of expansion. This is the difference between the great perfection stage of the seventh realm and my current state. Lu Chaoga gradually vanished into the black hole. As the black hole shrank, Anton's voice rang out, "Seal!"
It turned out that the black hole was the top of the blood inkstone. After the deed was done, it flapped its wings and flew into the sky.
Anton was highly satisfied that he had driven Lu Chaoga into desperation. Lu Chaoga, who was sucked into the blood inkstone, absolutely could not return alive. Now,
I, the Demon Lord, will go capture your disciples of the Mo sect
and subject them to endless torment, to quell the hatred caused by you, as well as the resentment over my exquisite face being injured by you. The next morning he arrived at a secret cellar. Anton stroked his chin and muttered to the blood ink,
"It was here that the monitoring of my painted skin was cut off. What kind of profound mystery is hidden inside? I, the Demon Lord, must go and see for myself."
No sooner said than done. He quickly jumped down. In another location,
a strange space was revealed. Chushir lifted the curtain and stepped out. This Lu Chaoga isn't so impressive after all. If he had been able to kill the blood ink,
then he certainly would have been the winner. After all, the seed I planted in Master's body can only be activated after the blood ink dies.
She frowned, showing a look of displeasure.
My current plan is just to follow Master down and check out that secret realm. The secret realm that even Master's painted skin couldn't monitor. What if
I, Chushir, could also gain a chance encounter?
The focus returns to Lu Chaoga. He fell into the endless void, unable to move.
This was the first time a trace of worry appeared on his face. Earlier, his high-level perception had specifically warned him.
Once sucked into this sealing technique, escape is impossible, because an extremely powerful soul resides within this technique. Lu Chaoga was forced into free fall.
It's because this powerful soul is also a strange beast, one that devours all living people trapped by this technique.
Why is a voice suddenly echoing? Another cultivator in the great perfection stage of the sixth realm. What a pity, a great pity. Lu Chaoga was slightly surprised. He quickly guessed inwardly, this strange beast can actually speak human language. It's a shame I can't move. Otherwise this lord would definitely take a look at what this strange beast that speaks human language actually looks like.
The blood ink stared in surprise at his handsome appearance.
How can this guy be so flawless? There's actually a sense of artistry in his facial features. This is truly bizarre. Lu Chaoga was speechless upon hearing these words. Is this guy calling me handsome? But this method of complimenting is really novel. However, when people usually compliment someone saying their looks have a sense of artistry, doesn't that usually mean they're ugly? Ugly in a very distinctive way.
The hand of a beautiful woman reached out and grabbed his collar.
This guy's appearance greatly pleases the heavenly Tao. He shouldn't die here. Just then, Lu Chaoga felt as if he was being lifted out of the deep sea. Oh my god. Can being handsome really save Lu Chaoga's life? Lu Chaoga looked around. The scenery here was both gorgeous and peaceful. Resembling an ink-wash painting, the girl sitting under the eaves spoke softly. Hello, fellow cultivator. Your appearance seems highly agreeable to the will of heaven. She possessed an extremely refined and delicate demeanor. I am Go Dan Ching, and I am fortunate to witness your handsome face. Lu Chaoga stood at a distance, politely greeting her. Junior Lu Chaoga greets senior. He mused inwardly. The combination of the name Vo Dancheng is certainly a bit unique. Suddenly Lu Chaoga seemed to remember something. The surname Go is rare. But didn't I see it somewhere not long ago? I remember now the real name of that Dancheng demon lord. Seemed to be Go as well. Thinking this, Lu Chaoga slightly furrowed his brow. Could this girl have some connection to Dancheng? Dancheng raised her brush, smiled and looked at him. Chaoga, that's a lovely name. Why don't you find a spot and sit next to me? I'm just a few strokes away from finishing this painting. Lu Chaoga maintained his politeness. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. But I am currently fighting against a demon cultivator. And I don't have time to waste here. I earnestly asked the senior to show me a clear path out. A feeling of anxiety was disturbing Lu Chaoga's mind. This person's origins are unclear. If I delay here, and that fiend finds Luo Peng and the others, we'll be in deep trouble. However, those words seemed to slightly displease Dancheng. Don't talk nonsense. Where are these demon cultivators you speak of? It was merely a cooperation with exotic beasts to confront the Eye of Chaos. This disaster was extremely severe. Even the Azure Emperor struggled immensely before resorting to this measure. Don't casually call them demons. A gentle breeze brushed past Lu Chaoga's face, faintly visible beyond the mist. She blushed, however, since you are so handsome. I'll grudgingly forgive you this once. Lu Chaoga realized he was completely charming to this fangirl. This person really only cares about appearance. But why does her speech mention both the Azure Emperor and the Great Disaster? Who exactly is she and what era does she belong to? Suddenly, a swirl of black energy formed a vortex in front of Lu Chaoga. Senior Heihu, how did you come out of the scroll by yourself? Heihu manifested and answered directly on Lu Chaoga's behalf. Junior sister Dancheng, our great disaster has ended. It is now 10,000 years later. Dancheng's eyes widened, her face full of astonishment. Black Mountain Lord Heishan Jun. Senior brother, how are you here? Has senior brother Zhao Deji also come? What does 10,000 years later mean? Your junior sister doesn't understand. Heihu flicked his finger using a technique to extract a piece of memory. You will understand once you see it. A small beam of light penetrated her glabella. Dancheng closed her eyes, seemingly traversing millennia. So that's it. So 10,000 years have truly passed since the era of Tianxian. At this moment Lu Chaoga was somewhat confused. Senior, you know her? Heihu calmly and slowly explained. She is like me. She was someone who faced the great disaster 10,000 years ago. It is just that junior sister perished during the disaster and never saw its end. Her remnant soul must have been captured within this inkstone and exploited by a nefarious person in later generations, causing her to unwittingly aid evil here. By now Lu Chaoga had also understood. She is also a senior from 10,000 years ago. Could she be Heihu? Heihu nodded, looking gently at Dancheng. That's right. She is Heihu, introduced Divine Monarch Dancheng. At this moment Dancheng had finished reviewing the memories. 10,000 years have passed in the world. A descendant of my lineage has actually become a scourge upon this world. Yet I was here in this blood inkstone, unwittingly aiding this tyranny. What cruel fate, having understood who the allies and enemies were. Lu Chaoga cupped his hands and promised, Senior, you do not need to blame yourself too much. As long as I take the senior away from this place, this junior will certainly destroy this blood inkstone. The senior will naturally be able to reincarnate. As for that demon, this junior, will naturally cleanse your lineage of that disgrace for you. She was filled with shame. With a blush it is easy to leave. However, if you want to defeat my descendant, you will need to obtain a significant opportunity. Your appearance aligns with the will of the heavenly Tao. So I wish to grant you an opportunity. Chaoga was somewhat curious about this opportunity. Why do I need this opportunity to defeat Dancheng Yaojun? Dancheng stood up and smiled faintly. That demon is my junior descendant. The techniques he inherited are naturally my techniques. In this world, no one understands my techniques better than I do. And the most powerful of my techniques is the sealing technique. This place is within the blood ink where my remnant soul resides. I created this space using the sealing technique. And that junior descendant outside has already borrowed this very space of mine to use as a medium for the sealing technique. Dancheng glanced at him casually and offered a reminder. You've already experienced it just now. When you fell into the blood mist, were you unable to move? This is just a space, which I created using the sealing technique, not the true sealing technique used against enemies. The black tiger beside him slowly added an explanation. Kid, the sealing technique of Danqing Shinjun. No one could master it even 10,000 years ago. It is your good fortune to receive her opportunity. Understanding the implication, Chaoga quickly bowed and saluted this junior. Thanks, the senior. He was secretly delighted. Although he didn't know what this opportunity actually was, it was a good thing regardless. First you must obtain it, she said, growing serious. Don't thank me yet. Whether you can obtain this opportunity depends on whether you have the ability. If you cannot obtain it, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here and keep this Shinjun company, unable to leave for all eternity. The black tiger felt speechless seeing this little sister acting like such a flirt. Why is it that even after 10,000 years, Danqing Shinjun still has this habit of obsessing over handsome men? Ah, humans! Indeed, a leopard never changes its spots. If a mortal heard these words, they would probably abandon the opportunity immediately, as getting out first would be the best plan. But Chaoga was different. Senior, this challenge. This junior accepts. The black tiger frowned helpless. This kid really has no fear of death. He is clearly still on her territory, unable to leave. Yet he has the nerve to accept the challenge and make a bet. He's another weirdo. Master, did you misjudge him? On the other side, Danqing, blushing, secretly approved of Chaoga. His character is certainly worthy of his face. I failed to catch Qingdi 10,000 years ago, but if I can keep him by my side now, that would also be a good thing. However, if he stays here from now on, I'm afraid he will be busy day and night. After waiting for a long time, she simply chuckled softly. Chaoga was getting anxious. Senior, when will we begin? This junior still has 3 disciples outside. If we don't hurry, I fear the demon might harm them. Danqing laughed awkwardly, pretending to look around. And now we begin. She cursed herself internally seriously. Once I start fantasizing, my mind just won't stop. Danqing's ability was utterly shocking, reshaping heaven and earth. Chaoga stood aside watching the senior demonstrate her immense power. This is the strength of a 9th realm mighty expert. Even Lord Sword Venerable couldn't achieve this level. Between the 9th realm, the half-step 9th realm, and the 8th realm, there is truly a world of difference. Even if only her remnant soul remains now, the level of the techniques and methods she employs is enough to be considered founding patriarch level. After a moment, the preparations were complete. The first challenge: focus on the landscape. Danqing explained the sequence of the opportunity. This is the first challenge. Throughout my life studying painting, I first practiced landscapes, then painted flowers, plants, birds, and beasts, and only finally did I paint figures. Therefore, these 3 challenges. I will also test you according to this sequence. He directly stated the method of solving it without hesitation. Just by reaching the peak. Does that mean I've passed this challenge? I understand. Without further ado, I'm going up now. Danqing was startled and cried out, hey, wait, oh my goodness. If he rushes in like that, he'll only find a one-way trip to oblivion. Why couldn't he wait patiently for me to finish speaking? Never mind, later when he's sliced to pieces by the mountain of knives, he'll just carefully stitch his whole body back together. Heihu put on a helpless expression. Is there anything to watch out for regarding this mountain of knives? Danqing chuckled, then spoke seriously. To be honest, Dao brother, one of the things required for learning the path of painting is mental resilience. This first mountain of knives is specifically designed to test one's disposition. If there is one layer of impurity in the heart, 10 indestructible immortal spirit blades will pursue him. If there are 2 layers of impurity in the heart, 100 spirit blades will pursue him. And so on. The more confused and lost one is inside, the more spirit blades will come to test them. This greatly astonished Heihu. This mountain of knives of yours, even if I went up, I'd probably be riddled with holes like a sieve. She nodded, seemingly acknowledging the profound truth of this statement. Yes, that's right, cultivators. Who among them can be perfectly clear and insightful about everything? There is confusion, obsession, anger, and greed, and much more besides. Danqing also thought that this brother would not be an exception. The moment that changed her mind was when that brother shouted from the mountaintop, Senior was the first stage merely to check If I could ascend the mountain quickly. He was skeptical because the checkpoint was too simple. If I had known, I could have been even faster. I thought there might be some traps or hidden weapons. Dan Qing was stunned while Heihu muttered to himself. How could he have gone up so easily? He glanced at her looking suspicious. All those things you just said, surely you weren't lying to me, were you? After all, you get infatuated the moment you see a handsome man. Dan Qing frowned and reminded him seriously. I absolutely did not make that up. If you don't believe me, go up and try it yourself. Heihu casually walked towards the mountain range. You'll try it then. He smirked cunningly in his heart. Today I must definitely tear apart your infatuated expression. Heihu still seemed quite relaxed before stepping onto the mountain. However, he immediately widened his eyes afterward. Damn it, what she said was actually true. He quickly retreated, begging for mercy in a flustered tone. Spare me, I believe you now. It seems that young man, his Tao heart is truly and completely pure. Dan Qing walked behind him and gave a haughty snort. If you had truly stepped up just now, you definitely would have been severely wounded by 10,000 blades. And your remaining soul probably would have been scattered. Just then that brother flew down from the mountaintop. He clasped his hands and said, Divine Lord, there's no need to go easy on me. Just because I am handsome. If I gained this opportunity because of that, I would feel ashamed afterward. Heihu ground his teeth and complained resentfully. Keep showing off desperately here. You're making me so mad. Why would Master choose guys like you? Dan Qing looked embarrassed as she truly hadn't gone easy on him earlier. It's just that your Tao heart is pure, which I greatly admire. That brother spoke earnestly, so it was a test of the Tao heart. Then there's no problem. He automatically activated his protagonist self-awareness mode, looking across the world. Only I dare to claim that the Tao heart of the protagonist of this Tianxian continent is absolutely steadfast. She stopped wasting time and continued the test. Now let us begin the second challenge. The second challenge is flora, fauna, and beasts. Instantly the scenery before them shifted as if clouds and mist were dispersing. Second challenge. Flying birds welcome spring, singing joyfully in the woods, blending into the treetops. Two little birds chirped away and the spring scene before him confused that brother. Senior, this when did Dan Qing fall into a state of complete infatuation? I am here from end of the earth to the edge of the sea. I can be with you. He's so handsome. He's really too handsome. Heihu had witnessed this scene many times, but he still couldn't help sighing. If only I had never met this woman. How wonderful that would be. Chao Gu sighed. I must ask about this thoroughly this time. Wait, I wasn't asking about this trial. Senior, what do you intend to test? Dan Qing was pulled back to reality by him again. She thought I have been rude. She then cleared her throat a few times, regaining her composure. All right. This trial tests. I remember now, it tests ingenuity and precision. These flowers will all fall within a period of time. At the same time, these flying birds will continuously attack you. However, if under these circumstances, you manage to hit every single petal and repel every single bird, you can pass the trial. This is considered part of the challenge. The requirements for the current challenge were slightly complex. Every single flying bird and every single petal is independent, possessing its own spiritual power tether. This is the method used to eliminate the illusion. This sight is truly astonishing. As expected of a powerful 9 realms cultivator, a residual soul actually possesses such immense ability. How powerful must she have been when she was alive? But even though she was so powerful, she still perished in the last great catastrophe. He didn't offer further judgment. Chao Gu directly asked the senior. This junior has some doubts. May I ask the senior to resolve them? She nodded and softly said, of course you may. For her, a handsome man was the ultimate truth. With this face, even if you now say you don't want to accept the test, I would still agree. Chao Gu brought up the decisive battle from 10,000 years ago. Senior, when you were alive you must have been in the 9 realms, correct? But why did you still perish during the great catastrophe 10,000 years ago? Was the tide of strange beasts triggered by the Eye of Chaos really that formidable? This question shocked Dan Qing. Her face turned pale and a solemn atmosphere permeated the air. The great catastrophe 10,000 years ago, Heihu interjected solemnly, was far more powerful than you can imagine. Each of them began recounting the events of that time.
The great catastrophe 10,000 years ago. In fact, none of us were the first ones to step forward. It was our masters and grandmasters who chimed in. Even the master of our house once participated in the battle. This greatly surprised Chao Gu. The master of the Lord of Heaven's teaching, Dan Cheng Shenjun, also participated in the battle. This is the first time I've heard of this. I had only heard that those of the same generation as Qing Di stopped the catastrophe, but it seems the matter is far from that simple. The memories of the past were a blank spot for Dan Cheng. The strange beasts that emerged from the Eye of Chaos already exceeded our understanding of strange beasts. If it hadn't been that Qing Di devised a method to combine with the power of the strange beasts' bloodlines, borrowing their strength to fight against the beasts within the Eye of Chaos, Tianxian would have probably been destroyed 10,000 years ago. Despite this, Chao Gu still didn't hide his confusion. I never expected Senior to hold such an important position. He Hu frowned and continued his explanation. The strange beasts within the Eye of Chaos are actually different from ours. The strange beasts in the Eye of Chaos possess unique power. Even I feel chills just thinking about them. He recalled the strange beasts he had encountered before. Most of the strange beasts from the Eye of Chaos were in human form, completely different from the native strange beasts of Tianxian. Perhaps this reason will be clarified in the future. Putting this matter aside, Chao Gu bowed and prepared to continue to the second trial. Thank you both seniors for clearing up my doubts. I shall now proceed with the trial. She waved her hand. All right, then let's begin. You must remember, if even one petal falls, then... Dan Cheng winked slyly, her mind filled with improper thoughts. You'll have to stay here with me for generations. Day and night. Dan Cheng brought her own protagonist Halo, activated the system, and Ching Ching's lifespan increased by 800 miles. In addition, beneath his feet a lotus platform appeared. Every strike of his sword was only to protect the people he loved. Miss Luobing and Xioma are still waiting for me outside. This small test is nothing at all. The tip of the sword caught the delicate petals. Only Zhaoga, like a dancer, danced among the myriad flowers. Not a single petal was allowed to fall. Watching this performance, Danqing couldn't help but be full of praise. Great perfection of the sixth realm. How can he move this fast? Heihu guessed that Zhaoga must have gone through a lot as well. I'm already used to how extraordinary he is. Besides the protected petals, there were also the small birds whose mouths were shattered. Not a single petal was permitted to drop to the ground, and no bird could escape. Once she calls stop, this round will be considered passed. Danqing reluctantly accepted that Zhaoga had already passed the test. It seems this round won't stump him either. Why don't we open the next round sooner? You changed your address in the blink of an eye. My lord, I already acknowledge your refinement and skill. Stop here. Haihe's mouth gaped open, his face full of question marks. My lord, she called him my lord. But she calls me fellow Taoist. Zhaoga descended with the petals, creating a magnificent sight. Fine, since that's the case, let's strike while the iron is hot, and quickly start the third round. Danqing seemed to forget all her troubles. All right. It looks like she had a few of her souls snatched away. Not only is he handsome, but his swordsmanship is so beautiful. Immediately after, Danqing waved her hand and opened the third round. As people often say, you know a person's face but not their heart. You can draw a tiger's skin but not its bones. Therefore this third round is sleeping with me. Haihe's eyes widened, becoming somewhat stunned. Even Zhaoga was stunned and retorted. Sleeping together for what purpose? Danqing frantically patted her own head. Wrong, no, that's not it. I zoned out just now. Heihu looked at her with contempt. Hey, this so-called zoning out of yours, was it accidental or intentional? Zhaoga couldn't resist commenting a few words. Rarely does someone openly covet my body so directly. Like you are. It seems the physique granted to me by heaven activates different levels of desire in different members of the opposite sex. Moments later, a giant lotus platform was erected. Danqing tiredly wiped away sweat. This time it's right, it's the third round. The test of sincerity. She waved her hand. Come up here, and I will tell you the rules. Zhaoga quickly obeyed the command. He waited seriously for the rest of the explanation. Please speak, senior. He felt a bit unsettled. In the end, it was still unavoidable that he would have to fight her.
even though it felt like she didn't truly want to fight him. Under these circumstances, Danqing calmly explained the rules. This final round is actually very simple. As long as you kill me, you can leave this place. The last sentence startled Zhao What? She tilted her head and explained in detail. The blood inkstone where we currently are has become a sealing weapon because of my existence. And killing me is the only way to get out. For everything you cherish, please swing your lifeline. Sword and pierce my body. This is the only path to passing the test. The requirement of this final round was unbelievable to anyone. Is Senior joking? Didn't Senior say just now that you could take me out? Why has it now changed so that I can't leave unless I kill you? Heihu also anxiously tried to dissuade her. I heard that too just now. Fellow Taoist, don't mess around, you are his lifesaver. If he absolutely must kill you to get out, wouldn't that make him an unrighteous villain? The response that met the two of them was Danqing's serious demeanor. The method I spoke of just now is for me to willingly die for you so you can leave. I am not joking. If you want to leave, there is only one way, and that is to kill me. Chuga's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion and hesitation. She wasn't joking in the slightest. In this moment she was extremely serious. She said the 3 stages were landscape flora, birds and animals, and figures. These are the 3 largest categories in traditional Chinese painting. The first 2 stages tested Dao heart and martial strength respectively. As for this final stage, it tests character and temperament. The Dao heart is unwavering solitude. Martial strength is the desire to meticulously hone one's true sword. But this third stage concerning character, why must it involve killing someone? Everything else followed logic. He wondered in his heart where exactly was the mistake. Which step had gone wrong? Dan Chang spoke without resistance. Just stab me. I don't have long left to live anyway. To die by your sword is also my destined calamity. It's just that demon descendant of mine. I'll have to ask you to deal with them for me. Black Tiger clutched its head. She looks so serious like that. Could it be? Is killing her truly the only way? But after killing her, what kind of fortune could he possibly gain? I really don't understand. Human brains are far more complicated than mine. Naturally, Chu Gu couldn't do that. He decided to retract his long sword and concede defeat. He absolutely could not strike down the person who saved his life. Let's consider this trial a loss for me. Outside, Black Tiger anxiously urged, Hey kid. There are 3 juniors waiting for you to save them. What are you trying to do? However, Chu Gu's words just now surprised Dan Chang. A faint shimmer of tears appeared in her eyes. Are you really deciding this way? Even though he bore a great responsibility, he remained firm and unwavering. I have truly decided. Dan Chang knelt down. It seems that if heaven's will is truly thus, I can no longer keep you here. Black Tiger was completely stunned. Wait, did something go wrong? Didn't they say the kid would only be kept if he lost? Why is it that the kid conceded defeat? Yet now he can't be kept. She smiled and explained everything. Your character, just like your appearance, perfectly aligns with the will of the heavenly Tao. Come here and I shall bestow this fortune upon you. Chuga slowly knelt down. Senior, you honor me too much. He had figured out the way to pass the trial long ago. In fact, it was easy to guess. The key to this stage was not murder but restraining impetuosity. In the first 2 stages, whether it was reaching the peak or defending against all the petals, birds and animals, they were all expressions of extreme high spirits and vigor. Under this influence, upon entering the 3rd stage, one would naturally assume that defeating the person before them would allow them to leave this place. However, the true essence of traditional Chinese painting is not exuberance and display but rather sudden blank space, leaving room for the sword chi to concentrate. The too rigid breaks easily. Excessive pride leads to failure. Only when standing on the crest of the wave and able to remember I am me can one reach the exit. Danshine took out a scroll and handed it to him. I didn't expect someone as young as you to understand the meaning of blank space. You have one, young man. Chugo accepted it with both hands, saying thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I will engrave today's lesson upon my heart. Danshine stiffened, seemingly still reluctant to let him leave. Chugo was puzzled, wondering why she didn't let go. The beauty smiled coyly, but I have something else to say. If you had struck just now, you still would have received this scroll. No matter what you used to pierce my body, I would have accepted it. Thunder cracked overhead.
Chuga closed his mouth. This auntie who has lived for tens of thousands of years.
In broad daylight, what exactly are you up to?
After a while Dan Chung calmed down. Dan Qing instructed it is extremely difficult to master this technique.
Even with astonishing talent it will take a long time. You might as well stay here with me for a few days before you leave. However, the light emanating from the scroll was exceptionally dazzling.
Immediately afterward the system finished scanning.
Do you wish to cultivate the Dan Qing sealing technique? Level 5 seal breaking art. Requires consuming 30 million experience points.
He was a little surprised.
Only 30 million experience points. Lu Chaoga had nothing else but a lot of experience points. Confirm immediately. System confirmed. Successfully learned the Dan Qing unsealing technique. Current skill level is level 1. Upgrade to the next level. Requires 35 million experience points. Dan Qing sensed a slight abnormality.
This isn't right, the black tiger next to her asked.
What isn't right?
She pointed at Lu Chaoga who was learning the technique.
He has already comprehended the technique you taught him, although it is only the basics. Even the most outstanding genius
would need at least 30 days to master the basics. The black tiger frowned suspiciously.
How do you know that a genius
would also need 30 days to master the basics?
Dan Qing explained, pouting. Because when I cultivated this technique back then, my master said I was a ancient millennium genius. Yet it took me 30 days to master the basics of this technique.
I've been fooled. The black tiger rolled its eyes at her.
So you were claiming to be a genius? Then you haven't met my master. My master once said,
he has seen countless geniuses,
but everyone calls him a genius.
You don't need to boast, there is always someone better and heights beyond the sky. Then the golden light around Lu Chaoga intensified.
System prompt Dan Qing unsealing technique level 2. Dan Qing unsealing technique level 4. Dan Qing unsealing technique level 7. Finally a huge breakthrough arrived.
The system displayed a prompt.
Dan Qing unsealing technique level 10. Grand perfection. Even Dan Qing couldn't believe her eyes. He actually reached grand perfection in the blink of an eye.
He accomplished what took me hundreds of years to accomplish. The black tiger was used to such things,
but even it couldn't adjust immediately. Master Yu, is this what you were like in your youth?
The battle returns to the front. The green-haired man was hiding behind a large tree. These are Sect Master Lu's methods.
Last time,
I teamed up with Zhou Chong to deal with him.
Yet such a meticulous plan yielded no results whatsoever. I thought I was just unlucky. Now it seems Sect Master Lu back then clearly hadn't used his full power yet. At least regarding his connections he didn't use a single one.
The monster roared as if wanting to tear everything apart.
You damn vermin. Why aren't you dying yet?
The response was a teasing voice, if you don't die.
How did your old man die?
Below several disciples were cooperating strenuously. Brothers quickly put in more effort. Keep the defensive techniques up front, and you deal damage from the back.
This boss is almost out of health. A boss so hard to kill
must surely drop a piece of golden legend gear. Charge, brothers.
However, the boss continued to strike relentlessly.
That girl skillfully wielded her sword. Her movements were masterclass.
Every strike was well executed. Its speed has slowed down.
Now we can already judge
its attack patterns. As long as we keep pressing, it is bound to die. The battle was extremely intense. These items are cheap but extremely useful. What this girl is casting are the offensive methods typical of Whale's rich players? All of it is bought and powered by RMB. Lu Chaoga asked me to come.
Of course I have to contribute some effort.
Those outside widened their eyes in astonishment. She truly is the famous female whale of the entire server. Every single one is the most expensive talisman in the shop. The person next to him immediately chimed in. The talismans she has thrown out today
are probably worth the price of a 3-bedroom apartment
in a first-tier city. Xiao Miao crossed her arms, huffing angrily. This woman is trying to gain favor with my husband.
Right, the guy next to him grumbled angrily.
Damn it, what a sickening tycoon, what's the point of showing off?
However, a contradictory voice sounded, causing all three of them to freeze.
Weren't you showing off in front of us just the same? Vice President Lin. Finally, You've tasted what it's like to be slapped in the face with money. All he could say was, there are differences even among the big shots. He cursed angrily. You guys, you are truly despicable. Just then the flying monster swept through the entire area. They forgot it was still here. That guy cried silently, damn it, dead again. That person fiercely shifted the blame. It's all your fault for distracting me. Once I revive, I'll vent all my fury on this monster. Switching back to Chowga. He held the scroll, pondering the system internally. When I raise the techniques level, those concepts are automatically transferred into my mind. Such a feature of the system is incredibly useful. This also allows me to smoothly familiarize myself with this technique. Shrink seal breaking technique. Danching seal breaking art. It can break all sealing techniques of the Danching lineage and remain unaffected by them. The higher the level, the less the cost to break them, and the easier the breaking process. Upon reaching the highest level, one will be completely immune to the sealing techniques of the Danching lineage. Annotation art. This is the supreme secret technique of the Danching lineage. It is passed down to only one person per generation, who is the Sect Master. Current cultivation level 10 grand completion. After reading these lines, Chowga showed a look of satisfaction. Once the cultivation reaches completion, I will be immune to all sealing techniques of the Danching lineage. For the Danching lineage, this technique is practically invincible. No wonder there was an annotation saying, it is passed down only to the Sect Master each generation. If too many people knew, the Danching lineage masters of sealing arts would be ruined. He then recalled the flirtatious Lady Danchang. But did she really just give me the secret unteachable technique? Although it was a fortuitous encounter, the benefits gained from this encounter are simply too great. Chowga gently opened his eyes, returning to reality. He cupped his hands in a gesture of refusal. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing this technique, but it is far too precious. This junior cannot simply take it. Please, Senior, propose some further conditions so this junior can feel at ease. He thought to himself, as long as she doesn't make an excessive request, I will try my best to fulfill it. Danching said approvingly, you truly are a gentleman. Now the Danching lineage is practically extinct. Only a single demon remains. I fear he will be killed by you before long. But the techniques of our ancestors cannot be allowed to vanish like this. Therefore, I do have one unfinished wish. Hey, who standing nearby secretly guessed. It seems like a dying wish, just like Master's, to ask this young man named Lu to help promote his sect's techniques. But techniques from 10,000 years ago, without truly exceptional talent, cannot be mastered at all. Even if the technique is obtained, it will be difficult to pass it down widely. He lowered his body and solemnly made a promise. This junior understands. This junior will spread the senior's techniques throughout the world, so that the Danching lineage does not end here. Danching stopped him in alarm. Wait. That is not what I meant. Chowga widened his eyes and countered. Then what is it you mean, Senior? She walked closer, displaying a serious expression. Let me take refuge in you so I can leave this place. As long as I am alive. Won't it mean the Danching lineage won't perish, will it? Sparks flew in Cheage's eyes. This he knew she had an agenda, but couldn't confirm it. Although it feels a bit wrong, it seems to be true. But if I let her dwell within me to leave this place, then when Sinyan and I are doing certain things later, wouldn't she just become a spectator? Damn, now that I think about it, it sounds kind of thrilling. Seeing his expression, Danching pretended to put on a show of suffering. It seems I've asked too much of you. Thinking about it, that makes sense. What man would let a lonely wandering spirit parasitize his head? Hey, who deeply understood the girl's intentions, and just sighed. 10,000 years ago it was exactly this look of a wronged little woman. In fact, if she made a move, even my head could be twisted off by her. Lu Chowga reluctantly accepted the offer, but still presented his conditions. Since Senior has this wish, then I, your junior, will not ruin the mood. But we must set 3 rules. If Senior agrees, this junior is willing to carry Senior's heroic soul. Seeing him finally agree, she cheerfully rushed over. Don't just say 3 rules. I'll agree to 300 rules. Lu Chowga realized he had been tricked and omitted something, but it was hard to speak up now.
I already carry the soul of a great master. Ninth realm within me who benefits more me or her. Only one thing is certain. And that is someone definitely benefits. Meanwhile in another location, Quan was exploring deep inside. This is indeed a secret realm, capable of isolating itself from the surveillance of the heavenly Tao. Violent spiritual energy permeates the surroundings. Its owner truly must be extraordinary. He stopped in front of a giant door. Light flickered a single thought. Achieves the power to pierce heaven and earth. Omnipotence. What arrogance! And Quan licked his lips freakishly. Even the ancestors of my family wouldn't dare speak such audacious words. Having said that, he summoned a demonic beast. I, the demon lord, shall now break this arrogant declaration. A black and gold magic circle rapidly burst forth. His aura was violently pushed away. And he even suffered serious injury. And Quan was shocked, realizing the presence of this supreme being. This stone door has existed for at least several millennia. Yet the magic formation on it still possesses such formidable power. Could there be precious treasures inside? Thinking this, he revealed an ambitious gaze. Lu Chaoga, oh Lu Chaoga. Turns out you came here to present treasure to me, the demon lord. Since that is the case, once I, the demon lord, find your two female disciples. In Quan's mind, he imagined threatening Xiao Qiu, his tone full of malice. I, the demon lord, will make sure to punish them severely. Next he stood in a massive secret passage. He looked around, thinking to himself, this is indeed a treasury. But unfortunately it's all just mortal belongings. How can they catch the eye of me, the demon lord? He held his head high, deep in thought. However, there is residual spiritual energy here. Judging from this remnant spiritual power, I can tell someone once fought here. That person's spiritual power was very pure and their cultivation high, but later they ran out of steam. And Quan murmured to himself while walking down the corridor. It seems they were just a lone spirit, imprisoned by the magic formation. However, there are also traces here of my servant's spiritual energy mixed in. I just don't know where he is hiding. I must quickly summon him. He can report to me right now. He then laughed smugly, feeling quite self-satisfied. Although my servant's realm is only the great perfection of the sixth realm, he is naturally suited for exotic beasts and invisibility techniques. Even if he were to face Lu Chaoga, there's no way he would be discovered. Suddenly Quan's eyes widened and he cried out softly. This is a horrifying sight met his eyes. That's my servant. How could he have ended up like this? What exactly happened? Are you still alive? Answered this Yao Jun. In the end, Anshuan confirmed that he was dead. Furthermore, his divine soul was suppressed until it burst. When he was alive, many souls were crowding and pressing down within his divine soul. To think it was this kind of sorcery. Even this Yao Jun cannot break it. Such ordinary sorcery. Yet because of the caster's profound mastery, it was elevated to a new level. Anshuan frowned deeply, muttering curses in his mind with a dark expression. Lu Chaoga, you actually dared to use this Yaojin's servant as a vessel. You are the first person who dared to do this. He then spread his arms, releasing demonic power while roaring. Now this Yao Jun can't help but want to find the people in your sect and torment them severely until they perish. Demon-painted serpents. Seize their bodies. Turn them into demon paintings, so that their souls can never enter reincarnation again. Swarms of fiery red snakes poured out from Anshuan. He walked in a furious frenzy-like state, saying, no living creature has ever escaped this Yaojin snake swarm. Hiding is also futile. At this moment Luo Bing was hiding in a corner with the two children. Sweating profusely, her face etched with fear, she thought, what happened? Why isn't it young master who returned? But this demon. Where is martial uncle Head? Dongfang beside her asked in a panic. Senior sister Luo, the demonic cultivator's aura is even more powerful than martial uncle Head's. Luo Bing looked around, thinking anxiously. It doesn't matter how strong that demonic cultivator is. But the problem is young master went out to face him. But the young master didn't come back, and instead, this terrifying demonic cultivator showed up. Is there a demon that the young master cannot defeat? The demonic snake swarm had now crawled everywhere. Dongfang quickly glanced around, calculating in his mind. If those things come closer, they will definitely discover us if we do nothing.
None of the three of us will escape. I'm the only man here now. I must step forward and protect them. He put his hand on his chest, recalling what Chauga had said. Great sage equal to heaven. Do you dare to draw your sword now? An imposing aura radiated from him. He secretly resolved. Of course I dare. Vajra Spirit Guard Talisman. Vajra warrior Luo Bing reached out, crying out softly in alarm. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand. He smiled reassuringly. We Mahists have no cowards. I will stall for time until Martial Uncle Head returns. Martial Uncle Head must have been held up. There's no way he could lose. The Mahist. Great sage equal to heaven is here. If you have the guts, come and take this great sage's life. Her tears began to fall. She thought inwardly. Junior brother M.O. The little girl also shouted in her heart, little senior brother M.O. The snake swarm surrounded Dongfang. He gritted his teeth, calculating secretly. As long as I stall for time, until Martial Uncle Head arrives, we will definitely win. I must increase the distance from the divine statue, and absolutely must not let them discover Miss and Senior Sister Luo. There. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind him. Kid, are you trying the tactic of luring the tiger out of the mountains? Or sacrificing yourself to be the bait? Dongfang was startled and thought, was I seen through so easily? Anshuan appeared with a mocking smile and said, when this Yao Jun used this trick, you little thing weren't even born yet. Absolutely idiotic. Dongfang sweated, gritted his teeth, and trembling replied, that's not what I was thinking. If you dare, then you. He felt terrified inside. The pressure is immense. Just looking into his eyes is already making it hard for me to breathe. His figure was indistinct and his tone held contempt. So you're just a piece of trash at the third realm, with power like yours. Do you even dare to call yourself the great sage heaven's equal? If you have the guts, look into this demon lord's eyes a little longer. Your body will explode and you will die. Kneel. The snakes immediately rushed up and wrapped tightly around him. Anshuan stepped forward and asked, the thing you want to protect? It's behind this statue, isn't it? He then flashed an evil grin. The next second the ground cracked open and shattered stones flew everywhere. Dust filled the air, forming a whirlwind around him. In the distance Luo Bing appeared, holding her long sword with a determined expression. Anshuan smiled triumphantly, commenting with a sinister look. Sure enough, the thing this demon lord is looking for is right here. Dongfang behind him shouted strenuously. Stop right there. Anshuan waved his hand and muttered to himself. A mosquito is buzzing. This demon lord has thought of an interesting game to play. Why don't we try it now? Consider it a small insignificant compensation for the malicious actions of your sect master. At this moment Dongfang coughed up blood, lying on the floor. He actually shattered my Vajra Guardian. The backlash is too strong. Anshuan turned to look and sneered mockingly. You can't even handle a mere backlash. Looking at you, your internal organs must be about to shatter. Coincidentally, the thing this demon lord is least interested in is your physical shell. Go take care of yourself. Luo Bing radiated power, gritting her teeth, thinking that junior brother M.O. was in a bad state. My realm is the highest here now. As the senior sister, I must protect my junior brothers and sisters. Activate the Tianwen Lake Star domain. The next second she charged forward with her sword, shouting, Xiao Qiu, quickly take senior brother M.O. and hide. Xiao Qiu rushed out and responded. Yes, senior sister Bing Bing. Anshuan stood still, slowly mocking them. You people from the M.O. sect really don't like listening to people speak. A pointless struggle. He knocked Luo Bing flying with a single move. Seeing this, Anshuan smiled and commented, your figure is truly exquisite. Even ordinary cultivators cannot compare to your beauty and balanced physique. What a captivating body. No wonder that Lu Chaoga keeps you by his side. He is truly a man who knows how to enjoy life. With her hands bound, she still retorted fiercely. Young master is completely different from a demon like you. Even if I stripped naked and climbed into his bed, he wouldn't do anything to me. Our young master will arrive soon, and that will be the day you die. Anshuan laughed excitedly and countered. Will he arrive soon? Unfortunately that Lu Chaoga has already been captured by this demon lord's magical artifact. He is probably already a pool of blood right now. Luo Bing's face was terrified and she struggled, shouting, Impossible, you're lying. No demon in the world can be young master's opponent. Anquan walked forward and lightly kissed her hair. Anquan continued contemptuously. Don't worry, once I've had my fun with you, this demon lord will destroy your physical body and then imprison your soul within the painted skin, preventing you from entering reincarnation. At that time, if I'm happy someday, it might not be impossible for me to let you see the residual soul of Lu Chaoga, who also cannot be reincarnated. However, this demon lord has one more treasure he wants to collect. Suddenly Xiao Qiu appeared, rushing forward with her sword, shouting, "Senior sister, Bing Bing, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you." This is the Shoshin sword technique, complete mastery. Future empowerment technique. Anquan used demonic power to block her attack. She cried out with worry and surprise. "No, you're no match for him. Run!" Xiao Qiu looked fearless, answering as she swung her sword. Xiao Qiu won't run. Although Xiao Qiu is small, she also understands the principle of standing or falling together with everyone. To face a situation and not stand up for oneself is to waste a lifetime. Her tears burst forth. Lu Bing whispered, "Miss." She secretly realized in her heart, "I finally understand why Master didn't want Miss to interact much with young Master. She really is like the young Master, completely reckless." Her words were shocking. But was the young Master really sealed inside that magical artifact by that guy? Is the young Master really gone for good? The young girl's sword was grasped by his single hand. He spoke, saying nice words. "But you have no ability. This demon lord will also make you pay, don't worry." Miss trembled, thinking this is bad. His power is too immense. "I can't pull it out," and Quan continued. "But before I make you pay for those who trap souls to create painted skins, this demon lord will also let you receive this demon lord's favor. Let this demon lord take a good look at your flawless body." Immediately afterward, streams of demonic energy struck, wrapping around the young girl's body. That demonic energy suspended Miss next to Lu Bing, and Quan sneered, his face grim, and asked, "Do you still remember earlier when this demon lord said he would come up with some interesting games?" Miss closed her eyes tightly, wondering, Why can't I change back? It seems like the spiritual power channels are sealed." She shouted angrily, "If you want to kill us, then kill us. We will absolutely never submit to a demon like you." And Quan walked closer, stroking his hair, and as he said, "The game is simple. I ask the questions and you answer. If this demon lord is not satisfied, then a piece of flesh will be cut from your bodies. Now for the first question. Who is more beautiful, this demon lord or your sect leader?" The young girl smiled disdainfully and mocked mercilessly. "You, a ghost face. Not even as good as the salted ducks." Beneath Dankingshan, Lu Bing chimed in, "Our sect leader, Master Uncle. Regarding looks, he is the most handsome in the world. You are not worthy to be compared with him." His eyes were bloodshot and he retorted savagely, "An excellent answer. But this demon lord does not like it. So each of you shall receive a heavy punishment." Instantly the snake-like magical creatures rushed over, radiating demonic energy. What happened? The energy source suddenly dissipated. This startled Quan, who asked, "What went wrong?" Then the giant bird suddenly started struggling violently. The next second it collapsed onto the ground with a bang, motionless. And Quan's face showed panic and he cried out softly, trembling, "Shue Motu!" A giant hollow appeared on the head of the colossal bird. Golden light shone dazzlingly. He shouted, "What on earth is happening?" From within that light a figure gradually and clearly emerged. And Quan was greatly shocked, eyes wide, thinking, "This aura is Lu." Lu Chaoga channeled demonic energy, charging over, and declared, "Demon, I have returned to deal with you." An arm was severed. At this moment Quan was knocked flying by his strike. He drove his feet into the ground, just barely stabilizing himself. He thought, "I already tried my best to dodge. Yet he still managed to cut off my arm." Then he spoke, asking Lu Chaoga, "You're still alive?" Behind him Miss shouted happily. Sect Leader Master Uncle Lu Bing also exclaimed admiringly, "Young Master, you truly are unharmed." Miss reverted back to her original size. She fell to the ground with a thump, murmuring, "Spiritual power can operate normally now." The maid next to her shouted, "Miss." Lu Chaoga, radiant with light, turned back and instructed, "Wait for me on the side. Once I finish dealing with this demon, I will explain everything clearly." Lu Bing picked up Miss and moved to the side, saying,
Its junior brother Mo has suffered a backlash. His current injuries are very severe. She looked at him, tears streaming, thinking in her heart. For a moment I was really afraid the young master wouldn't come back. She wept tears of joy. That's wonderful, the young master is back. And Quan, holding his severed arm, snarled angrily and demanded, "Answer me, you bastard. Why aren't you dead yet? Why were you able to escape? My ancestor master's remnant soul is parasitic on the blood curtain. What method did you use?" Chowga, radiating an aura of confidence, replied, "Not only can I return, but I can also break all of your sealing techniques. Everything you have learned throughout your life is utterly useless to me." And Quan sneered, stubbornly frowning as he said, "Don't think that just because you launched a sneak attack and severed one of this demon lord's arms, that you have already secured victory. You even shamelessly boast, claiming you can break all of my sealing spells. If you have the guts, stop hiding." Immediately afterward, Quan was struck by a demonic move from behind. Shadow net sealing technique. Lu Chowga, holding his long sword, laughed and replied, "Fine, then I shall make sure you die." Convinced and completely defeated, he made a gesture of raising his hand. He smiled arrogantly and said, "The truth is, Lu Chowga, your arrogance and conceit will be your undoing. Once this technique of mine successfully links, then your every single move will be controlled by this demon lord. Among the demon illusion techniques of my Danqing lineage, this is the most venomous sealing technique at this very moment. As long as this demon lord wishes it, I can immediately cause the spiritual power within your body to become chaotic, resulting in death by spiritual explosion." Spiritual energy surged around Lu Chowga. He replied, "This is indeed a fine sealing technique. You can control people as if manipulating a puppet on strings. By that logic, it seems I cannot defeat a demon like you. Cannot defeat me." Upon hearing this, Quan immediately released his spiritual energy in anger and said, "How dare you utter such sarcasm? In that case, let me show you what it feels like to die from a spiritual explosion." He tightly bound Lu Chowga. "No matter how great your heaven-defying abilities are, once your spiritual power is controlled by this demon lord, you are no different from those pieces of trash." The system alarm sounded. Attacked by the sealing technique of the Danqing lineage. Danqing seal breaker technique has been automatically activated. Chowga gave a scornful smile, thinking, "This technique is a passively activated skill. In this way I am spared the trouble of preparation before casting the spell." 1 second later, a glowing formation appeared. Danqing seal breaker technique. He stood firm before the formation, emitting spiritual power. A powerful force surged forward, sending Quan flying. Clutching his chest, he wore a distorted expression of disbelief, asking himself, "How is that possible? How could my shadow net sealing be broken?" Not only did he break free from my control, but he actually activated a higher-level counterattack technique. From the moment he was sealed by me inside the blood curtain, until now, only 1/4 hour has passed. Why is there such a massive difference? What exactly happened to him? Where exactly did things go wrong? Lu Chowga's expression was calm, and he smiled provocatively, saying, "How about that? Want to keep trying? If you want to try, I am happy to indulge you. I just wonder if this body of yours can withstand another counterattack technique." Raising his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Quan frowned and replied, "Lu Chowga, you are truly different from before. But this demon lord has more ways to deal with you than just sealing techniques. As one of the 3 great demon lords of the Purple Moon Association, even without using sealing techniques, I am not someone like you can match. Lu Chowga, you are the only human cultivator who, relying solely on 6th realm cultivation, has managed to force this demon lord to use my true magical artifact, a human cultivator. After I kill you, I will definitely turn you into my most powerful painted skin, and for all eternity, I will confine your soul within it, to keep this demon lord company." At this moment he dropped his mocking expression and thought. The Divine Lord once mentioned that the Danqing lineage, aside from possessing incredibly powerful sealing techniques, also holds 2 legendary supreme treasures from ancient times. One of them is his gigantic brush, named Yenta. Held the giant brush and shouted loudly, 8 ink stroke brush, 8 ink strokes.
In this world I am supreme. This item allows heaven and earth, within a 10-mile radius, to move according to the will of this venerable one. This is a truly magnificent treasure. True power. He made the heaven and earth within a 10-mile radius revolve according to his will. How can a mere 6th realm cultivator like you possibly resist this? Vicious dragons coiled around Lu Chaoga. He thought, although this brush allows this world to shift and change, moving according to his will, it is not without flaws. As long as I attack his main body. He struck those gigantic dragons with his sword, causing them to scatter instantly amid spraying blood. Lu Chaoga sweating sighed wryly in his heart. This brush is certainly formidable. Below he still held the brush arrogantly shouting. This world is controlled by this venerable one. Lu Chaoga prepared to die. Monsters rushed forward frantically. A voice came from the space. Lang Jun, do you need me to come out and help you? Another voice cautioned. I was just about to say. You just met him. And you're already calling him Lang Jun. That person replied assertively. The two of us have known each other for tens of thousands of years. And you still call me Senior Brother Dao. Senior Brother Dao, stop talking like we're close. I'm afraid Lang Jun might misunderstand. That person Senior Brother Dao whispered angrily. You. Lu Chaoga thought, looking helpless. Senior Heihu and Senior Shinjun. Truly each have their own interesting quirks. Then while fending off Yantis attacks he whispered softly. Seniors, please don't rush. Have you noticed the aura of a demon cultivator? Being concealed nearby. That person has been hiding here all along. Why don't we test them out first? Yantis' eyes lit up. He laughed gleefully and shouted, Lu Chaoga. Seeing how hard you are struggling to evade me, this demon lord will add fuel to the fire. Let you know that a true 8th realm exotic beast is coming out to stretch its legs. Jigue, a devilish palm stretched out from underground, accompanied by a voice. It really has been a long time since I got out for air. Time to stretch. The space was instantly enveloped by a bizarre aura. Lu Chaoga couldn't help but be shocked, sighing internally. The 8th realm. Is this the oppressive feeling of the 8th realm? To truly face an 8th realm opponent. This is what it feels like. It merely appeared there, yet the killing intent it released was enough to make me feel like I was being crushed by a great mountain. Those strange things continuously extended from Yantis' body. His complexion was no longer normal, and his tone was extremely furious. Jigue is different from my other exotic beasts. It is my true, vital exotic beast connected to my life force. Lu Chaoga. This demon lord must kill you here today, no matter the cost. As soon as he finished speaking, strange substances continuously erupted behind Yantu, and the surrounding space was practically stained crimson. A bizarre voice rang out. Ah, the air of Tianxian is still the most comfortable. Jigue appeared beneath a demonic sky. He looked at Yantu, sneered, and said, Lao Qiu. This time, what sort of difficult character have you run into? Bing Ling couldn't help but feel worried upon seeing this scene. What is this? Why is there such terrifying spiritual pressure? Young master, you must be careful. Don't let anything happen to you. Hurry back to Momin. Xin Yan was practicing physical techniques, while Dongli was cultivating inner strength. However, her body began to tremble involuntarily. Dongli's eyes widened and she cried out, Brother. This shout made Xin Yan look over immediately. Xiao Lizi, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly call Chaoga? She explained frantically, I don't know either. I just suddenly felt scared and subconsciously shouted, Brother. Tan Yan's expression immediately became serious. Could it be that Chaoga's trip to the secret realm this time ran into some sort of trouble? That made his younger sister so restless. She sat down pondering to herself, but the peach blossom mark on her palm, which connected her to Xiaogu, had no reaction whatsoever. Just then Dongli replied, holding her forehead. Maybe it was just a nightmare. But before this, why haven't I had a nightmare like this? Did Big Brother really run into some trouble? Or did something bad happen to him? But Tan Yan immediately suggested. Let's go, let's find Xiaogu. Whether you dreamed a nightmare or not. If you want to find him, then we should just go. Even so, Dongli still had concerns. But before we leave, Big Brother instructed me to look after Momin well. If both of us leave, and Momin is vulnerable, what if something unexpected happens? But Tan Yan was already pulling her away. They talked as they walked. Mo Min is only Mo Min because of Xiao Gu. If something happens to Xiao Gu, then something has happened to Mo Min. Only then did Dongli feel slightly relieved. Sister Tan Yan, you are absolutely right. They completely ignored the fellow shouting behind them. Aren't you going to ride me? Mo Min is only Mo Min because of Xiao Gu. Mo Min is only Mo Min because of Big Brother. But before leaving, Dongli didn't forget to give instructions. Your hiding is entrusted to your care. Protect Mo Min well. Your master Aunt Tan and I need to go out for a while. Your looked startled so sudden. But I cooked enough food for 4 people. Didn't I cook too much? Looks like you'll have to eat leftovers tonight. On the other side, and Xian said impatiently, Old ghost, it's come to this, stop teasing me. Just eat that brat, he's a great tonic. But Jigui had already begun demonstrating its abilities. Nothing special. A 6th realm cultivator can hardly be called a great tonic. However, if you tell me to eat, I will eat. But you must remember, every time I act, you must offer me 3 drops of vital heart blood. And Xian didn't care about the cost at all. As long as he is killed, I won't forget what I owe you. His indifferent attitude greatly satisfied Jigui. Very well, very well. You brat are fortunate. On Xiao Gu's side the situation was the opposite. Danking's voice rang out. My lord, this unusual beast is not something that the current you can match. Quickly let us out to help you. Heihu also interjected. Stop trying to be brave. That thing is extremely wicked. Even so, he gently refused. Seniors, please don't worry. I have a hunch that the person hiding in the dark is about to make a move. Ever since that Jigui appeared, she has been stirring, trying to show herself. His assertion left them perplexed. How do you know? We can only sense her existence, that's all. Xiao Gu still smiled faintly and answered confidently, this junior has his methods. I can tell you. I have been keeping high-level perception activated. High-level perception keeps giving me hints. At this moment the system issued a prompt. Prompt: there is a demon cultivator lying in ambush here. The probability of them attacking is 0%. Prompt: there is a demon cultivator lying in ambush here. The probability of them attacking is 0%. Warning: the probability of the demon cultivator ambushing here attacking has increased to 99.99%. A piece of paper appeared. A voice inside it rang out. Lord Jigui, you finally decided to show up. Your servant has been waiting for you for a long time. And Xian and Jigui could not hide their astonishment. How is she here? Zhou Shi appeared eagerly and said, Lord Jigui, if you give up your contract with that Xiu fellow, I can give you something better. For every move you make, you will receive 5 drops of heart essence blood. Furthermore, I will help you find a suitable physical body. So you no longer have to be imprisoned in that dark place. How about it? This proposal moved Zigui's heart. 5 drops of heart essence blood. And a suitable body. Master Danqing Yaojun instead made no attempt to conceal his rage, demanding, Chu Shi, are you trying to defy your master? Chu Shi merely replied with a sneer. You just got off my bed and pulled up your pants only to choke and hit me. A master like that is truly hard to find. Having been tormented by someone for so many years, only now starting to defy them. I suppose I have been more than dutiful, haven't I? The master decided to fight back. Since you harbor resentment, then let this master personally resolve it for you. After you die, this master will refine you into a painted skin spirit, imprisoning your soul to accompany this master forever. Demon Beast Gathering. Unexpectedly, Chu Shi showed no weakness, immediately unleashing her own ability. Still trying to lay hands on me at a time like this? Well then, I'll just activate the toxin. The master's body immediately suffered a backlash, and the surrounding space was filled with an even more demonic aura. His face turned ashen and he spoke painfully. What is going on? The master's body trembled as he questioned relentlessly. Chu Shi, you dared, you vile wench, how could you? My spiritual power is rapidly collapsing. This poison is not simple. How could a mere common toxin possibly harm my body? Chu Shi merely explained with a cold laugh. I might as well tell the master. This method was tailor-made for me by Wu Du Yaojun. This poison lying dormant in the darkness. I deliberately waited until you summoned Lord Jigui before letting it take effect. After all, without your innate spiritual power,
It would be impossible to summon Lord Jigue. The master grew increasingly incredulous. Wu Du, that vile wretch, dared to do such a thing. Shu Shi maintained her captivating demonic smile and announced, "Master, the title Danqing Yao Jun should change owners starting today." A system prompt sounded. "Bomb which Chu Shi has appeared." Shu Shi's alluring voice accompanied the system sound. "Everyone, would you like to give it a try?" Chu Gu was secretly amazed on the side, thinking, "The plot development is a little beyond my expectations." Skipping straight to the phase where he makes his move. Such a thrilling spectacle, it's unbelievable. Besides him, Danqing and He, who also showed the same expression. That is the aura hidden in the darkness. This female demon cultivator is truly ruthless. Even I felt a chill run down below. At this moment Chu Shi turned to Chu Gu and said, "This servant." Chu Shi greets Sect Leader Lu regarding the feud between him and me. "I hope you will stand aside. After this is done, this servant will offer treasures to thank you." Chu Gu replied with an extremely polite attitude. That goes without saying. However, he already had other plans in mind. Dream on Danqing Yao Jun is my important objective. How could I easily hand over his head to you? Give it up to her so easily. However, this lord also wants to watch this dog-eat-dog spectacle. So we'll let you play for a while first. The master was still struggling desperately. "Jigue, kill that vile wench, kill her now." However, Jigue merely answered with a smile. "She promised me more heart essence blood. You're an old partner, this is a tough choice. I have always been one who helps whoever gives the most. Old dog, why don't you sweeten the deal too?" These treacherous words enraged the master, who glared and demanded, "Old ghost, you're actually taking advantage of the situation." Zigui's attitude displeased the observers. But Chu Gu offered praise. "That Jigue is truly interesting. He only recognizes profit, not people. Completely unlike that idiot Isho Gongu." He who also agreed. "Spirit beasts come in all shapes and forms. Just like there are all kinds of people among humans." At this moment Danqing interjected, "My husband speaks wisely. Most exotic beasts are foolish creatures." He who was utterly speechless regarding her. With a younger sister who looks beautiful and is always right. This king can't be bothered to argue with you. Chu Shi curtsied and continued, "I am eternally grateful." Lord Jigue is already observing with his arms crossed. "After dealing with that guy, I will fulfill my promise to Lord Jigue." The more he listened, the more interested Jigue became in her. As he dissolved the imprint of safety with Anshuan, he said, "It's certainly a good thing to be willing to give so much. You two fight among yourselves first, and whoever wins can come sign the contract." This action infuriated Anshuan. You actually dared to dissolve our contract seal. This is rich. In that case, this demon lord will show you. Even in my current state, the winner can only be me. Chu Shi, go to hell. Chu Shi also showed no weakness, immediately counterattacking and bewitching the multitude of beasts. "Master, your disciple won't be holding back." Both sides summoned countless exotic beasts, and the area devolved into chaos. At this moment Danqing finally asked curiously, "Husband, are you really just watching the battle?" He, who standing nearby, softly explained, "No one, the snipe and the clam fight the fisherman prophets. We are all demons. There's no need to talk about morality." It was then that Lu Chaij elaborated, "It's not that I'm truly doing nothing. It's just that I feel something is off. Danqing Yao Jun won't be that easy to deal with." The poison used by Chu Shi, the poison demon, is said to come from a demon cultivator named Wu Du Yao Jun. But why would that demon cultivator give her the poison? Hearing this, both of them grew suspicious. "So husband, you think there's a trick involved?" Lu Chaij continued to explain. "What kind of cunning could it be? Since he could give her this kind of poison that makes Danqing Yao Jun die slowly, why didn't he just give her a potent poison that could kill Danqing Yao Jun instantly? Only then did they realize that's true." Lu Chaij kindly added, "Then why is that he added this while the fighting below was still intense?" There are only two possibilities. First, that Wu Du Yao Jun doesn't possess a deadly poison capable of killing Danqing Yao Jun. Second, what Wu Du Yao Jun needs is a Danqing Yao Jun who is critically wounded, not a Danqing Yao Jun who died instantly. Danqing suddenly spoke up. "The second possibility is greater," He who asked back with a wry smile. "But what good is it to leave him critically wounded?
Chige frowned and continued. That much I don't know. But the three great demon lords of the ZUFW are definitely united in appearance but divided in heart. Perhaps they are vying for some benefit. Or maybe the mastermind is waiting for both of them to be severely injured before appearing to reap the rewards. At this point, hey, who asked again since you've said so much? What exactly do you intend to do? Are you really just going to watch like this? Chige pointed his sword in one direction and spoke with determination. If we're going to act, we might as well go big. Regardless of any traps ahead, the best solution for me right now is to kill Danqing Yaojun. He immediately proposed a suggestion to Chu Shi. You little demoness, how about cooperating with me? Chu Shi asked concisely. Sect Leader Lu, you want to cooperate with me? Chige further elaborated. To make a long story short, I suspect that Wudu Yaojun is using you. You must already realize now that Danqing Yaojun's strength hasn't diminished much. If this continues, you two will only end up destroying each other. Chu Shi could only agree with the analysis. It truly is as you say. In a direct confrontation, I realized his strength is still over 70%. I implore you to save me. While preparing to attack, he continued. In that case, let's work together to kill Danqing Yaojun first. Chu Shi sneered and accepted the alliance. Find the scene infuriated Anshuan. Lu Chige, you could have used this chance to escape. But now it seems you aren't that smart. Since you are asking for trouble yourself, then this demon lord will grant your wish. Did you really think this demon lord, besides the exotic beasts, has no other tricks up his sleeve? The space around him turned completely dark. This was Anlin, deploying his domain. Deployed domain demon territory. Ruan Shanmahai saw this sight, and Chaoga felt a bit curious. What capabilities does his domain possess? Zhu Shi herself was also very surprised. I don't know either. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen him deploy his domain. I have never seen it at any other time. Within this domain, Anlin's aura blazed fiercely. All of you are nothing more than puppets drawn by this venerated one. That's all, Lu Chaoga. Zhu Shi, your time has come. Lu Chaoga, let's start with you. As soon as the words fell, Anlin launched his attack. The brush in his hand began to move. However, Chaoga did not sit there waiting for death. Since I don't know your capabilities, I just need to strike faster than you. He just sneered, drew a stroke and declared. It's already too late. Lu Chaoga's body was severed by Anlin's stroke. Chaoga was currently floating in some kind of space. What happened? I truly cannot feel the existence of my lower half. That guy's brush just now erased a portion of my body. How can this guy's domain be so sinister? Zhu Shi was also making her own assessment, having personally witnessed Anlin's attack. Oh, my master's demon territory really is powerful. Sect Master Lu is about to collapse. However, Sect Master Lu's death will serve to scout the path for me. Dying like that is quite meaningful after all. I must change tactics immediately. If they fight each other for a bit longer, Master will be at the end of his rope. By then, killing him won't take any effort. At that time, the body of this great contributor, Sect Master Lu, I will have to savor carefully. Just thinking about a man as exquisite as Sect Master Lu being consumed by me, my body involuntarily heats up with excitement, power, beauty. Just by thinking about it, I am practically consumed by the fires of desire. Anlin meanwhile became increasingly ferocious. Lu Chaoga, I am stronger than you. Die. Chaoga frowned, calculating grimly. Although I still have 10 resurrection coins I can use, wasting one just to defeat this guy feels uncomfortable deep down. If that's the case, then activate deification. I must kill him before I completely fall. This way I can counteract the effect of his domain. The aura surrounding him began to change. But this time, I truly cannot withstand the side effects of deification. But what the hell? At worst, he'll use a resurrection coin after killing this guy. If I don't slaughter this bastard, I won't be able to swallow this humiliation. Anlin couldn't help but feel terrified. What is going on with this boy? Why is it that? Why, when he is clearly near death, can he still unleash such spiritual might? Making this venerated one so wary. Impossible, this isn't right. Watching the technique Lu Chaoga unleashed, he continually asked himself, why is he more demonic than me, a true demon right now? No, not a demon. That is in existence that cannot be resisted. An existence that cannot be disobeyed. Is this a god I can't win?
Am going to die, I will certainly die. Why is he powerful to this extent?
Chauga, when using deification, seemed to transform into another entity, causing Anlin to keep questioning himself. Aren't we demon cultivators much stronger
than cultivators of the same realm?
This Lu Chauga, is he truly human?
However, before the technique was fully unleashed,
Danking's hand grabbed him. Dear Lord, snap out of it quickly. There's no need to go that far.
I have a solution, trust me, dear Lord.
Just then the deification state naturally disappeared. Several powerful auras gradually faded away. Anlin opened his mouth wide in shock. That was his memory surfaced. Several paintings in the ancestral hall were recalled along with it.
Danqing was still trying hard to restrain Chauga.
He glanced at Anshuan.
That is the patriarch of my Danqing lineage.
Danqing Shinjun.
Her appearance was exactly the same as the portrait in the demon hall.
Danqing Shinjun herself was whispering something in his ear. While Anshuan looked ecstatic, the patriarch of the Danqing lineage had appeared. I have already suppressed Lu Chaoga's sorcery. Lu Chauga, oh Lu Chauga.
In the end, this venerable one's virtue is superior.
Since even the patriarch has appeared to help me.
Patriarch, may your spiritual manifestation remain above.
This junior Danqing Yaojun
is the strongest successor, the contemporary successor of the Danqing lineage.
Thank you, Patriarch, for manifesting to assist. Please, Patriarch, quickly make this Lu Chauga turn to ash
and hand his soul over to me. Unexpectedly, she interrupted him coldly, saying, silence.
I have no junior like you.
These words shocked him greatly.
Pa Patriarch, what are you saying? I am named Dog.
I am a descendant of your Danqing lineage. To prove her intentions,
Danqing immediately activated her domain. Space.
The space was once again changed by a surge of new energy.
Those strange colors
were soon covered by a softer palette.
Anshuan couldn't help but feel confused. Pa Patriarch, why are you using your domain to overwrite my demonic domain? Lu Chauga witnessed her ability
and could only sigh to himself.
Can image-type domains actually be used this way? When Senior Shinjun activates her domain, it can automatically neutralize that
demon's domain ability. She smiled and explained.
My lord, the reason my domain can overwrite his domain
is that he and I cultivate the same technique.
Furthermore, the grade of my domain is much higher than his, which is why I can do this.
He softly replied. So that's how it is, the restrictions are numerous.
This is also reasonable.
If they were not of the same lineage,
it's likely that even a higher grade domain couldn't overwrite it.
Otherwise, if one awakened an advanced domain,
wouldn't they be invincible?
That would be taking advantage of the weak too much. Only then did Anshuan realize.
Patriarch, are you not here to help me?
She countered, why should I help you? You keep claiming to be of the Danqing lineage,
but everything you do is no different from a demon.
10,000 years ago I died fighting the calamity.
I don't know which fellow disciple integrated the bloodline of an exotic beast, fighting until the very last moment, guarding this land of Tianxian. But if that person knew that his descendant would be someone like you, would he regret ever having children?
Perhaps it would be more honorable to end things yourself quickly. His mind
and Lingyi felt
a confusing mixture of emotions in Lu Chaoga's heart. Although it felt very gratifying, such crude words
coming from the mouth of a senior figure,
and an elegant senior figure obsessed with handsome men at that, was still somewhat strange.
Anshuan shouted loudly. So Patriarch, you weren't here to help me after all? Since that's the case, I'll kill you too.
Outside, Zhu was completely confused, frowning as she asked herself.
Master is still battling Sect Leader Lu. What exactly is happening inside?
Master's domain was suddenly enveloped by dark clouds, and then suddenly vanished.
Sect Leader Lu was clearly close to collapse just now,
but now he seems to have revived. But the more Sect Leader Lu struggles,
the more strength Master will consume. A tool like Sect Leader Lu is truly delightful. After all,
in the end he is merely someone else's meal.
Chapter 544. The space was stirred up by Anshuan once more. He laughed wildly and declared, I wrongly revered you as the patriarch. But the power you are exhibiting now is nothing special.
If this magic treasure was in your hands,
this venerable one might not be able to defeat you. Unfortunately,
It is no longer 10,000 years ago. The two domains clashed directly with each other. Danqing clenched her teeth and held on.
At this moment Anlin loudly declared, "You dog Danqing! Then let me send your withered remnant soul completely on its way." She thought to herself, if I wasn't reduced to just this fragment of a remnant soul, how could this little brute be my opponent? Whether I die or not doesn't really matter. But this little brute has actually managed to humiliate me so. I wonder what my husband will think of me. After all, everything in this world is less important than my husband. Husband. Unexpectedly Danqing opened her mouth wide when she couldn't see Chowga. Husband, where is he? Anlin was smugly surrounded by several dark forces. But he immediately became alert. Lu Chowga, when did he get behind me? He must have seen me fighting that worthless Danqing, and wants to take this opportunity to attack and kill my true body. My true self, who is heavily injured right now. A remnant soul like mine and that dog Danqing's. There is no difference between them. Victory or defeat is decided in an instant. If he really attacks me, my true body will surely die. I must find a way to prevent him from attacking my true body. Suddenly he thought of one crucial point. The biggest difference between cultivators and the demon race. It's not the magic arts. It's not the spiritual power. And certainly not appearance. It is benevolence, righteousness, and morality. He glanced behind him, calculating inwardly. I, a demon cultivator, possess neither benevolence nor morality. As long as I seize upon these 2 points, cultivators, humans will absolutely never be able to defeat us. How many demon cultivators, arrogant about their profound cultivation, still ended up dying? It's because they don't know what humans fear most. It is a psychological attack. After that he loudly addressed Lu Chowga. As the dignified sect master of a major sect, you surely wouldn't take advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack. Wait until I, the true body, deal with this withered remnant soul. Then we can openly and fairly fight you to the death. What do you say? Unexpectedly he coldly declared just 2 words, no. This answer was completely unexpected based on his safety script. He immediately became flustered. How could you, the dignified leader of a sect, do something as despicable as a sneak attack? How could he say no? How could a person like him refuse? Why is he defying common sense? Does he in his heart have no bottom line when it comes to benevolence and morality? These ironic words made him laugh out loud. Are you trying to talk to me about benevolence and morality? Well, I apologize then. My moral bottom line is quite flexible. The moment he finished speaking, he delivered his final blow. His domain exploded just like that. Witnessing this sight, Danqing was astonished. That little brute's body has been destroyed. My husband did it. Luckily the remnant soul escaped in time. Since the body has been destroyed, the remnant soul won't be able to survive either. Unexpectedly he was immediately caught. Chowga looked at the struggling soul in his hand. He commented inwardly. A demon cultivator's soul is so powerful. It would be a real shame to destroy it just like this. Our Shiohei is in luck. As your master, I give you 1,000,000 ferocious ghosts. And also a ghost general to go with them. As for the other treasures on Danqing's person, the demon lord also first placed them into the Magia and then spoke. Danqing flew down from high up towards her husband. Chowga thought, somewhat surprised. This is bad, she is. She immediately hugged him. Thank you, Hus. Banned for lending a hand. Chowga thought inwardly with a look of disdain. She really is trying to take advantage of me. Hey, who pondered silently behind them. This battle is not over yet. It's too early to drop our guard now. He himself couldn't help but agree exactly. Below there are still the disciples of that demon. There is also a strange rank 8 exotic beast. Perhaps there are also powerful figures from the Purple Moon Society. For instance, that 5 Venoms demon lord lurking in ambush. Now is certainly not the time to relax. Hey, who turned and spoke to him. Lu Chowga, while you were fighting that fierce battle just now, I have been observing the situation below. There is a piece of news that I believe you should also know. During this time Danqing was feeling somewhat resentful, because she finally managed to reasonably and logically get close to her young master. He continued to explain that 8 scenery's exotic beast named Jigue has already formed a contract with that girl. Moreover, the contract formed this time is a symbiotic soul contract. Unless one party dies, the contract cannot be broken. Upon hearing this, Lu Chaoga asked seriously in return.
Senior, what are you implying? The Black Tiger softly admitted.
It seems you have already guessed it. This matter means that the 8 scenery's exotic beast will be tied to that woman until death separates them.
Now that she has Jigue by her side,
she will be even stronger than the demon lord just now.
You must be careful.
Scene. The current capabilities of the Zhu clan are truly unfathomable.
He cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for the reminder, Senior.
Just now,
when Senior mentioned observing the situation below,
you were actually helping me in secret.
Senior Black Tiger and Senior Divine Lord
are 2/10 Sandier treasures I am extremely lucky to possess. I just don't know if the person on the memorial tablet, worshipped by the Mo sect, is an acquaintance of these 2 seniors.
Danqing interjected worriedly. Young master,
since it is so dangerous, why don't you let me help you?
However, Lu Chaoga directly refused. Senior Divine Lord,
you must appear as a surprise force. Only then will it be effective.
Furthermore, Senior is consuming spiritual power to maintain this domain.
I'm afraid you won't be able to last
too long and you will soon dissipate. Body and soul. Senior, please extend your hand.
Danqing was somewhat confused,
but she subsequently extended her hand toward him.
Young master, don't worry about me, I can still.
Lu Chaoga grasped her hand and then offered a suggestion
that made her blush. Just rest inside my body.
If you recover later, it won't be too late to come out and help me.
Chapter 545. Danqing smiled and agreed. All right, fine. This humble one. Hearing the words young master, the Black Tiger nearby couldn't help but sigh. This woman is truly too easy to manipulate.
In the blink of an eye, she's referring to herself as this humble one.
Lu Chaoga was secretly thinking to himself. Ultimately, in my previous life I was also a playboy among thousands of beauties. A 10,000-year-old maiden like her is extremely easy to control.
I just need to find a good physical body for her later.
Otherwise it will be difficult to repay today's favor.
When only the 2 of them remained, the Black Tiger said, she has recalled her spirit, and the domain has collapsed along with it.
Soon, the demons and monsters below will be able to see you. Lu Chaoga suddenly retorted, the great battle is approaching. Senior, aren't you returning to the scroll?
The Black Tiger explained. This place is where this king resided for 10,000 years after all.
If the master knew it was destroyed to this extent, he would be very angry as well.
This king wanted to intervene a long time ago, but I held back only for the sake of your overall plan.
If you still try to restrain this king now, this king will be displeased.
These words made him ponder.
Senior Black Tiger
is after all a tiger king from 10,000 years ago.
Definitely not an ordinary being. When Lu Chaoga faced the Zhu clan member, the Zhu clan member spoke. Congratulations, Sect Leader Lu, on killing my master.
I wonder if all those treasures belonging to my master
have fallen into the hands of Sect Leader Lu. He answered coldly.
Don't mention it, your master was indeed difficult to kill. It certainly took quite a bit of effort from this lord.
This demon cultivator is truly shameless.
They grabbed an 8 scenery's exotic beast for nothing and they're still not satisfied.
They actually want to claim treasures from me.
The Zhu clan member's expression immediately became displeased.
This Lu Chaoga is dodging my question again. Only good at talking big. It seems he wants to monopolize master's treasures.
Yet her demeanor remained very gentle.
Since my master was so difficult to kill,
I suppose Sect Master Lu must also be injured.
Does this servant need to treat your injuries? Those things are not useful to a human cultivator like you. How about gifting them to the servant instead? Lu Chaoga explained, this seed is indeed injured, but this seed is human, and is unaccustomed to the medicine of demon cultivators.
As for those things, the seed has his own uses for them. By this point Zhou sure couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore.
Lu Chaoga, stop holding out. This servant knows you are already heavily injured. Hand over the storage ring and master's 8 ink brush. Give them to me and I can grant you a quick and peaceful end. He sneered, commenting, what arrogance. Finally you show your true colors. I thought something was wrong, you doggone system.
At this moment a prompt appeared on the system interface.
Promotion quest, mythical death level, bathing in blood. Quest details. Slay a first-class deathman of the Purple Moon Society. Quest notes, the Purple Moon Society is entrenched in Qingzhou,
and is a leader-level organization in the demon cultivator realm.
standing equal to the sword sect. There are only 3 first-class deathmen under Zishin, each comparable to the 3 great elders of the sword sect, or higher-ranking sector leaders. Warning: please proceed with caution. Cannot be careless completed. Lu Chaoga commented unhurriedly. A demon cultivator is just a demon cultivator. Greed and betrayal are simply routine for you? It seems that today, if this seat does not beat you to death, then I will be beaten to death here by you. So what are we waiting for? Make your move. His provocative attitude made Zhou Shi very uncomfortable. Lu Chaoga, you will regret this. Lord Zhigue, if you kill him, his body will be yours. The Zhigue next to her also expressed agreement. It is indeed an excellent body. We must not let his flesh be damaged. We must be careful. He who appeared just in time to assist Lu Chaoga. Leave that Zhigue to this king. I will use my fist right now to utterly crush him. Lu Chaoga softly responded. Senior. Zhigue roared in displeasure. Where did this stray soul come from? Get lost. However, He who cursed back, you little brat. When this king was alive, one punch would have ended your life. Take this. You destroyed this sect's secret realm. So you shall bear this boundless hatred. Zhigue instantly became impatient. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga commented inwardly. Senior He who is genuinely angry. His fist strikes have no actual effect. Yet they have confused the opponent's mind enough, pulling the opponent down to his own level. Is this also a type of special ability? Zhou Shi standing behind reminded him. Lord Zhigue, don't let it disturb your mind. The one we need to kill is Lu Chaoga. Don't worry about it. Once I beat this stray soul to death, I will naturally go and help you. She thought to herself. That soul is a bit strange. Capable of disturbing Zigui's state of mind. Forget it, even without Zigui's help. I can still kill that Lu Chaoga fellow. Lu Chaoga, we are both at the grand perfection stage of the 6th realm. I am currently well rested and waiting for the opportune moment. Your condition cannot possibly compare to mine. You are certainly going to die today. After I kill you, I will take everything you possess. Then I will go to Momin. Slaughter all your disciples and descendants. And make your Momin vanish from Tianxian. Only then did Lu Chaoga respond. Manhwa. This seed is now at the end of his tether. How could I possibly defeat you, this demon cultivator of the same realm? The only way then must be to break through the realm. This sentence made Zhou Shi burst into laughter. Breaking through the realm in the middle of battle. If you were not already at grand perfection, there might be a chance. But you are already at grand perfection now. To transition from the 6th realm to the 7th realm, I have spent over 100 years. Yet I have made 0 progress. Do you think a few words from you? Chaoga did not argue with her. Talking alone is useless. Better to try it out. System claimed the level up quest reward. The system notification quickly sounded. Level up quest reward claimed. Light immediately enveloped Lu Chaoga's entire body. Chaoga level 76th realm great perfection. Level 71 7th realm first heaven. Energy burst out in all directions. Madame Zhu could only exclaim. How is that possible, breaking through a realm right here? And breaking through a major realm? She was startled by the direct gaze. Madame Zhu only managed to stammer out a few words. You meanwhile, Chaoga pondered internally. Stepping into the 7th realm, all attributes instantly increased by 50%. No wonder that Yao Jun Danqing was so difficult to deal with. 7th realm first heaven. Now this lord is a 7th realm sword cultivator grandmaster. Lu Chaoga looked at Madame Zhu lying on the ground and said, since you came here to set an ambush, then the treasures on your body cannot be wasted. Take them all, bring them back to Momin. Demonic energy continuously emanated from her body. It was then that Madame Zhu's soul rushed over to attack. Lu Chaoga, you are truly unforgivable. I will take you down with me. Chaoga responded to her with a faint smile. This lord could have easily annihilated your soul. But no, it just so happens that recently, I have just learned a technique. The new ghost restraint art. You should also come into this lord's sleeve. Madame Zhu immediately stopped after recognizing the move. It's the ghost restraint control art. This is bad. If I get sucked in, I'll never be able to rise again. Run. Chaoga absolutely did not allow Madame Zhu to succeed in escaping. Trying to run won't work. Ghost restraint control art. Level 10 great perfection, she pleaded desperately. No, Sect Master Lu, please spare me. No, but she was eventually fully captured. I shall temporarily take your soul into my possession. A sword cultivator grandmaster. At this lord's level, wishing to detain your soul is as easy as lifting a finger? Once I find that Yeojin's subordinate, I will stuff you into his body. My Black 2's 10,000 ghosts domain has gained another fierce general. Excellent. Excellent paper money. This is the paper ghost's technique. Is he trying to pull another trick? He looked over and saw that the paper ghost was still fighting Black Tiger. Chaga commented inwardly, he seems quite ordinary. Senior Black Tiger with only a remnant soul is fighting an 8th realm fierce beast without falling behind. Truly impressive. Under Senior Ton Tian, it seems no one is kept idle. Those paper money pieces suddenly burst into flames. He looked up, continuing his conjecture. Since those paper money pieces are burning, I fear the paper ghost possesses a strange technique. I must hurry and help Senior Black Tiger defeat him. Senior, I'm coming to help you. Saying this, Chaga quickly approached. The paper money simultaneously stopped in midair. The technique used is paper ghost stagnation. It revealed a mocking smile. My stagnation art succeeded. The scene returns to Momin Xiaoqiu. Whispered Senior Sister Bing Bing. Luo Bing quickly replied. Xiaoqiu, you're finally awake. How are you feeling? The little girl suddenly asked again. Sect Master. Uncle, has he killed that hateful demon cultivator yet? Luo Bing said somewhat proudly. That's the first thing you say after waking up. When Xiaoqiu grows up, she will definitely be the light of the righteous path. Sect Master Uncle will definitely take care of that demon cultivator. And he will come back to get us then. They sat together comforting each other. Luo Bing was pondering internally at this moment. When I was fighting just now, I consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and I shared some with Xiaoqiu. My body feels very depleted now. Junior brother Mo is still meditating and recovering. Xiaoqiu has only just woken up. I still can't close my eyes and rest. It's the young master's spiritual power he won. Wait, there is another aura. It's the aura of a fierce beast. I possess the power of 3 ancient beasts within me. There is no way I could be mistaken in sensing this. But how can young master be with ancient beasts? At this moment, Xiaoqiu excitedly called out. Master Uncle, did you come to pick us up? Luo Bing was surprised to see Lu Chaoga walking with the Black Tiger and the paper ghost. What exactly is going on? Master Uncle is actually standing with ancient beasts. Xiaoqiu reached out to him, filled with confusion. Master Uncle. It's me, Xiaoqiu. Master Uncle. At this moment, Lu Chaoga was still under the influence of fellow Daoist paper ghost. Are those 3 wicked embryonic beasts over there? The remnants left behind by Zhou Shi. It sneered and admitted, that's right. I implore you fellow Daoists to kill them as quickly as possible, to eliminate future trouble. He mused internally. I didn't expect Zhou Shi would actually leave behind 3 juvenile ancient beasts. But something just feels wrong. In Lu Chao's eyes, his disciples had all transformed into the shapes of ancient beasts. These 3 ancient beasts possess no fighting power whatsoever. Zhou Shi. Would she really bring along ancient beasts with no fighting power? Luo Bing said anxiously. Master Uncle, don't you recognize us anymore? Lu Chaoga merely stood there, because in his eyes, they were fiercely rushing toward him. Kill us if you dare. Otherwise we will surely find you, and exact revenge for this bloody feud, he muttered in confusion. Strange, this is too strange. The paper ghost continuously urged fellow Daoist Lu. Why haven't you acted yet? As time passes, these ancient beasts will surely become a disaster for Tianqian. The Black Tiger beside him also spoke. Young friend, is there anything strange? He stated frankly, I have killed many ancient beasts in my time, but I have never seen an ancient beast capable of protecting its young like this. Ancient beasts are extremely selfish. Why would they behave in such a way? These words flustered the paper ghost fellow Daoist. What is it? What is going on? Clearly, he should be completely under the influence of its spell. Everything he hears and sees should align with its intentions. But why is he still able to make such a judgment? After delaying his strike, Lu Chaoga reached a conclusion. Could it be that they are not ancient beasts? The paper ghost's heart trembled and it quickly denied. How is that possible? Fellow Daoists, don't joke around. They have horns. How could they possibly be human?
My spell has not yet been lifted. He shouldn't be able to see through all this.
Absolutely impossible. This attitude made him suspicious. I didn't say they were human. Fellow Taoist, why are you so nervous?
Sweating, it stammered an explanation. Thighs. At this moment the black tiger offered a conjecture.
I know what they are.
They are precisely the children born from the crossbreeding
of the demonic cultivator Zhou Shi and an ancient beast.
These words stunned Luo Bing and the others.
Hearing this, he grew even more suspicious. I've never heard of demonic cultivators and ancient beasts being able to breed offspring. The paper ghost chimed in incessantly.
Yes. It is highly likely that this is the case.
If it is inconvenient for you to act, fellow Taoist, why not let fellow Taoist Black Tiger eradicate them?
The Black Tiger spoke urgently.
Young friend, you can't do it. Step aside. Although they and I are both ancient beasts,
I have absolutely no psychological burden killing them.
Lu Chaoga flatly refused.
There's no need, I will handle it myself.
I just had some doubts. But now that I've figured it out, it's not so important anymore.
Following that, he slowly walked towards Luo Bing and the others. She stammered. Young Master Xiaoqiu, standing nearby, also said fearfully,
Master Uncle, do you truly not recognize us? The paper ghost was gloating, yet also highly paranoid. Lu Chaoga, oh Lu Chaoga, once you kill these three little things, I will lift the spell. I will make you despair, suffer, and torment you for the rest of your life. I am so happy, truly so happy. Lago Xiaozhu, and now even old ghost. I have already avenged you all. Meanwhile, Dongli and Xinyan were arriving soon. Sister Xinyan, that village has the aura of demons. And also brother's aura. They must be there. Then let's hurry down.
She looked down and then continued.
Brother's aura is emanating from that location. Xinyan immediately proposed action. There was no time to lose. We must quickly find Xiaoga. Dongli quickly agreed. All right. Xiaoga raised his sword.
The three of them were still desperately trying to wake him up.
Young Master,
I am Luo Bing, and there's the Sect Master and Martial Uncle Xiaoqiu.
Have you forgotten all of us?
The paper ghost continued to urge him.
Hurry and act to eliminate this menace for the people, Taoist Lu. It was then that Dongli and Xinyan spoke up just in time. Brother, stop right now. Xiaoga, what are you doing?
Their appearance startled the paper ghost.
Oh no. Why are there more people here?
Just in case, he strengthened the spellcraft.
Even Dongli and Xinyan
appeared as strange beasts in Cheage's eyes. He muttered to himself, bewildered.
Two more strange beasts have appeared. Where do you two come from? Upon hearing this, the two of them instantly understood.
Strange beasts' brother has fallen under an evil spell. This must all be because of those two strange beasts.
That caused this. Sister, go and kill them. And break this spell. Xinyan rushed forward to attack demon prepared to die.
However, the black tiger waved his hand to block her strange beast. How dare you, wretched little beast, attempt murder right in front of this king? His words thoroughly confused her. This creature with a human head and a tiger body is clearly a strange beast itself. Why is it spouting such nonsense?
Moreover, its punch is incredibly heavy. Its cultivation is extraordinary.
But since you dare impede me, I will kill you first. The paper ghost continued to look smug from the sidelines. Both of them have already fallen deeply into
my identity reversal spell. Once this spell takes effect, their minds will change according to my will. In their eyes, you are nothing but strange beasts. Go ahead and kill each other.
Luo Bing and Xiaoqiu continued speaking. Master Sect Master Martial Uncle has been confused by that strange
beast and his mind is clouded.
Please quickly help Sect Master Martial Uncle
regain his senses. Yes, Master Dongli chimed in with distress.
Brother, you have suffered greatly.
On the way here just now,
brother's spiritual energy traces were everywhere.
There must have been many fierce battles on the road.
That creature must have taken advantage of your exhaustion
to confuse brother's mind. Brother, wake up quickly, it's Dongli.
The paper ghost said to her contemptuously.
He cannot wake up.
In his eyes, you are a strange beast. The evil spell he is under
is not about confusing the mind at all,
but rather altering his cognition.
Human cognition is constructed by countless memories and knowledge.
As long as memories and knowledge are damaged and disrupted, they will call a deer a horse and reverse cause and effect. And that is precisely what my spellcraft achieves.
No matter what method you use, he will not regain his senses. Dongli had absolutely no intention of giving up. I don't believe it killing you will definitely break this evil spell. Although I dislike conflict, I don't like holding grudges, and I certainly don't want to cause trouble, but for brother I will use all my strength to kill you. 10 forms array enhancement. Dongli immediately deployed the 10-link array, initiating 548 forms. The paper ghost instantly sensed danger. Something is not right about this girl. She wasn't strange just a moment ago. So why now? Does she feel so difficult to deal with? How can someone so easily use 10 different array enhancements? He hurriedly urged Chaoga Daoist Lu, strike now. That strange beast wants to save those smaller strange beasts. Don't let it succeed. The only strategy now is to seek victory amidst danger. Since that's the case, let Lu Chaoga kill you. He also took the opportunity to rush forward and attack. Fellow Daoist, there is no need to panic. I shall go and eliminate it right now. Demon sister, take this sword strike. Dongli's hand tightly grasped the sword. She said, so what if I let you hit me 3 times? Brother, are you really drawing your sword against your own sister? The paper ghost grew increasingly excited the more it watched. Humans truly are just as the old dog described, unable to strike at their friends and family. Unfortunately, in the eyes of fellow Daoist Lu, you are not friends or family. He unconsciously thrust straight toward Dongli's face. Halfway there, Chaoga stopped again. He thought to himself, strange, this is truly strange. Although it is clearly just a strange beast, why is it that, when I use my sword against it, in my heart, I feel as if a massive rock is pressing down on me? Dongli softly said, brother, you still remember me, don't you? The paper ghost continued to provoke. Don't be fooled. Hurry up and attack. Rooting out the danger is more important. He closed his eyes, a look of pain on his face. In Chaoja's heart, dozens of negative thoughts were flooding in. Suddenly he recalled the Sword Venerable's teachings. Young friend, if one day your Dao heart is blocked, what should you do? He had answered back then, I shall break it with a single sword strike. After speaking, another domain unfolded once more. The more it saw him like this, the more smug the paper ghost became. Fellow Daoist Lu, you finally understand. Chaoga elegantly turned around. The sword point faced one direction, but his thoughts were not smooth. Then the direction of the sword strike must be wrong. No matter who you are, I have never felt such an urgent desire to cut off your head. Xinyan cried out easily. Xinyan, Luobing and Xiaoqiu also smiled. Master Uncle Head. However, the happiest was Dongli. Brother, the paper ghost was utterly stunned. The reverse fruit into human spell was thus dispelled. Black Tiger turned its head left and right. It asked in confusion, wait, what was I doing just now? Only then did Chaoga turn his head to look over. He asked back, bewildered, why is everyone here? Dongli happily hugged him. Brother, you're awake. Chaoga smiled and asked back, were those strange beasts I encountered just now actually you? She softly explained, that's right. You were hit by that strange beast's advanced spell, and your perception was altered, seeing all of us as strange beasts. Hearing this, Chaoga scratched his head. So that was it. I thought I was part of the strange beast race, which was why I couldn't strike you strange beasts. Earlier I even suspected whether that old geezer, Lu Qingfeng, had done something shameful back in his youth. Continuation of previous lines. Thought. His joking attitude surprised Dongli. You are not allowed to speak of father like that. The paper ghost was not defeated. Don't think you've won just because of this. I, the old ghost, am still an 8th realm strange beast. How could I be killed by you so easily? Even without that spell, you are absolutely no match for me, the old ghost. The space vibrated. The 3 disciples were the most affected. Chaoga quickly ordered, little Dongli, go protect Luobing and the others. She immediately acted upon receiving the command. Yes, the paper ghost muttered a few curses. I, the old ghost, have been underestimated by you. If that's the case, I shall let you realize just how powerful the skin painting art is that I lent to that old dog. As he spoke, he took out 3 pieces of paper. Chaoga immediately became vigilant. The skin painting art actually belongs to this strange beast. Not Danshi Niaojun. The paper ghost demanded grimly. All of you come out for me, my darlings. The strange beast subsequently poured out from the paper.
They soon appeared before Lu Chaoga. The paper ghost said pleasantly,
"These are the painted skins of ancient strange beasts.
something this old ghost greatly cherishes.
Yet you actually..." Just then a snake seemingly from nowhere wrapped itself around the paper ghost's neck. He struggled trying to break free.
However, the mysterious person spoke grimly.
"I am here to save you.
Lord Zixin requires your painted skin power."
The snake tightened its grip just like that.
The mysterious hooded person spoke grimly.
"Endure this slight discomfort for a moment. I will take you to meet the Lord." But Lu Chaoga had no intention of letting this person leave. "You are not going anywhere."
Unexpectedly, that person vanished just like that.
"Lu Chaoga, you cannot keep this venerable one here.
First, see if you can survive against them."
Several streams of similar ghost chi shot into the group of strange beasts, making them even more ferocious. The system prompt sounded. Painted skin Bashia increased by 25%. Painted skin Ajing defense increased by 25%. Painted skin Heavenly Dog power increased by 25%. Lu Chaoga couldn't help but feel surprised. It can actually grant buff effects to the painted skin strange beasts. This person's methods are truly extraordinary.
If we let the tiger return to the mountains, it will likely cause a disaster.
Everyone hold back those painted skin strange beasts. I'm going after her. This woman is complicated. We absolutely cannot let her escape like this. Dongli and Sinyan quickly replied.
Yes, senior brother. Lu Chaoga immediately sped off in pursuit of the person. While moving, Lu Chaoga cast a spell.
Pujan Z800 Li acceleration.
On the other side,
Sinyan and Dongli prepared to face the group of strange beasts. We must eliminate them before senior brother returns. I intend to do the same.
Unexpectedly, before they could act, the black tiger spoke.
Hold on, both of you.
This king was just distracted by that insignificant pawn, which was truly discourteous of me.
As for these 3 minions now, allow this king to handle them alone.
Dongli said confusedly.
Senior, you are. Meanwhile, Sinyan seemed to have recognized it. Its form is clearly that of a strange beast, but its spiritual power is pure without any trace of demon beast aura. It is an exiled immortal. That's not impossible. Several powerful auras emanated from the black tiger's entire body.
Sinyan mutters to himself. He counts as his senior brother.
Sinyan commented inwardly, he inherited master's legacy. A little later than me.
It being his senior brother is also acceptable according to custom. The black tiger roared.
Enough nonsense, let this king kill these small minions first.
The power it displayed far surpassed that of the group of strange beasts.
Only then did Sinyan ask curiously.
Since when did Lu Chaoga gain such a mighty senior brother?
Dongli meanwhile was busy plotting how to recruit
her senior brother's senior brother. If we could bring him to the moment to serve as the mountain guarding divine beast,
the security of the sect would skyrocket.
On the other side, Lu Chaoga was still chasing the mysterious person. He reached forward while thinking.
I am now at the 7th realm. Coupled with the 800 Li acceleration boost. You want escape?
Let this venerable one see your true face.
Lu Chaoga's hand grabbed the person's hood. He questioned them, his surprise undisguised.
It's you. Before him stood someone from the Yinyang sword pool.
Lu Chaoga secretly wondered.
A figure of the Yinyang sword pool sect master level. And she even saved Xiao Mo once. Why is she involved with the Purple Moon Society?
Was it not an accident when she previously passed through
the secret realm where the demon lord was being lured?
Everything is connected to her. The person from Yinyang sword pool finally spoke. Sect Leader Lu.
Since you have already seen this venerable one's true face,
that should be enough for you to go back and report the findings. Lu Chaoga frowned, responding seriously.
The vice sect master of a dignified major sect.
A first-rank sect, the Yinyang sword pool, second only to the Qingzhou sword sect. To think. Actually collaborating with the Purple Moon Society.
If you don't kill this venerable one right here, you won't be able to return to the Yinyang sword pool either.
She continued calmly. It doesn't matter if I can't return. This venerable one did not receive instructions to kill you.
So naturally I won't attack you here. The meaning behind her words forced him into deep contemplation.
What exactly did she mean? Why was she so open about it? Could she be a spy sent by Yinyang Jinji? To the Ziyue Hui. Since you didn't attack me, then hand over the paper ghoul.
Since he didn't know her true intentions, he should proceed at his own pace.
Yinyang Jinji began to explain. If we want to completely destroy the ZUFW, this paper ghoul will play a huge role. Lu Chaoga, you should be able to guess some of it. Take care, fellow Taoist, with that she left just like that, leaving Chaoga behind full of doubts. Could he really have guessed correctly? If she wasn't a spy, then why bother wearing the Yinyang Jian sect uniform? Just to meet him. Perhaps this meeting was also orchestrated by her. Forget it, she has the cultivation base of the great perfection of the seventh realm. Even if she really had attacked, he might not have been able to defeat her. The changes in Tianxian are unpredictable. Where will it eventually lead? But no matter how the situation unfolds, only by becoming stronger can he protect the Momin. Soon he returned to Dongli and Sinyan. Senior brother Chaoga, you're back. Did brother catch up to that person? Chaoga simply replied softly, this matter. It's a long story. How are those three skin-painted beasts you were dealing with? Dongli hesitated a bit. Well, Sinyan explained for her. Senior brother Heihu is having a great feast. Chaoga looked over and saw someone eating heartily. Heihu was gutting one strange beast after another. Only when he saw Chaoga did he speak. Oh, you're back. The meat from these skin-painted beasts is delicious. Want a piece? These words left Chaoga speechless. How can you manage to eat that? Heihu began to explain. Beneath the painted skin is an ordinary strange beast. That's what I'm eating. But it is this thin wrapping skin that allows an ordinary strange beast's strength to skyrocket. That's incredible. Chaoga picked up a piece of skin paper and examined it closely. The material indeed felt familiar. This skin and these two. It's exactly the same. Dongli recognized one of the colors. This is the skin of the scarlet Jiao. Sinyan also recognized the other color. This is the skin of the night owl that possessed Su Fengjun. Chaoga held them up and suggested, take a look. The person in the ZUFW who manufactured the ancient strange beasts is none other than Danqing Yaojun. However, this ability appearing on this strange beast named the paper ghoul is not Danqing Yaojun's power. She proposed a theory. The reason that woman wanted to save the strange beast was it because of its skin painting ability. Hearing this, Chaoga could only agree. 9 times out of 10 yes. Dongli immediately grew worried. That's terrible. If this ability returns to the ZUFW, it will surely cause great disaster. Brother, even you couldn't catch her. Heihu interrupted curiously while eating. To escape from a kid like you. Is that woman an 8th realm cultivator? He thought, frowning. If she is really planning something major, the fewer people who know, the safer we are. Her methods are truly remarkable. But the next time we meet I will be able to handle her easily. Upon hearing this, the two girls felt much more relieved. That's good, at least brother returned safely. Chaoga, as long as you know what you're doing, that person must not be an ordinary individual. Dongli eagerly suggested. Brother, since this place is so dangerous, why don't we return to the sect sooner? Chaoga was speechless regarding his sister. Xializa's personality truly never changes. However, before leaving we must first thoroughly loot this mystic realm. Xializi, release your spiritual sense and check around. This mystic realm was left behind by the Tongtian sect. There are many treasures and ancient texts here. Her attention was immediately diverted. It's just as brother said. Everyone please wait a moment. I'll be right back. Sinyan followed her. I'll help you. The sooner we finish collecting, the sooner we can go back. She replied gratefully. Thank you, sister Sinyan. At this moment Heihu wiped his mouth and said, Kid Lu, don't lose heart either. Those words were difficult for him to understand. Am I losing heart? Black Fox continued to elaborate. The day you step into the 8th realm and inherit Master's orthodoxy, unless the Azure Emperor Qingdi is resurrected. Otherwise no one in the world will be your match. Chu Gu calmly retorted. Even if Qingdi is resurrected, does that mean I won't be invincible? Black Fox kindly explained. This guy is exactly like you, extremely eccentric. But I can't pinpoint exactly where his eccentricity lies. But you must remember, if in the future you encounter the Qingdi who uses a remnant soul, and he stands against you, then you had better run as far away as possible before he activates his domain. His domain is extremely sinister. Upon hearing this, Chuga made no attempt to hide his surprise. Is that so? Qingdi's domain is sinister? That is certainly interesting news. The sky outside was startlingly blue. Donnelly, carrying 2 huge burlap sacks, spoke to her brother. We sisters have cleaned everything up here. Now we can set off for home. Chugo handed over a package. Please take this body back to Mo Men for me. She accepted it and murmured with surprise, it's so light. Brother, aren't you coming back to Mo Men with us? He admitted in a deep voice. I have something else I need to attend to. Both of them immediately grew worried. Brother, do you need me to come with you? However, Chugo quickly reassured them. No need. It's just a minor matter. Wait for me at Danqing Peak, I will be back in a few days. At this moment Black Fox curiously asked, where are we going next? He explained. Speaking as he flew, he said we were heading to another battlefield, where the players haven't completely resolved the threat yet. If we delay further, it will lead to disaster. It seems Senior Divine Lord has been sleeping continuously. Black Fox interjected. It looks like forcing open the domain caused him too much loss. His remnant soul was overly depleted, so he won't be waking up anytime soon. On the other side, someone was attacking. You bunch of filthy insects. It won't be easy to kill me. The Mo Men disciples were all struck back. Lingling secretly exclaimed, this guy is too strong. The monstrous beast in front of them was massive. Lingling trembled all over, pondering silently. After fighting fiercely for so long, even though it was close to death, most players were like her, about to collapse. The pain experienced in the Tianqian world is too realistic, even when adjusted to the minimum 10%. If the frequency is too high, it will still put a strain on the physical body. In reality, 20% of the players have already logged off to rest. This number continues to climb. After all, no one wants to lose their life inside a game. The monstrous beast continued preparing its attack. You troublesome scum. Just die. Most Mo Men disciples felt despair. They watched the demonic energy swirl, thinking to themselves, that move again. That was the move just now. That caused many people to be unable to endure the pain, and they had to log off. Are we really going to be defeated by just one monster? The demon cultivator struck down fiercely while shouting, troublesome scum, just die. The players in Mo Men all shared the same thought. Are we going to disappoint head Lulu Zhongmin? Damn it, why did this rotten game have to include pain sensory settings? Can we pool money to buy a cheat program? If I die one more time, I won't be able to hold on either. Master Chugu, I'm sorry. Lingling made up her mind, just as she saw a beam of light shoot towards her. I must buy the company that runs Tianqian Realm Online. I must ensure this guy dies. Those disciples must surely be thinking the same thing. If I die again this time, I can go complain to Chowga. Immediately after, an explosion sounded. However, no one died. Instead, everyone was utterly shocked. It was a dazzling light descending from the heavens. It excited everyone. It's Lu Chowga. It's my husband, it's master. God, that's totally cool, he thought to himself. The pain sensitivity of these players has a limit. After all, he used to be a player too. The Tianqian realm is too realistic. That aspect is certainly good, but it's not entirely good either. There were even others who were happy for Sect Master Lu. He really came. Wait. The aura emanating from Sect Master Lu is much purer than the last time I saw him. Has he broken through to the 7th realm already? Cheaja's gaze settled upon the demonic cultivator before him. This is the culprit this time. Where are Yue and the others? Don't tell me they played my disciples to death. Found them. Those 4 people have all sustained damage to their essence chi. Li Han saved them. He is different from Fenglong. Li Han waved his hand and whispered, Sect Master Lu, since you have arrived, I will take my leave first. However, he directly refused. Stay right where you are. After I finish off this guy, we can have a proper discussion. This ambiguous statement made Li Han tremble. Talk about what? Sect Master Lu isn't trying to settle a score with me, is he? Over here, Chowga was moving to attack that guy. The demonic cultivator unleashed his profound technique while yelling loudly. Where did this trash human cultivator from the initial 7th realm come from? Do you think you can profit from our struggle? Then I'll make sure you never return alive. He used his ultimate move. Wind-breaking dragon shattering Yuan. A green flood dragon charged toward Chowga like this. He thought to himself, I am no longer who I used to be. The sixth realm. Great perfection is only one step away from the seventh realm. But this one step is an insurmountable chasm. The space was torn apart. The demonic cultivator was dumbfounded. How is this possible? I haven't finished Mother's mission. And Chauga targeted him directly. There were no opportunities left. He consecutively struck out with multiple sword chi slashes. The demonic cultivator's body was instantly shattered. From above his head, another surge of demonic energy appeared. His residual soul frantically fled, trying to find his mother. I can still survive. Yet Chauga used the ghost-suppressing edict to stop him. The demonic cultivator screamed loudly. Stop! No, Black Tiger observed, murmuring in evaluation. Your ghost-suppressing edict truly is becoming easier to handle. Those men disciples looked at him with eyes full of admiration. That is our sect master Lu. It's over. We won't miss out on experience points, will we? Impossible, there will definitely be a reward. At that moment their system popped up a notification. Exterminate the ancient bowhead Azure Flood Dragon Demon. Quest completed. Rewards are being calculated. Rewards for the quest will be issued according to each person's contribution ratio. Calculation countdown. 48 hours remaining. They cheered in unison. Look. The quest is completed. So Sect Master Lu wasn't here to steal the kill, but to help us. That's so cool, I almost couldn't hold on earlier. I was about to log off. Sticking it out truly leads to victory. One of them quietly stepped forward. Chauga was right in front of her. If she missed this chance, she wouldn't know when she'd see him again. I want to go over there. However, Lingling pulled her back, stopping her. Sister, thank you for helping me several times just now. The others also rushed over, surrounding and hugging the rich woman. You made a huge contribution this time. Rich sister, let me give you a hug. Let us bask in your glorious presence too. She struggled hard and shouted. Everyone get lost. I'm going to find Chaugu. Yet everyone was surprised at this moment. She mumbled reluctantly, where did Chaugu go? At this moment he himself spoke from a high vantage point. The demon's here. Thank you all for your hard work and assistance. In a few days I will host a banquet at Danqing Peak, and drink heartily with all of you. All the present MO sect members looked at him in unison, expressing their admiration. For some reason, looking at my husband's back now, it felt as if all their fatigue had vanished into thin air. It turns out they didn't really like fighting monsters. They just liked helping their Chaugu. Rewards no longer seemed important either. Chaugu, what should I do? You've sparked the passion in my heart. Several girls started arguing with each other. A man like that'd be worth dying just to have him once. Don't speak such irreverent words about my master. I forbid it. My husband won't let you succeed. He is my husband. He is my husband. He's my husband. Oh, my husband. Husband or whatever. Chaugu waved his hand, stopping them. Everyone, let's all rest first. Hurry and send them away. If he let them look any longer, heaven knows what else they might say. That would be even more outrageous. Thus everyone present was forced to log off. They all faced him and pleaded. I don't want to leave. I want to stay. At least let me look at you once more. Chaugu master, goodbye. At this moment Heihu on the side asked curiously. What does husband mean? I think I vaguely heard someone saying it just now. Chaugu reluctantly explained. It is an intimate form of address, used for someone who has earned approval. In Tianxian there is no such title as husband. I suppose that's not exactly a lie. Who knew? The next words from the other party stunned him. Then I can call you husband too, right? Chaugu desperately shook his head. No way, absolutely not. Unacceptable. Heihu merely snorted and replied. That's right. Although you could have some talent and skill, still, you are far from the level required to receive this king's approval. But for this king, a level 9 mighty expert, and the master's disciple, who has also helped you multiple times now, for you to call this king husband wouldn't be too excessive, would it? Chaugu suggested immediately that word. Don't ever mention it again. His firm rejection left the other party bewildered. Why could it be that this king still hasn't earned your approval? However, upon hearing this he grew even angrier, shouting loudly, shut up, you stupid tiger. How dare you call this king stupid? This king was personally chosen by the master to be the smartest immortal lord.
Li Han could only marvel from start to finish, deeply moved by the scene before him. Sect Leader Lu's spatial array formation was truly masterful. To transport so many people simultaneously, a great sect would have to expend immense effort, perhaps even taking generations to design, just to create a teleportation array of this scale. But even then, the destinations for the transport would be fixed, incomparable to Sect Leader Lu's summon at will dismiss at will array. Sect Leader Lu possessing such power, if he fully matured, going toe-to-toe against Li Suifeng, perhaps wouldn't be impossible, right? He was engrossed in thought, completely unaware that Chao Ge had already appeared right beside him. Li Han quickly spoke up, "Greetings, Sect Leader Lu," appearing without a sound. His strength truly skyrocketed. Who could have imagined that less than 10 days ago, he himself was full of confidence, believing he could kill him. Now even the thought of being an enemy to senior brother is gone. He glanced over and immediately questioned, "What are you looking at?" The other party showed no sign of deceit. "I am looking at Sect Master Lu, truly worthy of being a supreme genius famous throughout Tianxian. In just a few short days, you have already achieved the 7th Realm Grandmaster stage. This breakthrough speed is astonishing. Even the sword venerable of the past was nothing more than this." Hearing this, Chao Ge could only nod in agreement. Although he used a cheat system, this time he walked the edge of life and death to achieve this feat. It seems sure enough, becoming a protagonist is never easy. But fortunately, this lord is both a lucky player with a cheat system and a diligent worker. Unexpectedly, just as he was thinking seriously, Heilong appeared with a demand. "This king asks you one more time. Are you going to call me husband or not?" Chao Ge pressed him back down, cursing, "Get back inside and rest right now. Pay him no mind. Now we can finish the business between us." Li Han's attitude grew increasingly tense. "Sect Master Lu, are you referring to how I brought Yuan Qing here, instigating this great disaster, and even causing the direct disciples of the 4 great sacred lands to become like this? Sect Master Lu, are you planning to settle the score with me?" However, he merely took out an item gently. "Do you remember the agreement you made with this lord? Danqing Yaojun has already been killed by this lord. This object is his soul." Upon seeing the object, Li Han changed color in shock. "This is Danqing Yaojun's soul." He slowly approached. The aura was definitely his. Danqing Yaojun was one of the 3 major first-class executives of the Purple Moon Society. He possessed cultivation at the 7th Realm Great Perfection stage. A demonic cultivator with such strength enhanced by a powerful spirit beast. Looking across the entire Qingzhou, besides the 4 great divine swords, and that old monster of the extremely high realm, who could casually utter such words, killed him. "Sect Master Lu, senior brother's power has exceeded my expectations. What kind of sect is Mo Sect? Behind him, is there also an old monster of the extremely high realm?" Only then did Chao Ge speak again. "However, the skin painting art you seek is not Danqing Yaojun's technique. That is the technique of his spirit beast Jigui. Jigui was rescued from the Purple Moon Society." The more Li Han listened, the more surprised he became. This matter, the skin painting art, is actually not his technique. If you don't believe me, you can search his soul. He presented the item directly, adding a guarantee. His response was the other party's rejection. "No need, I trust Sect Master Lu would not deceive me. Since he cannot escape Li Sufeng's control, nor can he defeat Sect Master Lu, it's a dead end either way." Subsequently, a plan surfaced. "Why don't we join forces with Sect Master Lu to kill Li Suifeng, the 4 great divine sword?" Li Han's suggestion made Chao Ge have to seriously counter-question. "Join forces with this lord to kill Li Suifeng? Are you serious? He is Li Sufeng's 3 corpses? He has countless intricate connections with Li Suifeng. In other words, he is Li Suifeng." He continued, calculating mentally. Although he was a rich 2nd generation in his previous life, possessing nothing but money, he had heard of the saying, slaying the 3 corpses to achieve the Tao and become an immortal. After all, when reading novels and comics, it was mentioned. It is recorded in Taoist texts that the 3 corpses are also referred to as 3 corpse worms. They are 3 obstacles residing within the human body that prevent one from becoming an immortal.
The first is Pengho, the second is Pengji, and the third is Pengjiao. Once these 3 corpse worms are slain, one can ascend and become an immortal.
Chaoga then connected this to the current situation.
It's just that the 3 corpses of Tianxian are manifested as young human bodies, and they even possess independent thinking ability.
It doesn't look like slaying the 3 corpses.
Instead, it looks like giving birth.
The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became of his own idea. If that were truly the case, then this method of slaying the 3 corpses in the Tianxian realm
would certainly require immense courage.
It's just a shame that these children who were given birth to
only think about how to exploit the mother body down to the marrow. Horrible images surfaced in the old man's mind. Take 200 units and fuel up my fire ghost. Now it really resembles those rebellious blondies. Utterly useless. It wasn't until Li Han spoke that Lu's pulled himself away from those thoughts. Sect Master Lu, please understand.
I already wanted to escape Li Sufing's control, so there is no reason for me to lie.
If I, Li Han, utter even a single lie, I will definitely be struck dead by the heavenly Dao thunder tribulation.
Sect Master Lu agreed without hesitation.
Well then, alright. It's actually quite simple if you want this Sect Master to believe you. Tell me,
what exactly is the deal with Li Sufing slaying the 3 corpses?
Unexpectedly, Li Han answered, sweating profusely. It's not that I don't want to tell you about this matter, but rather I truly don't know. Luz asked back, confused. You're Li Sufing's 3 corpses. Why wouldn't you know? Recalling the past, he explained helplessly.
Since I first gained consciousness, I walked out of an extremely cold place.
The first person I met was Li Suifeng. I have many chaotic memories in my mind, but I cannot see them clearly. After that, Li Suifeng placed a brand into my heart. If he found out that I held even a hint of rebellion, my heart would shatter and I would die. Hearing this, Luge frowned and asked back, then why didn't he just kill you?
Li Suifeng is the sect master of the sword sect.
He trusts those he employs and doesn't employ those he doubts.
He must know these things, bearing his previous helpless expression. The other party continued to explain. He has killed me several times, but I still walked out of that extremely cold place.
I am Li Sufing's 3 corpses. No matter how many times he kills me, I will still exist. But if I am killed by someone else, for example killed by Sect Master Lu, then I will truly die,
and he will succeed in slaying his corpse. The more he listened, the more confused he became.
How can this be so strange? Good heavens, so slaying the 3 corpses isn't done by oneself, but by borrowing the hands of others. Feng Long's death previously,
although not directly caused by his own actions,
was still due to him.
The so-called killing in this matter,
could it just be severing a certain karmic link? Li Suifeng, this sect master dislikes being used as someone else's tool.
The wind blew through Li Han's hair and he continued.
I don't know anything more than that, but there is one thing, which I think might be
useful to Sect Master Lu. She sharply replied, what is it? He further explained, I am Li Sufing's 3 corpses,
and I possess an aura similar to his. After all, we share the same origin. However, that Li Suifeng always gives me a strange feeling. He seems like me yet not like me. It's as if there are 2 Li Sufings.
At this moment, Lu secretly commented,
this is indeed a piece of crucial information. Coincidentally, the system displayed a prompt. Host detected acquiring shrank hidden information. Gained 2 million experience points. Tianxian main quest progress.
Increased by 0.1%.
Tianxian main quest progress. The reverse side of the world. Currently at 5.2%. Multiple pieces of information are hidden. Click to view.
This sudden notification astonished him. Good heavens.
It truly is important information. Could it be that there really are 2 Li Sufings?
Wait, put Li Suifeng aside for now.
What are these multiple hidden pieces of information?
Thinking this, Luge pressed to read them. Main quest, the reverse side of the Tianxian world.
Main bosses. The Purple Moon Society, Danqing Yaojun. Safety assessment level 80. A rank bosses killed. Chaos Abomination 8 Ancient Beasts Azure Flood Dragon Demon. Killed an a rank boss. Danqing Yaojun Longhouse Fierce Beast. Killed a rank boss. Danqing Yaojun Shuemo's Fierce Beast. Killed a rank boss. A second-class dead man belonging to Zhou Shi of the Zue Hui.
Killed a second-class dead man belonging to Huan of the Zue Hui.
Kill completed kill rewards are currently being tallied. Chu Go cursed loudly. For such a massive event. What exactly is the meaning of this you bastard system? I said long ago. How could the Danqi Niao Jun possibly be unrelated to the Tianxian main storyline? However, what responded to him was a red notification. Kill reward tallying suspended. His expression instantly changed drastically. His attitude towards the system instantly shifted. Just now this sovereign was rude. You are a good system. It's all this sovereign's fault for not checking carefully. Only after the system was placated did it continue to display. The kill rewards are being tallied. Chu Go forced a smile internally. Dog system. Sooner or later I'll hack you up and feed you to Heihu. On the other side, Li Han was constantly questioning himself. After Sect Master Lu finished listening to what he had to say, he fell silent. Could it be that even regarding this matter, Sect Master Lu knows something too? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sect Master Lu isn't an immortal. How could he possibly know everything? Then his silence must have another cause. When Sect Master Lu heard about Li Suifeng, he must think the matter is too difficult, and doesn't want to help me anymore. If that's the case, then I'm utterly doomed. Thinking this, he took out an object. He then swallowed hard and silently asked himself, now that it has come to this, must I really bring this out? Gripping the item in his hand, Li Han was still extremely nervous. He had risked everything to steal this item from Li Suifeng. If I hand this over to Sect Master Lu, he will definitely help me. After all, a treasure this precious is extremely rare even across the entire Tianxian realm. He gritted his teeth, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. But it's my life-saving artifact. To just hand it over, but if Li Suifeng doesn't die, I will never have a day of peace. As long as he can help me, then giving this item to him doesn't matter. Finally Li Han made up his mind. He stammered as he spoke. Sect Master Lu, I know this matter is very difficult. So I have a precious treasure here, consider it a token of gratitude. However, Chu Go raised his hand to stop him. Wait a moment. This sovereign wants to check on their injuries first. As he spoke, he walked towards to you. He discreetly assessed the situation. Severe damage to vital essence. Clearly their vital essence was sucked away by a demonic cultivator. I don't need to think too much. I know it was caused by that monster just now. Chu Go glanced at Li Han and questioned him. Why did you step in to save them? This sovereign remembers that you don't possess the quality of enjoying helping others. He explained helplessly. I really didn't want to meddle. After all, this involved risking my life. But then I remembered the aura of those prodigies before the battle. Even if I perish entirely, I must eliminate the demons and protect the Tao. As long as I Pei Chanxian still draw breath, I absolutely won't let you fiend get away. If I must die, then so be it. One ought to die for the sake of all living beings under heaven. Li Han continued to comment. Seeing them disregard life and death dedicated solely to the righteous path, even someone like me couldn't help but feel moved. Am clearly just a three corpses cultivator, yet I dare to arrogantly speak of great righteousness and the righteous Tao. I am unworthy, aren't I? Hearing this, Chu Go directly concluded. So you still risked your life to bring those 4 people out? He explained while blaming himself. After all, I started this. If Li Suifeng hadn't instructed me to bring that demon past this place, then this wouldn't have. It's Li Suifeng again, the residents of this town. Those 4 people, simply because of a single word from Li Suifeng, ended up like this. And even after the whole thing is over, he can shift all the blame onto you. His calculations are indeed very shrewd. Li Han's eyes widened in surprise. Is Sect Leader Lu actually defending me? While explaining, he took out an object. You carry the torch for everyone. We cannot let you perish in the cold snow. First return the vital essence to the 4 of them. The captured demon cultivator shouted loudly. You can't kill me. If you kill me, my mother will surely take revenge on you 1,000-fold. All you humans will die. However, his threats, he paid no mind to them at all. What a coincidence. I also had this intention. Only one of us, your mother or me, can live. The demon cultivator laughed mockingly. With just you, Luga slowly confirmed, just with me. Light began to appear and he was sending the soul to rest. Li Han watched in astonishment. The human souls had already been devoured by it. Sect Leader Lu actually possesses such powerful soul purification ability. Ever since the last battle with the Nine Heavens Great Serpent, I unexpectedly activated this tribulation crossing state. It seems I have gained other types of abilities. This feeling is profound, but I can sense that it truly exists. Lu Gu was also pondering secretly. Killing life has already evolved. I wonder when the human immortal will reveal its true face to me. The four prodigies slowly absorbed their vital essence back. Their bodies gradually recovered accordingly. Li Han stood aside observing, and commented, Sect Leader Lu, their vital essence has been restored. He also looked at them then said, but they won't wake up anytime soon. Their injuries are too severe, they still need several days to recuperate. I will take them back to Momin to rest when they wake up. I will personally tell them that you are their savior. Hearing this, he quickly stopped Sect Leader Lu. Oh no. Sect Leader Lu is leaving. He hasn't agreed to team up with me yet. If we part ways this time, I'm afraid the opportunity will be difficult to come by later. Sect Leader Lu. Please wait. Lu Gu slowly turned his head. What is it then? Li Han pulled out a puppet. While explaining, Sect Leader Lu, this item is a treasure. It can die once in place of its user. I risked danger to retrieve it from Li Sufeng's secret chamber. If you agree to help me, this item is yours. The response was the complicated look Lu Gu gave him. This attitude made Li Han feel nervous. Sect Leader Lu, do you find it insufficient? Only then was the explanation offered. I will join forces with you to eliminate Li Suifeng, but I am not doing it for any treasure. I am doing it for righteousness and moral principle. Lu Gu's words plunged Li Han into thought. Righteousness and moral principle. Just for me, a three-corpse entity who barely counts as a person, simply because I saved those four prodigies. Sect Leader Lu treats me, Li Han, just like a human being. And so he immediately bowed deeply. Li Han bowed in gratitude to Sect Leader Lu. Black Tiger commented from the side. It seems he truly hates that Li Suifeng, otherwise he wouldn't perform such a deep bow. Just because you agreed to join forces with him. Lu Gu kindly corrected him at this moment. He performed this profound bow not because I joined forces with him. Hearing this, Black Tiger couldn't help but feel confused. Then why? Surely it's not because he's afraid of you. A meaningful explanation was delivered. It is because I regard him as a person. However, the other party couldn't understand. He is a person. He looks like a person. Hey, he is a person. Isn't he? Lu Gu simply summarized with one phrase. Brother Daoist doesn't understand. That's why you are always confused. Black Tiger opened his mouth wide and corrected somewhat loudly, me, how could I not understand? He understood. He also disdained to argue. Fine. They quickly arrived at King Longquan. Danqing Peak. Momin's Chaoga quietly sensed this. Danqing Peak was right before his eyes. After stepping into the seventh realm, even the flying speed had increased greatly, but that was to be expected. The system notification appeared at this moment. Level up. The next level requires 100 million experience points. Proceed with upgrade. This cost caused a slight hesitation in his heart. After all, every time he leveled up in the seventh realm, it required hundreds of millions of experience points. If you aren't strong enough, what's the point of leveling up? But it can also be seen that when an ordinary cultivator reaches the seventh realm and crosses a minor boundary, it's equivalent to crossing one of the previous major boundaries. Currently, Momin's second-tier and third-tier fighters, we are newly married, seem unable to break through to the seventh realm. As for Lizzie, the more Chaoga thought about it, the more his face furrowed. Was she really a second-tier fighter? Or was he the one who was only second-tier? He didn't know, or perhaps it wasn't a question worth doubting. Now that he had entered the seventh realm, the agreement he made with the Saint Master should also be scheduled earlier. That's not right, Sect Leader Lu. If one day you successfully step into the seventh realm, you may come to Chuanqiu Mountain to find me. I have something I want to give you. But even now he still didn't understand. He certainly hadn't been seeing things at that time. The Saint Master had told him to go see her after crossing into the seventh realm. She had something to give him. At the time she had blushing out of shyness. What was she feeling shy about? What exactly was she going to give him? Various thoughts swirled in his mind. Soon he arrived at Momin's inner sect. This was where the utility disciples gathered. But now it was completely empty. This sight was truly rare. It seemed that the great battle had left the industrious players extremely fatigued. After all, most Momen players were only level 20 to 30. Only about 100 players exceeded level 30. Facing that level 80 Yuanqing with such low levels must have been extremely painful. However, currently players across the entire Tianxian continent were only around level 20-something. Level 30 was still unimaginable for them. As for Momen's players, thanks to his own efforts, their average level was already far superior to that of ordinary players. If it weren't for this, those little utility disciples probably wouldn't have been able to get out of bed for 7 days from the pain. The reason they were so dispirited now was simply because the monsters they were facing were simply too strong. Unfortunately, the Jianzhong Trial Grounds dungeon offered little experience and had too many restrictions, and was no longer very useful for level 30 players. As for the Jianyu Sword Prison, only players level 50 or above were qualified to enter. Moreover, each entry required a very high cost. 1 or 2 players would be fine, but if thousands of Momen players entered together, even the largest fortune wouldn't be enough. He quickly came to a conclusion. So players from level 30 to level 50 had no dungeon to grind in. Weren't they stuck? He mused to himself. If there wasn't even a dungeon for grinding monsters, how were they supposed to level up? But they couldn't afford not to level up. Just imagine if they faced the demon beasts. When all the players were level 50, then the demon beasts would have an easy time indeed. If only there was an ordinary monster, roughly level 40 to level 50, along with a monster grinding location for Momen's utility disciples to kill endlessly, that would be great. It was only then that Chaoga realized something. Wait, monsters between level 40 and 50, which could be killed endlessly. Didn't he have a million Jin Gui? And weren't most of them around level 40 to 52? What furthermore? It seemed like Hiding's domain could allow monsters to respawn, creating an endless supply. A daring plan has appeared in my mind. I have the cowardly turtle item sold in the system store right here. It's the perfect time to use it. On the other side, Hiding was washing dishes. Recently, Master hasn't been in the sect. Martial Uncle brought everyone back. But it seems nobody noticed that I had already woken up. It looks like I am becoming more and more invisible now. And it seems the higher my cultivation realm is, the less visible I become to everyone else. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel worried. Will everyone in the future be completely unable to see me? If that were the case, even I would feel a bit lonely. Unexpectedly, just as he was feeling down, he heard his master's voice. Hiding, hurry and follow me. He immediately turned around. It was Master's voice. That's great. No matter how invisible I am, Master can always notice me. Thinking of this, Hiding couldn't hide his happy expression. Yes, Master. It wasn't until they had walked for a while that Juga spoke. Aren't you curious where I am taking you? He completely trusts his master. If Master wanted to tell him, he naturally would. The reason was then revealed. I want to take you to build a ghost city. They arrived in front of a mountain. Just like that, Hiding scratched his head and asked, puzzled. Master, what do you mean by build a ghost city? Juga explained unhurriedly. The literal meaning. This place is excellent, spacious and quiet. No one will disturb us. It is perfect as an experimental site for building a ghost city. Hiding, release your domain here. Hiding cupped his hands and replied briefly. Yes, Master. He then immediately activated the Nether Ghost City domain. Juga stood aside, pondering internally. Right after coming back, I used advanced perception to scan Xiaohei. This Xiaohei truly gave me a huge surprise. His information subsequently appeared. Hiding. Identity: Momen Sect Master's personal disciple. Current level. Level 70. Great completion of the 6th realm. Special divine ability: Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone level 70. Evaluation unknown. Nether Ghost God Domain. Current evaluation A. After this incident, the abundance of ghost energy allowed this guy to directly jump from the great completion of the 5th realm to the great completion of the 6th realm. This Xiaohei has already devoured the soul jade and the transformed ghost energy. This Xiaohei has already devoured the soul jade and the transformed ghost energy.
The speed of his level breakthrough is astonishing.
And the advancement of the domain is even more profound. Originally this guy didn't have a domain. And when he first acquired one it was only upgrade domain. As a result, after all that commotion, the ghost swamp directly transformed into a ghost city. I once said that
this guy was the most useless cultivator.
Against enemies,
he completely relied on his lack of presence, combined with realm suppression.
But things are different now compared to before. The space was quickly altered by hiding. It was only then that he spoke. Master, I have activated my domain, the Nether Ghost City domain, dyeing the entire space blue.
Accompanied by the appearance of the Nether Ghost King,
Juga commented in a low voice. Xiao Heizi.
My Xiao Hei is now also a city ghost king.
Not bad, but something still seems to be missing. The spirit king of your domain. Aren't you going to ask her to come meet me?
He stammered. Actually, she surely wants to bypass the rules and take you as master.
And master surely won't be happy.
Unexpectedly, a gust of wind blew up at that moment.
Hiding instantly became nervous. Xiaoli, don't be rash. Xiaoli appeared and explained softly.
Master showed me the great kindness of rebirth. So even if it's inconvenient this time, I shouldn't fail to meet Master.
Juga himself was surprised to see. Xiaoli has truly changed too much. Her transformation is simply a complete rebirth. The relationship between the two of them must be very pure, without a hint of desire. Because even if you had it, it would be useless, right? Like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Xiaoli immediately knelt before Chao Gu.
Xiaoli is so brave.
Greetings, Master. He Ting mused to himself nearby. Speaking of Xiaoli, she herself was extremely nervous.
In for a penny, in for a pound. If Master refuses to accept me,
he'll just give up this idea later. After all, I am just a humble mortal soul.
Unexpectedly, Chao Gu used spiritual energy to lift her up. Then he gently opened his mouth and said, "Since you followed He Ting,
you are naturally also my disciple."
These words made Xiaoli ecstatic. "Thank you, Master.
Master actually accepted me, that's wonderful. From now on He Ting Gu and I will have the same master."
He Ting was also a bit surprised. Xiaoli always wanted to acknowledge Master.
To be her master. But Master, aside from me, has never taken any other disciples.
Fortunately, Master didn't blame her and accepted Xiaoli.
Otherwise, Xiaoli's actions just now
would have been highly disrespectful. Since Xiaoli has come out to pay respects to Master,
why don't you come out too? But He Ying still refused. Chao Gu observed his reaction and secretly commented, "It seems He Ting's shadow is still throwing a tantrum."
When He Ting encountered danger last time, it nearly devoured the will of He Ting's main body.
It feels somewhat guilty. Why hide? I, your master, want to see all three of you. The three of you must all be present.
With no other choice, a figure emerged from the shadow on the ground.
He Ying stammered, "Greetings, master." It wasn't until this moment
that Chao Gu began to explain his purpose.
Since everyone is here, let's skip the unnecessary chatter. The first step in building the ghost city is this. I, your master, shall grant you 1 million remnant ghosts. Beforehand he took out an item.
Seeing it, Xiaoli couldn't help but be astonished.
That object contained dense ghost energy.
Even He Ying wore the same expression.
Oh, 1 million remnant ghosts. Only then did he explain, that's right. Right now this vessel holds 1 million remnant ghosts sealed within. Can your ghost city accommodate
such a huge number of ghostly entities?
The three of them thought simultaneously. Master has entrusted this to us, how can we fail him? We are willing to try. Chao Gu encouraged them with satisfaction.
If that's the case, give it a try. Slightly activate the control technique and slowly inject the ghosts.
If any anomaly occurs, stop immediately.
Thereupon the contents inside were released.
A group of demonic cultivators immediately grew noisy. I have finally emerged. I want revenge, the scent of the living. Eat them, kill, kill, kill.
At this moment, Xiaoli signaled from the side, "Hey Tinguingu,
hurry and act."
In an instant, several streaks of light were released by them.
All those demonic cultivators were thus completely swallowed up. Chao Gu sneered from the side and commented with satisfaction. Not bad. As expected, He Ting's ghost city possesses the ability to devour ghosts. Eat once you are full. My plan to create a self-sustaining dungeon instance can succeed. Many Momin players are still crying out for EXP. Look there. As long as this succeeds, Momin We'll have an exclusive dungeon instance where the monsters can never be completely killed. Players' experience will skyrocket. Players can level up rapidly, breaking through to the great cultivator realm easily. Once our utility disciples all become great cultivators, the next time the instance war starts, the undead scourge will make an appearance. Those demonic cultivators were constantly being absorbed into it. This sight made Chowgu very satisfied. Excellent. The 1 million remnant ghosts have been completely devoured. The 3 disciples were also observing. Everyone was struggling slightly. It's almost done. We must hold on. This is its first time devouring ghosts. It has devoured until the exhilarating feeling is lost. All that remains is a feeling of nausea. It's too much. Truly too much stuff has entered. Soon, Chowgu's item had shriveled up. The remnant ghosts are. That guy's body has been completely drained dry. Wonderful, it's completely stuffed. Once it's pulled out, it will instantly explode. However, cute little me was caught and is struggling non-stop. Shaoli quickly reminded them. They haven't given up hope yet. Push harder. The light of the machine. The portal instantly changed from green to red. The pressure weighing down on those demon cultivators intensified, and they gradually sank. Screams continued to ring out. No, no, no. A moment later, all of them were absorbed. The 3 bowed and reported. Reporting to Master, we have fulfilled our mission. The million entangled ghosts have been subjugated by us. Zhuge continued by posing a challenge. If they have been subjugated, then control 1 ghost, and show Master whether you can do it. Just how capable is this little dark one? We must see what he is truly made of. We must check carefully. Hei Ting didn't mind, and immediately agreed. Yes, Master. Nether ghost horde appear. The moment he finished speaking, all the fiends that were absorbed reappeared in a different form, completely under his control. Witnessing this scene, Chowgu couldn't help but feel satisfied. The little dark one has so many little ghost subordinates. In the future, no matter who he clashes with, they will have to face this million-strong ghost army. This terrifying sight, he leads a massive army. He continued observing, then requested Hei Ting to dismiss the ghost horde. Hei Ting quickly complied. Yes, Master. After retracting all the power, he showed signs of exhaustion. Chowgu observed him and commented internally. This is the first time there are so many ghosts in Ghost City. To fully control them, he will need a few days to process this power. This kid truly doesn't know his limitations. He knew he couldn't hold on, yet he didn't utter a single sound. Dan Qing's soul, the demon lord, and Zhu Shi are still in my hands, but relying only on those spirit forms, formed from ghost energy, was already overwhelming for Hei Ting. As for these truly great ghosts, it is best not to hand them over to him for now. However, fortunately, my plan to personally create a dungeon instance has already been halfway successful. The system prompt also sounded. The existence of the city of 10,000 ghosts has been detected. 100 million experience points, and the item Special Illusory Realm Shadow Pearl can be consumed to perform replication and extraction. I received this prompt just now when I exchanged for the Illusory Realm Shadow Pearl. I received this prompt. Now let's talk about this item. The Illusory Realm Shadow Pearl is one of the most top-tier items in the system. It is even more expensive than the Illusory Environment Talisman, which costs 100,000, and its function is fundamentally different from the Illusory Environment Talisman. It is used to circumvent system rules, to avoid being penalized for killing ordinary players. Its purpose is to create an independent instance, completely separate for those whale players to grind mobs. The goal is to meet the demands of those whale players who prefer not to fight over mobs or deal with crowded maps. After all, without the user's consent, no one can enter this exclusive instance. However, later on, the exclusive instance created by this item instead became a tool for players to evade enemy pursuit. After all, players who unleash their true nature in the game will also make many enemies. When they are chased to the point of desperation, they run inside to AFK and hide. That is why they earned the nickname Turtles, hiding in their shells. At this moment, Hei Ting spoke up hesitantly. Master, did I perhaps hold up your efforts to construct the Ghost City? I wish I could have held on a little longer. However, he merely explained softly. You performed very well.
There is no need to blame yourself. Go back and absorb this for now. Strive to merge with those million ghoul slaves soon. He dutifully cupped his hands and agreed. Master Lu Chaoga stood in place, watching He Ting's silhouette slowly shrink. His expression was complex and hard to read. My little He Z has grown up too. In a while longer. Once he collects more soul jade, little He Z should be able to step into the 7th realm. Wait, lately, I haven't received any system prompts regarding the Qingzhou main storyline. Why haven't those reanimated figures from the Swords of the Underworld King come out to cause trouble yet? Could it be because the NPC, the old man of heavenly secrets who issues quests, was killed by me prematurely? If the quest-giving NPC is gone, naturally there won't be any quests. His expression then suddenly grew serious. But this is the Qingzhou main storyline after all. Would the person who created Tianxian easily allow such a massive loophole to appear in this game? No sooner did he mention it than he received a voice transmission from elder brother Dongli. Senior Uncle Chu and Aunt Ning are here. Iran quickly corrected him. Just call me Sister Iran. These words hit Lu Chaoga like a bolt from the blue and done for. She really came. She couldn't actually be here to settle the score with me, could she? Although Senior Uncle Chu's cultivation realm is not low. If a fight really broke out, he probably wouldn't be a match for the body cultivator Xin Yen. If something happens, will it trigger a major diplomatic issue between Spring Autumn Mountain and the Sword Sect? A major diplomatic issue. The system happened to interrupt his thoughts, displaying a prompt. Qingzhou main storyline. Swords of the Underworld King. Difficulty upgrade condition activated. This mechanism surprised Lu Chaoga. Difficulty upgrade. The content that appeared next was Qingzhou main storyline Water Essence Demonic Sword activated. The new system prompt was truly shocking. Water Essence Demonic Sword. This abnormality couldn't help but surprise him. Then Lu Chaoga looked into the distance and speculated. Why would the system trigger an upgrade quest at this moment? Could the arrival of Senior Uncle Chu and Aunt Ning be the initial source that triggered the Qingzhou main storyline upgrade? Lu Chaoga took out his magic treasure, which was shrinking in space. He said, for the Qingzhou faction's new main story, the dungeon needs to be built too. I've always liked to handle things simultaneously. How about this? I'll replicate the city of 10,000 ghosts right here. Having said that, he tossed out the magic treasure. A dazzling light emanated from it, and it showed a tendency to expand gradually. System prompt. Item used. System is replicating and generating the city of 10,000 ghosts. In space, the magic treasure Lu Chaoga threw out was slowly simulating something. Fluctuations seemed to occur around the magic treasure, and an eerie city gradually emerged. System display city of 10,000 ghosts generated. You may choose one of the following 3 usage modes. Special Dungeon Adventure Mountain Protection Illusion Array. Seeing this, Lu Chaoga flashed a calculating smile. The system is so obedient. Although Adventure and Illusion Array were both tempting, the choice this time was only the Special Dungeon. After he made his choice, the magic treasure completed the simulation. The city dispersed and slowly reverted to its initial minimized form. System prompt. City of 10,000 ghosts has been converted into a special dungeon. You can use the Illusion Realm Projection Orb to summon it anywhere. Illusion Realm Projection Orb Special Dungeon City of 10,000 Ghosts. Owner Lu Chaoga effect. The owner can use this orb anywhere to summon the City of 10,000 Ghosts Dungeon Portal. City of 10,000 Ghosts difficulty rating B. Applicable monster level 30 to level 55. After reading the information, Lu Chaoga curved his lips in satisfaction. Not bad. When the players return, this thing can play a huge role. My lord's plan to create the Calamity Legion now depends on you. Having said that, he left the spot. He thought to himself, now I can go see Aunt Ning and Aunt Chu. I hope she was just kidding. However, just as he was about to return to the sect, a pillar of light descended from the sky, shining upon the sect. Zhou Gu immediately realized this was a breakthrough. It was the aura of that kid Yu Yu. He felt a little jealous. He just got thoroughly beaten up, and this kid broke through again. The protagonist of the world is, after all, the protagonist of the world.
Even the manner of breakthrough is so unique. How can ordinary people compare? Subsequently 3 more pillars of light appeared. Each had a different color symbolizing a different person. Jogo couldn't help but feel surprised. So, these 4 protagonists share the same configuration. These cheating players are even more detestable. Your hateful bizarre talents. If I kidnapped them and gave them a good thrashing, would their breakthrough speed be faster than if they cultivated on their own? Speaking of which, their breakthrough this time is partly my credit. After all, I was the one who took them to get that beating. The self-proclaimed title of my Lord's world protagonist mentor is truly not an exaggeration at all. Ninging stood by the doorway watching and sighing. 4 people achieving enlightenment simultaneously. A realm breakthrough is truly a magnificent sight. The land always produces talented people in every generation. Iran chimed in. But none of these talented people can compare to Jogu. Xianyan stood behind the 2 feeling a strange sensation in her heart. Why do I feel this sense of danger? It feels like Jogu is about to be snatched away. But clearly they are both elders. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be feeling this way. Wait, if you look at the timeline, I am actually the same generation as them. And looking closely, those 2 clearly are more feminine than I am. Dongli saw her pale face and immediately asked, Sister Xianyan, why are you sweating so much after waking up? Suddenly Xianyan counted on her fingers and asked, Little Sister Dongli, can someone like me, a late 6th stage body cultivator, deal with 2 sword cultivators of the same realm, without anyone noticing? Dongli was flustered and confused. Sister Xianyan, what in the world are you rambling about? A moment later Jogu entered the room with cupped hands. Esteemed elders, you've waited long. I apologize for my delay. Iran spoke. It's fine, you're not late. If it's for the sake of waiting for you, even waiting 10,000 years is not too long. Also, I'm not an elder, call me Sister Iran. This scene made Dongli feel very uncomfortable. Martial Ant Chu seems to have designs on brother. Xianyan roared internally. Jogu, hurry and say you don't like this type of femininity. Jogu saw Iran rush towards him and immediately sidestepped. While doing so, he politely said, Martial Ant Chu, you are far too courteous. How could a junior like me be so rude? After being avoided, Iran looked deeply hurt. Such quick reflexes, don't you like me? Dongli privately assessed in her heart. The intention to monopolize my body is far too obvious. Aunt Chu Xianyan thought resentfully. I cannot just sit here and wait for death. I must take the initiative. I must protect my man. Deciding instantly, she flew off her seat. Dongli was stunned so fast. Where did Sister Xianyan go? She approached Jogu, looped her arm through his and cooed. Jogu, come sit with me. He chuckled inwardly. It seems Aunt Chu really stimulated her. She's never this proactive normally. This sweet sight infuriated Iran. This must be the body cultivator saintess of Chuanqiu Mountain that Jogu mentioned. Right. Xianyan refused to be outdone. I replied, Senior Martial Uncle Chu truly has discerning eyes. Nothing can be hidden from you. Ninging shook her head, sighed, and thought, if things continue to be this tense, I don't know when it will ever end. Let's get down to business. She spoke. Jogu, we actually came here for 2 reasons this time. The first is to thank you. You helped us find the founder's secret technique. Iran specifically wanted to come and thank you. These are some spirit stones and resources we accumulated for artifact forging. Jogu, please accept them. Jogu accepted them. Thank you, Aunt Ning. He looked at the ring, his eyes gleaming. Although Aunt Ning's cultivation realm is not as high as his own, it still made him feel very comfortable. This relaxing feeling of being protected had not diminished just because he had grown stronger. Just then Iran decided on a different approach. She turned around. That's right, Ninging has materials to thank you, but I don't have things like that. So I've decided to offer myself in repayment. Iran exposed her slender back. Iran showed a seductive expression. Jogu, Iran has nothing to repay you with, so let me offer myself to you. Seeing her older sister gradually losing her integrity, Ninging released a ribbon and wrapped her up. She pinched Yiren's cheek. Senior sister, snap out of it. Iran yelled, ouch. Having resolved that matter, Ninging returned to the main topic. Where were we just now? Alright, these 2 matters are the priority. The great elder of our sect's life lamp hall
Zhu Zhengfeng has defected.
Donli quickly asked. The great elder of the Life Lamp Hall. Isn't that the one in charge of personnel assignment? A crucial figure in the Yuanjian sect. Xinyan also spoke up surprised. The status of a sect great elder is usually only one rank below the sect master.
With such a position, why would he defect?
Zayog's expression darkened. He asked himself, is this why the Qingzhou main quest line upgraded to the water element demon sword?
Ningying frowned and continued.
The reason for his defection is currently unclear. He just ran away, but many deputy and important elders of the Life Lamp Hall have already been killed.
And some special life lamps were taken.
Donli asked worriedly.
Were yours and Master's life lamps among those taken?
Ningying shook her head and replied. The life lamps he took all belonged to people who have already passed away. Upon hearing this, Donli immediately showed confusion.
The life lamps of the deceased are already extinguished. What use could they possibly be?
In order to answer her question, Zhaoge reminded them, do you remember Qin Qi?
That Chun Chi was resurrected using a soul jade.
If I hadn't been there at the time,
he definitely would have caused massive destruction to a region.
Xinyan raised a question. But the resurrection of the dead doesn't seem to be related to life lamps.
Right, Iran replied. When the dead are resurrected,
the life lamps will react.
Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that he took those life lamps. Ningying furrowed her brow and interjected. If that is truly the case, then senior sister, we must find him as soon as possible.
If those people who once brought fame to Tianxian are resurrected, it will throw all of Tianxian into chaos. Zhaoge nodded, agreeing with this statement. He asked Aunt Ning, are you implying that everyone is currently hunting him down? She didn't hide anything, that's right.
Both of us received the sect master's order
to pursue Zhu Zhengfeng
and bring him back to the sect for punishment.
Zhaoge put on a serious face and thought.
This is Li Sufeng's command.
This matter is likely a means for him to eliminate dissidents. Ningying pulled Iran urgently. We cannot delay this matter. Zhaoge, little pair Daoist Xinyan. We must take our leave now. Once this matter is concluded, we will come stay at the Mo sect for a while.
Take care with that. She pulled her sister and flew away.
Iran was still trying hard to keep Zhaoge there. I haven't even said goodbye to Zhaoge yet. After the two of them left, Xinyan irritably opened her mouth. This is so annoying. Hearing her tone, Donli was secretly surprised. Sister Xinyan rarely ever showed such intense emotions. Only Cheaja's heart was filled with joy,
because the one fraction of emotion Xinyan displayed was a full 100 points in his heart.
If he had stayed in the sect today, he would probably have been tormented by Xinyan's fierce storms,
to the point where he couldn't rest all night long. I'm afraid she wouldn't have stopped until he was completely drained.
Donli suddenly showed a nervous expression. Brother, I don't know why, but I've always had an uneasy feeling. I feel like something bad is about to happen to Aunt Ning this time. Xinyan chimed in.
Little pair's premonitions are very accurate.
Last time it was exactly her premonition that you were in danger. Zhaoge looked into the distance and said, I am now at the 7th realm, and I can fight the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect. I will secretly follow them. If they run into danger, I will step in. He remembered the wonderful childhood moments
he spent with Ningying.
After all, Aunt Ning has long been like a half-mother to us. Night fell.
Iran floating in the sky said, Junior sister, the traces of spiritual energy here are becoming clearer. I suspect Zhou Zhangfeng is not far from us. Ningying flying beside her replied. The sect master said that when he betrayed us and fled, he was encountered and seriously wounded by the Grand Elder.
But we mustn't let our guard down. We must be fully prepared. Iran noticed something. The more careful we are, the more likely that guy is to hide. I see a hot spring up ahead. What a great location. Seeing her fly down, Ningying asked, puzzled, Senior sister, what are you planning? Iran reached out and touched the water surface. The temperature of the hot spring was just right. We've been traveling for several days now.
What do you say to a soak in the hot spring?
Ningying reminded her. We have an urgent matter to attend to. We don't have time for leisurely things like this. Iran didn't seem to care. She immediately took off her clothes. If I don't reveal a weakness, how would those bad guys hiding in the dark dare to show their faces?
Junior sister, you need to use your brain more often.
This is truly comfortable. Seeing the look of enjoyment on Yiren's face, Ningying was somewhat convinced. Senior sister has a point. Luring the snake out of its hole is much better than searching aimlessly.
Iren, soaking in the hot water, revealed a charming expression. She thought, there is more than one snake I intend to lure out.
Little Chauga was hiding up high, just as she had anticipated. Chauga was indeed flying above.
Observing the two women, he blushed and turned his head away.
Of course Iren wouldn't let this opportunity pass.
She showcased her graceful curves.
A poem floated into her mind. Feel the enchantment of Sister Iren. Following that, Iren and Ningying enjoyed the hot spring together. Chauga, seeing this scene from above, immediately cleared his throat. And Ning has also entered the hot spring.
I should withdraw my divine sense for now. It's impolite. Stop looking.
Ningying asked. Will Zhou Zhengfeng really come out if we do this? Iren replied with absolute certainty, he definitely will. And what's more, it's right now. Sure enough,
a figure suddenly appeared behind the two women. With his hands clasped behind his back, he greeted them in a teasing tone.
You two certainly have refined tastes. Iren calmly stated. Well, here you are. Meanwhile, Ningying stood up and surprised Zhou Zhengfeng.
He approached step by step,
and then mockingly said, You've been chasing me,
but now you seem quite relaxed. Ningying swiftly activated her powers.
We are under the sect master's orders to apprehend you and bring you back to the sect.
Put down your weapon, surrender immediately, and don't make trouble for us.
Marshal Granduncle Zhou. Only Iren remained perfectly calm and put her clothes back on.
She even had time to worry about something else. Little Chauga was peeking just now, wasn't he?
Right, we can't let this old guy see everything too. Jingfeng warned in a deep voice. You still call me Uncle Master. So there is still a slight bond between us. Later I will grant you a swift death. As for that reckless girl,
I will naturally make her pay a heavy price.
Iren was enraged by his words. She loudly cursed the old man. Who are you cursing?
Ningying grabbed her hand. Senior sister, calm down. Jingfeng didn't take her seriously at all. You are all dying soon. Why speak such useless words? Having said that, he drew his sword using spiritual power,
and then unleashed a single strike. Its might astonishing.
Ningying and Iren combined their efforts to create a barrier.
A fierce collision occurred.
Judging by the situation, Jingfeng had the slight advantage. Iren gritted her teeth and stabilized her posture.
Didn't this old guy get injured?
Why is his sword energy still so heavy? Ningying was also using all her strength to fend off the sect master. It's impossible that he lied. Could there be another reason? Both of their barriers shattered.
Jingfeng's tone was full of disdain. Just two juniors in the 6th realm. Do you really think you are worthy of challenging me?
The two of them were greatly startled.
Because they didn't know when. He had already moved behind them. Too fast.
The previous sword strike hadn't even dissipated yet. He could immediately strike again. Clearly his strength hadn't been damaged in the slightest. Jingfeng followed up with a second strike. Go die.
You two little henchmen.
Your death is imminent, yet you are still dreaming.
Ningying came up with a countermeasure. Senior sister's domain is inconvenient to deploy. I'll take the lead and activate my domain. Just then, in the sky,
a sword energy of comparable power
slashed down towards Jingfeng, accompanied by a disdainful voice bullying the weak, shameless old thief.
The sword energies clashed continuously, equally matched. Jingfeng was also a bit surprised, thinking, what heavy sword energy!
It's at least the intermediate level of the 7th realm.
He shouted towards the source of the sword energy.
Which senior is this? Are you intending to interfere in the matters of my Jianzong sect? Hearing him ask this, Iren immediately laughed. Senior. He frowned and angrily asked, Bitch, what's so funny?
That sword energy just now was at least in the 7th realm.
Intermediate level if it's not a senior.
And not one of your accomplices. Who else could it be?
As if to answer his confusion,
the person who unleashed the sword energy stepped down from the sky. The figure gradually appeared. Lu Chauga greeted them proudly.
I am Lu Chauga, sect master of Momin. Astonishment was evident on Jingfeng's face.
Momin, the Momin among the lower 100 sects.
You are Lu Chauga. As soon as Lu Chauga arrived, he sensed. You have no injuries whatsoever. You are Li Sufeng's lackey, aren't you?
Stealing the life lamps of the deceased.
What exactly are your intentions? Iren asked in surprise. Chauga, what are you talking about?
Ningying was also completely bewildered. If he were the sect master's person, why would he defect and be exposed? Jingfeng stroked his beard and said coldly, "It seems you the sect master of a lower 100 sect actually know more about everything than these two girls. But what difference does knowing make? Today I will end you all right here." He matched his words with action. He charged forward with his sword, the azure lightning two-headed dragon. With a single swing of his sword he severed an entire mountaintop. The ground subsequently shook considerably. Suddenly a bizarre beast resembling a dragon, with two heads, burst out from beneath the ground. Irin exclaimed in shock. "A bizarre beast? Why is there a bizarre beast here? I clearly didn't sense anything just now." Jingfeng stretched out his hand and introduced it. "This is my bizarre beast summoned here by me. Naturally it wasn't here moments ago. Once a demonic cultivator enters the 7th realm, they can summon the bizarre beast. They have contracted with even across thousands of miles." Ningying looked pale and asked incredulously, "Zhou Shishuzu, have you become a demonic cultivator?" He sneered, "What is there to be surprised about? If I hadn't cultivated the demonic path, how could I have saved my life and be standing here? You have so many grandmasters. How many of them are still alive? The lifespan of cultivators is also limited, but it's different when demon cultivators devour living beings. It's a pity that Li Suifeng ordered me to kill you all. Otherwise I would let you taste the feeling of unleashing your true nature." Ningying looked terrified. "Li Suifeng told you to kill us?" Irin pointed at his face. "Zhou Zhengfeng, are you trying to sow discord? How could the sect master possibly get involved with scum like you?" Zhengfeng completely ignored the two of them. He turned his head and said to Chaoga Jr., "Look at them. People like them, on the brink of death, don't even know why they are dying." He had a complicated expression and did not reply. Seemingly wanting to win him over, he extended his hand. "Are you willing to?" Chaoga cut him off. At the same time he launched two unexpected slashes at him. "I am not willing." A large-scale attack was unleashed. Ningying commented from the side, "Chaoga's sword strike has such incredible power." Irin exclaimed with a flushed face, "Our Chaoga is truly becoming more and more powerful. He's making it hard for me to even stand straight." These words made Ningying uncomfortable. "Sister, could you please stop using such strange words?" Zhengfeng quickly sensed Chaoga's strength. This fellow is not simple. No wonder even Li Suifeng is wary of him. Dig underground and take the opportunity to spray poison mist. Even if he doesn't die, he'll pay a heavy price. The strange beasts in his hand quickly carried out the order. Yet just then, Zhengfeng unexpectedly saw Chaoga rushing straight toward him. "How is he so fast?" he loudly declared. "Chaoga, this venerable one has cultivated for several hundred years. You are merely a junior who has only cultivated for a few decades, and cannot be compared to me. When it comes to the Tao of the sword, I surpass you." Unexpectedly he just asked back indifferently, "Oh, is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chaoga's sword strike immediately struck Zhengfeng. His face turned pale, utterly shocked. "Thighs, how is this possible?" His gaze fell upon the sword that had just been knocked away. Only then did Chaoga speak. "The comparison of cultivation is not about time, but about talent. The more you focus on how many years others have cultivated, the worse your talent is." As soon as Zhengfeng landed, those strange beasts emerged from underground again. He merely sneered and said, "You are far from capable of ambushing this venerable one." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of sword energies were released. At the same time Zhengfeng reached out and retrieved his sword. The moment he grasped the sword, the strange beasts were severely injured and bleeding profusely. "My vital strange beasts," Chaoga said calmly, "don't worry. You are next." Ningying couldn't help but be stunned nearby. "Is that really the child who threw himself into my arms back then?" Irin meanwhile was busy exclaiming, "So cool, so beautiful, so strong. Watching him makes me feel all heated up." Her words displeased Ningying. "Sister, shut up." The aura surrounding Zhengfeng continued to change. "Originally this venerable one saw you as a rare talent, and wanted you to join the primordial Tao, to scheme great things alongside me. But since you are so stubborn, then you shall die. Let me show you this venerable one's true might." Domain activation. Unexpectedly at that very moment blood sprayed. Zhengfeng was stabbed through by a sword. Before he could do anything else,
Chao was seen above gloomily explaining. You are too weak. Compared to the opponents I face now. You cannot even withstand my heaven and earth tide power.
These words infuriated him to weak you. He continued to reach out his hand.
Controlling the tide power. Being a villain requires strength too. This venerable one's verdict is you should seek a quiet life instead. Streams of water shot towards him. This battle was also nearing its end. Chao returned to the side of the two people. Ning Ying and Chu Yiren. He respectfully cupped his hands and said, I apologize for alarming the two seniors. The traitor of the sword sect has been eliminated. Upon hearing this, the two had different reactions. Chao is truly becoming more promising. Being startled like this is just a minor matter. If it were something else perhaps, but not this. Chaya's forehead started sweating upon hearing this. What is this about an experienced person's driving? Aunt Chu is really rolling her wheels right across my face. Suddenly Ning Ying changed the topic. Chao. We will handle the subsequent matters. It's just those things you said to Zhu Zhengfeng. What exactly was going on? Is the sect master really problematic? Or was that just malicious slander from Zhu Zhengfeng? Facing this situation, his expression became more serious. Should I tell them the truth? But if I really have to now, and openly clash with Li Suifeng, I will surely die. However, Li Suifeng has already made a move against them. If I don't tell them, it might instead keep them in perpetual danger. Li Suifeng definitely has issues. I discovered many clues before. Just at this moment, Zhu Zhengfeng seized the opportunity to try and escape. Now is the time. As long as my soul escapes, someone will naturally help me revive. However, Chu Yiren did not let him succeed. Where do you think you're going? A huge piece of cloth enveloped Zhu Zhengfeng. Chu Yiren retrieved the cloth, asking smugly, How is my magical artifact? Chao observed it, muttering internally. Why does this artifact look kind of familiar? Aunt Chu is indeed extraordinary. Even her artifacts have a special flair also. Her domain is extremely unique. Chu Yiren continued. Doesn't junior sister know the soul search technique? Check him and see how many secrets he's hiding. However, Chaya's mind was deep in thought. Wait, this Hansen hips chest out pose. If she used a doo-doo to hold the soul, then underneath Aunt Chu's clothes right now, isn't there nothing at all? Chao watched Yiren, pondering internally. There's nothing underneath Sister Yiren's clothes now. Now there's nothing left. Aunt Chu herself kept swaying suggestively. Little Chao, come and experience the charm of a mature older sister. Just immerse yourself in your sister's figure of chest attack hip defense. This display was stopped by Ning Ying. Be more modest in front of the junior. Chao could only comment internally. Aunt Ning's Aunt Chu special effect talent seems to have awakened. Ning Ying took Zhu Zhengfeng from Chu Yiren's hands and spoke. Searching the soul of a grandmaster cultivator with a cultivation level of the 7th realm may not succeed. Chao guard me, he softly agreed. Yes, Aunt Ning. Immediately afterward, the formation she cast began to operate. Chains pierced Zhu Zingfeng's entire body. Chao sighed quietly from the side. When I saved you before I saw. Aunt Ning searched the soul of that demon cultivator. But back then Aunt Ning said, only the living can have their souls searched. It seems that these past few days, Aunt Ning has made further progress on the path of cultivation. Zhu Zhengfeng was terrified and shouted loudly. No, don't search my soul. Otherwise, then he instantly self-detonated. Yiren quickly helped Ning Ying, junior sister. She struggled to stand up, explaining at the same time. Someone placed a curse technique on his soul. The person behind this is truly vicious. Chao asked worriedly Aunt Ning. Are you all right? She wore a regretful expression and explained. When the curse technique was about to invade my spiritual energy, I immediately pulled back. It's just a shame that this time soul search yielded nothing. He softly comforted her. Aunt Ning, it's all right. That in itself is good news. These words warmed Ning Ying's heart slightly. This child always makes people feel so thoughtful. But in fact, Lu Chaoga had his own calculations. But actually he wasn't without gains either. Before battling Zhou Zhengfeng, he used advanced sensing to scan the opponent. Information about him was displayed. Zhou Zhengfeng level 73. 7th realm 3rd heaven. Identity Grand Elder of the Sword Sect's Fate Lantern Hall.
one of the 12 Grand Elders of the Sword Sect, a member of the Primordial Tao,
evil cultivation demon explanation, a pretender possessing multiple identities.
His lifespan was originally nearing its end,
but he used evil demon cultivation methods to prolong his life. Note this person is a rank boss in the Qingzhou main storyline. Water Essence Fiend. Slaying him grants 5% main storyline progression.
Main storyline prompt.
Specifically learned about the important organization,
the Primordial Tao.
Related basic information has been unlocked. Lu Chaoga looked at the prompt and calculated silently.
Just now he was only focused on killing him,
and hadn't had time to check the basic information of this Primordial Tao. Now is a good time to look.
The Primordial Tao,
an organization founded by an unknown immortal. Participants include demon cultivators and regular cultivators.
They place no restrictions on the identities of organization members,
but they have one goal: eternal life.
It is said that the founder of the organization has already attained the ability of eternal life.
Without eternal life, everything is nothing.
The end of the Grand Tao is the primordial. Reading this, he felt somewhat speechless. Although the system's prompt was like
nonsense, it was filled with madness.
The Primordial Tao, if his guess was correct,
this was the villainous organization in the Qingzhou main storyline. All in all, solving the problem is what matters. Although the main storyline task had undergone some changes,
the overall progress remained the same.
Qingzhou main storyline task. Water Essence Demonic Sword progress increased by 5%. Current progress is 59.8%.
Before more players
discover the Tianxian main storyline,
he should grab as many rewards from the Qingzhou main storyline as possible.
After all, he only needs 0.2% more progress to get brand new rewards. Speaking of which,
the rewards for his mythical rank promotion task infuriate them,
are still piled up in his storage ring. Once he returns to the sect, he must properly digest all of them. Only then did he speak.
Since Zhou Zhengfeng's body and soul are dead,
why not return to the Mo sect with me for now, to rest a bit? On the way,
we can discuss matters related to Li Suifeng, Ningning asked with a serious expression.
All right then. Chaoga, please tell us everything.
Lu Chaoga began carefully choosing his words.
Then I will start from the beginning.
Since Li Suifeng has already shown his fangs,
the best way is to let Aunt Ning and the others know everything. Only then can their safety be guaranteed. The news of Zhou Zhengfeng's death quickly spread. Zhou Zhengfeng is dead. Was that also part of your plan?
Li Suifeng replied darkly, that's right.
He's dead, so the question of when
and where those who rose from the dead
will appear has become a secret. The mysterious person side you are willing to destroy a useful piece at the drop of a hat.
Speaking of Zhou Zhengfeng, who exactly
are you trying to resurrect? He replied coldly. No one particularly remarkable.
Merely the sword sovereigns of the sword sect.
From the first generation up to the fifth. This attitude piqued the other person's interest. Whoa.
Are you truly planning such a massive upheaval? Li Suifeng gazed into the distance and murmured. I still haven't killed Lu Chaoga.
Jianzuan and Gue Changkong are about to exit their seclusion.
Perhaps they still don't know that the moment they leave seclusion is precisely when the demons initiate the world-ending scheme.
Wouldn't you agree, my final corpse demon?
Everything is proceeding according to our plan,
isn't it?
The mysterious person spoke with grandeur.
By then Tianxian might collapse entirely.
Are you trying to destroy this world? Li Suifeng merely commented indifferently.
If I don't do this, he won't appear.
He immediately revealed his murderous intent without hesitation.
I want to kill him with my own hands. Just as he killed me with his back then. The night deepened further. Chaoga's story was also nearing its conclusion.
Everything Li Suifeng has done,
I have told you all of it. As for how to handle this next,
I asked the two seniors to decide. Erin made no attempt to conceal the fury on her face. I never thought that even Jinchuan, which I guard, also became a place where he cultivated demonic cultivators.
Ningning also commented, frowning. The illusion sword prison wouldn't lie.
Senior Marshal Brother Qin is proud he wouldn't speak falsehoods.
Then what should we do next? Should we fight Li Suifeng desperately?
At this moment Ningning was gently trying to persuade them.
Rushing into a desperate fight now is like hitting a rock with an egg. We must wait for Jianzuan and senior marshal brother Gue to exit seclusion. Only then will we have a chance. Hearing this, Iran smiled in relief. In the end, junior sister, you are the clever one. Just now I thought that you truly decided to fight him to the death. For the sake of justice, she then cast an admiring look. Why would I do that? But as soon as the words left her mouth, Ningying suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. It happened too quickly, giving her just enough time to gasp in surprise. Junior sister Chaoga, standing nearby, quickly held her up. Ningying. He immediately checked her pulse. Her condition is dire. Ningying's heart meridian has been eroded by curse power. This left Iran completely stunned. Didn't junior sister just say? As for Chaoga, he quickly activated the soul-slaying heart sword technique. This origin point affects the soul. It is now forming a formation in Ningying's heart. In his view, her current weak heart was clearly visible. Ningying is not proficient in soul formation arts, which is why she didn't discover it. Hearing this, Iran held her tighter and anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" Facing this situation, he immediately sped up the single-leaf skiff transportation spell. We must return to the sect immediately. My sister is a master of formations, perhaps she has a solution. Immediately after, they sped away at maximum velocity. Then go faster, Chaoga, faster. However, this encouraging remark made Chaoga feel awkward. Chu Di, at a time like this, don't say such ambiguous words. Putting these thoughts aside for now, they quickly landed at Momen on Danqing Mountain. Xiao Lizi, Ningying is in danger, hurry over. As soon as they arrived, Ningying was placed on a bed. The curse power is about to fully solidify into a formation. Ningying's complexion is terrible. Dongli also immediately rushed over to examine her. I have never used curse power to form an array myself, but I have seen this kind of formation before. If we use conventional methods to break the array, it definitely won't work. Hearing her assessment, Yiren's face became even more panicked. What should we do then? Dongli merely responded hesitantly. There is a way, but I haven't used it before. I can only try. She then quickly turned to Chaoga and asked, Brother, do you remember the spirit breath transformation array? As expected, Chaoga recognized it quickly. It's the formation we obtained when killing the level 9 great demon. Cultivator of the Qing Kingdom, are you planning to use that array to swap the deadly formation in Ningying's heart with a vital formation? And after confirming this, Dongli activated the formation. Yes, this operation is extremely risky. Even I. Sinyan and Iran tightly clasped their hands due to worry. Does that mean the success rate is very low? But she conversely confirms seriously to them that she only had a 98% chance of success. Upon hearing this, the two girls instantly froze. Is 98% considered low? Meanwhile, Chugu simply nodded, indicating he was used to it. Subsequently, time passed bit by bit. It wasn't until Ningying's complexion became rosy again that Dongli finally stopped the formation-breaking movements, letting out a relaxed sigh. It was finally successful. Nevertheless, Danyan and Iran were still extremely shocked. It took less than 15 minutes to set up such a grand formation. When will Xializi ever change her cautious nature? When will she ever stop being so cautious? Only Chugu commented calmly, I'm used to it. Suddenly he frowned inwardly, feeling the situation was very serious. However, this incident reminded him that he couldn't let Ningying go unattended anymore. He must make her stronger. Then Chugu pondered to himself. Tonight, when claiming my rewards, I'll try to see if I can draw a sword spirit suitable for Ningying. Afterward, he turned his attention to Dongli. He still hadn't given Xializi her sword spirit yet. He needed to pay her a visit tonight too. Just as he was deep in thought, Danyan's voice suddenly rang out. You want leave again tonight, right? When Chugu heard this, his heart jumped. No. I want leave. Before he finished speaking, she muttered something softly, wearing a hint of a gentle smile. Oh, so you dared to be intimate with Marshal Uncle Chu. Tonight I'll let you know the power of a body cultivator. As for Chugu, he was currently trembling all over with fear. He had confirmed the look in her eyes. Tonight his legs were definitely going to give out. So that night, between the moonlight and the bamboo forest, there came continuous sounds of knocking. That bird diligently pecked at the tree hole until the opening grew larger day by day. At the same time, Danyan contentedly snuggled in Chugu's embrace. Meanwhile he was exhausted and utterly lifeless from the exertion. He had sparred with someone at the great perfection of body cultivation stage 6 a total of 13 times. If he were an ordinary sword cultivator he would have long since perished. Luckily I have a cheat system. But immediately after he closed his eyes and commanded, "System, come out now. I want to claim my rewards." The system panel appeared displaying a series of pre-prepared rewards. Chugu examined them one by one, and then pressed the accept button. Why is there a no option? Remember to remove this option next time. The items that subsequently dropped made him extremely happy. So many good things. I don't even know where to start. Then he casually picked out an item. Then let's start with you. System used the Sword Dao aptitude item. As soon as Chu Guess voice fell, the surrounding space immediately underwent a drastic transformation. His Sword Dao aptitude increased from 6 points to 7 points at the same time. A huge and dazzling rift appeared high in the sky, splitting the heavens in two. The sword of the heavenly Dao began to descend from that barrier onto this vast land. At this moment Chu Guess' eyes also lit up. 7 points of Sword Dao aptitude. Only 2 more points to reach 9 points. The aptitude of the Saint of Sword Heart in another place. The space around Lingling was filled with warm steam. I can't believe I slept for a whole day. The fatigue accumulated from fighting monsters has almost completely vanished. I need to log back online quickly. After making up her mind, she bent down and drained the water. Subsequently, Lingling walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a warm towel. I must work even harder. Next time I definitely want to help Master Chugu. Just as she walked into the room, she saw Ollie again and asked doubtfully, "You're up so early. Aren't you going to play Tianxian today?" Her response was Alice, deep dark circles under her eyes. After I logged off, I slept for a while, and then I went online to stream my experience in that great battle. I stayed up all night and haven't slept yet. If I log on again, I'm afraid my little life will be gone. Despite this, she quickly cheered up again. But the effort wasn't wasted. I gained over 100,000 followers just last night. She looked extremely shocked upon hearing this. After high-intensity battles, she still had the energy to stream. She's really going all out. Then Ollie lay back on the chair and explained, "Because while everyone was fiercely attacking the monster, I was seriously taking care of my own business. I didn't go all out like Lingling. I was mainly here just to participate." Their conversation quickly ended because Lingling was determined to return to her room. As a skill-based streamer, I don't have this kind of free time. Time to level up. Following this, she sat down on the chair, put on her VR glasses and shouted in her mind, "Tianxian Online, Consciousness Link." Lingling's character slowly appeared in the vast space. However, as soon as she logged in, she was drawn by a beam of light. Why is it so dazzling? It should be nighttime in Tianxian right now. Out of curiosity, she quickly looked outside. How could she not be shocked by the sight before her? She saw that the sky was currently covered in brilliant golden light, and right in the center a sword blade slowly materialized. She was so surprised that she unconsciously blurted out, "Is this unusual phenomenon caused by Master Chauga again?" It wasn't just Lingling. Iran was also stunned by the sight. The phenomenon Chauga caused during his awakening this time, I'm afraid even Sword Venerable Lord can't compare. Ningying by the bedside calmly said, "Chauga has always been so extraordinary. Junior sister, I'm already used to it." Suddenly she began to show an infatuated expression toward young Chauga. "Even the phenomenon is beautifully intoxicating." These words startled Ningying. Senior sister stopped daydreaming. Meanwhile, Yuiwe was unwilling to just watch from afar. As expected of senior brother Chauga, even his awakening far surpasses mine. Yuiwe, you must work even harder. Otherwise you will drift further and further away from senior brother Chauga. On the other hand, Bailu simply appreciated this rare sight with composure. Who could fail to love a man like that? As for Chanshan's side, she was excited by the scene before her. Master, the man you favor is causing another earth-shattering commotion. Not only that, the power of the formation left Manhwa feeling helpless. We are far inferior to Sect Master Bailu, we are too far behind. Among these people only Donli was smiling happily. The phenomenon during Brother's awakening this time. Brother is really too careless. But Brother is always like this, oh well, never mind.
returning to Cheaja's consciousness.
He was currently picking up items. I have finished upgrading my aptitude. There are still 3 rewards I can use.
The violet grade sword spirit nurturing bead seems to be the least powerful.
I'll use it first. Just then Buin suddenly appeared beside him too. You came so fast. Seeing the little girl's reaction, he tried to suggestively ask if she wanted to eat. Then Chaoga didn't hesitate to hand the item over to Buin. The little girl happily took it and immediately transformed them into plates of food.
These foods were then neatly arranged.
Thus Buin happily enjoyed them. Witnessing this scene, the little bird suddenly drooled, its tail wagging constantly.
Seeing this, Chaoga spoke out and gave it some instructions.
You should go eat some too. After all, you are also close to awakening. Eat another Thunder Snake 7-realm soul pearl. Don't waste the cultivation I have given you. Look, having received his permission, the little bird jumped up happily. Following that, Buin's hearty meal had one more companion joining in. Meanwhile, on this side, Chaoga silently watched them, suddenly sighing.
I have a strange feeling like an old father caring for his children.
After thinking for just a moment, the little bird returned, puffing out its full belly. Its current state surprised him again. Is the nurturing bead violet grade really that powerful? It only ate a tiny bit. The transformation process started immediately, as its body shone like a fireball.
Cheaja's heart was simultaneously filled with anticipation, seeing his sword spirit awaken for the first time.
What kind of form will it take when it awakens?
Soon the form of an arm was created.
Immediately following,
the flow of spiritual energy continued to condense, forming a pair of
slender legs. Completing this evolution,
Xianyao regained his limbs and handsome appearance.
Although he was better looking than before, Chug's expression was extremely awkward. The awakening is just growing hands and feet. And he's even wearing a vest while carrying you. That doesn't seem very impressive. But things weren't over yet, because Xianyao suddenly struggled to straighten his body. The system immediately popped up a congratulatory notification, along with a new skill. After reading that skill, Chuj was immediately embarrassed. Yeah, that's truly an amazing ability. 10 million volts, huh?
Sword wielders really are blessed.
This is exactly the kind of road where sparks fly with lightning.
It's just that the one getting shocked is himself.
Ignoring Xianyao for now,
his attention turned back to Buin.
Are you done eating too?
Chuj carefully observed the little girl for a moment, before secretly curling his lips.
I see it now. At this moment, Buin showed a look of enjoyment, and the progress bar
had already reached 999%. Thanks to this, Chuj smiled contentedly.
A single purple grade nourishing orb actually managed to grant 20% of the awakening progress. Excellent, truly excellent.
Suddenly Buin made a gesture toward him, and at the same time a benefit notification sounded. He immediately made a sarcastic comment.
A 20% pleasant reaction. Forget it, that's not important.
What's important is that I can draw 2 prizes this time. Images of Iran and Ningying immediately flashed through Chug's mind, involving a few suggestive scenes. His smile became extremely cunning as a result.
Very good. Then let me satisfy the requirements of both aunties in one go.
The system then materialized.
A wooden box containing lots. Standing in front of it, Chuj happily waved his hand. Luck, hurry up and come to me. Let's see if this seed has good fortune. Since my junior sister's disciples are all children of destiny, then I must be the overlord of destiny.
He then slowly touched one of the lots carefully,
pulling it out of the box. Instantly 2 beams of light shot high into the sky, which surprised him. This is even more surprising than last time. Is it because Buin has grown up too? Next, these 2 forces swiftly flew straight up into the sky. Chuj watched the scene, feeling a burst of anxiety, feeling like he had seen this kind of game recharge screen somewhere before. But before he could remember, 2 beams of purple and blue light suddenly descended. It was then that Chuj shouted out in alarm. Hey, isn't this way too flashy? Why is it 1 blue and 1 purple? Where's my gold following that? The first sparkling item appeared before his eyes. What is there to congratulate me about for this? Don't congratulate me if it's not gold. At the same time, the small sword spirit named Taisida
quickly materialized along with a descriptive text.
Chug's previously disappointed expression subsequently turned to surprise.
This really is the strongest sword spirit for an artifact refiner. Although the overall rating wasn't high, it was a match made in heaven for Aunt Ning. He immediately reached out to grab the new item. If Aunt Ning acquired this, and then maximized the speed of artifact refinement, imagining that enticing scene, his eyes lit up again. I can't think about it anymore. If I keep thinking he'll start infringing on rights. Then should finally put the sword spirit away. Very good, very good. This seat is extremely satisfied with you, blue kid. Right then the remaining item also landed. The purple one is coming down too. Will there be any more surprises? It really didn't congratulate me. Being too sentient isn't always a good thing. As usual, the enchanting figure and name of the mirror spirit immediately appeared. As soon as he saw this item, Church began to make connections. Aunt Chu desperately needs this. Finally, he put away his cherished item and secured it properly. Having completed this matter, Chao Gu turned his attention to Bu Wan again. Now that the drawing is over, it's time to look at you. I recall, aren't you? Around this little girl. Brilliant light began to radiate. Because of the process of her appearance changing. This time he was extremely excited and watched closely from the side. Yes, yes, yes. This is it. This time. You won't just be slightly bigger than before, right? Right immediately after. The space was illuminated by shimmering colors. Amazing, Bu Wan is my sword spirit. So this kind of visual effect follows me. Nevertheless, the joy suddenly vanished when Chao Gu realized something. Wait, this transformation effect. Why does it look so familiar? Meanwhile, Bu Wan's appearance had indeed evolved to look more human. When the process finished, she appeared in the body of a young maiden. This left Chao Gu incredibly astonished. She really grew up. It seems that once she reaches 100%, Bu Wan really can become a great beauty. It wasn't over yet. He quickly looked at the remaining items. There are still 2 rewards left. This level of generosity is truly unimaginable. Killing people like the Demon Lord truly feels good. From now on, the Master must dispense justice on heaven's behalf, eliminate more scourges and benefit the common people. Chao Gu's arm extended immediately. Let's start with you, Heaven and Earth Spirit Awakening Talisman. Let me see what you can awaken for me. The Master. But the system suddenly issued a warning, startling him. Required usage level is level 91. Does that mean I absolutely have to reach level 91? To use this item? Chao Gu's curious gaze immediately fell upon the talisman. This Heaven and Earth Spirit Awakening Talisman. Just what kind of exaggerated existence is it? Relying on his rich imagination, he suddenly nodded and mumbled to himself. Could it be that after the Heaven and Earth Spirit Awakening, I will become a legendary deity? He then shook his head and pushed the talisman away. Just thinking out loud. Then I'll put you away for now. They'll take you out again when I level up to 91. Following the instruction issued by Chao Gu, the system quickly retrieved it, causing its form to vanish. As for Chao Gu, he excitedly lifted the small sphere in his hand. Only you remain. Come on, don't let me, the Master, down. Use the realm-breaking orb. Just as this command rang out, the sphere emitted a flame-like glow. The light illuminated everything around it. At the same time, 2 shadows formed behind Chao Gu. He himself quickly noticed them and turned around to look at them. The first shadow revealed the icy red of that path. He quickly recognized the place. That is the Killing Azura. When he turned towards the place shimmering with golden light, Chao Gu shouted in surprise again. This is the human immortal. At this moment, the system finally presented him with 2 options for breaking through the realm, including the realm of the Killing Azura and the human immortal. Chao Gu pondered inwardly, half doubting. Let's not mention the human immortal for now. But the realm of the Killing Azura can actually be broken through again. His thoughts began to flood in. Can realms truly be upgraded indefinitely? But there's no time to worry about that now. Ultimately, he decisively touched one of the secret realms. The Master, choose the human immortal now. The formation of the human immortal secret realm immediately activated, spreading out even wider, and the challenge began. Before Chao Gu's eyes, there was now a shimmering golden chasm, which was constantly spreading and expanding. His mood at this moment was also filled with anticipation. Human immortal, let me, the Master, see how you will break through the realm. Out of excitement he kept urging in his heart. Here it comes, here it comes. Is the divine domain about to open? But immediately after Chowga raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why did it stop?
Suddenly the system appeared and presented its requirements. Level and conditions for breaking through the secret realm. This sudden change left Luo Chowga bewildered.
The conditions for breaking through the secret realm have not been met.
It wasn't until he regained his senses
that he immediately grabbed the system panel and shook it violently.
You never said I needed 3 to break through. I'll fight you, the system requires. Just as Luo Chowga was still complaining about the system, something was slowly rising from the human immortal secret realm. He quickly noticed the movement over there. What is that meanwhile?
That thing had already transformed into a strongly built person, and called out to him Luo Chowga.
Luo Chowga immediately grew serious. Before responding to the person, who was calling me as for that immortal, he slowly introduced himself. I am an immortal. Hearing this he became even more confused. An immortal I haven't successfully broken through yet. How did you appear?
The immortal bent down closer to him and said,
Because I couldn't wait any longer. Luo Cheage's eyebrows arched slightly, full of curiosity. Couldn't wait.
Facing him, the man slowly explained.
No one in this world was originally able to awaken me. And you are the only exception.
These words made Luo Chowga frown displeased.
I have always been unique.
Despite this, the immortal just quietly stood up and continued.
You are unique, because you are not a person of this world.
This time he was stunned into silence.
He knows him, a transmigrator.
Then Luo Chowga hurriedly shouted. Explain yourself clearly.
However, the immortal's body gradually dissipated into a hazy mist. Once you awaken, you will know everything. Finally, he completely vanished,
leaving Luo Chowga alone facing the phantom. He gritted his teeth, suspicion growing in his heart.
What exactly is the background of this immortal? This anger also caused Luo Chowga in reality to suddenly wake up.
Finding himself in his familiar room,
he slowly calmed down. I'm back. Luo Chowga gently checked the person beside him, then smiled. Xin is still fast asleep.
Next he carefully sat up. I can't sleep.
I might as well give them the sword spirits first. I'll go to Dongli's place first. After making his decision, he left outside. The night was dark, and the sky was obscured. Dongli lay in her own room, the moonlight outside the window gently streaming in.
Her eyes were still tightly closed, and her steady breathing rose and fell.
In her dream, Dongli was engaged in a tense, decisive battle.
Sword light flashed as she wielded her blade, while secretly admonishing herself internally. I must be more diligent. I must work a bit harder
to become stronger.
Suddenly her master spoke up to remind her.
Someone has arrived outside.
You should go out first. This is your great fortune.
Dongli obeyed him and stopped,
but was also very surprised.
My fortune is outside. She quickly opened her eyes, still doubtful. What kind of fortune is it?
Just then someone knocked on her door.
Shao Lizi, wake up quickly, Gij needs to see you. Dongli instantly jumped up. Could it be the fortune Gij brought?
But what kind of fortune can Gij bring?
Nevertheless, she quickly opened the door and asked directly. Gij, did you bring me fortune? Luo Chowga hadn't expected this at all,
and felt extremely surprised.
How did you know after saying this?
She nervously and awkwardly waved her hands.
No, it's just that every time you come you bring good things. For me, right? Gij coming means good things are coming. This fixed impression
has already formed in my mind.
Exactly. Even so, Luo Cheage's gaze was still full of suspicion,
which made her so nervous that she broke out in a cold sweat.
I already promised Master in my dream that I absolutely cannot tell anyone else about him.
But he quickly dismissed his doubts and then took out
a jade green object. I won't make things difficult for you anymore.
This time Big Bro brought you 2 good things.
The first one. Chowga immediately activated this technique on the spot.
This technique is called the God Sealing Art Function Ju.
This is a cultivation secret art of the Descento Mortal level competitive tier.
Thus the God Sealing art was created.
As for Dongli,
she felt extremely confused by this power.
This what kind of secret technique is this? It actually causes such a celestial phenomenon. Chowga immediately curled his lips into a smile. There's nothing particularly special about this technique.
Only one thing: it can lead to the 9th realm.
Unlike him, Dongli's reaction seemed quite alarmed. C can lead to the 9th realm. Dongli held the secret art in her hands and said happily, "Then if I give this technique to Master, won't it help Master break through realms and extend his lifespan? Master won't have to die." Dongli giggled nonstop with delight. "This is great, Master is saved." Seeing her like this, Chaoga also showed a happy smile. Little lazy as for Dongli. She quickly prepared to close the door and said to her brother, "Thank you, big bro, for giving me this great opportunity. I need to use my spiritual tool to contact Master now. If there's nothing else, you can go back now." This ruthless attitude made Chaoga clutch his chest, feeling heartache. "Did you forget your brother just because you have Master now?" So Chaoga quickly called out to her, "Wait, stop right there, I still have one more good thing to give you." As soon as he finished speaking, Dongli's eyes lit up. "There's more. Hurry up and take it out, big bro." Her overly excited reaction made Chaoga even more incredulous. Little lazy. Why does big brother's heart ache so much? In the end, Chaoga just sighed. "Forget it, if I don't spoil my own sister, who will?" Spiritual sword intent rapidly emerged from the spiritual energy he created. Chaoga immediately smiled smugly. "See? This is the second good thing big bro brought for you." As for Dongli, she just looked over suspiciously. "What is that, just a gust of wind?" Then she said glumly to her brother, "This little trick that looks like a spiritual breeze is completely uninteresting." Her reaction made Chaoga frown. "You didn't see her?" Faced with this question, Dongli replied confusedly, "Does big bro really have something in his hand? But all I saw was a gust of wind." This made Chaoga fall into contemplation. It seems the sword spirit hasn't attached itself to the sword yet. So only I can see it. I remember when I fought Feng long back then. It was only after the little bird entered his ebony sword that he saw the little bird. Gradually he started getting excited and sneered. No wonder, even though he was holding a sword of the 8th realm at the time, he didn't stop the little bird from entering at all. So that's how it is in this world. Only I can see a sword spirit that hasn't attached itself to a sword. Meanwhile, Dongli thought worriedly, why is big bro suddenly laughing so arrogantly? Has his condition worsened again? After his moment of triumph, Chaoga suddenly requested, "It doesn't matter if you can't see her. Little lazy, summon your longevity sword. Big bro can make you see her right away." His tone and attitude made her tightly hug the sword. "Big bro, I only have this one destiny sword. If it gets damaged, it'll be completely gone." Chaoga immediately and confidently reassured her, the light in his hand growing stronger. "I know. Don't use that tone to doubt me." In the end, Dongli handed the sword over. But big brother's current appearance made it hard not to feel nervous. Just then her destiny sword shone brightly again. Dongli herself was very surprised as gusts of wind began to blow. In an instant, the longevity sword, a massive whirlwind, enveloped the space around her. Then it continued to change, transforming into a place of howling winds and unfathomable depths. Suddenly swept into it, Dongli cried out in alarm. "Where is this place? The spiritual energy flows with such grandeur." As soon as she finished speaking, the sword spirit's form gradually appeared before her eyes. Subsequently, that beautiful young girl Will. A terrifying pressure was generated in her hand. Following that, the sword spirit actively spoke up. "Host." Upon first meeting, Dongli was stunned into silence. The words she wanted to say immediately caught in her throat. As for the sword spirit, she continued to introduce herself to the other party. "I am your sword spirit." Only then did she quickly blurt out, "The sword spirit's aura is truly noble." Isn't the quality of this sword spirit precisely the legendary extremely rare earthgrade? Just as she was surprised, the sword spirit suddenly flew closer. "From this day forth, in this life I shall live and die with you. Please, master, give me a name." While Dongli was meeting with her, her external body was glittering brightly. Not only that, the space, the surroundings were constantly being pulled into the vortex of wind they generated. Chaoga merely observed calmly and secretly smiled. So the sword spirit fusion can also create phenomena, as expected of an Scrade sword spirit. Luckily, Xializi has already set up quite a few formations within the Mo sect. Otherwise, a few buildings would have been sliced away today. Just then, Dongli had also decided on a name. From now on, immediately after she swung out an extremely graceful flash of sword light, Your name shall be Changsheng. Dongli's sword immediately responded. Thank you, master, for bestowing this name. The fusion process concluded. Dongli excitedly landed on the ground and shouted, brother. Sure enough, you've given me something else, a sword spirit. With undisguised curiosity, she happily asked her brother, this is an earth-grade sword spirit, right? Chaoga meanwhile displayed a proud expression. Xializi, your guess is too conservative. It's not earth-grade but heaven-grade. Hearing this, Dongli's hands began to tremble involuntarily. A heaven-grade sword spirit. Is this the sword spirit that, over the past 10,000 years, only appeared occasionally in the lineage of the Black Bamboo Forest Sword Sect? Contrary to her reaction, Chaoga merely winked playfully. That's right, this level of surprise is much more fitting. He happily watched her awkward state, thinking to himself, since the sword spirit has been awakened, how can we not test its power? Chaoga's gaze suddenly shifted elsewhere. Relying on his divine sense skill, he used his divine sense to probe the surrounding area. Soon, he discovered an evil cultivator whose face was covered. Not only that, he also saw a giant snake. Found him, this old man sure puts on a good act. Since the target was confirmed, Chaoga grinned inwardly. Since you like putting on airs, I'll choose you then. Following that, he pulled Dongli's hand, signaling her to follow him. Xializi, follow your elder brother. Let's go catch that demon cultivator and test the power of this sword spirit. Now an extremely bizarre sacrificial scene. A group of villagers were kneeling below, bowing subserviently. A blood-red moon. It illuminated two people who were hanging above. Just then the village chief began to speak. Aching Aniu. Today is the day we worship the snake god. It is your turn this year. You are sacrificing yourselves for the village. We will remember you forever. The two people hanging were already blindfolded and gagged. Only low groans could be heard. The village chief continued to signal. Aching and Aniu are righteous heroes, bow. He and the villagers kowtowed together. At this moment a young man suddenly shouted, Village chief, why must we worship this useless snake god? It neither protects us, nor does it stop demanding a pair of male and female sacrifices every year. Why? His words incited another group of people. They stood up together. We refuse. No. Like Ahan, we also refuse. The village chief countered with a complicated expression. You refuse. Then can you kill the snake god? The momentum they had earlier immediately vanished into thin air. He sighed and said, I know you and Aching have already pledged yourselves to each other. But today is the day for that girl's family to offer a sacrifice. You want to save that girl. But if the snake god unleashes its wrath, who can save this village? Do you truly wish to endanger the entire village? Just for the sake of one person? Question like this suddenly. His hands clenched tightly, his face filled with frustration. The village chief continued to approach Ahan and spoke again. I know that in your families, everyone has had a relative sacrificed. But when the snake god arrives, can any of you stop it? In fact, he wasn't the only one feeling sadness. However, a suggestion was then made. We can go ring the bell of the common folk and beg for the help of the cultivator masters. The village chief responded with a cold laugh. Which year haven't we rung it? Either those who came were scared witless by the snake god, or they were swallowed whole by the snake god. Those cultivators are completely unreliable. But Ahan showed no intention of giving up. I heard that Imomen 300 li away answers all requests. Maybe Imomen can help us. He replied dismissively. Imomen is 300 li away. Our small village Xiaminkan has long been outside their jurisdiction. If they interfere in our matters, wouldn't that mean they are tearing up relations with the Yijian men on our side? Cultivators are people too, they have their own rules. This is the fate of our village. Ahan stopped struggling. Unexpectedly to Ahan, these words of advice were falling on deaf ears. No, we won't. Even if it means death, we must fight the snake god. If the snake god wants to eat, it will only be eating us. Even if we die, we must protect younger sister Aching. The sky was blood red. A procession was moving. Sitting atop a giant python, the leading figure spoke grimly. Whose turn is it to provide the sacrifice tonight? Someone immediately replied. Reporting to master, it is Xiaminkan's turn for the sacrifice. He frowned, his dissatisfaction clearly evident. The people of Xiaminkan are just farmers. Their skin is rough and chewy. I prefer more tender cuts. The ones with rough skin and flesh will be your reward. The figures responded in unison. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master, for the meat. Many thanks, Master. Master Xiaminkin is just ahead. The villagers simultaneously felt panic. The snake god is here, look over there. The silhouette of the giant python emerged from the mist. The village chief quickly knelt down, signaling everyone not to look. Quickly lower your heads, everyone, lower your heads. The group continued to approach the sacrifices. The giant python viciously opened its mouth. The person riding it observed, thinking to himself, these are ordinary people, with no spiritual roots, no cultivation, only fit to become this venerable one's food. This venerable one's lifespan is nearly 200 years. I am long since different from these fellows who only live for a few decades. Next, the figures of Aching and Anio entered his sight. Lu Xiao began sizing her up. Aching's body was thus exposed before his eyes. He licked his lips and muttered to himself, this time the girl is even fresher and more tender than before. Just then Ahan suddenly stood up and shouted, brothers, stand up, kill it. We don't need to sacrifice our relatives and flesh and blood every year anymore. Brothers. All those people turned pale with fright. Lu Xiao looked askance and spoke grimly. It seems there is only you. Seize him, he will suffer a painful demise that you all shall witness. The subordinates immediately swarmed forward. Yes, Master. Ahan bravely raised his weapon. I am not afraid of you. He prepared to face Lu Xiao and his gang. Unexpectedly, he was knocked flying with just one move. He was even immediately pinned to the ground. A subordinate exclaimed, mouth wide open, ridiculous. What right does a mere mortal have to resist? Ahan was thus on the verge of death. Mo men 300 li away. 300 li away, though the common people here truly no longer need to suffer the oppression of these monsters. That person announced loudly, let this immortal destroy you. I didn't expect the ancestor to have already beaten Ahan until he was doubled over. Lu Chaoga interjected. Evil creature, stop. His strike startled the boy. Two figures appeared in the air, making Ahan think, are they immortals? Donli and Lu Chaoga appeared together, looking down and commenting, what a show indeed. Seeing this, Lu Xiao immediately frowned and questioned, which fellow Taoist is making trouble for me? Do you know that I am from the Zilin mansion? However, Ahan had already looked towards them, shouting, please immortals, save the common people of this village. These demonic cultivators want to eat people every year. We beg you, immortals, save us. His actions immediately enraged that man. Kill him, shut up. Not giving this guy any chance. Several streaks of swordlight were already unleashed. The one who struck was Dongli. What is the Zilin mansion anyway? I thought you were from the ZUS society. Remember this. My brother is Lu Chaoga, who was famous throughout Tianxian. His sister's boldness made Lu Chaoga proud. He said, you said it perfectly. Your brother loves hearing that, say more. Dongli herself was equally thrilled. So being someone's backing is such a satisfying thing? Lu Xiao grew increasingly irritated. I can choose not to pursue the crime of slaying my disciple. Come down right now, kowtow to me and admit your mistake. Then this matter can be dropped. These two fellows possess extraordinary methods. It's better to avoid unnecessary conflict. The words he used were again mocked by Lu Chaoga. Kowtow. It has certainly been a long time since I heard anyone dare say such a thing to me. Dongli immediately shouted loudly, how dare you? Anyone who dares disrespect my brother deserves death. Her sword, energy thick and overlapping, swirled into a storm, striking directly at Lu Xiao and the others. No, he was carefully observing these few mysterious sword moves. Xiao Liz's sword energy, enhanced by the sword spirit, can harness the power of heaven and earth. It's just that this girl getting angry on his behalf made him find her even cuter. From that turbulent, chaotic flow, the phantom of a giant serpent appeared. Lu Xiao secretly thought, since you killed someone from my Zilin mansion, you will certainly pay a heavy price. Once my blazing venom serpent soul and serpent body soul snatch are deployed and internally corrosive, even great cultivators are guaranteed to die. It was only then that Dongli realized, a sneak attack is coming for me, a move targeting the divine soul. Her sword glowed immediately. Dongli herself was surprised. Chang, this is. Subsequently, dozens of attacks flew towards them, but the person quickly exclaimed in surprise, what is going on? Why is this happening? Dongli looked at her sword with surprised affection. Changshang has a sword spirit. It can actually protect its master automatically. Lu Chaoga merely smiled faintly from the side. Excellent, worthy of Ensrank's sword spirit. The villagers below knelt and bowed, saying, "Thank you, esteemed cultivators, for saving us. Thank you, esteemed cultivators, for rescuing us." Zhang Ernius said, "When I go home I will surely establish memorial tablets for the two of you, and offer worship day and night." Their attitude made Dongli very happy. She said, "Brother, although this time we have made an enemy of the demonic cultivation organization, Zilin Mansion, seeing them so happy makes it worthwhile since we've already tested Changsheng's power. Shouldn't we head home now?" Unexpectedly he refused the suggestion. "That won't do," she briefly asked, puzzled why. Lu Chaoga softly explained, "Since we've gotten involved we must see it through. If we don't eradicate the Zilin Mansion, and teach a lesson to the Yi Sword sect which has been useless here, then that wouldn't be Lu Chaoga's style." His sister responded with wide round eyes. "The Yi Sword sect is easy to find, but demonic cultivators always hide very deeply. Where should we look for the Zilin Mansion?" At this moment Lu Chaoga was casting a formation. While replying, "Someone will tell us themselves." From within the ruins a figure emerged. De Zilin Fu. The survivor quickly reported, "Master Martial Uncle Lu Xiao is dead." The first master of Zilin Fu was astonished. He even stood up. "What did you say? How is that possible?" Zi Wang, the first master of Zilin Fu, said, "Your martial uncle Lu Xiao has been cultivating for over 200 years. He is a peak 4th realm cultivator. How could he suddenly be dead?" The man clasped his hands and reported, "This disciple saw it with my own eyes. Martial uncle Lu Xiao was killed by a pair of male and female cultivators." Silence instantly filled the space. Xinyun, the third master of Zilin Fu, frowned and spoke, "Nonsense. Within 100 miles radius, there is only one cultivation sect nearby, and that is Yi Jianmen. They formed an alliance with our Zilin Fu long ago. It's impossible for them to harm my second brother." Then a woman's voice came, "Third brother, don't forget that powerful cultivators can fly tens of thousands of miles in a day. Although Qingzhou is vast, it is reasonable for one or two passers-by to occasionally pass through." He Feng, the fourth master of Zilin Fu, said, "It's a shame second brother was too reckless, and just happened to run into them." Just then Zi Wang muttered quietly, "Did second brother die for nothing just like that? We can't defeat powerful cultivators. In that case we should punish the nearby villages to vent our anger first." The subordinates bowed one after another. "First brother is brilliant. First brother is brilliant. Master is brilliant. Mansion Lord is brilliant. Mansion Lord is brilliant." They had no idea that the brother and sister pair had already arrived. "The smell of demon cultivators is so intense. Zilin Fu is indeed here." Dongli quietly asked her brother, "Should we go down and kill them now?" However, her brother answered calmly, "Why go down?" Checking the aura, "There is only one fellow here who is merely at the initial 5th realm." His hand began to manipulate the power of the water tides. A massive sword edge struck directly downwards, launching an attack. "There's no need to waste time. One strike from your brother is enough." A gigantic sword condensed from the power of the water tides. Dongli exclaimed, as it left a massive crater on the ground, "Brother, you are actually able to master the celestial tidal force with such exquisite skill." However, her brother only smiled faintly and replied, "If I renown throughout Tian Shen didn't possess this little bit of skill, that simply wouldn't do." At this moment she suggested, "Brother, follow me down and completely wipe out those demon cultivators. We absolutely cannot let a single one escape, not even one." Her brother gently replied, "There's no need. Nothing is alive down there anymore." Dongli made a confused huh sound. Her brother continued to explain, "In this entire Zilin Fu, there were a total of 326 demon cultivators, and 423 serpent-like strange beasts. Right now all of their souls are gathered right here." Hearing this, Dongli couldn't help but become cautious. All right. Then let's head to Yi Jianmen next," she thought, "although I really want to go down and confirm it. If I go against brother's wishes now, he will be very sad, won't he? He'll just secretly go check later." However, her brother stopped her. "You don't need to go to Yi Jianmen. A mere lower hundred sect isn't worthy of both of us going there together."
This contemptuous attitude made Dong Li secretly evaluate.
That sounds way too arrogant, doesn't it?
Are we Momen not considered a lower 100 sect ourselves?
Her brother directly used the voice transmission technique. Sect Master of Yi Jianmen. Swiftly come forward and pay your respects to this seat. Sect Master of Yi Jianmen. Swiftly come forward and pay your respects to this seat. Sect Master of Yi Jianmen. Swiftly come forward and pay your respects to this seat. Sect Master of Yi Jianmen. Swiftly come forward and pay your respects to this seat.
Before his own disciple could report, the person being summoned anxiously walked out. There's no need to report.
This seat has already heard it.
The other disciples were already making a commotion in the courtyard. Sect Master, that summoning voice contains such abundant spiritual energy.
We disciples have never witnessed anything like it. Yes, I'm afraid someone of the Sword Sect Deacon level, or perhaps even Elder level, has arrived. Someone from the Sword Sect has arrived.
It must be because they saw my successful protection of this entire region.
It must be good news. Let's hurry over there. Don't keep the senior waiting. Dong Li asked curiously.
Brother, if you shout like that,
will the sect leader of the Yejian sect actually come? Although the Yejian sect is one of the lower 100 sects, it still ranks among the top 30 in the lower 100 sects.
Unlike our Momen sect, which is at the bottom, his demeanor remained calm.
He will come, and he definitely will. Soon a group of people appeared opposite them. Leading them was the sect leader Yi Fei, this junior. Yi Fei, the sect leader of the Yejian sect. Yi Fei was unaware of senior's presence and failed to greet you from afar. Unable to welcome you.
I hope senior won't take offense.
This scene made Dong Li show surprise. They actually came. Brother truly knows everything. Yi Fei began to size him up. These are not the robes of the Jianzong sect. I've seen these robes at the General Assembly before. They belong to a sect under the Jianzong. Which sect do these robes belong to? Why can't I remember it at all? Just then someone behind him whispered a reminder. It's Lu Chaoga of the Momen sect, the one rumored to be. Meeting Chaoga ruins one's life. Seeing him today, he truly possesses a world-shattering appearance. As soon as this name was mentioned, Yi Fei's attitude immediately changed. Momen sect, the one ranked dead last among the lower 100 sects. Chaoga retorted without ceremony.
Otherwise, which other Momen sect could it be? Yi Fei started pointing and shouting at him.
Mo Min, you little brat, how dare you call me out so arrogantly? You truly have enormous nerve. I'm going to report you to the Jianzong sect and denounce you for showing no respect for your elders.
However, he merely retorted coldly.
I am also a sect leader. And you are also a sect leader. So who exactly is the elder? He insisted. Naturally. The powerful one, the one with strength, is the elder.
At this moment the disciples behind him hurriedly held back their sect leader.
Yi Fei shouted furiously, I am lecturing this junior. Why are you holding me back? The female disciple began to speak quietly. Sect leader, you dislike listening to insignificant matters. So you don't keep up with the current Tianxian realm. But recently Lu Chaoga has become famous in the Tianxian realm,
and has accomplished quite a few major things. Stroking his goatee, he sneered based on him. What major things could he possibly have accomplished?
He's just a callow youth.
She continued to explain.
It was he who eliminated
Lord Zhouzhang, who was
frequently mentioned by the demon cultivators. Recently he also killed the demon Lord Danqing, the figure worshipped like a deity by the demon cultivators. Hearing these two resounding names, Yi Fei revealed his astonishment without reservation. His face turned pale. Zhouzhang and demon Lord Danqing. Those are figures that even the great prefect of the Zilin prefecture can only admire and respect, and they were dealt with by this nameless Momen brat. Immediately after, he hastily turned around, looking at Chaoga and Dong Li, the brother and sister, and secretly commented, these two Momen youngsters can both fly through the air. This proves they are at least great practitioners. Plus that summoning call earlier. This person should not be underestimated. This junior was blind and ignorant, failing to recognize a great master Momen sect leader having graced us with your presence. Why not come sit down at my Yejian sect for a while, and allow me to be a proper host? Chaoga still replied coldly. There is no need for that. I want to ask you one thing. Just answer truthfully. He quickly fawned. Yes, yes, yes. Please ask whatever you like, I will certainly answer truthfully. And never lie. If I speak a single lie, may the heavens strike me down. Stop wasting time. He got straight to the point. Yi Jianmen. Have you been colluding with the demon cultivators of Xilin Mansion? This question startled everyone. Thighs matter. That agreement. Xilin Mansion and I have always maintained clear boundaries. Could he already know? Before he could answer, Chowga threatened him in a cold voice. If you dare speak a single falsehood, I will inflict severe punishment upon you, and ensure your secrets are revealed. Dozens of swords began to surround them, ready to attack at any moment. Sect Leader. Yi Jianmen was now sweating profusely. Xilin Mansion is powerful, and my Yi Jianmen is weak. We simply cannot stand against them. I was helpless and could only sign an agreement with them. As long as they don't cause major trouble. Even if they consume a few ordinary people, I won't interfere. This is the best way to maintain stability in this region. He dared not speak carelessly and could only bow his head. Before Chowga, Momin Sect Leader stopped joking. My Yi Jianmen belongs to the orthodox sword cultivators. How could we collude with the demon cultivators of Xilin Mansion? Deep down he remained very confident. As long as I keep silent. Unless someone from Xilin Mansion is here, nobody will know our secret. This guy must have heard some rumors, and is afraid to provoke Xilin Mansion. So he came here to vent his frustration on me. After all, demon cultivators are always stronger than ordinary cultivators. And Xilin Mansion not only has 3 peak 4th realm demon cultivators, but also 1 great 5th realm demon cultivator. The people of Momin are nothing more than a bunch of opportunistic sycophants. That's all. However, Chowga had already seen through him and merely replied coldly. I didn't expect you to lie the moment you opened your mouth. Since that is the case, you need not live anymore. Sect Leader. Yi Jianmen still refused to admit his mistake, arguing defiantly. When did I lie? Momin Sect Leader, don't slander others. If you claim I lied, then present the evidence. Shamelessly he pointed forward, shouting, harming fellow disciples is a serious crime. If you dare kill me, the sword sect will absolutely not spare you. The next second, the Yi Jianmen Sect Leader froze. Then I shall give you a quick end. He stretched out his hand, forming a halo of light, and asked, Look, whose soul is this? The Yi Jianmen Sect Leader was stunned speechless upon seeing it. That's the soul of the Xilin Mansion's chief. He simply couldn't believe it. You actually managed to kill him. The Sect Leader was too shocked to speak at this moment. He actually went to Xilin Mansion first. Doesn't that mean the whole arrangement between me and Xilin Mansion has been completely exposed to him? The next second, Chowga suddenly turned to the woman. That auntie. Hearing herself called auntie made her feel deeply wronged. Although I am no longer young, being called auntie by a peerlessly handsome man like Lu Chowga made my heart ache, as if stabbed by needles. Chowga didn't beat around the bush. He asked coldly and directly. According to the laws of the sword sect, how should those who collude with demon cultivators to commit evil be dealt with? The woman bowed and said in a trembling voice, Immediate execution, destruction of the soul, and eternal separation from the cycle of reincarnation. He completely agreed with her proposal and took action. A very good answer. Since that is the case, we shall slay the physical body and destroy the soul, ensuring he never enters the cycle of reincarnation. The Sect Leader did not wait for death but fought back. So what if you are powerful? I only resorted to this desperate measure to protect the peace of this region. If you were in my position, you would probably make the same choice as me. A powerful surge of energy was released from his hand, blocking Cheage's attack. However, he was no match for Chowga. He quickly spat blood. He was free falling downwards, but something supported him. The sect master struggled to get up, then asked, Why didn't you stab me? It seems you have understood my intention. Chowga didn't want the sect master to misunderstand, so he explained. No, I just wanted you to understand one thing. Those demon cultivators wanted to murder the common people. Didn't you feel pain? That's why you didn't draw your sword. But I intended to kill you, and you felt agony. You know you are no match for me, but you still dare to draw your sword. Therefore the cause of your pain wasn't the strength of the demon cultivators, but your selfishness. Hearing this, the sect master panicked. Before he could finish, Chaga interrupted him. Loving to make excuses is also a form of selfishness. The two of them witnessed this scene and were stunned. The next second, Chaga spoke up again to remind them. Both of you return and reorganize Yijianmen. If I ever hear again that you lack the integrity of a sword cultivator, then there will be no need to keep your Yijianmen. Both of them immediately complied. We respectfully heed Sect Master Lu's teachings. Chaoga then said to Dongli. I'm going to see Aunt Ning to report tonight's events. Xiao Lizi, you should go back to sleep first. Dongli stood silently aside, feeling somewhat confused. Do I really need to go check if there are any survivors left at Zilanfu? She then dismissed the idea and left with a smile. I'll reluctantly trust older brother this time. Ninging and Aping were extremely surprised by Cheaja's performance. This can truly be called a wonder of the world. Chaoga, you actually possess such miraculous abilities. As expected of my Chaoga, full of skills. Even I, your aunt, cannot comprehend you. Hearing this, he smiled lightly and then said, You're being too modest, Aunt Ning, the sword spirit you received is only high-grade profound here. But it is extremely compatible with what Aunt Ning practices. If used properly, it will surely be very powerful. Aunt Chu's sword spirit is low-grade earth tier. But it is not offensive. Aunt Chu must first understand its capabilities. Afterward, Ninging also showed him something. This sword spirit truly aligns perfectly with the artifact refinement techniques I study. It will be of immense help to my artifact refinement work in the future. Aping looked at the sword in front of her and asked doubtfully, My sword spirit is indeed charming, just like me. But what is the use of its power? To conceal its presence. A thought suddenly occurred to her. Why don't I test it out while Chaoga is here? Aping slowly walked towards Chaoga. She revealed her gentle face and captivating figure. Chaoga, can you see your sister who is improperly dressed? Chaoga immediately closed his eyes in avoidance. How impolite. Although I understand the mirror demon's ability. If it fails, then I will. Suddenly Chaoga noticed something else. He felt something was missing again. Why are there only clothes? Where did Senior Marshal Sister Chu go? Ninging couldn't hide her curiosity and asked. It seems even my divine sense cannot detect Senior Marshal Sister Chu's presence. Chaoga, what exactly is the ability of the sword spirit you gave her? Chaoga then speculated. She might have used the 1,000 transformations technique to conceal her presence. If I haven't guessed wrong, Senior Marshal Sister Chu is still in the inner layer right now. Suddenly he abruptly noticed something. Something just gently brushed past my chest. It's still moving downward. It feels like the touch of a hand. Ninging suddenly became frantic. It must be her. Stop her quickly. Don't let her do anything outrageous and bring shame upon me too. However, Chaoga was not fast enough. Oh no, I didn't catch her. At this moment she burst into laughter, mocking Chaoga. Chaoga, the sword spirit you gave Sister Erin. That's truly impressive. I must reward you properly today. Hearing this, he nervously looked around. This was the first time he had been teased by a woman to this extent. If the naked eye cannot see it, then try using the sword heart. Let's see if I can perceive the divine soul. The soul-slaying sword heart actually has this effect. After seeing her clearly manifest, he felt extremely surprised. Is Aunt Chu serious? Chaoga immediately announced. Martial Uncle Ning Chu is here now. Aping struggled at this moment. What a pity. I was just that close. What, just that close? Chaoga looked outside and sighed. Martial Uncle Ning Chu, I leave this to you. Your disciple takes his leave. As he walked out of that place, he still felt dread in his heart. That was too dangerous. I nearly lost my innocence. Get out quickly. Sure enough, any place Martial Uncle Chu is present spells trouble. Ingyue, at this moment, closely resembled that highly charming Saint Master. Just like when I was behind the Chuanxiu mountain. She once said that once I reached the 7th realm I should find her. Now I have reached the 7th realm. Perhaps I should include this matter in my itinerary. Everyone had gathered by this time. Esteemed masters, we have imposed upon you for many days. Yue must return to the sect quickly to cultivate. In preparation for the great catastrophe, she said with a smile. Since witnessing Cheaja's exceptional talent, fellow Taoist, you have made Bailu Also have to take cultivation seriously. My injuries have healed by 70 or 80%. It is time to say goodbye and return to the sect. Chao also happily returned the farewell. Everyone, please take your leave. I apologize, I won't see you off far. In the future when Tianqian faces danger, you will certainly shine brightly. Under my guidance. Hearing this, everyone froze. This phrase looking across the entirety of Tianqian. Only he was qualified to tell others to take their leave. After the gathering ended, everyone went their separate ways. Chao then looked at Tianqian. His eyes filled with doubt. Everyone has to go back. Tianqian, what about you? Is this girl planning to stay here? She then answered Chao sheepishly. Martial uncle, do you still remember the agreement with my master? Now looking at your cultivation realm, it appears to be the 7th realm. How about traveling with me? Upon hearing this, Dongli couldn't help but ask curiously. Brother, do you still have an agreement with the Saint Master? Chao pondered, looking at Tanyan. The item the Saint Master wants to give me. I'm afraid it forebodes trouble. Tianqian had no intention of lingering further. She pointed and said, if martial uncle has other plans, then I shall return first. Tanyan suddenly spoke. He will go. He will go with you. Dongli was immediately surprised why his sister Tanyan answering for him. She gently held Cheage's hand and said, you should accompany this child. The great catastrophe of Tianqian is approaching. You must consider the greater good and the common people, and not be constrained by personal romantic attachments. Chao immediately assured her. All right, then I will go and return quickly. Tanyan Mimi. Tanyan tightly held his hand and placed it over her heart. You don't need to say anything. I know your heart belongs to me. At this moment the sky high above was deep and blue. Just then Chao was suspended in the air along with Tianqian. She suddenly spoke. Martial Uncle Tan is truly generous. He immediately countered. Oh, why do you say that? Tianqian explained sheepishly. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't agree. After all, that is Martial Uncle Lu. After all, that is Martial Uncle Lu, the most beautiful in Tianqian. After all, that is Martial Uncle Lu, who captures the hearts of all women in Tianqian. Chao merely chuckled upon hearing this and then said, therefore that is the difference between you and her. The scene shifts to another location. At this moment he was constantly spitting blood. Stop pretending to be dead. How could you possibly die? After all, every step of mine is perfectly controlled. Just so you can endure all the suffering. But he couldn't die. He struggled to lift his head. Why are you helping him? Struggling to look up, you clearly know. He is not Li Suifeng. She drew closer to him. Lu Ruyan, one of Li Sufeng's 3 corpses. I am different from you. My path is the same as the current Li Sufeng's. Your sect leader Lu seems to have already left Qingzhou. You should go stop him first. He gasped weakly. Sect leader Lu is not someone you guys can defeat. As soon as he said this, he was immediately contradicted. Lu Ruyan said, stroking her staff. Of course I know. I'm not stupid enough to try and kill Lu Chaoga myself. I just need to stall for a little time. She had already prepared everything. Lu Ruyan revealed a sly smile. Those previous sword venerables who were sealed away by Zhou Zhang, the 5th generation sword venerable Zhengla, is about to awaken. His ability is so interesting. When that happens, I fear there will be bloodshed across the land again. Won't there be? Right at this moment, Lu Chaoga remained suspended in the clear sky. He gazed into the distance, lost in thought. He remembered the last time when snow filled the sky, and he slew a moon-eat snow wolf. The Wolf King in the snow. That was the boss for the Northern Continent main quest. Wait, the Northern Continent main quest. How far has it progressed now? I killed that boss back then. I should have gotten contribution points right. Right, why? Have I never received the reward? Northern Continent main quest. The notification panel finally popped up. After reading it, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but feel indignant. This damn system is still holding back my reward. Give it to me quickly. Only after his torment did it finally yield the reward. The reward is somewhat acceptable. 10 million points of experience. To say it's a lot now isn't true. But to say it's little, then yes, it's definitely too little. But ultimately, this was only the first 10% of the contribution points. If he catches a few main quest bosses now, the rewards will certainly be much more generous. At this moment, Shanqian looked at him with an inquiring gaze. Uncle Lu, we've been traveling for a long time. Do we need to rest and grab a bite to eat?
Upon hearing this he felt a little confused. But once a cultivator enters the fourth realm, they no longer need to consume mortal food. Moreover, they had only been flying for a few days. Given Qianqian's capabilities, why would she need rest? Perhaps there's a nice town nearby. That has amplified her desire to spend money.
Since Qianqian has spoken up, Lu Chaoga has no reason to refuse. In that case, let's go down and take a break. Since she wants to go down, then it's not impossible.
He'll treat it as a chance for him as her senior marshal, uncle, to indulge her this once. What's more, as the son of Tianqian like myself, perhaps on this trip, he might run into a few Northern Continent main quest bosses. Might as well grab some rewards while he's at it.
Hearing this, Qianqian was extremely happy. Thank you, Uncle Lu.
This is great.
I heard this little town right ahead is wonderful.
I finally have a chance to experience it myself this time.
Faced with her enthusiastic reaction, he could confirm again. She really did just want to spend money. Qianqian then secretly glanced at him. She didn't know why,
but she just wanted to stay by Uncle Cheage's side a little longer.
Even if it was just for a moment. A young girl's feelings are always so hidden, shy, carrying a hint of bittersweetness. Qianqian.
A month later, she also had the opportunity to wander around below.
This color is so pretty, I like this one too.
The seller of cosmetics was also praising her profusely at this time.
This color suits me too. Miss, you are so beautiful. Any color you wear will look lovely. But right at this moment, Lu Chaoga was looking at the falling blossoms. The girl standing nearby couldn't help but be captivated by his looks. This man is truly too handsome. His appearance is practically that of an immortal from heaven. If my husband looked like this,
then my trip to this world would not have been in vain.
Just looking at his face, my legs feel weak already. What should I do? Everything was proceeding extremely calmly, without any disturbance. Chaoga
felt a sense of inner purity at this moment.
This is indeed a place of tranquility, devoid of any demonic aura within a 10-mile radius.
The girls were whispering, but in front of a powerhouse at the Grandmaster level. Everything was heard clearly. Sister advises you.
Since your husband is so handsome,
you must hold on to him tightly.
You must keep him busy every day.
Otherwise he will sooner or later be stolen by those vixens who like to steal other people's husbands.
Meanwhile, Chaoga couldn't help but feel bewildered by their conversation. These superficial women. What nonsense are you talking about? After buying the things she liked, Qianqian cheerfully ran back. I bought all of these things.
The silver is already on the counter, big sister.
The girl looked at her retreating figure and couldn't help but envy
this little girl's technique for controlling her husband.
I still have much to learn. I'm so jealous.
If my man were this handsome, I definitely wouldn't let him show his face
in public. Only I would enjoy him every day all alone.
As they walked, Chaoga asked,
"Where to next?" Qianqian suddenly recalled and said, "To the Zuweixian Lu. Their crispy roast duck is very famous there. This little girl is truly too simple."
He then indulged her wish and brought her here.
Now placed before them was the establishment's signature roast duck. This is truly a marvelous little town, without demonic energy, stable and peaceful. What is its name? In response to his confusion, Qianqian explained, replying to Uncle Master Chaoga, "Its name is Chuanyi City,
because a great cultivator who originated from Chuanqiushan
once came from here.
That great cultivator has always looked after this place, which is why it has its current prosperous appearance. The tranquility of Chuanyi City is also famous far and wide,
spreading across the entire Beizhou. We all know that." Hearing this, Chaoga was greatly surprised. Chuanyi City, it's actually this place.
In my previous life I was a player in Beizhou,
and in the storyline this was a city that was destroyed. In the system's description of the plot background in the previous life,
the entire city had over 97,000 people, all of whom died in that disaster.
Even the city was destroyed, turned into ruins. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? The aura of this great demon cultivator is likely from the Huangquan Hui. Hearing him say this, Qianqian seemed unconvinced. "Uncle Master Lu, how can there be a demon cultivator? Why didn't I smell anything?" Suddenly, in the next second, Chaoga abruptly stood up.
Ahead 30 miles from here. They are rapidly approaching this way. Follow me, let's go defeat them. Don't let them destroy Chuani City. Before Qianqian could react, he had vanished into the air. She then stood up in astonishment. 30 miles away. Uncle Master Lu's divine sense strength has actually become this powerful. This is truly shocking. To think I once wanted to challenge Uncle Master. Now he has left me far behind. Uncle Master Lu, wait for me. I left the silver on the table, keep the change. The camera switches to another location in the air. The old man was riding his demonic beast. Ahead is Chuani City, renowned in Beizhou. That Lu Chaoga is resting here. As long as I lure him out and stall for time, this old man will have completed his mission. This old man is at least a prominent figure. A general of the Huangquan sect is actually being ordered around and bossed about by a mere young woman. I truly wonder what the king of our Huangquan sect is thinking. Forget it, he'll take care of those people first. Let's start with that man. You're the toughest opponent, you go first. Hearing this, everyone trembled with fear. Subsequently, the old man unhesitatingly revealed his greedy expression. Quiet down, it will be your turn soon. He decided this matter had to be resolved today. Suddenly a loud shout came from afar. Laosan. Immediately afterward, an overwhelmingly powerful slash was unleashed. In just an instant, his demonic beast was utterly annihilated. Those victims have already been rescued by Lu Chaoga. He floated midair and spoke with a serious expression. As expected of a demonic cultivator at the great perfection stage of the 6th realm. Although I just casually struck a blow just now, the fact that you managed to dodge it shows you have some skill, but with the next strike, you won't be so lucky. Seeing they were rescued, the crowd was overjoyed. Is that a cultivator, master? We are saved. Laosan immediately retorted, you are Lu Chaoga. You don't look like anything special. Someone as handsome as you. Judging by your rate of advancement, it's clear that you must have become the lover of some powerful figure to achieve this. Right? He laughed loudly and asked, who is it you serve? Is it the sacred master of Chunqiashan, or the underworld judge of Shanweishan? Or perhaps that bald donkey from the Buddhist sect? In the end, in order to become strong, people like you will resort to any means necessary. Lu Chaoga still spoke calmly. Are you trying to provoke me? Your plan has failed. Suddenly a warning shout came from afar. Laosan, run. That fellow didn't fall for it, he was immediately blasted into the air. Laosan furiously etched this into his memory. I will remember you for the rest of my life. Once I escape, I will exact a terrible price upon the world in your name. But they couldn't let him get away so easily. Qianqian immediately appeared and attacked Laosan. Demon, don't even think about running. How dare you? Look down on me. Blocked. He had no choice but to counterattack. A mere 5th realm cultivator dares to attack this old man. Are you worthy his stream of qi? Collided with her lightning energy. Qianqian couldn't help but be surprised. What is the deal with this old man? How is he so powerful? I saw that Uncle Chaoga dealt with him quite easily. At this moment, Lu Chaoga interjected from above. Fighting across realms requires the determination to fight to the death. Pei Qianqian, you are a disciple of the sacred master. Can't you even capture a demonic cultivator of this level? Qianqian activated her battle armor state upon hearing this. Of course I can, Pei Qianqian. I must not tarnish my master's reputation, and absolutely must not lose face in front of Uncle Chaoga. At this, Laosan merely sneered. Do you intend to use this old man to give your junior some practice? If that's the case, I will make you painfully lose this junior. A dense demonic formation immediately appeared. Demonic art, violet flame, demonic net. A dazzling light shot straight into the sky. Chuanqiu 3-month slash. The light expanded more and more. Divine firmament, world-shaking absolute technique. That powerful light permeated the entire area. Qianqian held the spear in her hand and then fiercely slashed down. Break. Lu Chaoga quickly recognized. This was Chunqiashan's highest level secret technique. Even when he was a level 50 disciple back then, he hadn't managed to learn the true teaching, as expected of the sacred master's disciple. Her starting point is the finish line for ordinary people. And among the 3 absolute secret techniques, this move is centered around breakthrough. As long as the intent is strong enough, it can shatter metal and stone, a pillar of light.
descended with immense power. Lao San immediately became frantic. What is going on? Why can this fellow break my demonic net when she is only in the 5th realm? That scoundrel. Could it be another heavenly talent from some sect? He is currently facing that astonishing, earth-shattering radiance which she unleashed. Old 3 was immediately stunned. Why are there so many heavenly talents in this world? I haven't even dealt with one Lu Chaoga yet, and now I run into 2 more at the same time. Before he could figure out what was happening, Qianqian had already charged forward. Remember this, the one killing you is Pei Qianqian of Chunqiashan. Chaoga observed from a distance, feeling very satisfied. This time Qianqian is fighting the demon to the death. And Lu Jing will also reap huge benefits. This lord might seem like I am just sending the 4 main protagonists to fight. But in reality I am their best mentor. Their best guide. If these people of the Tianqian realm left me, everything would fall into chaos. Qianqian approached Old 3. She aimed her long spear straight at him. Demon, today is the day you die. Old 3 was trembling now, saying vaguely, don't kill me. I have a secret to tell you. Qianqian gave him a chance. Tell me about it. Let's see if it's worth your miserable life. He stammered, Chuanqiu City, they have already arrived. Hurry up or it will be too late. What happened to Chuanqiu City? Both of them looked in that direction. At this moment the sky high above was gloomy. Qianqian felt very surprised. What is that? Ruyan was the culprit behind all this. The final stroke of the teleportation formation was complete, reflecting the formation onto the snowflakes in the air, creating a scene of utter despair. How refreshing. A magical circle appeared in the sky. The people below looked up. What is that? It's huge. Why is there a strange phenomenon in the sky? What exactly is happening? Hurry home, maybe there's a powerful culti Vader fighting a demon. Lu Chaoga was suddenly alarmed. No good, that's a teleportation formation. That old demon was bait. As he flew away he wondered, who exactly is orchestrating all of this behind the scenes? Ruyan also prepared for battle. Chaoga, come on. Everything is born in destruction. Destruction is the best mother. She continued dancing and then activated. The teleportation formation appeared. The sky instantly turned red. People couldn't help but be astonished. What is that? Nobody knows what's happening. Why is it appearing here? A violent burst of flames erupted, engulfing the entire sky. There's no escape. It has already covered the entire city. The scene has become unprecedentedly chaotic. Oh God, are you trying to destroy Chuanqiu City? We clearly haven't committed any grave evil deeds. Someone please save us. We have always been cautious and careful, never negligent. Why must we be treated this way? Facing their cries of agony, Ruyan remained unmoved. A sight like this must be enjoyed by others. In an instant she plunged this place into a sea of fire. Faced with such evil deeds, he couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, what exactly do you want to do? Why drag so many innocent people into this? Ruyan merely sneered. Do what someone did before. Make Lu Chaoga personally witness many common people die right in front of him. This will make him despair, make him helpless, and shatter his Tao heart. He couldn't help but be greatly shocked. Why are you doing this? Sect Leader Lu can help us get rid of Li Sufing's control. I came back for you precisely to persuade you to help Sect Leader Lu together. Sect Leader Lu. Why? Help that fake Li Suifeng. Ruyan didn't care at all. What does it matter if Li Suifeng is real or fake? As long as this world is in utter chaos, and people are terrified. Isn't that a good thing too? After hearing this he was even more surprised. She was completely different from him. The Sanshur fundamentally cannot understand each other. I thought too much. I was too naive. I thought she also wanted to get rid of Li Suifeng and choose to join forces with Lu Zhongmen. Ruyan immediately realized that nearly perfect Lu Zhongmen you mentioned is about to come and save you. Go ahead and try, let's see if you can save this city. The fierce flames rose higher and higher. In the blink of an eye there was nowhere left to run. Chaoga recognized it instantly. Playing meteorite tricks, huh? Perfect. I also wanted to practice controlling the power of heaven and earth. I currently possess 5 points of heaven harmony power. I can freely use the water within a faveli radius around me. Huge water columns were quickly used by Chaoga to counter this formation. Those towering water columns
rushed straight towards the raging flames. The people below looked up. Look! A cultivation master is coming to save us. Everyone quickly kneel and kowtow, begging him to save us. As Chowbei used the tall water columns to control the flames. It wasn't easy. The scale is too large, making control difficult. If that's the case, then he'll cut you into pieces. Now I no longer need to accumulate power to initiate the immortal ascent. Striking down a meteorite. What are you compared to that? Shanshan couldn't help but be surprised. What a huge rock. Uncle Master Chowga. Does he intend to shatter this massive meteorite? Can such a thing be done by human effort alone? Just the fragments falling down mixed with the power of heaven and earth are already irresistible to an ordinary cultivator. Moreover, how can one meet the distant incoming force and shatter it? Ruyan laughed upon hearing this. You want to shatter it? You are facing the power of heaven and earth. Just by yourself, Lu Chowga. You cannot do it. Ru. Yen quickly increased her attack speed. She wasn't exerting herself at all. This made Chowga frown. Gravitational potential energy. No, in this world it should be called the power of heaven and earth. Because it is so immense does it possess a defensive power close to that of the 8th realm, but I myself intend to break this 8th realm defense. He hesitated no longer and took action. Array breaker. Monarch's End. The dark shadows immediately rushed forward. Cracks began to appear in her demonic formation. Chowga followed up with more decisive strikes. The power of the sword technique burst forth for me to see. The dark shadows instantly transformed into powerful black dragons challenging Ruyan's formation. The monarch ends all worldly matters. A dazzling blue orb of light burst forth. Seeing this scene, Shanshan was also stunned, speechless. Is this the true strength of Uncle Master Chowga? Even the residual effects were too strong for her to look at directly. The people below slowly opened their eyes. Did he succeed? Master Cultivator. Can anyone truly stand against that tremendous power? Chowga stood silently in place. But the next second everything erupted again. It's over again. Shuani City and all of us are finished. Even such a powerful master cultivator couldn't. But just as he was despairing, Ruyan felt greatly excited. Lu Zhongmen relying only on the 7th realm heaven. And you? How could you possibly succeed? Chowga, still immensely calm, released his power open. An explosion occurred, sending fragments flying. A smile appeared at the corner of Shanshan's mouth. Wonderful, Uncle Master Chowga really did it. The fragments plummeted down like a meteor shower. Witnessing this sight, she was greatly shocked. He actually did it. But even if he shattered it, the fragments will still destroy Chuani City. Lu Chowga, you are destined to lose. Shanshan cried out anxiously. Uncle Master Lu, the fragments are falling. It's over. Chowga calmly gave an order. Fellow Taoists of Beizhou, the protection of Beizhou depends on you now. The people below fell into despair, facing this attack. But in just a blink of an eye, that meteoroid was destroyed. They appeared just in time to intervene and save the day. They will join Chowga in repelling the villains. Fellow Taoist Lu, hand over the fragments to us. As for you, I can handle you myself. Don't even think about destroying my wonderful place. Fellow Taoists, shatter them. They stopped hesitating and began to act. She was very pleased to see the situation turn around. So it turned out Martial Uncle Chowga had called them here long ago. Everything was within Martial Uncle Chowga's calculations. Upon seeing this, Ruyan nearly sneered. It had to be you, Lu Chowga. Seeing you today is better than all the rumors. But that giant rock is merely his tombstone. Next he should make his appearance. How will you respond? 5th generation sword, Venerable Zhan Lu. A figure emerged from the hazy smoke and raging fire. That person slowly opened their eyes, which were filled with killing intent. It has been a long time, this wretched Tianxian realm